New York. Heavy snow. Inside the apartment, the radiator emitted a creaking, groaning sound, intermittently puffing out cold air. This piece of junk is going to fall apart sooner or later. Chen Mo knelt on the floor holding a wrench in his hand. His t-shirt, printed with "Geek for Life," was already stained beyond recognition with grease. I say, old Chen, can you make it work? If you don't fix it soon, we guys will have to huddle together tonight and put on a New York version of Ice Age. It's been snowing heavily outside, not only cold but also you can't see anything. But the meteor shower a few nights ago was actually quite beautiful. On the sofa, Lin Feng was slowly and methodically wiping a black competition-grade air rifle with a piece of chamois leather. His movements were steady, his gaze focused. What's the rush? You're rushing to your death. Chen Mo retorted without looking back, adding more force to his hand. American infrastructure is a pile of shit. Glossy on the outside, all rust and holes on the inside. Not even as reliable as the heating company in my hometown county. Stop complaining. Hao is about to poke a hole through his phone screen with his thumb. Look at him, all worried about the world. Lin Feng tilted his chin, signaling Chen Mo to look the other way. In the corner, their third roommate Zhao Hao was holding his phone, brows furrowed. Zhao Hao was a top student at the medical school, soft in personality and soft-hearted. Now his face was full of worry. You two still have the mood to joke. Look at the news. A global outbreak of a new super flu codenamed Rev, already several deaths reported. The news says it's extremely contagious. Chen Mo kept working but didn't let up verbally. It's just a flu. Doesn't it come every winter? How you're too sensitive, a real modern-day Lin Dayu. Lin Feng also put down the air rifle, picked up a can of cola from the table, took a sip and said disdainfully. Exactly what can a flu do to the world? If the sky falls, there are tall people to hold it up. Why be afraid? He patted his chest, then pointed at Chen Mo. Besides, if it really comes to an apocalypse like in the movies, our team is just a perfect start, okay? Lin Feng got excited and began counting on his fingers. You Chen Mo, master's student in mechanical engineering at MIT, from aircraft carriers to radiator wrenches, there's nothing mechanical you can handle. Me, a sharpshooter, former provincial team champion, hit wherever I point, the team's combat strength, the sharpest spear. He then pointed at the helpless-looking Zhao Hao. You Hao, future doctor of the people, our team's medic, responsible for pulling us back from the brink of death. What do you think? Technician, main DPS medic, ISNT, this the ultimate apocalypse survival team. We could debut right here and now. Chen Mo was amused by him, the wrench in his hand clanging against the radiator with a dang. Screw off, I don't want to debut. But speaking of which, if that day really comes, he'll definitely get a heavy truck first, turn it into a steel fortress, floor the gas pedal, and no one will stop us from going home. I agree with that. Lin Feng nodded. Just then a sharp siren sounded from outside the window, coming closer, tearing through the silence brought by the snow. The siren did not pass by as usual, but rose and fell continuously without end. Something's wrong. The smirk on Lin Feng's face instantly vanished as he walked to the window. These ambulances are all heading in the same direction, all running towards Brooklyn Bridge. Zhao Hao also came over. A group chat for international students on his phone had already exploded. Someone is biting people in Times Square. Like a mad dog. Someone downstairs has a high fever now, talking nonsense and banging their head against the wall. Don't go out. Whatever you do, don't go out. The streets are too chaotic. Messages scrolled rapidly, accompanied by blurry, violently shaking short videos. A chill crawled up Zhao Hao's spine. In the videos, terrified screams and chaotic running mixed together, forming the background soundtrack of hell. Holy crap, is this The Walking Dead? Chen Mo also realized the seriousness of the situation and stopped his work. He walked to the window and looked down, following Lin Feng's gaze. On the snow-covered street, a man in a thin hoodie was walking unsteadily. His movements were extremely strange. With every step, his body twisted at an abnormal angle, his neck tilted to one side. Isn't he cold? Zhao Hao asked subconsciously. In sub-zero weather, the man was only wearing a thin shirt, showing no reaction to the heavy snow. The point, isn't weather has cold? Lin Feng's voice was very low. Look at his leg. The knee is bent backwards. Chen Mo and Zhao Hao looked closely and immediately gasped. That person's left leg was bent forward at an angle completely against human anatomy, yet he kept walking step by step, dragging that broken leg, leaving a trail of shocking blood and drag marks on the snow. Just then, bam! A loud noise. Chen Mo finally forced the radiator valve back into place with brute strength. The creaking noise abruptly stopped. Then a gurgling sound of hot water flowing came from the pipes. A wave of warmth began to slowly fill the room again, driving away the previous cold. This sudden warmth brought a moment of relaxation to the tense atmosphere. Chen Mo patted the dust off his hands and let out a long breath. All set. See, I told you there's no problem a wrench can't solve. If there is, do it twice. His self-praising words sounded somewhat hollow now, because the world outside was rapidly sliding into an uncontrollable abyss in an incomprehensible way. The warmth in the room and the cold and eeriness outside formed a stark contrast. Bang bang. Sudden gunshots made the three of them jump. What the hell? Gunshots! Lin Feng exclaimed. But at that moment Zhao Hao's phone vibrated violently. Two characters jumped on the screen. Mom. It was a video call. Zhao Hao's heart tightened. He quickly pressed the answer button. His family was back in China. There was a time difference. It was too unusual for his mother to call at this hour. The video connected. The picture shook violently. The background was the familiar living room, but now it was in a mess with tables and chairs overturned. His mother's face appeared on the screen, hair disheveled, full of tears and terror. How? Her voice was hoarse and urgent, choked with sobs. Block all the doors and windows. Whatever you do, don't go out. Mom. What's wrong? Is it happening in China too? Zhao Hao's question was cut off by his mother's desperate shout. It's not the flu. It's not the flu. Before the words finished, in the video a bedroom door behind his mother was smashed open. A figure pounced out so fast that only a blur remained. Zhao Hao didn't even see what it was. The next second. Ah! Bang! A piercing scream and the sound of metal hitting something came through the phone's speaker. Then the call died abruptly. The room was left with only the gurgling sound of hot water flowing in the radiator pipes. The warmth remained, but the world of the three young men was completely frozen. Zhao Hao's phone screen was still glowing, lying quietly on the floor. The ear-piercing scream from moments ago mingled with the surrounding gunfire still echoing through the room. Howsy? Chen Mo's Adam's apple bobbed. Zhao Hao was still holding the phone to his ear, his face pale, lips trembling, unable to utter a single word. Tears rolled down his face in large drops. Slap. Lin Feng walked over, picked up the phone from the floor and pressed the lock button. The screen went dark. Crying won't solve anything, Lin Feng said without emotion. If you want to live, stand up. What the hell are you saying? Zhao Hao looked up suddenly, his bloodshot eyes glaring at Lin Feng. That's my mother. My mother. He grabbed Lin Feng by the collar and raised his fist high. Chen Mo dashed over and wrapped his arms tightly around Zhao Hao's waist, dragging him backward. Calm down. Howsy? Calm the hell down. How can I calm down? Tell me how. Zhao Hao struggled wildly in his arms with astonishing strength. Lin Feng stood still, letting Zhao Hao's spit fly onto his face, his eyes unwavering. She might still be alive. Now it's our turn. We have to survive. He turned and walked toward the window, not looking at Zhao Hao again. Zhao Hao's struggles gradually stopped, as if all strength had been drained. He slumped limply in Chen Mo's arms, then slid to the floor, holding his head and letting out muffled sobs. Chen Mo sighed, patted his shoulder, not knowing what to say. The room fell into suffocating silence again. The snow was still falling. Outside the window the world was in chaos. Everywhere were endless siren screams, gunshots and the clash of collisions. Lin Feng took a high-power telescope from his gun bag, pressed it against the window and carefully observed the street outside. He furrowed his brow, adjusting the focus. Cars on the street are a mess, some crashed into streetlights, others with doors wide open. And some are shooting. Let me see. Chen Mo whispered as he approached the window. Lin Feng handed him the telescope. Chen Mo took it and put it to his eye. Through the lens the snowy street was pulled infinitely close. The man whose knee had been bent backward was now lying motionless in the snow. Not far from him, 1, 2, 3. More figures appeared. Their movements were exactly the same, stiff twisted defying all human anatomy. A man in a suit, his head drooped at a 90-degree angle to his chest, mechanically walking forward. A woman pushing a baby carriage, head down, frantically gnawing at a lifeless bundle inside. Further off, several figures surrounded a overturned police car, repeatedly banging their heads against the windows, producing dull thuds. This was no longer just a flu. This was hell. Chen Mu lowered the telescope, his face ashen. "How's give me your phone?" He turned to Zhao Hao, who was still slumped on the floor. Zhao Hao looked up numbly and handed him the phone. Chen Mo took it and started frantically dialing. 911, the embassy family back home. On the other end of the line, only endless beeps. The signal bar showed just one bar. Chen Mo also turned on the TV. All channels showed only intermittent static and white noise. They had become an information island. Trapped in this apartment, temporarily cut off from the entire world. "It's over," Zhao Hao muttered. "We're all going to die here." "Shut your cursed mouth," Lin Feng snapped. "It's not the end yet." He turned and walked into the kitchen to open the fridge. Damn it. The fridge was empty. Only a few cans of cola, half a carton of almost expired milk, and a box of eggs. "Old Chen, how much stock do we have left?" Chen Mo snapped back to reality and immediately took action. "He'll take inventory." The three split up and gathered all edible items from the apartment, piling them on the living room floor. 3 packs of instant noodles, half a bag of chips, 2 sausages, a small bag of rice, and a few bottles of water. That was all they had. "At minimum consumption, this will last us at most 3 days if we ration carefully," Chen Mo made a calm assessment. 3 days. What about after 3 days? Suddenly, strange scratching and violent banging came from the hallway right next to their door. The sound came from next door. Their neighbor was an elderly white woman who lived alone with a dog, usually very quiet. "Help! Help!" A faint, distorted cry for help squeezed through the crack of the door, trembling with despair. Then came the dog's frantic barking and a person's scream. The scream was blood-curdling, then abruptly cut off as if strangled. What followed was the sound of chewing that made one's scalp crawl and the crunch of bones being crushed. The three turned pale. The virus had already spread into this building. They could be next. "Move." Chen Mo reacted first. "Move everything you can. Block the door." The instinct to survive instantly overwhelmed all fear and grief. Lin Feng immediately pushed the sofa over, firmly bracing the main door. Zhao Hao, as if injected with adrenaline, stumbled over and joined Chen Mo in stacking bookshelves, tables, chairs, all heavy furniture, before the door, forming a sturdy barricade. "The windows!" Chen Mo yelled. Lin Feng rushed to the windows, drew all the curtains, sealed the gaps with tape, leaving only a tiny observation slit. The whole process took less than 5 minutes. The three worked in perfect coordination, astonishingly efficient. After finishing, they leaned against the wall, panting heavily, sweat soaking their backs. The apartment was dim lit only by a desk lamp, the atmosphere suffocating. The chewing sounds from next door continued hammering on their fragile nerves. Suddenly a loud bang. It came from outside. Lin Feng dashed to the window and looked out through the observation slit. "Holy shit," he cursed. Chen Mo and Zhao Hao also came over. Across the street, on the roof of another apartment building, a blurry figure fell straight down. No struggle, no scream. Splat. The figure hit the snowy ground below, splashing a cloud of dark red snow. The impact of witnessing death firsthand made the newly built mental defenses waver again. "Are we just going to wait?" Zhao Hao's voice trembled. "Wait for the food to run out, for those monsters to break down the door, and then what do you want?" Lin Feng turned and stared at him. "Rush out now. Play real-life fighting with those things outside. Or jump from here and get it over with." "That's not what I meant." Zhao Hao's emotions flared up. "We have to do something. Can't just sit and wait to die. Do you even know what the situation is outside?" Lin Feng pressed on. "Besides crying and shouting, what else can you do? Your medical knowledge, who can you save? Save yourself first. You." Zhao Hao trembled with rage but couldn't argue back. "Enough." Chen Mo interrupted their quarrel. "What the hell, fighting among ourselves at a time like this? Want to die?" His gaze swept over them. Lin Feng pursed his lips and said nothing. Zhao Hao also lowered his head. Now listen to me, Chen Mo said firmly. First, conserve energy, no pointless arguments. Second, rotate watch, keep at least one person awake. Third, find a way to survive. His words like a stabilizing pillar temporarily held the crumbling situation together. Time passed in agonizing waiting. The apartment was eerily quiet, only the deliberately slowed breathing of the three could be heard. Chen Mo leaned against the corner idly fiddling with an old radio he had bought from a flea market, originally intending to take it apart. He flicked the switch and turned the tuning knob. Static. Static. Harsh white noise filled the quiet room. Lin Feng and Zhao Hao both looked over. Chen Mo continued turning the dial, patiently searching through one blank channel after another. Suddenly a broken voice came through. Static. This is the Federal Emergency Broadcast. Static. New York is fully locked down. The three rushed over, staring at the old radio, barely daring to breathe. Chen Mo carefully adjusted the dial, trying to get a clearer signal. Rev virus. Out of control. Repeat, virus completely out of control. All citizens. Shelter in place. Await rescue. The voice came and went, but every word was clear. Official news. Though despairing, it at least proved they weren't fighting alone. Order hadn't completely collapsed. Just then the broadcast channel seemed to skip and a completely different voice cut in. That voice was speaking Chinese. Calling all compatriots in the United States. The motherland has not abandoned you. Emergency evacuation operation. Being deployed. New York area. Designated evacuation point is Queens. Kennedy International Airport. Static. Repeat, designated evacuation point. Kennedy International Airport. Evacuation. Zhao Hao cried out involuntarily, an incredulous light bursting in his eyes. Lin Feng's fists clenched too. Chen Mo stared at the radio as if to bore through it. In the dark despair, these two words, like lightning tearing through the night sky, suddenly illuminated their deadened hearts. Home. Going home. This thought took root and sprouted wildly at that moment. Let's go. We have to go. Lin Feng said decisively. But outside. Zhao Hao hesitated, the hellish scene still vivid in mind. Outside is hell. Staying here is waiting to die. Chen Mo stood up, his gaze sweeping over the 3-day food supply on the floor. We have no choice. He walked to the barricaded furniture, patted the top bookshelf, his eyes resolute. To survive, we have to fight our way out. To Kennedy Airport. Go home. To Kennedy Airport. We're going home. The will to survive instantly overwhelmed everything else. Don't move. Chen Mo growled, restraining the other two from immediately removing the obstacle. He walked to the window and, using the high-powered telescope, spent a full 10 minutes scrutinizing every inch from the building down to the street corner. From the apartment entrance to the parking lot across the street is about 200 meters in a straight line. There are at least 7 zombies wandering around. Chen Mo lowered the telescope, his voice terrifyingly calm. He pulled a crumpled map of New York City from his backpack and spread it on the floor. The main roads are definitely all jammed. Don't even think about it. We have to take this route. His finger traced a winding red line across the map. Through the parking lot, take the back alley, bypass Queens Boulevard and go via the service road of the Van Wyck Expressway. There are fewer cars, but it's dark and more roundabout. Lin Feng leaned in for a look and nodded. Feasible. But the problem is, how do we cross that 200 meters? Chen Mo said nothing, looking at Lin Feng. Lin Feng understood. From the massive gun case he carefully lifted out the competition-grade air rifle. Walther LGU, German make. Effective range 50 meters, uses lead pellets. Lin Feng explained as he loaded the rifle. Advantages are accuracy and low noise. The downside is it's for target shooting, the power is limited. So only headshots. And it has to be a weak spot like the eye or the temple. After speaking, he pulled 2 more items from his bag and tossed them on the ground. A half-meter crowbar, one end sharpened to a point. A kitchen cleaver. Old Chen, you're strong, use the crowbar. 1 hit to kill, don't hesitate. How's you use this? He handed the cleaver to Zhao Hao. Zhao Hao looked at the knife, his hands trembling violently. I can't. Take it. Lin Feng's tone was harsh. I'm not expecting you to go on the offensive, but if something lunges at your face you damn well need something to thrust with. Zhao Hao was jolted by the shout and tremblingly took the cleaver. Get ready to move out. Chen Mo stood up, tucking the crowbar into his belt. His eyes held no trace of a student, instead he looked like a seasoned street veteran. The three spent some time shifting the obstacles from the doorway to create a gap. The hallway was very quiet except for the faint sound of chewing coming from next door. Lin Feng took the lead, holding the air rifle, and silently poked his head out. All clear. The three filed out, gently closing the door behind them. Just as they stepped onto the stairwell, a low growl came from upstairs. A man in pajamas was staggering down the stairs. One of his arms was twisted at a grotesque angle, his face was a mess of blood and flesh, his eyes were cloudy, and a rasping sound came from his throat. It was the neighbor from upstairs. Zhao Hao's throat tightened and he almost screamed. Lin Feng reacted swiftly, clamping his hand over Zhao Hao's mouth and pinning him against the wall. The wanderer didn't seem to notice them, just descending step by step on instinct. 10 meters. 5 meters. 3 meters. Lin Feng held his breath and raised the air rifle. The crosshairs of the scope steadily settled on the wanderer's left eye. Phut. A soft sound. The lead pellet hit the mark precisely. The wanderer's body stiffened, its head snapping backward. Success. The thought flashed through all three minds simultaneously. But the next second the wanderer twisted its head back. Its left eye socket was now a bloody hole, dark red fluid streaming down its face, but its movements barely faltered. Instead it roared and charged at them. Damn it! Lin Feng cursed under his breath and immediately retreated. In that instant Chen Mo lunged forward. Without a moment's hesitation he gripped the crowbar with both hands and brought it down on the wanderer's head with all his might. Thud. A dull sound of a skull cracking. Red and white splattered across Chen Mo's face. The wanderer collapsed like a sack of mud, twitching twice before lying still. Warm liquid ran down Chen Mo's cheek, carrying a strong stench of blood and decay. He stood there expressionless, his chest heaving violently. Zhao Hao's legs had given way from fear and he slid down to sit against the wall. Go. Chen Mo wiped his face, growled, pulled Zhao Hao up and charged down the stairs first. Stepping out of the apartment building, a cold wind mixed with the smells of blood, gunpowder and rot hit them. The world before them was a true tableau of hell. Abandoned cars on the street were stacked like toys, some still emitting black smoke. Shop windows were shattered, goods strewn everywhere. On the snow-white ground were dark red bloodstains and mutilated corpses everywhere. A few wanderers were tirelessly gnawing on a corpse nearby. This was the world after the zombie outbreak. The parking lot. Hurry! The three crouched low, hugging the building walls, and moved swiftly towards the parking lot across the street. Luckily the wanderers that were feeding didn't notice them. The parking lot was dim, rows of cars sitting silently. Bang bang bang. Gunfire echoed around them again. Time is tight, task is heavy. We look for an SUV or a pickup, high ground clearance sturdy. Chen Mo issued the order quickly. The three split up to search. Soon Lin Feng found something. Over here. A Chevrolet Suburban. The doors unlocked. It was a black full-size SUV, its body massive. Chen Mo and Zhao Hao ran over immediately. Chen Mo pulled open the door, slid into the driver's seat and fumbled skillfully under the steering wheel. Nice, the keys are still here. He turned the key. The engine made a series of clicking sounds but wouldn't start. Damn, the battery is dead. This car must have been driven recently. What bad luck. Chen Mo punched the steering wheel. What do we do? Zhao Hao was sweating with anxiety. Don't panic. Find jumper cables and another car with a live battery. Chen Mo immediately jumped out and found jumper cables in another abandoned sedan. A few minutes later. Vroom, the Suburban's V8 engine let out a low roar, finally starting successfully. Get in. Once they were all seated, Chen Mo floored the gas pedal. The massive SUV crashed through the parking lot barrier and violently surged onto the street. Hold on tight. Chen Mo's gaze was focused, both hands on the wheel. He displayed a recklessness completely at odds with his usual tech geek image. The huge vehicle under his control was like a rampaging steel rhino. Bam! A yellow taxi blocking the way was rammed aside. Crash! A roadside trash can was sucked under the car, producing a harsh scraping noise. The engine's roar instantly alerted the nearby wanderers. 1 to a dozen. More and more infected poured out from the buildings lining the street, howling as they gave chase. Lin Feng. Right side. Bang. Lin Feng rolled down the window and shot an infected that was trying to climb onto the car. Behind us. 3. Chen Mo glanced in the rearview mirror and yanked the steering wheel. The car's tail executed a beautiful drift, sweeping the 3 infected away. Holy shit. Old Chen, were you an F1 driver in a past life? Lin Feng couldn't help but yell. No, I just like playing Euro Truck Simulator. Chen Mo replied flatly. The vehicle sped through the ruins, infected constantly being knocked flying, rolling away like bowling pins. After a heart-stopping series of collisions, they finally broke out of that district, leaving the horde far behind. The 3 in the car were all gasping for air. Zhao Hao vomited. But no one mocked him. Just surviving had drained all their strength. The vehicle sped along the empty service road. The sky was getting darker. On the distant horizon, a few faint lights were barely visible. It was the direction of Kennedy Airport. Look. Lights. Zhao Hao was the first to shout, his voice trembling with tears and uncontrollable excitement. Those few lights in the boundless darkness were like a lighthouse, like stars, like a mother's call. That was hope. The evacuation point was real. Their homeland had truly come to get them. The immense joy born from despair instantly made the atmosphere in the car blazing hot. But just then a faint, strange sound came from the edge of the sky. The sound was sharp, completely unlike the engine noise of any aircraft. Instead, it was more like the roar of some colossal beast. The sound was like nails scratching against glass, amplified several times over. Chen Mo slammed on the brakes, leaving a tire mark on the empty auxiliary road. What sound? Zhao Hao covered his ears, the joy on his face quickly replaced by fear. Lin Feng had already rolled down the car window, leaning halfway out and aiming his binoculars at the direction of the sound, over the Kennedy Airport. It was flying high, still far from Kennedy Airport. What the hell is that? Chen Mo and Zhao Hao also leaned toward the window. In the distant night sky, the lights of the airport formed a patch. But above those lights, a massive dark shadow was spiraling at a speed and trajectory that defied all laws of physics. It was neither a plane nor a helicopter. It had a pair of enormous wings that resembled those of a bat, and each flap stirred visible air currents. Its form resembled a grotesque human, yet it dragged a long tail behind it. The piercing shriek was emitted from its mouth. Is it a bird? A mutated bat? Zhao Hao's voice trembled. It seems no one has discovered it yet. Whatever it is, Chen Mo restarted the car, flooring the accelerator, the engine roaring angrily. Let's rush past before it notices us. Hope was right in front of them. Even if a demon hovered above, they had to charge ahead. The SUV thundered forward like a frenzied wild bull toward the patch of light. As they drew closer, the outline of the airport became clearer. However, the sight before them instantly doused the flickering hope that had just ignited. Around the airport's perimeter, several main roads were completely blocked by countless abandoned vehicles, forming a steel barricade. Countless survivors were assaulting the airport's barbed wire fence, their cries, curses, and pleas blending into an ear-splitting cacophony. Inside the fence, rows of armed American soldiers stood expressionless, their dark gun barrels aimed at the frenzied crowd outside, the searchlights overhead sweeping back and forth, illuminating despairing faces to a pale white. Is this an airport or a refugee camp? Lin Feng cursed. Go that way. Chen Mo's sharp gaze spotted a relatively secluded entrance to a cargo passage. There was no crowded throng, but a conspicuous caution tape was stretched across, with a few East Asian faces in protective gear and red armbands urgently shouting something into a megaphone in Chinese. All comrades holding Dongdao passports. Please queue up here. Do not crowd. I repeat, please go to cargo passage 5. They were their people. Chen Mo sharply turned the steering wheel, violently crashing through several trash cans, blocking the way, racing toward passage 7. Just a few dozen meters from the entrance, the car was halted by a temporary barricade. The 3 jumped out of the car, grabbing their backpacks and running toward it. Stop. Who are you? 2 soldiers wearing masks and holding Type 95 rifles immediately aimed their guns at them. The familiar camouflage and gear made their eyes redden instantly. We're on the same side. We're international students. We have passports. Chen Mo raised his hands and shouted loudly. Zhao Hao and Lin Feng hurriedly took out their passports and held them high. A staff member rushed over, shining a flashlight on their passports and faces. After confirming their identities, he sighed in relief. Hurry in. Put on your masks. Stick close to me. The three were brought inside the caution line. Before them was a long queue that seemed to stretch endlessly, eerily silent. The queue was filled with compatriots of yellow skin and black eyes, including men, women, and children of all ages. No one spoke, no one whispered, everyone silently and tensely moved forward, clutching their passports tightly. Form a line. Security checks and identity verification are being conducted ahead. It will be your turn soon. The staff member led them to the back of the line and hurriedly ran toward the front. The three stood in line, their hearts racing. Looking at the anxious and expectant faces ahead and hearing the shouts of the American soldiers towards the crowd outside, an absurd yet real feeling enveloped them. On the other side of a wall, two worlds. At that moment, Zhao Hao's phone suddenly beeped. He jolted and quickly took out his phone. A weak signal flickered on the screen, fluctuating sporadically. It was a temporary base station inside the airport. Zhao Hao's fingers trembled as he instinctively pressed the familiar number. Dad. He pressed the video call button. Beep. Beep. Time slowed down infinitely at that moment. Every second felt like an eternity. It connected. The screen lit up, revealing his father's familiar yet worn face. How? Is it you? How? His father's voice was hoarse and the anxious voice of his mother could be heard in the background. Dad. Mom. It's me. Zhao Hao's tears burst forth, covering his mouth to stifle his cries. Dad, Mom, as long as you're okay. It's good. How's everything at home? We're fine. We're fine. I killed the monster that attacked your mom. His father spoke rapidly. It was all over the news. The country has sent planes to pick you up. Have you boarded the plane? Which airport are you at? Tell Dad. At Kennedy. We're at Kennedy Airport. Soon we can board the plane. Zhao Hao was in tears. Good. That's great. His father's voice was filled with immense joy and fear. Listen, Hao, don't worry about anything, just follow the people from the embassy. Once you're on the plane, you'll be safe. Absolutely. ZZZZ, the signal was cut off. The screen plunged back into darkness. Zhao Hao stared blankly at his phone. His father's last words still echoed in his ears. Though the call was brief, the concern from thousands of miles away and the tangible connection felt like a warm current, instantly dispelling all the gloom and fear in his heart. Home was still there. His parents were still waiting for him. He lifted his head, gazing toward the front of the line. Through the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, he could see a huge Boeing 747 quietly parked on the tarmac. On the fuselage, the bright red 5-star flag and the words, Dongda International Airlines, shone brilliantly under the searchlights. That wasn't just a plane. It was Noah's Ark. It was the way home. Look. Boarding has started. A wave of suppressed excitement rippled through the front of the line. The first batch of survivors who had passed security were lining up, entering the jet bridge to board the plane. Each person's face bore the excitement of having survived and an uncontrollable joy. The line began to move forward slowly. They were getting closer. They could see the busy figures of the ground crew, smell the unique scent of aviation fuel, and even hear the reassuring roar of the aircraft engine starting up. Once we're back, the first thing I'm going to do is have an authentic hot pot. It must be in a copper pot. Lin Feng grinned, making a rare joke. I want to eat the braised pork my mom makes. Zhao Hao wiped his tears, revealing a long-lost smile. Chen Mo said nothing, merely gazing at the plane, the tension that had gripped his lips all day finally easing into a slight smile. Going home. This thought had never been so clear, so fervent. It was their turn. Passports, those with guns need to hand them over. Then a full body check will be required. The staff's voice was somewhat weary but still meticulous. The three presented their passports, passed the identity verification, and entered the security check passage. Just as they were about to step onto the jet bridge to hand their guns to the staff. Buzz, that chilling shriek rang out again. This time it was alarmingly close. Everyone instinctively looked up. They saw that massive dark shadow diving down from the clouds, moving so fast that it left only an afterimage. Its target was not the chaotic crowd on the ground nor the soldiers standing guard. It was the Dongda passenger plane on the tarmac, which carried everyone's hope. What the hell is that thing? Protect the plane. Open fire. The airport's air defense alarm rang out piercingly, and on the ground the American anti-aircraft positions unleashed a torrent of fire toward the sky. But it was too late. The creature later dubbed the Winged Demon was incredibly fast, and no one understood how this monster had mutated so powerfully in such a short time. Due to the Winged Demon's extremely low heat signature, the anti-aircraft fire couldn't lock onto it in time. It ignored all attacks, retracting its massive wings abruptly like a black arrow shooting straight toward the passenger plane. No! Zhao Hao let out a heart-wrenching scream. In the horrified gazes of hundreds, the Winged Demon's metallic claws glinting with a cold shine slashed across the left wing of the plane. Rip, a sound of metal tearing. The sturdy wing along with the massive engine below was wrenched open, leaving a terrifying gash as if it were paper. Countless wires erupted with sparks. The engine immediately stalled, billowing thick black smoke. The fuselage violently trembled and tilted. The disaster had just begun. The ruptured engine leaked fuel, which was instantly ignited by the sparks. Boom! A massive fireball exploded on the tarmac. The terrifying explosion dyed half the night sky blood red. The violent shockwave mixed with scalding air currents and metal debris wildly spread outwards. The glass of the jet bridge shattered instantly. In the moment of the explosion, Chen Mo and the others were violently thrown to the ground by a tremendous force. Chen Mo instinctively protected his head tightly. The world lost all sound at that moment. All that remained in his ears was a persistent ringing. After an unknown amount of time, he struggled to lift his head. The scene before him froze his blood instantly. That enormous Boeing 747, the ark that held their hopes of returning home, had been torn in half. The nose of the plane crashed onto the runway, engulfed in raging flames. The tail dragged thick smoke, limply rolling in the air before crashing heavily to the ground, triggering another violent explosion. Inside the plane, the hundreds of compatriots who had just been immersed in the joy of returning home didn't even have time to let out a scream before being turned to ashes with that ball of flame. Flames soared into the sky. They illuminated the three stunned faces of Chen Mo, Lin Feng, and Zhao Hao, filled with extreme despair. Hope had been ripped apart. Home was gone. The tranquility of the airport was completely shattered, and the crowd outside, along with the survivors inside, fell into a frenzy of chaos. The Winged Demon then attacked the American anti-aircraft positions, devouring humans one by one like an eagle catching a chick. The infected were drawn by the massive explosion, frantically pouring into the airport from all directions of the city. The soldiers' defenses crumbled instantly under the dual assault from within and outside. The sounds of gunfire, explosions, human screams, and the roars of the infected intertwined, creating a symphony of apocalypse. Lin Feng struggled to get up, staring at the sea of flames, watching the tide of corpses breaking through the defenses and flooding into the airport. The air gun in his hand fell to the ground with a clatter. Zhao Hao knelt on the ground, his eyes hollow, mumbling just two words. It's gone. It's gone. Chen Mo stood up, the blast's heat ruffling his hair as he turned to look behind at the chaotic road leading to hell. Turning back, he looked at the fiery inferno ahead, devouring all hope. The road home. It was completely cut off. The world was upside down, swaying violently. The thick stench of aviation fuel mixed with the acrid odor of burnt flesh invaded his nostrils, causing Chen Mo to feel a wave of nausea. Cough. Cough. Chen Mo struggled to lift his head, coughing violently, the spittle he spat out tinged with black soot. The world before him was a blazing inferno. The Boeing 747, which they had considered their last hope just minutes ago, now lay broken in two, engulfed in roaring flames on the tarmac. The towering blaze illuminated the night as if it were day, the distorted heat waves making the air thick and viscous. The path home had burned away, along with the hundreds of compatriots inside the plane who had just been anticipating the future, all reduced to ashes. Get up. A hand grabbed Chen Mo by the collar and yanked him to his feet. It was Lin Feng. Want to die here? Lin Feng turned to pull Zhao Hao, who was still kneeling on the ground, his eyes vacant. Zhao Hao was like a broken puppet, mumbling repeatedly, "It's gone. It's gone. All burned away." Slap. Lin Feng struck Zhao Hao across the face. "Wake the hell up." The slap was heavy, and Zhao Hao's face immediately reddened and swelled. His dull eyes finally showed a flicker of movement. He looked at Lin Feng, then at the sea of flames, tears and snot streaming uncontrollably down his face. "Where? AAA." He cried like a child, desperate and miserable. "Cry. When you're done crying, then fucking run." Lin Feng hoisted him up from the ground and pushed him toward Chen Mo. Old Chen, take him. Let's go. The airport was in complete chaos. The defense line had collapsed. Survivors scattered like headless flies fleeing in all directions. The shouts of US soldiers and gunfire were drowned in the greater pandemonium. The infected drawn by the explosions surged in through the breached gaps like a tidal wave. They pounced on the slower runners, tearing into them, greedily, screams rising and falling. This was no longer a sanctuary but a slaughterhouse. This way. Chen Mo's reason finally returned. Supporting the nearly limp Zhao Hao, he followed Lin Feng, sprinting in the opposite direction along the edge of the terminal wall. They dared not take the main roads, weaving instead between luggage carts and various airport equipment. Behind them was the sound of a world collapsing. Chaos was the best cover. The three of them ran with their heads down, their lungs burning painfully, but none dared to stop. Just as they rounded a massive container, a dark shadow pounced down from atop it. Fast. Unbelievably fast. The creature wore a tattered hoodie, moving on all fours with an agility that was inhuman, its eyes glowing an eerie green in the darkness. The creature, later known as a stalker, was lunging at them. Lin Feng's reaction was almost instinctive. As he lost his balance, he forcibly twisted his body, raising his air gun as quickly as possible. Phut! The lead pellet shot out, hitting the stalker square in the shoulder. Oh! The stalker let out a sharp screech, its body knocked off balance by the bullet's impact. Its sharp claws grazed Lin Feng's arm, leaving a trail of blood. Damn! Lin Feng grunted in pain, blood slowly staining his sleeve. The stalker, failing its first strike, landed, then launched itself again like a cannonball, its target the fallen Lin Feng. Get away! Chen Mo's eyes were bloodshot. Roaring, he swung the crowbar that had been hanging at his waist, putting all his strength into a vicious blow aimed at the stalker's skull. Crack! A crisp sound of bone breaking. The stalker's body froze mid-lunge, then fell to the ground, twitching twice before going still. Chen Mo gasped for breath, the hand gripping the crowbar still trembling slightly. Lin Feng. Are you okay? Zhao Hao scrambled over, and when he saw the wound on Lin Feng's arm, his face went pale. Scratched. In this world, being scratched by an infected was a death sentence. Damn. I messed up. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, his forehead covered in cold sweat. He looked at his wound, a complex expression in his eyes which finally turned into a self-deprecating bitter smile. I'm not gonna turn into one of those things, am I? That would be fucking lame. Don't move. Zhao Hao suddenly shouted. Trembling, he tore open Lin Feng's sleeve. The wound wasn't deep, but it was still heartbreaking to see. But strangely, the blood flowing from the wound was bright red with no signs of darkening or clotting. This was wrong. According to the information they had seen, the REV virus spread incredibly fast. After an attack, the blood would quickly deteriorate. Does your body feel any different? Zhao Hao forced himself to calm down, analyzing rapidly with his medical knowledge. Lin Feng took a moment to assess. Aside from the intense pain, he felt no numbness or madness from the virus invasion. It seems just pain. Nothing else. Don't move. You'll handle it. Zhao Hao didn't hesitate. He pulled out a small first aid kit from his backpack, one he had prepared long ago. He cut away the damaged flesh with scissors, cleaned the wound with disinfectant, then took out a needle and thread. When the needle pierced the skin, Lin Feng flinched with a sharp intake of breath but clamped his jaw and stayed silent. Zhao Hao's hands trembled violently at first. But after the first stitch he suddenly steadied. Disinfection, debridement, suturing, medication, bandaging. Throughout the process he said not a word, his movements fluid and practiced. When he tied the last knot and cut the bandage, his forehead was covered in sweat. Done. He looked up, his voice hoarse. The bleeding is stopped for now. But we need to find safe antibiotics and a clean place quickly, or infection will kill us all the same. Chen Mo and Lin Feng stared at him in stunned silence. The Zhao Hao before them seemed to have changed overnight. What are you looking at? Find a place. The smell of blood here is too strong, it'll attract more things. Zhao Hao stood up first. The three of them, supporting each other, trudged through the labyrinthine outskirts of the airport. Finally they found an iron door left ajar. On the door was a sign, Maintenance Station 3. Chen Mo used his crowbar to push the door open carefully. Inside was pitch black with the smell of oil and rust. After confirming it was safe, the three entered quickly and barred the door with a steel pipe. The maintenance station was spacious but empty, with only a few scrap machines and tools scattered on the floor. Food. Water. There was nothing here. Now all they had was a small amount of water and food they carried on them. They were completely trapped. Hunger, exhaustion, and the faint distant growls from outside gripped everyone's heart like an invisible hand. The three slumped onto the cold concrete floor, none of them speaking. The profound emptiness after hope was crushed was more tormenting than any wound. After an unknown amount of time. Heh. In the darkness, Lin Feng suddenly chuckled. What's so funny? Chen Mo asked weakly. Laughing at how we're three idiots. Lin Feng leaned against the wall looking at his bandaged arm. We went through all that trouble, fought our way out, ran back here, and for what? No way home, and we almost got ourselves killed. Stop it. Zhao Hao's voice was low. Why stop? It's the truth. Lin Feng's tone carried a hint of reckless abandon. We can't go back. We'll either starve to death or wait for those things outside to break in and have us for a buffet. The maintenance station fell into silence again. Just as he was about to give up, Chen Mo quietly took an old shortwave radio out of his backpack. He didn't know what he was doing, just like a drowning man grasping at the last straw. He turned the switch and rotated the dial. Shesh. Shesh. Crackle. The harsh static echoed through the empty station, piercingly loud. Lin Feng and Zhao Hao both looked over. Chen Mo turned the dial expressionlessly. Channel after channel, all were dead silence. Just as he was about to give up. Shesh. Calling. Shesh. Survivors. A faint intermittent voice speaking Chinese came through. The three of them instantly huddled around, staring intently at the broken radio. Chen Mo carefully fine-tuned the dial with his fingers. The signal cleared up a bit. This is the Dongfang Embassy. We have received news from Dongfang's Modu. Modu is stabilizing the situation and preparing to establish a self-sufficient ecological safety zone. Other cities are also stabilizing and will slowly establish safety zones. Due to special circumstances, both sea and air are blocked. The embassy is under siege and we cannot evacuate. We no longer have the capacity to pick up the remaining compatriots. Compatriots on the American continent. Do not give up. Follow the Rocky Mountains north. Cross the Bering Strait. After crossing, someone will guide you on the path home. Dongfang's Modu. The Bering Strait. The way home wasn't completely cut off. There was another way. A path. Spanning the entire North American continent, crossing the frozen Bering Strait and finally reaching the east. It was a journey of 10,000 li, a path fraught with peril. Crazy. Absurd. But it was hope. The only direction in the darkness. Zhao Hao's breathing quickened, a glimmer of light reigniting in his eyes. Chen Mo slowly stood up. He walked to the grimy window of the maintenance station and through the cracks looked out at the burning fires of distant New York. That was where their dreams had once begun, now a tomb burying their past. Going home, he said softly, his voice carrying only a settled calm. Old Lin Haozi. Chen Mo turned his gaze, sweeping over them both, his eyes more determined than ever. We have to find a way to survive. Then drive back to Dongfang. We're going home. We might die on the road home, but it's better than waiting to die in a foreign land. We must find a way to survive. Then drive to the Magic City. We're going home. Perhaps we'll die on the road home, but it's still better than dying in a foreign land. Lin Feng and Zhao Hao were stunned, then felt their blood ignite. Let's head back first, Chen Mo said, standing up and brushing the dust off his clothes. Back to our apartment. Back? Zhao Hao was taken aback. But there lies the terrain we know, the defenses we built with our own hands, and the last of our supplies. We need a place that's somewhat quiet and familiar to formulate our plan. Chen Mo walked to the grime-streaked window and peered through the gap at the world outside. The airport is a battlefield on all sides. Staying here makes us fish in a barrel. The first step to survival is to return to our own turf. His words drew that distant goal back to the most immediate problem of survival. The plan was set. Fighting their way back from the edge of hell to the cage they temporarily called home. The return journey was far more perilous than the way there. Without the steel shell of their SUV they could only navigate the urban ruins on foot. The once bustling streets had become a vast graveyard of steel. Overturned buses, wrecked cars and police vehicles spewing black smoke clogged the roads completely. They could only advance cautiously through the gaps in this scrap metal. The air was thick with a cloying sweet stench, the odor of blood mixed with decay. Beneath their feet broken glass and unknown viscous liquids crunched and squelched. Stop. Lin Feng suddenly raised his hand, pressing the two of them behind a delivery truck. He held his air rifle in one hand, his injured left arm pressed tight against his body, fine beads of cold sweat on his forehead. The searing pain paled his face. Not far away in front of a ransacked convenience store the daily routine of the apocalypse unfolded. Two gaunt men clutched a few cans they had just scavenged, their faces alight with the wild joy of surviving the ordeal. Suddenly 3 burly men wielding fire axes and a gun emerged from an alley blocking their path. Without a word the leader shot one of the gaunt men in the back of the head. Bang! The man didn't even have time to scream, he collapsed stiffly, the cans scattering with a clatter. The other man, terrified out of his wits, dropped his cans and knelt kowtowing frantically. But what awaited him was a fire axe swinging down from above. Blood splattered on the cold ground. The 3 burly men picked up the cans, impassively blew off the dust and vanished into the alley's darkness without uttering another word. Zhao Hao clamped his hand over his mouth to keep from vomiting. His face was deathly pale, his whole body trembling. This scene chilled him more deeply than the sight of infected feasting on the living. See that, Hao? Lin Feng's voice was barely a whisper. In this world sometimes the living want you dead more than the dead do. Because they are hungry, Lin Feng said with a cold glance. When you're hungry enough to gnaw on your own fingers you will too. Don't bring that old mindset here, it'll get you killed. Remember, be suspicious of every living person. That's the second rule of survival. The first rule, don't get bitten by the infected. The 3 moved on. Lin Feng's wound throbbed, Chen Mo's mind raced, calculating routes and risks, his mental exhaustion outweighing his physical fatigue. Zhao Hao's growth momentarily suppressed his fear and discomfort, but his pallid face betrayed a body already past its limits. After walking for what felt like an eternity, when they finally spotted the familiar apartment building, none of them felt any relief. The ground floor had changed. The main entrance was barricaded from the inside with several abandoned cars and a huge mattress. This wasn't how they had left it. Moreover, the roars from inside the building were at least twice as dense as when they had departed. A more terrifying suspicion dawned on the 3 of them. This building might have already fallen completely. This way, Chen Mo said without hesitation, leading them around to the side. There a rusted fire escape ladder led straight to the roof. A path no one usually took. You'll go first. Lin Feng, bring up the rear. How in the middle? Chen Mo tucked his crowbar back into his belt and grabbed the iron ladder, starting to climb. Every step was cautious, afraid of drawing unwanted attention. When he reached the 3rd floor, their floor, he glanced through the fire escape window. The hallway was a mess. At least 4 or 5 wanderers roamed aimlessly in the narrow corridor, one of them being the neighbor they had killed on the stairs earlier. He was up again. His head hung at a grotesque angle from his shoulder. Chen Mo's heart sank. It seemed that without completely destroying the brain these things wouldn't truly die. He didn't make a sound, only gestured to the others below and continued upward. Finally the 3 reached their apartment window without incident. Chen Mo pulled a small bottle of lubricant from his pack, carefully applied it to the window hinges and then used the flat end of his crowbar to pry open the latch. The window opened silently. They stepped back into this place, both familiar and strange. The room was exactly as they had left it. The furniture blocking the door, the scattered odds and ends, all in their original spots. But the air now carried a faint scent of dust. This was no longer home. Just a slightly safer tomb. Thud. Chen Mo closed the window and drew the curtains, plunging the room into darkness. All 3 leaned against the wall, panting heavily, the exhaustion of survival rendering them immobile. After resting for over 10 minutes, Chen Mo was the first to stand. Take stock. Reality allowed them no respite. All the remaining supplies in the apartment were piled up in the center of the living room. 2 packs of instant noodles, 2 bags of chips, 3 sausages and less than 2 bottles of water. Even less than they had anticipated. Stretched thin, that was barely enough for 1 person for a day. The pressure of survival weighed on them again. Not enough, Chen Mo said, looking at the pitiful pile with terse finality. Lin Feng leaned against the wall staring at his arm wrapped like a mummy in bandages. With this little forget driving to Alaska we can't even make it to Brooklyn. He looked at Chen Mo, his eyes questioning. So we need a different approach, Chen Mo said, his gaze sweeping over the air rifle in Lin Feng's hands, the first aid kit by Zhao Hao and the crowbar at his own waist. With these small-time tactics we won't get out of New York. He turned and pulled a thick, American road atlas from the bookshelf, spreading it on the floor. His finger pointed at New York on the map, then slowly traced westward across the Central Plains over the Rocky Mountains all the way north, finally stopping at Alaska. A red line thousands of kilometers long spanning the continent. What we need isn't an SUV or a pickup. Chen Mo looked up, his eyes blazing in the dim light. We need a true beast. A heavy-duty truck. 18 wheels, diesel-powered with a sleeper cab and a massive trailer, the king of the road. Well, turn it into a mobile fortress, our home, our Noah's Ark. Lin Feng's eyes lit up, he could already see that steel giant crushing hordes of the infected. Zhao Hao's breathing quickened too. This audacious concrete plan gave him a false but tangible sense of security. Where do we find one? Lin Feng asked. Chen Mo's finger moved across the map, finally landing on a point in Queens. Hunts Point, New York's largest food wholesale market. That's where the East Coast's biggest fleet of refrigerated trucks is. He looked up at the two. But even before this it was one of the most congested places in New York. Now it's probably a true nest of the dead. In the apartment, the three of them slumped on the floor, unwilling to move or speak. They were utterly exhausted. That place called Hunts Point, the grand plan to find a heavy truck, seemed like a painting hanging on the horizon, visible yet untouchable. Chen Mo, why do you think the virus outbreak happened so fast and basically simultaneously across the whole world? And there are even these powerful zombie monsters hunting humans. Do we humans still have any hope? Lin Feng's voice was low. I don't know. I don't want to know right now either. Because we're facing the most primal and unavoidable problem. Chen Mo lifted his head. Hunger. Growling, a loud gurgle broke the conversation. Zhao Hao's face flushed crimson and he embarrassedly buried his head in his knees. Don't say that, your stomach has quite a rhythm going, Lin Feng said, weakly forcing a faint smile, his cracked lips peeling with white skin. His left arm was tightly wrapped in bandages, the sharp pain from the wound and the burning emptiness in his stomach relentlessly draining what little strength he had left. Chen Mo leaned against the cold wall, eyes shut tight. But his mind was racing wildly. They had fought their way back from the airport and returned to this temporary safe house, resting for several hours. The scant remaining food was divided into 3 portions by Chen Mo with an iron will. Each person got a bite of sausage, 2 potato chips and a small sip of precious mineral water worth its weight in gold. This meager intake did nothing to ease their hunger, instead it ignited a craving deep within. Now everyone felt their stomachs devouring the last traces of warmth in their bodies. In half a day they wouldn't have the strength to go to any wholesale food market, let alone descend the stairs. We can't wait any longer. We've rested enough. We must get food before we starve. Chen Mo opened his eyes, stood up leaning against the wall and walked to the window. He pulled aside the curtain, observing the world outside. The streets were still deathly quiet. His gaze swept past the abandoned cars below, past the lifeless apartment building across the way, and finally fixed on a faded sign in the distance. Food Mart. It was a neighborhood supermarket, its red sign glaring harshly against the gray, desolate city backdrop. See that? Chen Mo asked without turning back. Lin Feng and Zhao Hao struggled to join him, following his gaze. A supermarket. Zhao Hao's Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed instinctively. Food. Cans, biscuits, chocolate, water. Just thinking of those words sent shivers through their nerve endings. Too far. Lin Feng's eyes were calm as he picked up the binoculars and looked. Straight line distance over 500 meters. We'd have to cross 2 main roads. By the time we run there it'll be too late. I didn't say we're going there. Chen Mo lowered the curtain. That's a death trap. But 50 meters beside the supermarket, see that small shop? Lin Feng raised the binoculars again, adjusting the focus. In the supermarket's massive shadow there was indeed an inconspicuous little storefront. Its sign had long fallen off, but from the posters on the glass door one could faintly make out it was a 24-hour convenience store. Clothes and a small Target. We need to go there, Chen Mo said, his voice devoid of emotion. All three of us. Zhao Hao's voice trembled. Just go down like this. What else? Wait for a miracle. Or for some blind zombie to deliver takeout. Lin Feng retorted, checking his air rifle as he spoke, carefully wiping down the last dozen lead pellets. Fear seemed so pale and powerless in the face of survival instinct. Lin Feng will go down. Haozi, you stay up here. Chen Mo began issuing orders. No way. Zhao Hao and Lin Feng shouted almost in unison. My arm is injured. Old Chen, you're just a tech nerd. What if something goes wrong? All three of us must go. Lin Feng's tone brooked no argument. Right, I can help. At least I can watch your backs. Zhao Hao straightened his back too. The transformation overnight had taught him to suppress fear. Chen Mo looked at them both. One was a one-armed shooter with bandages. The other was a pale-faced but stubborn-eyed medical student. All right. He didn't waste words, picking up the sketch map from the floor and spreading it out. The plan is simple. We take the fire escape, not the front door. Target is the convenience store. Grab only food and water, then return immediately. No lingering. His finger traced a line on the map. Lin Feng, you're on watch and long-range support. Haozi and I will rush in to get supplies. Remember, speed is key, keep it quiet. If we're discovered, follow my command, abort the mission and return the same way. Life is more precious than food. Got it. Got it. This was their first active raid for survival. The three reached the fire escape again. This time Lin Feng took the lead. He held his gun with one hand yet moved with agility. Chen Mo and Zhao Hao followed closely, descending silently. Jingle. Jingle bell. A faint bell sound suddenly rang out. What's that? Chen Mo stopped. Never mind, let's hurry down or the zombies will surround us. Lin Feng paused briefly before continuing downstairs. First floor, second floor. The same wanderers were still roaming the hallway. They were oblivious to the three slowly moving figures outside the window. Safe. Almost to the ground. Just as Chen Mo's foot was about to step onto the last step. Jingle. Jingle bell. The clear and eerie bell sound rang out again. This time it was much louder. Every hair on their bodies stood on end. Chen Mo quickly looked up. From the shadows of the stairwell corner a thin figure slowly poked its head out. It was a woman wearing normal clothes, but on her hand was a string of bell-like ornaments. With every movement the bells emitted a series of deathly chimes. Black saliva dripped from her gaping mouth. It wasn't attacking, it was simply drawn by the noise outside. But the bells on her hand had become a mobile broadcast station announcing the intruder's location to every infected being in the building. Roar! The wanderers in the hallway, previously aimlessly drifting, instantly turned their heads. Their murky eyes locked onto the three on the fire escape and they charged with roars. Damn it! Without a second thought Lin Feng raised his gun and fired. Pew! The lead pellet struck the female zombie's forehead with precision. The female zombie's body stiffened, then fell backward. But it was too late. The bell sound had already spread. From above, below, and all directions came the dense sound of footsteps and roars. Quick! Jump! Chen Mo didn't hesitate, leaping from the fire escape, which was over a man's height. Zhao Hao followed, stumbling slightly upon landing. Lin Feng was the last to jump. The moment he landed he rolled and raised his gun to aim. Bang! Bang! Two more shots precisely pierced the eyes of two wanderers charging from a first-floor window. But more infected were already pouring out of the apartment building's main entrance. They were fully awakened by the bells like sharks scenting blood. Run! Chen Mo grabbed Zhao Hao and began sprinting frantically toward the convenience store. There was no choice. Turning back was certain death. Ahead was their only chance. 50 meters. This short distance now felt as vast as a chasm. Their lungs burned like fire, every breath tasting of blood. Old Chen. Right side. Behind that car. Lin Feng's shout came from behind. Chen Mo instinctively pulled Zhao Hao behind him. A wanderer lurking behind an abandoned car suddenly lunged out, its sharp claws grazing Chen Mo's shoulder, tearing a strip of fabric. Bang! Lin Feng's bullet followed, instantly piercing the wanderer's head. The zombie horde behind them was getting closer. The roars and footsteps grew nearer. The convenience store's glass door was right before them. In their eyes that door was no longer ordinary glass. It was the gateway to paradise. Behind that door lay water, compressed biscuits, everything they needed to survive. Hunger had catalyzed their will to live to its utmost. Charge in. Chen Mo's eyes were bloodshot. He threw himself with all his remaining strength against the glass door. With a deafening crash, the glass door shattered into 1,000 pieces under Chen Mo's brutal charge. Shards of glass exploded inward, spraying across the store. Propelled by immense inertia, he tumbled twice across the floor before slamming into a collapsed shelf, finally coming to a halt. Drop the shutter. Ignoring the glass shards embedded in his body and the searing pain, Chen Mo roared at the two men following him inside. Lin Feng and Zhao Hao scrambled in after him. Lin Feng spun around, firing a single shot that blew the head off a wanderer lunging at their heels, then turned and braced himself against the door frame. Zhao Hao lunged for the red emergency button on the wall by the entrance. Get down now. He slammed his fist down with all his might. With a grating screech, the old rolling shutter began its slow, reluctant descent. Thud. 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 The horde outside had reached the door. Countless rotting arms thrust through the gap, clawing frantically, their nails scraping against the metal in a spine-chilling cacophony. Every inch the shutter descended was a monumental struggle. Hold the line. Lin Feng shouted, bracing his injured left arm against the frame while firing his pistol with his right, picking off heads that poked through the gap one by one. The lead bullets made a dull, muffled thumping sound in the cramped space. Finally, just before the horde could breach their defenses completely, the shutter slammed shut with a resounding clang. Damn it. Lin Feng slid down to sit against the cold metal door, gasping for air. He glanced at his empty magazine, then at the violently trembling shutter. So are we in a vault or a coffin here? No one answered. Chen Mo struggled to his feet, grabbed a bottle of water from a shelf, twisted off the cap and gulped down half of it, not caring as the water streamed down his neck. The cool liquid sliding down his parched throat was more exhilarating than any delicacy in the world. He tossed the remaining water to Zhao Hao. Zhao Hao caught it first, handed it to the pale-lipped Lin Feng, waited for him to take a couple of sips and then cautiously took a tiny sip himself. Their hunger and thirst were temporarily eased, but a greater sense of crisis loomed over the small convenience store. The shutter boomed with each impact as if it could be breached at any moment. Quit slacking. Move it. Find food, water, anything useful. Chen Mo's voice was hoarse, but his commands were clear. The three of them immediately sprang into action. The store was a mess. Shelves lay toppled and most of the merchandise was scattered on the floor, trampled into a pulp mixed with dust and an unknown black liquid. Over here. Compressed biscuits and canned goods. Zhao Hao discovered a stash on the bottom shelf of a relatively intact rack, quickly stuffing his find into his backpack. Chen Mo rummaged behind the counter, finding a large hiking backpack, a few packs of cigarettes and a lighter. He pocketed the cigarettes and began loading the food and water Zhao Hao had gathered into the backpack. Just then Lin Feng suddenly yelled, "Old Chen, look out behind you." Chen Mo turned. Several figures pinned under a fallen shelf were slowly beginning to stir. They wore store clerk uniforms. They were trapped, their arms flailing uselessly. Seeing they posed no threat, the trio ignored them to conserve their bullets. "How's get over here, we've got work to do." He leaned against a shelf and called out to Zhao Hao. Zhao Hao ran over and to their luck actually found a simple first aid kit in the counter drawer. "Take off your shirts, both of you." Zhao Hao opened the kit, pulled out antiseptic and gauze and pointed at Lin Feng and Chen Mo. The wound on Lin Feng's left arm had slightly reopened from the shooting. Chen Mo's back was crisscrossed with several cuts from the glass when he charged into the store, though they weren't deep. "Hey kid, you're getting pretty impressive these days, huh?" Lin Feng teased, but he obediently undid his bandages. Zhao Hao ignored him. He bowed his head, carefully picking out the glass fragments from Chen Mo's back with tweezers, then dipped a cotton ball in antiseptic and meticulously cleaned the wounds. His hands were impossibly steady. When the cold antiseptic touched his wounds, Chen Mo's muscles tensed in pain, but he didn't make a sound. After finishing with Chen Mo, Zhao Hao recleaned, medicated and bandaged Lin Feng's injury. His movements were focused and calm. The timid, tearful medical student was being reshaped into a true battlefield medic through the baptism of blood and fire. Done. Zhao Hao tied the final knot. "Remember, no more strenuous moves or not even a god can save you." Bang. 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 Outside the rolling shutter the pounding grew more intense, more frenzied. The entire iron door was shaking violently. These bastards are trying to tear the door down. Lin Feng's face was grim. This door won't last long. They were trapped. The front was an endless tide of corpses. They were like turtles in a jar. There has to be a back door. Chen Mo stood up and headed toward the rear of the store. Convenience stores always have a stockroom and a back door for deliveries. He pushed open a small door marked, staff only. Behind it was a cramped stockroom cluttered with cardboard boxes and debris. At the far end of the stockroom was indeed a small iron door, but it was completely blocked from the outside by a massive metal cabinet. Their escape route was sealed. Shit. Lin Feng kicked the cabinet, producing a dull thud. Despair descended once more. Chen Mo didn't give up. Using his phone's flashlight he meticulously searched the dim stockroom, leaving no corner unchecked. His hand brushed across the cold concrete floor. Suddenly his fingertips touched a cold recessed metal ring. He swept aside the trash and dust on the floor. A square trapdoor flush with the ground appeared before the three of them. A basement. Zhao Hao leaned in. Chen Mo grabbed the ring and pulled upward with force. With a creak the heavy iron plate lifted, revealing a pitch-black opening. A foul stench, a mixture of earth, rust and something rotting, erupted from the hole, forcing the three to stumble back. Boom. At that moment a deafening crash came from the front of the store. The rolling shutter was smashed inward, creating a huge dent. Several rotting hands thrust through the deformed gap, waving frantically. Their defense was about to collapse. No time. Chen Mo looked at the dark basement entrance, then listened to the approaching sounds of the zombies behind him. Jump. Without another moment's hesitation he leaped down first. Holy crap. Old Chen, were you a rabbit in a past life? You just jumped without thinking. Lin Feng cursed, then followed him down. Zhao Hao looked at the iron door about to be breached behind him, then at the unknown darkness below. Gritting his teeth he closed his eyes and took the plunge. The three landed on a patch of damp soft mud. The ground felt sticky underfoot, they couldn't tell what they were stepping on. Chen Mo immediately pulled the trapdoor shut and jammed an iron rod underneath to secure it. Turn on the lights. Chen Mo activated his phone's flashlight. A weak beam of light illuminated their surroundings. It seemed to be an abandoned wine cellar, the air damp and the walls covered in mold. But that wasn't the worst of it. At the edge of the light beam they saw a pair of eyes. Eyes that glowed with an eerie green light in the darkness. Then a second pair, a third pair. Deeper in the darkness pairs of green eyes lit up one after another. They silently watched these three uninvited guests. Darkness. The beam of a phone flashlight cut a gash through the thick gloom. At its end a pair of green eyes blinked. Then another pair beside it blinked. Then a third, a fourth. Deep in the darkness countless pairs of eerie green eyes flickered to life, an uncountable multitude. Holy shit. Lin Feng's Adam's apple bobbed. Zhao Hao held his breath in terror, instinctively shrinking behind Chen Mo. The stench, a foul blend of mold, earth and decay, churned his stomach, let alone the sight before him. Chen Mo remained silent, slowly sweeping the light across the creatures. In the beam their true forms were laid bare. Rats. But not ordinary rats. Each was the size of a small cat, their fur matted into hard clumps by filth and disease, with dagger-like yellow-black incisors bared from elongated snouts. Their eyes held no reason, only primal greed for flesh. A mutant rat swarm. Squeak. The nearest rat let out a piercing shriek and lunged at the source of the light, Chen Mo's face. You're asking for death. Lin Feng's reaction was blindingly fast. Without even raising his gun he flicked his wrist and the bone cleaver head retrieved flew from his hand, arcing through the air. Thud. The blade pierced clean through the mutant rat's abdomen, the momentum pinning it to the wooden wall behind. The rat's limbs twitched wildly, its green eyes fixed on them as it squealed in agony, black-red blood dripping from the blade onto the floor. The strike was brutal and precise, instantly cowing the restless swarm. Those green eyes flickered in the dark, warily watching the three intruders hesitating to advance. Move. Chen Mo picked up a fallen iron pipe, gripping it tightly, and uttered a single calm word. Back to back the three formed a makeshift triangle and began to cautiously edge deeper into the basement. Above, the crashing sounds from the convenience store had faded. But the darkness below stirred a more profound dread than the horde above. Just then. Rumble. A low sound echoed from the deeper darkness. The entire floor trembled slightly. The rat swarm which had been eyeing them instantly erupted into chaos. Ignoring the trio, they fled in all directions, squealing madly, some even darting past their feet in panic. In an instant the hundreds of green eyes vanished completely. Only the unlucky one pinned to the wall remained twitching weakly. What was that? Zhao Hao's face grew paler as he clutched Chen Mo's sleeve. Lin Feng pulled his cleaver from the wall, flicked off the blood and stared grimly toward the sound. No idea, but it's nothing good. Rumble, rumble. The sound came again, closer this time. The ground shook more violently, dust raining from above. Something massive seemed to be approaching through the dark. Forget it. Find another exit. Chen Mo decided instantly. This basement was far more than a simple wine cellar. Without hesitation they quickened their pace, running into the deep darkness. The flashlight beam swayed ahead, illuminating a narrow passage. The passage was lined with discarded barrels and debris. After about 100 feet it opened up. A crude staff break room appeared before them. A broken table, a few chairs and a collapsed metal cabinet. Zhao Hao's sharp eyes spotted several cans and a couple of walkie-talkies that had rolled out. Food. As if discovering a new world, he forgot the monster and rushed over, clutching the cans to his chest. They were cans of tuna. In their eyes that was a 3 Michelin-star feast. Chen Mo ignored the cans, instead picking up the walkie-talkies and handing them to Lin Feng and Zhao Hao. Then his attention was drawn to something on the wall. An old map of New York City marked with dense red lines and symbols in oil-based pen. He tore the map from the wall carefully, blew off the dust and spread it on the table under his phone's light. Lin Feng and Zhao Hao, clutching the cans, gathered around. This is... Chen Mo's finger pointed to a spot circled in red. Hunt's Point. Lin Feng stared at the map, his breathing growing heavy. He could almost see a steel beast under Chen Mo's control, crushing the horde and tearing across the wasteland. The mere thought was exhilarating. Lin Feng stabbed his cleaver into the table. We can't even get out of this hellhole yet. No sooner had he spoken. Boom! A deafening roar came from the direction they had come. The iron door they had barricaded at the basement entrance was blown off its hinges by a tremendous force. Then came the heavy sound of something dragging across the floor, moving toward them. Damn it. Find the exit. Lin Feng grabbed his cleaver, staring at the passage entrance. Chen Mo's eyes raced across the old map. His finger stopped at a corner. On the map their location was marked as a maintenance passage with an arrow at its end pointing to a square marker. Next to the marker were 2 words, warehouse. This way. Chen Mo rolled up the map and stuffed it into his jacket, then ran toward the other end of the break room. There an iron door was blocked by debris and a rusty toolbox. An exit. Quick! Get it open! Chen Mo roared. Rumble. Rumble. The dragging sound grew nearer, the ground shaking as if in an earthquake. An intense stench of decay mixed with something acidic seeped from the passage. The 3 scrambled to move the debris. Rusty parts, heavy tools, each felt like a mountain. Their adrenaline-peaked veins bulging on their arms as they strained with all their might. Get back! Lin Feng, eyes bloodshot, grabbed a discarded oxygen tank and slammed it with all his strength into the toolbox, blocking the door. Clang! The toolbox shifted slightly, revealing the lock. But the door was bolted from the outside. Fuck! Lin Feng kicked the door in fury. Old Chen! The crowbar! Chen Mo handed him the crowbar. Lin Feng wedged its sharp end into the door gap, bracing his arm and shoulder against the other end. Open the fuck up. Every muscle in his body bulged, the wound on his left arm reopening slightly, but he felt nothing. Crack, snap. The old lock under sheer brute force gave way with a sharp sound, snapped clean off. The door swung open. The moment it did, behind them at the break room's entrance, a colossal, indescribable shadow completely blocked the passage. It had no eyes, its head was a massive layered mouth like a chrysanthemum lined with shark-like teeth. Its body resembled a bloated giant worm covered in tumorous lumps, dragging a slime-coated form across the floor. Its maw opened, unleashing a deafening roar. Go! The 3 scrambled through the iron door, then heaved a massive iron cabinet to block it. Boom! The beast slammed into the door, the entire panel bulging inward in a terrifying arc, screws flying off the frame. The shockwave sent them stumbling backward. They burst into a vast abandoned warehouse. The warehouse was packed with containers and goods. Pale daylight streamed through broken windows high in the vaulted ceiling, illuminating the dancing dust in the air. Behind them the beasts' frantic pounding and roars. Before them this immense warehouse. They were safe for now. But they had entered an even larger cage. Chen Mo leaned against a cold container, gasping for breath. He glanced back at the still deforming iron door, then at the endless expanse of the warehouse. His face held no relief, only a cold gravity. Looks like our Noah's Ark needs to get started ahead of schedule. Boom. 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 With each impact the terrifying bulge on the door grew larger and the screws securing the door frame were blasted off one by one. This door won't hold for more than a few minutes, Lin Feng said, staring at the iron door that was disintegrating. The brute force he had exerted while picking the lock had nearly drained all his strength. Now the wound on his left arm had split open again, blood seeping through the thick bandages and dripping onto the ground drop by drop. Zhao Hao leaned against the wall, retching violently. The image of that giant worm-like monster, its mouth gaping open like a chrysanthemum, had become a nightmare he couldn't shake from his mind. Stop looking. Chen Mo's voice instantly calmed the tense atmosphere. He leaned against a massive shipping container, his chest heaving heavily. Fear won't solve anything right now. It will only get us killed faster. Chen Mo lifted his head, his gaze sweeping across the vast warehouse. This is our first arsenal. His eyes fell on Lin Feng's air gun. How's check Lin Feng's wound and take inventory of the supplies. Lin Feng, stand guard. Give me 20 minutes. With that, Chen Mo ignored the other two and charged into the depths of the warehouse where piles of discarded mechanical parts were stacked like a mountain. Zhao Hao snapped back to reality, immediately tearing open Lin Feng's bandages. Seeing the wound that had split open again, he furrowed his brow. Don't move. If you keep this up and it opens a few more times, you'll lose that arm. He pulled a few dusty cans of tuna from his backpack, ones they had taken from the convenience store earlier, pried one open with a crowbar and shoved it into Lin Feng's hands. Eat. You need to regain your strength. Now. The usually gentle medical student spoke with a commanding authority. Lin Feng looked at the can in his hands, then at Chen Mo, who was frantically rummaging through the pile of junk in the distance. He grinned and began to gulp down the food. On the other side of the warehouse, Chen Mo was like a madman sifting through a heap of rusty metal scraps. A fanatical light gleamed in his eyes. A gyroscope salvaged from a discarded cutting machine, a high-strength alloy support rod, a hydraulic buffer from a scrapped forklift, and several sections of seamless steel pipes of different calibers. He dragged these treasures to an empty space. Old Chen, are you planning to build a Gundam on the spot? Lin Feng finished his can and approached curiously. Chen Mo ignored him, picking up the alloy support rod and a salvaged angle grinder, sending sparks flying as he began cutting. The piercing noise echoed through the empty warehouse, somehow drowning out the pounding of the beast outside the door. Zhao Hao had finished dressing his wounds and watched Chen Mo's movements nervously. He had no idea what Chen Mo was doing, but he could sense something entirely new taking shape in his hands. Cutting, grinding, drilling, assembling. Chen Mo's movements were focused and precise. 10 minutes later he stopped and laid out a pile of oddly shaped parts in front of Lin Feng. Give me the gun. Lin Feng handed over the air gun. Chen Mo took it and, as if disassembling a toy, broke it down into its components with lightning speed. Then he began combining those freshly machined industrial parts with the original components of the air gun in an almost unbelievable way. The gyroscope from the cutting machine became the new stock. The hydraulic buffer from the forklift was cleverly attached beneath the barrel, creating a simple yet effective recoil dampener. Most incredibly, he used several sections of steel pipes of different diameters to fashion a makeshift magazine-fed system on the spot, transforming the originally single-shot air gun into a semi-automatic rifle capable of holding 10 lead pellets. Click. As the final part clicked perfectly into place, Chen Mo tossed the modified gun back to Lin Feng. Lin Feng fumbled to catch it. The gun felt heavier. The once slender air gun now exuded a brutal industrial punk aesthetic. Holy shit. Lin Feng stroked the cold metal body, feeling its satisfying weight and perfect balance, and couldn't help but swear. Old Chen, you're a fucking genius. No, Chen Mo said, picking up a few discarded steel plates from the floor. I'm just a guy who knows how to use trash. He pointed at the plates. How's he come help me? Tie these onto our bodies, especially the chest and back. This is our makeshift body armor. Boom. Just then the battered iron door, after one final frenzied charge from the beast, collapsed with a thunderous crash. Shards of metal flew into the warehouse like shrapnel. The massive worm-like monster, its body slick with slime, blocked the doorway. Its chrysanthemum-like maw gaped open, unleashing a deafening roar. A stinking foul wind blasted in their faces. Lin Feng. Chen Mo's voice was terrifyingly calm. On it. Lin Feng raised his new weapon without a moment's hesitation and pulled the trigger at the beast. Bang. 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 The sound was completely different from the dull thuds before. The modified air gun produced a heavy, powerful report. With the aid of the hydraulic system, the 10 lead pellets formed a steady, deadly barrage, all slamming into the beast's gaping mouth. Roar! The beast let out an agonized scream, its colossal body writhing wildly as it spewed torrents of dark green corrosive liquid from its mouth. It hadn't expected these tiny, insignificant bugs to inflict such grievous wounds. It abandoned its attack, its massive form slowly retreating from the warehouse and vanishing into the dark tunnel. The immediate threat was over. Zhao Hao stared dumbfounded at the gun in Lin Feng's hand, then at Chen Mo, his mouth hanging wide open. We drove it away. We didn't drive it away, Chen Mo said, his expression still grim. We hurt it. It'll be back. We need to leave. He walked over to a large rolling shutter door and pulled the manual chain beside it. Grrrr. The rusty shutter door slowly rose, letting in the pale, sterile daylight. Outside lay an abandoned industrial zone. Towering chimneys, rusted pipes, collapsed factories. Same drill I take point. Lin Feng brings up the rear, Hao Zi stays in the middle. Chen Mo led the two out of the warehouse. Just as they were about to leave the shadow of the warehouse, Chen Mo suddenly stopped and crouched down. On the muddy ground by the entrance there was a pile of campfire ashes that hadn't fully burned out. Scattered beside the ashes were a few bones gnawed clean and some simple roadblocks made of wire. Signs of human activity. And recent ones at that. Lin Feng raised his gun, scanning the surrounding derelict buildings warily. See that, Hao Zi? Lin Feng's voice was low. In this godforsaken place sometimes a campfire is more dangerous than a monster. Zhao Hao nodded nervously, instinctively tightening the steel plates tied to his body. The sky was growing darker. Night slowly enveloped this graveyard of steel. From afar various sounds began to emerge. The howls of the infected, the shrieks of unknown creatures, and the mournful wail of wind blowing through the ruined buildings. We can't stay out here overnight. Chen Mo pointed to a relatively intact 3-story building not far away. Well, head there. Tonight we'll hole up there. The three quickened their pace, weaving through the labyrinth of abandoned pipes and machinery wreckage, creeping toward the small building. The night deepened. It felt as if countless eyes were watching them from the darkness. When they finally reached the building and were about to climb in through a broken window. On the second floor behind one of the windows a faint spark of light flickered once and then quickly died out. As if someone had lit a cigarette there. Sure. Lin Feng instinctively pulled the two back into the shadows of the corner, raising his modified air rifle silently, its muzzle aimed at the window that had just flickered with firelight. 3 hearts leaped into their throats. Someone. A living person. This thought brought a chill far more piercing than the giant beast at the warehouse entrance. In this graveyard of steel, living people often signified plunder, betrayal, and death. They had just witnessed how for a few cans of food the living would smash the skulls of their own kind without hesitation. What do we do? Zhao Hao's voice was barely a whisper. Chen Mo did not answer. He simply stared at the window, his mind racing. Should they go in? Gamble that the other party was friendly? Or walk into a trap and become their prey? The firelight behind the window lasted only a few seconds, as if someone had lit a cigarette, then swiftly extinguished, leaving no further movement. That darkness was filled with the unknown and malice. Let's go. Chen Mo uttered a single word calmly. He wouldn't gamble. In the apocalypse, entrusting one's life to another was the pinnacle of folly. Without a moment's hesitation the three retreated swiftly, slipping back into the abandoned mechanical maze as silently as shadows. They eventually chose a half-collapsed boiler room as their temporary sanctuary. It was far more dilapidated than the small building, with wind seeping through every crack, but it boasted a complex structure with ample hiding spots and escape routes. Bang! Chen Mo wedged a steel bar firmly against the only intact iron door. They were safe. For now. The three leaned against the icy boiler wall, none speaking. The night had deepened. The industrial district was not quiet. From afar came the sporadic roars of infected and the sharp cries of unknown creatures. These sounds mingled incessantly, hammering their taut nerves. Zhao Hao hugged his knees, his face pale. He felt that amidst the gaps in the noise he could hear other sounds. A woman's sobbing. An infant's wailing. And the gurgling of that giant worm monster's chrysanthemum-like maw scraping the ground. "Do you hear that?" he couldn't help but ask. "Hear what?" "The wind." Lin Feng asked without looking up, warily wiping his bone cleaver. "No. It's crying." "How's you're too tense?" Chen Mo opened his eyes, took out a can of tuna from his backpack, deftly pried it open with the flat end of a crowbar and handed it over. "Eat something then sleep. You and I take the first watch, Lin Feng the second." Zhao Hao took the can. He knew it might be an auditory hallucination. It was a ghost conjured in his mind by extreme fatigue and fear. He gulped down the cold fish. It didn't taste good, but the warmth from the food genuinely dispelled some of the chill in his body. That night no one slept soundly. The next morning, when the first ray of light streamed through the hole in the boiler room roof, Chen Mo was already on his feet. 2 black streaks of dust marked his face, his eyes bloodshot, but his mind was exceptionally clear. "Let's move." They traveled along the city's edge, weaving through ruins and debris. Finally, when the sun was directly overhead, they reached their destination, the outskirts of the Hunts Point Food Wholesale Market. The sight before them made all three gasp. On the wide approach road, abandoned vehicles were jammed together, trucks, vans, cars, like solidified molten iron, completely blocking the way. And in the gaps between these steel coffins were countless wanderers. They swayed and crowded aimlessly, stretching as far as the eye could see. Occasionally a few special variants noticeably larger than ordinary infected would bulldoze through the horde, causing a stir. "Holy crap." Lin Feng raised his modified gun, peering through the scope at this apocalyptic scene, and couldn't help cursing. This is busier than a train station during Spring Festival. Trying to get in through the front is no different from jumping into a meat grinder. "Who said we're taking the front door?" Chen Mo pulled out his precious map from his pocket and spread it on the ground. His finger pointed to the side of the market, a storage area stacked with countless shipping containers. "We go in here. The container maze is natural cover. There are many of them, but they are scattered and the view is blocked." His finger then moved to a tall structure marked on the map in the distance. "That's an abandoned water tower. Lin Feng, your position." Finally his finger traced a winding route across the entire market on the map, ending at the heavy vehicle parking area marked on it. "Housie and I will infiltrate through the container maze. You go up the water tower and be our eyes, eliminating threats at key positions. We'll communicate via walkie-talkie." The plan was simple, crude, but effective. "Roger that." Lin Feng grinned, patting his gun. "You'll hit whatever you point at." The operation began immediately. Lin Feng quickly broke away and crept towards the distant water tower. Chen Mo and Zhao Hao exchanged a glance, then plunged into the vast maze of iron boxes. Once inside the container area, the outside clamor was mostly muffled. The towering boxes cast huge shadows, dividing the space into countless narrow, oppressive corridors. The air was thick with a mix of rust and something rotting. The two moved back to back, Chen Mo leading with his crowbar, Zhao Hao following with a steel pipe, advancing cautiously. "Left front 30 meters around the corner 1. Lin Feng's calm voice came through the earpiece. Chen Mo gestured and they pressed against the container wall, stopping. A few seconds later. Bang. A muffled gunshot echoed from the distant water tower. The sound reverberated among the containers, sounding somewhat distorted. Then Lin Feng's voice, "Done. Move on." The two immediately continued. This was their method of infiltration. 10 o'clock behind the shelf 2. Bang. Bang. Done. Ahead passage clear. Copy. Guided by Lin Feng, they navigated most of the maze without incident. Just as they thought it would remain smooth sailing. "Wait." Lin Feng's voice suddenly turned grave in the earpiece. "Old Chen, stop. Something's wrong ahead." Chen Mo and Zhao Hao halted instantly, ducking behind a container corner. "What's up?" "The passage ahead. It's full. At least 20 or 30. Blocking the path." Chen Mo frowned. It was a necessary route flanked by containers over 10 meters high, impossible to bypass. "Can you clear them?" "No. Lin Feng immediately rejected, too far too dense a target. I can take out maybe 5 or 6 but the rest might get spooked and you'll be trapped in there. Chen Mo's gaze swept the surroundings rapidly. Nearby a container door was ajar with spray-painted words, dangerous goods flammable. His eyes lit up instantly. Lin Feng, follow my lead. Chen Mo's voice was extremely low, see this container next to me. In 30 seconds fire a shot at the latch on the upper right corner of the door. What are you going to do? Don't ask, just do it. With that Chen Mo pulled out the lighter head taken from the convenience store and picked up a greasy rag tying it to one end of the crowbar. A makeshift torch. How's he get back? He glanced at his watch and began the countdown. 10, 9, 8. He lit the torch. The flame roared to life, illuminating his soot-blackened face, his eyes blazing with a startling light. 3, 2, 1. Bang. A gunshot rang out in the distance. The bullet struck the rusted latch precisely, the immense force bursting the ajar door wide open. Whoosh! A pungent acrid chemical odor surged from the container. Without a moment's hesitation Chen Mo hurled the torch inside. The next second, fire met highly volatile flammable gas. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted from within the container. A terrifying dragon of fire mingled with twisted metal shards blasted out of the opening, instantly engulfing the entire passage. The dozens of wanderers crowded in the passage didn't even have time to scream before they were charred by this sudden hellfire. The violent shockwave from the explosion hurled Chen Mo and Zhao Hao backward, slamming them into the containers behind. Cough! Cough! Chen Mo was choked into tears, his ears ringing. Damn! Old Chen, you're a genius! Lin Feng's shout mixed with shock and excitement came through the earpiece. Go! Chen Mo pulled the dazed Zhao Hao up and charged through the still-burning passage, braving the scorching heat. Through the sea of fire. The space opened up ahead. A huge open-air parking lot filled with all kinds of heavy trucks lay before them. 18-wheel Peterbilt's, long-nose Kenworth's, flat-nose Freightliners. These kings of the road that once roamed the North American continent now awaited new masters. Chen Mo's breathing quickened. His gaze swept over every truck. He saw it. He saw the mobile steel fortress that carried all their hopes. Their Noah's Ark. But at that moment Zhao Hao tugged at his sleeve, pointing to the very center of the parking lot, his voice trembling. Chen. Brother Chen. Look there. Chen Mo's gaze followed his pointing finger. There in the center of the parking lot beside the largest, most intact-looking 18-wheeler crouched a massive figure. It stood a full 3 meters tall, its body a mass of bulging muscles, its skin a rocky ashen gray. It had its back to them, using 2 hands the size of car tires to tear apart the corpse of an ordinary infected, stuffing large chunks of flesh into its mouth with a dull grinding sound. The three's hearts sank to the depths. To get that truck they had to kill it. Lin Feng's bullets might work on ordinary infected, but against a thick-skinned monster like this there'd be no more effective than tickling. Chen Mo stared at the heavy truck, so close yet so far. He said softly, as if announcing to himself and his companions. That's the one. Our Noah's Ark. In the parking lot the massive special zombie stood with its back to them. Chen Mo had named it the Russia. Behind it was the 18-wheel Peterbilt heavy truck. Is this thing the Hulk on steroids? Lin Feng's voice crackled through the earpiece. Old Chen, my crappy gun isn't even fit to give it a paper cut. Zhao Hao gripped the steel pipe in his hands tightly. This vast parking lot had become their arena. Chen Mo's gaze wasn't fixed on the monster but on the heavy truck beside it, his eyes burning with an almost obsessive fervor. Lin Feng, listen up. Chen Mo's voice dropped low. Get back to the water tower, your position. Aim for the head if you can, if not go for its joints, knees, ankles, anything that'll slow it down. Give me maximum suppressive fire. How's you're with me? Well, be the bait. Are you insane? Zhao Hao exclaimed. I'm not insane. Chen Mo turned his head. If you want meat you risk getting bit. We have no choice. He glanced at Lin Feng. Old Lin, our lives are in your hands. There was a moment of silence on the earpiece, followed by Lin Feng's crisp, decisive voice. Don't worry, if I can pop its head, I'll pop its balls. Leave it to me. Lin Feng's figure quickly vanished into the shadows of the shipping containers. Chen Mo picked up 2 half-meter-long steel rebars from the ground and handed one to Zhao Hao. Scared? Zhao Hao looked at Chen Mo at his face smudged black with soot at his bright clear eyes and nodded firmly. Yeah. He paused, tightening his grip on the rebar. But I want to live even more. Chen Mo smiled. Good. Remember, don't go head to head with it. Our job is to lead it in circles and create an opening for Lin Feng. Got it. Got it. The plan was simple. But it was their only solution. Bang. A gunshot rang out from the distant water tower. A lead bullet struck the Russia's right knee joint with precision. The bullet ricocheted off its tough hide, leaving only a faint white mark. But the provocation worked. The Russia stopped feeding and slowly turned around. When its face covered in scars and tumors turned toward them, Zhao Hao felt his heart stop. Those weren't eyes. They were two hollow sockets deep in its eye pits, burning with blood-red pits of savagery and madness. Roar! The Russia let out an earth-shaking roar. The sound wave kicked up dust from the ground, forming a visible current of air. It moved. Its massive body charged forward at a speed that defied its size. Run! Chen Mo roared, grabbing Zhao Hao and turning to flee. Boom! 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 The Russia was like an out-of-control heavy tank. All the abandoned cars and shelves in its path were like paper easily crushed into twisted piles of scrap metal. The ground trembled violently. Just then a pickup truck sent flying spun through the air and came crashing down toward them. Old Chen. Left. Lin Feng's roar came through the earpiece. Without a second thought, Chen Mo used all his strength to shove Zhao Hao to the left. The two of them tumbled awkwardly into the gap between a row of containers. Crash! The pickup truck slammed into the ground a mere hair's breadth behind their backs and crumpled into a heap of scrap. Zhao Hao looked up, still shaken, but saw Chen Mo's gaze fixed on a massive tie-mounted crane nearby, its tall boom towering. Several thick steel cables and chains hung from the crane's hook. Lin Feng. Lower it toward the crane. Roger that. Bang. Bang bang. From the water tower, Lin Feng started firing wildly at the Russia's other leg. The bullets couldn't inflict real damage, but the constant harassment successfully enraged it. It abandoned its pursuit of Chen Mo and Zhao Hao, roaring as it turned and charged toward the water tower. Opportunity. Hao Zi. Follow me. Chen Mo leaped up from the ground, sprinting toward the crane. He scrambled into the cab using both hands and feet. Zhao Hao followed close behind. Left. That red hydraulic master switch. Pull it down. Chen Mo's voice was urgent and clear. Zhao Hao lunged over, using every ounce of his strength to wrench the rusted switch down. Vroom, the old engine let out a groan, then miraculously started. Lin Feng. Jump. Now. Chen Mo roared into the radio. He slammed the control lever forward. Creak, creak, the crane's boom began to turn slowly. The chains on the hook swung down, aiming to ensnare the charging Russia. Beast. Taste my palm strike from the heavens. Lin Feng quickly descended the ladder from the water tower. Halfway down, he fired 2 more shots at the Russia's back, then dropped swiftly and landed steadily. Thoroughly enraged, the Russia tried to turn, but the heavy chains had already fallen from above, tightly entangling its upper body and arms. Roar! Trapped by the sudden restraint, the Russia's massive body thrashed wildly. The chains were pulled taut, groaning as if they might snap at any moment. It was trapped. Now. Chen Mo shouted. Coming through. Lin Feng roared, dropping to one knee. He braced the stock of his modified gun firmly against his shoulder, aiming the muzzle at the relatively soft area exposed under the Russia's armpit as it struggled. Die, you bastard! Bang! 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 In one breath he emptied the entire magazine of lead bullets. Every bullet drilled precisely into the same spot. Schlurp! A gash was finally torn into the Russia's rock-hard hide. Dark green blood gushed from the wound. The excruciating pain made it unleash a roar more piercing than any before. Lin Feng. Watch out. It's going to break free. From the crane's cab, Chen Mo watched the tightening chains and shouted a warning. Before the words faded. Snap. A deafening crack. One of the thickest chains under the Russia's absolute strength was violently torn apart. The final kill was upon them. Dragging the broken chains, the Russia's gaze locked onto Lin Feng not far away, and it launched an even fiercer charge. Lin Feng. Dodge. Chen Mo jumped out of the cab, grabbed an iron pipe and banged it against a nearby container. Clang! Clang! The piercing noise successfully drew the rusher's attention. Hey! Big guy! Your grandpa's over here. The rusher changed direction and lunged at Chen Mo. Its massive mouth filled with jagged teeth was inches away. The stench-laden wind blasted his face. This was the opening. Lin Feng circled around behind it, loading the most carefully hidden special lead bullet into the chamber. It was a bullet he had carved with a cross-shaped pattern using his knife tip. He aimed at the protruding spine at the base of the rusher's skull. Goodbye, beast. Bang. The bullet left the barrel. It pierced precisely through the gap in the rusher's thick muscles. Thud, the moment this special bullet entered the body, it tumbled, deformed and exploded due to the cross-shaped carving. The rusher's massive frame stiffened. Its charging momentum halted abruptly and its huge inertia made it stagger forward a few steps. Then it slowly sank to its knees. Finally, with a thunderous crash, it slammed heavily onto the ground. It moved no more. Lin Feng finished it off with several shots to the head which burst open and it was completely lifeless. Pant, pant, pant. Chen Mo, Lin Feng and Zhao Hao all collapsed to the ground, simultaneously gasping for air. Lin Feng's left arm was completely numb. Zhao Hao's legs were still trembling uncontrollably. A gash from a flying piece of shrapnel on Chen Mo's right arm was bleeding profusely from when he had lured the monster. But they had survived. Smiles of relief after the ordeal appeared on all their faces. Damn, we just took down a boss. Lin Feng panted, grinning. Zhao Hao crawled over trembling, pulled out a first aid kit from his backpack and started treating Chen Mo's wound. But Chen Mo waved his hand, supporting himself on the ground with his left arm, and stood up shakily. Dragging his injured body, he walked step by step toward the Peterbilt heavy truck stained with the monster's filth. His eyes saw nothing else. He pulled open the door and climbed into the high driver's seat. A mix of diesel and leather filled his nostrils. It smelled better than any perfume. His hand brushed over the steering wheel, over the dashboard, and finally stopped on the object hanging in the keyhole. The truck key. It was still there. Chen Mo finally smiled. He turned the key with a firm twist. Click, click. The engine didn't respond. Lin Feng and Zhao Hao's hearts leaped into their throats. Chen Mo got out, opened the massive hood, and with a single glance found the problem: a dead battery and air in the fuel lines. He retrieved a toolbox from the truck and found a usable battery in a wrecked cargo truck nearby to connect. He bled the fuel lines and checked the fuel. Half an hour later, he sat back in the driver's seat. Meeting Lin Feng and Zhao Hao's tense, expectant gazes, he turned the key again. Cough, cough, sputter. The engine shuddered violently a few times. Then suddenly, roar, vroom, vroom. The sleeping steel giant had awakened. The massive diesel engine let out a deafening roar. Their Noah's Ark had set sail. Boom, whum, whum. A thunderous engine roar shattered the deathly silence above this desolate steel graveyard, driving away the shadow of mortality. What a magnificent sound! Lin Feng lay sprawled on the ground, enraptured by its mighty resonance. Zhao Hao supported Chen Mo, whose clothes were stained crimson with blood, too overwhelmed to speak. Only Chen Mo's gaze held no exultation. His fingers traced the steering wheel, absorbing every tremor transmitted from the engine. Exteriorly it appears new, but the fuel is nearly depleted, the battery is jury-rigged, the tires show signs of aging, and the brake fluid requires replacement. This is unmistakably a heavily used heavy-duty truck. We must make it wholly ours. Chen Mo cut the engine and leapt down from the driver's seat. The roar ceased abruptly, silence rushed back like a tide. How? Lin Feng rose to his feet and brushed dust from his clothes. Chen Mo's gaze swept across the mangled wreck surrounding them, the scattered steel plates, the crumpled shipping containers. This is our parts depot. His eyes returned to the Peterbilt heavy-duty truck. Let us forge it into a mobile fortress. In the days that followed, Hunts Point, a wasteland once deemed lifeless, transformed into their most fervent construction site. Chen Mo became chief engineer. Using a salvaged forklift bucket and thickened steel beams, he welded a grotesquely angular triangular ram onto the truck's front grille. Its design embodied raw, unrefined violence, an aesthetic both brutal and mesmerizing, as though capable of crushing all before it. Whoa! Old Chen, you're fitting it with an iron codpiece. Lin Feng, grinding a thick steel plate with an angle grinder, watched the ram grow ever more imposing, murmuring in awe. Sparks erupted like crimson stars, illuminating his flushed, exhilarated face. The shriek of metal cutting and the sharp sizzle of welding arcs became the region's dominant symphony. Chen Mo ignored him. Stripping off his shirt, he revealed a compact, sinewy torso. He climbed atop the cab and affixed crude supplementary armor, cut from shipping container panels, to its roof and flanks. He reinforced the windows with dense steel grills. From the outside, the vehicle was no longer mere transport, it had become a steel porcupine, coiled and ready to strike. The best defense is denying the enemy even the chance to approach. Lin Feng handed Chen Mo the polished steel plate, voicing his creed. No, Chen Mo replied without looking up, taking the plate and beginning to weld. The best defense is ensuring that even if they reach you, they cannot bite through you. Zhao Hao assumed the roles of logistics director and chief steward. The massive trailer compartment became his sovereign domain. He spent an entire day clearing out the rotting, spoiled food remnants inside, then scrubbed the interior and exterior repeatedly with a high-pressure water jet. When the clean bare metal gleamed beneath the light, Zhao Hao collapsed onto the floor, utterly exhausted, yet smiling with quiet satisfaction. With chalk he marked functional zones across the pristine floor. Here will be Lin Feng's and my sleeping quarters, 2 bunk beds. You'll sleep in the cab, Chen Mo, so you can drive at a moment's notice. This section is storage, food, water, ammunition, categorized and secured. And here. His finger tapped a corner deep within the trailer. The medical bay. An operating table, a pharmaceutical cabinet, sterility must be maintained. The once timid medical student now mapping out their mobile sanctuary radiated professional rigor and quiet authority. The cacophony of modification inevitably drew trouble. Stray wanderers lured by the colossal din shambled forth from every crevice of the market. Lin Feng wielded a cleaver, methodically eliminating each encroaching threat. Like a cold, implacable reaper, he marked each trespasser for oblivion. Slaughter became the grim rhythm sustaining progress. On the 4th day the transformation began to take shape. Beneath the setting sun the Peterbilt stood utterly reborn. Its body was sheathed in mismatched armored plates, like a battle-scarred suit of iron. Its ram gleamed with a cruel glacial luster. Even atop the cab, Chen Mo had welded a rudimentary observation tower from steel pipes, the exclusive throne of Lin Feng. The entire vehicle exuded a savage primal aura, yet one imbued with profound hard-won security. The three gathered around a crackling campfire, eating military-grade canned rations Zhao Hao had unearthed from a sealed warehouse, beef and potatoes steaming warmly. It was the most peaceful, most dignified meal they'd shared since the zombie apocalypse erupted. We need to name it, Zhao Hao said, sipping hot broth as he gazed upon the steel leviathan before them. How about the Lin Feng Express? Sounds fierce. Lin Feng puffed his chest proudly. Chen Mo glanced at him, said nothing, and simply tossed another log into the fire. Too provincial, Zhao Hao shook his head. His eyes drifted past the vehicle toward the distant, darkness-shrouded western continent. It carries all our hope, our vessel to cross this land of death and reach the legendary safe zone. It is our soul ship in the apocalypse. Zhao Hao's eyes ignited with sudden brilliance. Noah's Ark. Let us call it Noah's Ark. Lin Feng froze mid-chew. Chen Mo's hand stilled over the firewood. Noah's Ark. Lin Feng swallowed the beef and muttered, kinda cliché, but undeniably thrilling. Chen Mo remained silent. Rising, he walked to the truck's prow and traced 4 letters onto the dusty steel with his finger. N. O. A. H. Noah's Ark. Their home. Their ship. Board up. Chen Mo pulled open the door and settled into the driver's seat. Lin Feng and Zhao Hao exchanged a glance, then scrambled aboard, brimming with excitement. The cab was spacious and immaculate, tidied meticulously by Zhao Hao, even bearing inexplicably an air freshener perched on the dashboard. Chen Mo turned the key once more. Boom, whum, whum. The steel behemoth roared anew, deeper, steadier thrumming with immense, undeniable power. Chen Mo engaged gear and released the clutch. Clunk. The Dozensoftens behemoth surged forward smoothly. He guided the Ark slowly in wide circles across the empty parking lot. Feeling the weighty resistance in the steering wheel, hearing the engine's heartbeat like thunder, each man was enveloped by an unprecedented sense of mastery and safety. Brace yourselves. Chen Mo stomped the accelerator, angling the wheel toward a row of wrecked sedans ahead. Whum. The engine screamed. Noah's Ark accelerated, full force. Its ram plunged into the tangled wreckage. Crunch, shatter. Annihilation. Those cars shattered like children's toys, flung aside, torn apart, flattened beneath the Ark's unstoppable advance. Twisted metal and splintered glass whirled past the windows, while inside the cab the trio felt only a faint tremor, unharmed and unscathed. Holy shit. Holy shit. Lin Feng's face burned crimson as he punched the air. Incredible. Absolutely fucking incredible. Noah's Ark burst from the rubble and halted triumphantly at the center of the lot. Fresh scars adorned its hull, yet only heightened its ferocity. The three basked in overwhelming joy and exhilaration. With it, Alaska, and East Mega downtown, were no longer distant dreams. Yet Chen Mo's smile froze the next instant. His gaze shifted from the road ahead to the instrument panel. The fuel gauge's red needle, shaken loose by that wild sprint, wobbled precariously into the final red zone. Fuel was nearly exhausted. His eyes then fell upon the map spread across the dashboard, a vast chart spanning the entire North American continent. New York to Alaska. A single blood-red line stretching thousands of kilometers. The Ark was built. But the blood sustaining its voyage had run dry. I knew this would happen. I found no surplus fuel. So. Chen Mo's fingertip pressed down on New York, the map's origin point. Then slid westward, across the continent, to Alaska, the terminus. On the map the distance spanned barely a palm's breadth. In reality it was an uncrossable chasm. Hey Chen, shouldn't we hit a gun shop first? There must be dozens in New York. Gun shops likely entered within hours of the outbreak. More critically, approaching one invites armed conflict and attacks by marauders. Right now we possess only a single air rifle, and Noah's Ark has no fuel. Without fuel we go nowhere. So our first destination is a gas station. Night descended upon New York once more. Inside the massive trailer of Noah's Ark, an emergency lamp powered by a car battery cast a pale ghostly light. This had become their temporary operations command. Zhao Hao crouched on the floor meticulously counting their entire belongings. Food, mainly military rations and compressed biscuits. By standard rationing, enough for over 20 days. Drinking water, if we conserve, can last over a month. Medication, I've sorted it: antibiotics, disinfectant, gauze. Enough for 3 serious injuries or about 10 minor ones. With each word he spoke the atmosphere grew heavier. Lin Feng leaned against the trailer wall, methodically wiping his modified air gun with a rag. Ammunition, he asked without looking up. Zhao Hao glanced at him. 33 regular lead pellets. And that precious cross-shaped expanding round of yours. 1. Lin Feng paused. 33 rounds. To traverse the entire North American continent, that was barely a drop in the bucket. First we go to the gas station for fuel, then to the gun store for ammunition and weapons, Chen Mo stated calmly. Finally Zhao Hao's gaze landed on a small red fuel can. Most repair parts are already on the truck. Leftovers are scarce. As for the most crucial fuel, he patted the can. Including what's left in the tank. Maybe enough for 30 kilometers. A deathly silence fell over the trailer. Chen Mo stood up and walked to the map. The map spanning the entire North American continent was neatly taped to the inner wall of the trailer. His finger pressed heavily on the map, marking their current location, New York. Our journey is from this point to the next. His finger moved across the map, landing on a gas station icon circled in red a few kilometers away. Then to the next point. His finger moved again, landing on a building marked as a gun store. Then the next. His finger pointed to a small hardware warehouse. Our journey isn't a line. It's leaping from one island to another in this sea of death. Gas stations, gun stores, hospitals, warehouses. These are our islands. What we must do is not swim across in one go. It's to capture every island we need, scavenge everything useful, replenish supplies, upgrade our ship, and then move to the next island. So what's our first island? Lin Feng stood up, his eyes sharp again. Chen Mo's finger pointed to the gas station. Bruckner Expressway, exit 3, Shell gas station. About 5 kilometers from here. That's where we'll get the fuel we need to move forward. Final preparations proceeded in tense but orderly fashion. Lin Feng wrapped all his bullets in oilcloth and kept them close to his body. He also sharpened the cleaver until it gleamed with a cold light. Zhao Hao categorized all the medicine into several first aid kits, ensuring he could grab what was needed instantly in any situation. In the final moments, Chen Mo installed several high-power floodlights salvaged from scrapped cars onto Noah's Ark and tuned an old vehicle-mounted shortwave radio. Though the radio picked up nothing but static. Before departing, the three returned to the apartment building where they had first taken refuge. The building was the same. But everything had changed. They didn't go upstairs. They just stood by Noah's Ark gazing at the window they once called home. It was utterly silent. As if they had never lived there. Got any last words before we go? Lin Feng pulled a crumpled cigarette from his pocket, one Chen Mo had found in the convenience store and he had been saving. He lit it, took a deep drag and coughed violently. What to say? Wish the people of New York good health and all the best in the new world. Zhao Hao kept his head down, lost in thought. He just picked up a small piece of broken brick from the ground and put it in his pocket. Chen Mo said nothing. He just turned back and took a long deep look at New York's cold steel forest of skyscrapers. Then he opened the truck door. Get in. Dawn. A thin mist shrouded the city of the dead. Noah's Ark, this sleeping steel beast, opened its eyes in the mist, two searchlights piercing the darkness. Rumble, vroom, vroom. The roar of the engine shattered the dawn's silence. Chen Mo sat in the driver's seat, hands steady on the wheel. Lin Feng sat in the passenger seat, rifle ready, scanning their surroundings vigilantly. Zhao Hao sat in the back, gripping the handrail tightly. Chen Mo shifted gears and released the clutch. Noah's Ark setting sail. The 10-softened steel ark let out a low rumble, its wheels crushing gravel and trash as it slowly rolled out of Hunts Point. Leaving behind the steel graveyard where they had fought and struggled. They officially embarked on the journey home. The vehicle drove onto the Bruckner Expressway. The road was littered with abandoned cars and unidentified debris. Chen Mo navigated the behemoth carefully through the obstacles. Old Chen, with driving skills like that, you missed your calling as an F1 racer, Lin Feng quipped as the truck brushed past an overturned bus. Chen Mo didn't respond, but fine beads of sweat had formed on his forehead. Driving this modified heavy truck consumed far more energy than a race car. Roadblock 300 meters ahead, Lin Feng's voice turned serious. Ahead, a dozen abandoned cars and a sideways tanker truck completely blocked the road. It was a massive man-made obstacle. Behind it, indistinct staggering figures stirred, drawn by the engine noise. Hold on tight. Chen Mo's gaze turned icy. He didn't slow down, instead he floored the accelerator. Vroom. The engine RPM surged instantly. The ferocious ramming prow of Noah's Ark aimed at the weakest point of the barricade and slammed into it with brutal force. Lin Feng and Zhao Hao clung to anything they could. The next second. Boom. A deafening crash. Irresistible force. The cars were instantly crushed, sent flying and torn apart before the absolute power of Noah's Ark. The sturdy tanker was snapped in half. Twisted metal and shattered glass formed a violent storm outside the windows. Yet the three inside the cab, aside from a violent jolt, were completely unharmed. Noah's Ark burst forth from the wreckage. Holy shit. Lin Feng punched the door in exhilaration. Now that's driving. Awesome. A path had been violently opened. But before they could catch their breath, roar, hack hack hack, ahead further away. Drawn by the tremendous crash, hollow eyes began to glow from abandoned buildings along the road and street corners. 110-100. Countless infected surged from the city's shadows. They converged into a grey writhing tide, completely flooding the road ahead. Their numbers were even greater than what they had seen in the Hunts Point market. The smile vanished from Lin Feng's face. He raised his gun, peered through the scope at the moving sea of corpses ahead and swallowed hard. Old Chen. His voice trembled slightly. Looks like we've stirred up a hornet's nest. Chen Mo did not respond. His answer was to slam down on the accelerator with his right foot. Vroom. The roar of the engine instantly drowned out everything. Hold on tight. Chen Mo's muscles bulged as he gripped the steering wheel tightly. Bang. Crack. Boom. The windshield was instantly covered with a blur of blood and filth. Countless infected individuals charged at the Noah's Ark like moths to a flame, producing a dull thud with each impact. Claws screeched against the reinforced steel as numerous decayed arms reached through the gaps of the window grills, scratching futilely. Zhao Hao's face turned pale with fear as he clutched the seat tightly. Lin Feng. Chen Mo roared. On it. Lin Feng kicked open the shooting hatch beside the passenger seat and extended the modified air gun's barrel. Bang. An infected individual trying to smash the spotlight with its head had its skull explode with a loud sound. Bang. Bang. Two individuals attempting to climb onto the hood had their legs precisely shot out from under them and they were immediately swept under the wheels, unable to even let out a scream, turning into a puddle of mush. Come on. You scum. You're Lin grandfather's delivery free shipping. Lin Feng shouted excitedly while shooting, venting his fear and pressure in the most violent way possible. Chen Mo's driving skills were on full display at this moment. He suddenly jerked the steering wheel to the left, causing the back of the car to swing wildly and directly sweep away a dozen infected individuals on the right. Following that, he accelerated abruptly, the front of the vehicle plowing through the horde like a plow, carving out a bloody path. Crushing, colliding, tearing. This was the true use of Noah's Ark. At that moment a sharp shriek pierced through the roar of the engine and the zombies' howls, penetrating the eardrums of the three. Chirping, gurring. What the hell is that sound? Zhao Hao screamed in pain, covering his ears. Chen Mo's gaze passed through a small gap just cleared by the wipers, spotting the source of the sound. Not far ahead, a hunched infected individual with its neck twisted at an odd angle was looking up, emitting a series of high-frequency rhythmic sound waves from its throat. As it cried out, the surrounding infected individuals became more frenzied, rushing toward Noah's Ark with reckless abandon. From all directions, more infected individuals surged out from the shadows of the buildings, merging into this torrent of death. Lin Feng. Take out that screamer. I can't see. They are blocking my view. Lin Feng's vision was completely obstructed by several infected individuals pressing against the glass. Then take out the ones in the way first. Bang. Before Lin Feng finished speaking, a blob of dark green liquid sprayed in from the side, splattering against the side door of the driver's seat. Sizzle. A plume of green smoke rose as the thick steel panel was corroded and melted at a slow pace, revealing a black dent beneath. Damn. Hydrofluoric acid attack. Lin Feng's eyes twitched. Not far away, an infected individual with a belly swollen like a balloon was opening its mouth, brewing a second spray of acidic liquid. One attracts fire, the other weakens armor. These beasts are actually coordinating. Howsy. What's happening behind us? Chen Mo shouted while maneuvering the steering wheel to dodge the second spray of acid. Left rear. The left rear is full of them. They are trying to climb onto the truck. Zhao Hao shouted, watching countless hands clambering up the edge of the truck on the monitor. He suddenly remembered something, dashed to the makeshift control panel, cranked the volume knob of an old speaker to maximum and activated the rooftop horn. Vroom. A cacophony of harsh, erratic noise erupted from the rooftop. This sudden noise successfully drew the attention of a small portion of the infected behind, causing their movements to noticeably slow down. Well done, Howsy. Lin Feng shouted, taking advantage of the gap to stick out the gun. Bang. Bang. Two shots incapacitated the legs of the corrosive infected. Thud. 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 At that moment, heavy footsteps sounded from the roof. Something had climbed up. They really dared to come up. Lin Feng's eyes widened in anger as he kicked open the sunroof, half his body leaning out. An infected had already crawled directly above the driver's seat, bending down and furiously gnawing at the steel pipes of the lookout tower. Get down. Lin Feng roared, raising his gun to shoot. Bang. The infected staggered but did not fall. Instead, it turned and lunged at Lin Feng. Old Chen. Chen Mo glanced at the rearview mirror and suddenly jerked the steering wheel. The entire body of Noah's Ark crashed violently into the wall of an abandoned building. Bang. The infected on the roof was thrown off by the immense force, crashing against the wall and turning into a puddle of mush. Lin Feng was also knocked around, his head hitting the edge of the sunroof, blood streaming down. I'm fine. He wiped the blood from his face, shrank back inside and closed the sunroof. The crisis was temporarily averted, but Chen Mo's expression grew increasingly grim. His gaze fell on the dashboard. The red needle on the fuel gauge was rapidly sliding toward the final red zone due to a series of frantic maneuvers. If they continued to waste fuel like this, they would be trapped in this sea of corpses. Chen Mo's gaze quickly scanned the surrounding environment. His eyes finally fixed on a construction site surrounded by barbed wire in the right front, piled high with rebar, concrete and various construction machinery debris. The terrain was complicated. Everyone hold on tight. Chen Mo no longer paid attention to the corpse horde flooring the accelerator and turning the steering wheel toward the wall of the construction site. Old Chen, are you going to crash into the wall? Zhao Hao screamed. Vroom. Noah's Ark, this battered steel behemoth laden with parasites barreled toward the seemingly solid brick wall. Boom. The bricks shattered, dust flying everywhere. The thick wall was forcibly breached, creating a massive gap. Noah's Ark charged into the construction site, the immense inertia causing it to topple, a pile of steel pipes and scaffolding finally coming to a halt with a creaking sound beneath an unfinished building framework. Chen Mo turned off the engine as soon as possible. Did we shake them off? Zhao Hao asked tremblingly. For now, Chen Mo replied, looking at the corroded pockmarked car door and the cracked windshield, his expression serious. Just as the three of them breathed a sigh of relief, suddenly the car's shortwave radio, which Chen Mo had debugged, emitted a series of crackling sounds followed by a faint yet clear voice. It was a woman's voice filled with urgency and fatigue. This is Doomsday Demon City. Lighthouse broadcast. Repeat. We have established a safe zone. Coordinates. Sizzle. The transmission ceased abruptly. The radio returned to silence. The three in the cabin were stunned, staring at the now silent radio. In the endless dark wasteland there truly was a lighthouse guiding them home. The road ahead had just begun. Sizzle. Sizzle. Inside the carriage the three of them remained silent. We were blocked in. Zhao Hao's voice shattered the frozen stillness. His eyes were fixed on the surveillance screen. On the screen was the breach in the construction site wall they had crashed through minutes ago. Because the opening wasn't large, the infected were entering slowly. But the only exit was blocked. They were like fish trapped in a barrel. Damn it. Lin Feng punched the inner wall of the carriage, a dull thud echoing out. He grabbed the modified air gun and charged towards the firing port. I'm going down. You'll blast them all. Don't move. Chen Mo ignored the monitor, not even looking at Lin Feng. He simply unbuckled his seatbelt, pushed open the door and jumped down. A thick smell of burning mixed with the odor of brick and dust rushed towards him. He walked around the Ark. The armor plating on the left side had been melted into several small holes by the acid spat by the corroders. Black liquid was still bubbling with a sizzling sound, emitting a pungent acidic stench. The windshield of the cab, though not shattered, was covered in a web of cracks, severely impairing visibility. These were just superficial wounds. Chen Mo crouched down and crawled under the vehicle. When he saw the steering linkage connecting the steering wheel to the front wheels, he shook his head. That originally straight steel rod which determined the direction of the beast now bore a visible fatal bend after the frantic crash into the wall. The Ark was crippled. It was now nothing more than a metal coffin that could only move in a straight line. If they forced another charge, the immense impact would snap the deformed linkage entirely. Then this steel behemoth weighing dozens of tons would become a completely out-of-control express train hurtling towards hell. What's the verdict? Old Chen. Lin Feng jumped down from the vehicle too. Seeing Chen Mo's grim expression, his own heart sank. Can it still drive? Chen Mo crawled out from under the vehicle, dusted off his hands and didn't answer directly. He just lifted his head, his gaze fixed on the horde of corpses that was drawing closer, already encircling the entire construction site. So we're stuck. The vehicle can't move and we can't get out. Right? Lin Feng's voice carried a hint of agitation. He was sick of this feeling. Trapped, surrounded like a beast in a cage, forced to watch the hunters draw closer step by step. Give me 50 rounds and I can clear a path through that breach. He pointed at the only exit like a wolf backed into a corner. And then Chen Mo countered coldly. Drive this crippled wreck out. Lose control halfway, flip into a ditch by the roadside, then the three of us crawl out and become an all-you-can-eat buffet for the hundreds of things chasing us. His words precisely dissected the fear Lin Feng was masking with anger. Lin Feng couldn't utter a single word. Yeah. And then despair began to solidify in the air. Zhao Hao also got out of the vehicle. He looked at the battered Ark, then at the writhing sea of corpses outside. The light in his eyes dimmed little by little. Were we too impulsive? He murmured to himself. Amidst this suffocating silence, Chen Mo's gaze suddenly fell on something not far away. There, covered by a tarp, was a diesel generator of an unidentifiable model. Next to the generator was a rusty industrial welding machine, a few scattered bundles of welding rods and piles of rusty rebar. These were industrial junk, more useless than gold in this apocalypse. Chen Mo's eyes lit up. Who said it can't move? Chen Mo turned around looking at Lin Feng and Zhao Hao. The Ark is wounded. Then we repair it. Lin Feng and Zhao Hao were both stunned. Chen Mo's gaze swept across the abandoned construction site. The steering linkage is bent. We can use that jack to force it straight, then use rebar and steel plates to make an external fixing bracket. The body armor is corroded. We'll use these rebar to weld it an exoskeleton. Like iron shirt. The windshield is scratched. We'll move all the nearby searchlights onto the roof to make Lin Feng a 360-degree mobile turret. Power. Yes, power. Chen Mo's speech was accelerating, the light in his eyes growing brighter. He pointed at the overturned concrete mixer. Dismantle the diesel engine from that mixer. Modify it into a backup power source. We can even give this ship 2 hearts. With every sentence he spoke, Lin Feng and Zhao Hao's mouths gaped wider. By the end the two were completely speechless. What? What about the things outside? Zhao Hao swallowed hard, pointing at the encirclement. They are our alarm clock. Chen Mo walked over to the diesel generator and ripped off the waterproof top covering it. Before dawn, before they completely lose patience and break through these flimsy fences, we must finish the repairs. His gaze swept over the 2 men, in turn his voice steady and forceful. Lin Feng, you're on guard duty. Take anything you can find that's sharp or can be used as a trap and set it up around the perimeter. Delaying them is your only mission. Howsy, you're my surgical assistant. Wrenches, pliers, jacks. Whatever I say, you hand it to me. Be fast. Now move out. These words were like a shot of adrenaline jabbing into their frayed nerves. The fear was still there. But it was suppressed by a much stronger emotion. The will to survive. Roger. Lin Feng wasted no more words. He grabbed a fire axe lying on the ground. I've been wanting to do this for so long. He charged straight towards the pile of rebar and scrap. Zhao Hao nodded firmly. He ran to the toolbox and began sorting tools with lightning speed according to Chen Mo's instructions. The night grew deeper. Outside the construction site, the howling of the corpse horde drew closer, more frequent. In the center of this island, surrounded by death, Chen Mo placed his hand on the generator's cold starter rope. He turned his head to glance at Lin Feng, who was frantically setting traps, and Zhao Hao, who was running over with an armful of tools. 3 faces smeared with dust and sweat all reflected the same light. It was the madness of a desperate life-or-death struggle in a hopeless situation. Chen Mo smiled. He yanked the starter rope with all his might. Cough, cough, the old engine let out a reluctant groan. It failed. Again. Cough, cough, choke. This time the rope nearly snapped under his immense strength. Suddenly. Rumble, 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 vroom. The diesel generator roared to life. The sound instantly drowned out all the howling outside. Chen Mo picked up the welding torch and pulled down his visor. Sizzle. A glaring, brilliant arc of electricity blazed to life on the wounded body of the Ark. A blinding arc of electricity crackled across the scarred hull of the Noah's Ark. Damn it. Lin Feng found a hydraulic clamp on the ground. He snapped a rusted rebar into several pieces, their sharp ends pointing upward, and hammered them into the mud like spikes. Come on, you bastards. I've prepared a feast for you. He charged through the concrete jungle like a frenzied beast. Using a crowbar and wire, he set up simple tripwires. He placed sharpened steel pipes along every possible approach route. His mission was to buy time. Meanwhile, Zhao Hao had become Chen Mo's assistant. Howsy. The acetylene cutter. That 3-centimeter thick steel plate. Hurry. Coming. Zhao Hao hefted the heavy cutter. The hands that once performed delicate sutures with a scalpel now bulged with veins from the strain. He pulled down his visor, opened the valve and ignited it. A whoosh of blue flame erupted. Gritting his teeth, he aimed the flame at the thick steel plate. Molten iron dripped and sparks flew. A searing hot bead of metal landed on the hand gripping the torch. A sharp hiss of pain, a blackened blister instantly formed on his skin. Zhao Hao merely flinched, not even uttering a cry, but clenched his molars tightly. The thought, "Don't hold them back," was branded into his mind like a steel stamp. He switched hands and continued cutting. He couldn't stop. Oil and sweat mixed together and ran into his eyes, stinging and painful. This once gentle medical student, now covered in grime for the first time, had a fierce glint in his eyes. Chenmo was completely lost in his own world. Like a madman, he crawled under the vehicle using a massive jack to forcefully push the bent steering linkage back into place. A groaning creak of metal. How's he? It's aligned. The steel plate. Welding rod. Zhao Hao immediately handed over the cut plate. Chenmo took the plate without a pause. The arc light flared again as he used the most brutal method to attach the sturdiest steel splint to the wounded part. Just then his gaze swept over a scrap-tracked bulldozer nearby. In front of it lay a hydraulic rod thicker than his thigh. Chenmo's eyes lit up instantly. He crawled out from under the vehicle, pointed at the hydraulic rod and yelled at Zhao Hao, who was cutting another plate, "How's he? See that big thing over there?" "What?" Zhao Hao looked up bewildered. "The bulldozer's hydraulic rod. Cut it off for me." "What do you want that for?" "Don't ask. I'm going to weld it onto the front ram." Chenmo's eyes held a near-manic excitement. "I'm going to install a breaker ram system on the arc. A hydraulic ram that could actively strike out and pulverize obstacles ahead." Zhao Hao was stunned. A roar echoed. The noise of the repairs had finally attracted the first guests. Several wanderers staggered in through the breach drawn by the generator's sound toward the center of the work site. Lin Feng was already waiting in the shadows. He didn't fire his gun, instead he gripped the cleaver head taken from the kitchen. An infected stumbled and stepped right onto his tripwire. With a thud, the infected pitched forward. Before it could get up, Lin Feng's figure appeared behind it like a ghost. A swift chop of the blade. With a wet sound, a rotting head rolled to the side. A silent kill. Another infected turned, attracted by its companion's fall. Lin Feng immediately kicked a pile of precariously stacked scaffolding. With a crash, countless steel pipes rained down, instantly burying the infected. Clean and efficient. He licked his dry lips, ready to return to his observation post. Suddenly every hair on his body stood on end. The feeling of being targeted by an apex predator shot from his spine to the top of his skull. Lin Feng's body instinctively rolled to the side. Right where he had been standing, a dark shadow descended silently from above. With a sharp swish, razor-sharp claws grazed his scalp. The creature, having missed its strike, landed lightly on all fours and slowly raised its head. Its body was leaner than a normal infected, its limbs long and powerful, its nails evolved into scimitar-like claws. It didn't roar but silently stalked Lin Feng through the concrete and steel jungle. "Shit!" Lin Feng cursed under his breath, tightening his grip on the cleaver. The stalker moved. Its speed was incredible as it lunged at him from the side in a blur. Lin Feng raised his blade to block. A loud clang. The immense force numbed his hand. The stalker's first claw was blocked, but its other claw swept toward his arm from an extremely tricky angle. Too fast. There was no time to dodge. A tearing sound of flesh. A gash was ripped open on Lin Feng's left arm. Having landed a hit, the stalker opened its mouth full of jagged teeth and lunged for Lin Feng's throat. "It's over." Those were the only two words left in Lin Feng's mind. At that critical moment. "You beast!" A roar came from the side. It was Zhao Hao. Hearing the commotion fueled by some unknown courage, he grabbed a half-meter-long threaded rebar and swung it with all his might, striking the back of the stalker's head. A heavy dull thud. The stalker staggered from the blow. Its lunge toward Lin Feng paused for an instant. That was the opening. Lin Feng used his last ounce of strength to kick the stalker in the gut, sending it flying. Zhao Hao dropped the rebar and stumbled over to Lin Feng, his limbs weak. "Old Lin. Are you okay?" Seeing the wound, tears welled up in his eyes. "I won't die yet." Lin Feng panted heavily. The enraged stalker got up, shook its head and fixed its crimson gaze on Zhao Hao and Lin Feng. It was thoroughly provoked. A sharp, piercing shriek erupted from its throat. Outside the site, the horde that had only been testing and wandering instantly went berserk. More and more infected surged through the breached opening. Lin Feng's simple traps were overwhelmed and trampled under the sheer weight of numbers. Chen Mo's surgery was at its most critical point. He was holding the massive hydraulic rod, preparing to weld it onto the vehicle's front. He saw Lin Feng drenched in blood. He saw Zhao Hao, his face pale with terror. He also saw the zombies flooding into the site on the monitor screen. His heart clenched. But his hands didn't stop. He lifted his visor, revealing eyes bloodshot from strain. He roared at the blood-soaked Lin Feng and Zhao Hao, "Give me 20 more minutes. Give me 20 more minutes." Chen Mo's thunderous voice echoed in Lin Feng and Zhao Hao's ears. Behind them the blinding arc of welding light was their sole beacon of hope. Before them surged a tidal wave of death pouring into the construction site, a devouring despair that left no retreat. "Damn it." Lin Feng growled, carefully tucking a specially crafted lead bullet engraved with a cross pattern into his inner pocket. This final trump card must be reserved for a creature that could decide life or death. He glanced at the wound on his left arm. The searing pain made his vision flicker and darken. He raised his head to look at the stalker lurking nearby, its gaze fixed on them. "How's he?" Lin Feng's voice was low from blood loss, back to back. Zhao Hao dashed to Lin Feng's side, pressing his back tightly against his. It was his first time standing on the front line of battle. He spotted a knocked-over barrel of waste oil on a nearby slope, its black viscous liquid spreading across the ground. A thought flashed through his mind. "Cover me." Zhao Hao charged forward. Reaching the barrel, he mustered all his strength and kicked it over completely. With a splash, the thick oil flowed down the slope, forming a black slippery barrier. The first infected to charge in stepped onto it, instantly losing balance, then slipping and crashing into several comrades behind. Zhao Hao watched the infected writhing on the ground. He grabbed a meter-long steel pipe, gripped it with both hands, charged forward, and with all his might smashed it down onto the squirming head. A dull thud like a bursting watermelon. Blood splattered all over him. His body trembled violently, but he did not stop. As he watched the second and third infected slip down the oil slick, the last trace of fear in his eyes was replaced by a mechanical frenzy. He swung the steel pipe again and again. Nearby, amid the welding sparks, Chen Mo worked like a man possessed. A crackling hiss filled the air. He pressed the massive hydraulic rod dismantled from a bulldozer onto the ram of Noah's Ark. Sparks flew, illuminating his face slick with sweat and grime. Connecting, welding, reinforcing. Finally he pulled a few wires from the cabin, stripped the insulation, skillfully attached them to the truck's battery, and linked the other end to the hydraulic rod's control valve. A crude button wrapped in tape was tossed onto the driver's seat. That was the switch. Just then the cunning stalker lost its patience. It abandoned its tussle with Lin Feng and Zhao Hao, locking its target onto the source of the loud noise and bright light, Chen Mo, who was finishing the final weld. Propelling itself with all four limbs, it leaped over a pile of scrap steel, lunging straight at Chen Mo's back. "Old Chen! Watch out!" Lin Feng shouted without thinking, hurling a stone from the ground. The stone failed to injure the stalker but successfully drew its attention. The stalker twisted nimbly mid-air, dodged the rock, landed steadily, and fixed its crimson eyes on Lin Feng. "Come on, you beast." Lin Feng grinned, spreading his arms wide, fully exposing himself to the stalker's attack path. The stalker let out a piercing shriek and lunged as a blow, its sharp claws aimed at Lin Feng's heart. Lin Feng did not dodge. Just as the claws were about to touch his chest, he sidestepped sharply. Now, in his right hand, Lin Feng had already gripped the bone cleaver. With his last ounce of strength, he roared at the stalker inches away. "Die, you bastard!" The cleaver at a tricky angle drove upward into the stalker's soft underjaw. With a wet thud, the blade pierced into the brain. The stalker's frantic movements froze. "Old Lin." Chen Mo's eyes were bloodshot. He had just finished the last weld. He tossed aside the welding torch and leaped into the driver's seat at lightning speed. He turned the key. A sputter, a cough. Then a deep roar as the engine thundered to life. The slumbering steel giant surrounded by the horde awakened with a vengeance. A guttural growl sounded as the foremost infected broke through Zhao Hao's line and surged toward the truck's front. Chen Mo stared at them, his foot pressing the accelerator. "Taste this." A sickening squelch followed. The 3 or 4 infected in the lead didn't even have time to scream before they were pulverized into a bloody mess by the irresistible force. Then he floored the accelerator, steering the battle-upgraded steel arc through the horde, crashing through to Lin Feng and Zhao Hao's side. "Get in." Zhao Hao and Lin Feng scrambled into the cabin. The door slammed shut. "Hold tight." Chen Mo wrenched the wheel and Noah's Ark plowed a bloody path through the endless sea of corpses with its ram. Irresistibly destructive. They burst out of the construction site, charging back onto the ruined highway. Behind them a dense swarm of infected surged. Inside the cabin the three gasped for air, the wild euphoria of survival overwhelming every nerve. But Chen Mo's gaze fell on the dashboard. The needle representing their lifeline had sunk to the bottom of the red zone. We can barely make it another 1,000 meters before we're dead in the water, Chen Mo shook his head. But we can already see the Shell gas station ahead. Inside the carriage the thick stench of blood mingled with the acrid odor of sweat. Zhao Hao was frantically tending to Lin Feng's wounds. Don't look. Lin Feng's lips were cracked, his face pale, yet he still managed to force a smile. I won't die. I've got antibodies, I heal fast. Zhao Hao said nothing, merely lowering his head to extract the bone fragments embedded in the flesh with tweezers, his movements swift and steady. His hands no longer trembled. Chen Mo stopped the vehicle and leaned back in the driver's seat. His gaze pierced through the windshield, riddled with a web of cracks fixating on the Shell gas station not far ahead. The red and yellow scallop Shell sign glowed in the night. Warm bright light spilled from the convenience store's glass windows. He could even see several silhouettes moving back and forth inside. There are people. Zhao Hao saw it too, his voice trembling with the thrill of survival. Lin Feng struggled to lift his head, squinting to look. Something's off, he said. Chen Mo picked up the binoculars beside him. Through the lenses every detail of the gas station was crystal clear. The brightly lit convenience store, the spotless floor, the neatly aligned fuel pumps. Everything was far too normal. So normal it felt as if the apocalypse had never happened. But the most abnormal thing was the silence. Not even a single wandering infected was in sight. It was as if someone had cleaned the area in advance, leaving it unnervingly pristine. Like a slaughterhouse, Chen Mo said in a low voice as he lowered the binoculars. They clear the surroundings, turn on the lights and wait for the lost lambs to walk right in. The temperature inside the carriage plummeted to freezing. They were the lost lambs running out of fuel in the dead of night. Damn it, Lin Feng cursed. We know it's a trap, but we have no choice but to jump in. It was a naked stratagem. Without fuel, Noah's Ark was nothing but a steel coffin. They had no other option. Old Lin and I will go, Chen Mo said, unbuckling his seatbelt. How's you stay? No way. Old Lin is badly injured. Zhao Hao immediately retorted. Precisely because I'm badly injured I have to go, Lin Feng said, propping himself up. He patted the modified air gun at his waist with his right hand. This arm is useless for now, but I can still shoot. If things get ugly, at least I can provide covering fire. What about you? Going to fight them with a steel pipe? Zhao Hao was left speechless. How's it? Chen Mo turned to him. Your task is the most important. He pointed to the newly repaired shortwave radio. Guard it. It's our ears. And guard this vehicle. It's our only escape route. Zhao Hao's lips moved and he nodded. Understood. The night was the best cover. Chen Mo and Lin Feng slipped down from either side of Noah's Ark like two shadows dissolving into the darkness. They didn't take a straight path. Instead, using the wreckage of abandoned vehicles along the roadside, they crept forward inch by inch toward the gas station. Every step was taken with extreme caution. The closer they got, the more unnerving the eerie silence became. Lin Feng's nose twitched. Amid the smell of gasoline he detected a faint scent of detergent. Someone was cleaning. A thought suddenly struck him, sending chills crawling all over his skin. Just as they were about to reach a capsized sedan on the outskirts of the gas station, Lin Feng abruptly pulled Chen Mo back. He crouched down and pointed at the ground. Chen Mo followed his gaze. Beneath a layer of dust lay scattered some inconspicuous little metal pieces that looked like tin foil. Lin Feng gently brushed the dust aside with the tip of his shoe. A small brass bell no bigger than a fingernail was revealed. Beneath the bell a nearly invisible transparent thread was connected, blending almost perfectly with the ground. Lin Feng's expression changed instantly. He looked up, scanning their surroundings. All around the gas station on this seemingly clean ground, similar unremarkable metal pieces and threads were scattered everywhere. It was a massive early warning network made of bells and tripwires. No, it wasn't just an early warning system. Damn, these bastards are cunning, Lin Feng hissed through clenched teeth. What do you mean? This isn't a trap. It's a beacon, Lin Feng said, his eyes growing intensely grave. Remember that stalker at the construction site? The one that was fast and made that sound. Its cry could attract a horde. The high-frequency sound from these bells is barely audible to humans, but to those beasts it's a dinner bell. Chen Mo understood instantly. Not only had these people cleared the infected around the gas station, but they had deliberately left these beacons behind. Once a vehicle drove in carelessly and hit the tripwires, it would trigger this massive monster summoning formation. Then hordes of infected from all directions would be drawn here in an instant. Those who drove in would be trapped and killed inside the gas station. As for the people inside, they would simply hide in the sturdy building, wait for the horde to gnaw the fat sheep down to bones, and then come out to calmly collect the spoils. What a clever scheme to kill without lifting a finger. So what do we do? Chen Mo's eyes swept over the neatly aligned fuel pumps. That was the center of the trap. We don't go through the front door, Lin Feng said, his gaze shifting to the rear of the gas station. Every gas station has a main underground storage tank area. Well, go straight there and drain the source. The plan changed instantly. The two made a wide detour and slipped silently through a damaged fence on the side and rear of the gas station. Behind it was a vacant lot piled with debris and several massive underground storage tanks for different grades of gasoline. The smell of gasoline in the air was pungently strong. They found the diesel tank. But when their eyes fell on the tank's valve, both of them froze. The valve was open. A thick black hose as wide as a bowl was connected to it, extending toward a pitch-black auto repair warehouse nearby that had no lights on. They exchanged a glance, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. The convenience store was the bait. This was the real nest. Following the thick hose, they silently crept to the side door of the repair warehouse. Inside the warehouse was pitch black. But muffled, tense voices drifted through the crack in the door. Damn, another fat sheep. Look at that rig, it's a big one. They've even welded hydraulic rams onto the ramming bar. Impressive, a hoarse male voice said. Don't get too excited. Don't screw this up like last time. Those soldiers in uniform nearly wiped out our hideout, another voice more cautious replied. Scared of what? No matter how tough those soldiers are, can they be tougher than a horde? Once those bells ring, even gods will have to kneel. The boss said once they're in the kill zone, well, open the rolling shutter, yell a bit to scare them, and maybe take their vehicle and supplies without a fight. Chen Mo's and Lin Feng's heart sank to the bottom. The hunters had set their net and even planned how to devour their prey. And they were the fat sheep walking right into it. Just then, with a deafening clatter, the enormous rolling shutter door above them, which was tightly shut, flew open without any warning. Several blinding beams from flashlights immediately locked onto Chen Mo and Lin Feng's faces. In the harsh light, several burly figures blocked the entrance. The leader, holding a fire axe over his shoulder, grinned broadly, revealing a set of teeth yellowed by smoke. Well, two brothers. Welcome. A blinding light cleaved the darkness before Chen Mo and Lin Feng, searing their eyes shut. Behind the beam loomed several indistinct towering figures. Well, brothers. The leader lowered a fire axe from his shoulder, its blade glinted with cold silvery light in the flashlight's beam. Welcome. He grinned, revealing teeth stained yellow by years of smoke, jarringly vivid against the night's blackness. Chen Mo said nothing, only narrowing his eyes slightly, straining to adjust to the sudden violent glare. Lin Feng's right hand remained resting on the stock of his modified air rifle, unmoved. Yet his index finger had already slipped silent as shadow from the main trigger down to a small unassuming protrusion beneath, wrapped tightly in black tape by Chen Mo. It was the weapon's self-destruct switch, capable of unleashing all compressed gas in the cylinder at once, generating a deafening blast rivaling a shotgun's report. The cost? Total annihilation. The rifle would rupture instantly under catastrophic overpressure. Stop yapping. Drop your weapons. Hands up, where we can see them. A hoarse voice erupted from the warehouse's depths. Then four figures emerged from the gloom. At their head strode a one-eyed man, his left socket scarred by a brutal jagged gash. In his grip gleamed a Remington 870 shotgun, its dark muzzle leveled squarely at Chen Mo's chest. The other three brandished crowbars and machetes, their gazes ravenous, flickering hungrily between Lin Feng's sleek air rifle and the tactical gear strapped across both men's bodies. Boss, these kids are packing serious gear, muttered a wiry monkey-faced thug, licking his lips. The one-eyed man ignored him, fixing his solitary eye upon Chen Mo and Lin Feng, then finally lingering on Lin Feng's left arm, still oozing blood. Wounded? He laughed, a cruel unmasked sneer. Perfect. Saves us trouble. Kick the rifle over. And that knife at your waist, unsheath it now. Chen Mo and Lin Feng exchanged a glance, No words passed between them, yet meaning hung thick and sharp in the silence. Disarmed, they would be nothing but helpless flesh on a butcher's block. Slowly, deliberately, Chen Mo raised his hands. Lin Feng too lifted his uninjured right hand high above his head. Good call. Satisfied, the one-eyed man jabbed his shotgun barrel toward the wiry thug. Monkey, go search our guests. See what else they are hiding. Monkey grinned, rubbing his palms together as he advanced. 10 meters. 8. 5. His greedy stare had already locked onto Lin Feng's cleaver. Now. Lin Feng slammed his thumb onto the hidden trigger. Boom! A thunderous detonation exploded within the confined warehouse, roar shattering absolute. The sound bore no resemblance to an air rifle, it roared like a grenade detonating inches from the ear. The shockwave made the very air vibrate, humming with concussive fury. The one-eyed man and his 3 henchmen flinched violently, instinctively recoiling, necks jerking back in primal terror. That split-second gap was all they needed. Chen Mo moved. He lunged, not at the one-eyed man, but straight for Monkey, the nearest, already stepping forward to search them. Monkey never saw it coming. A force beyond resistance slammed into his chest. Thud. He flew backward, limbs flailing, the crowbar flying from his grasp. Chen Mo's target, the battered M1911, holstered at Monkey's hip. Simultaneously, Lin Feng hurled aside the ruined air rifle the instant his finger pressed the trigger, and drew his cleaver in one fluid lethal motion. His wounded left arm hung limp, useless, but his eyes burned with twin infernos. Like a tiger descending from the mountain, he charged the one-eyed man, radiating savage, unrelenting slaughter intent. Shit. The one-eyed man reacted fastest. Snarling, he jerked the shotgun upward to fire. But it was too late. Lin Feng was already upon him. He granted no time to aim, his cleaver slashed downward in a killing arc, aimed straight for the man's face. Survival instinct overrode all else. The one-eyed man wrenched his head back in a desperate, graceless dodge, the razor edge slicing past his nose mere millimeters away. The blade's passing wind stung his cheek like a slap. At that same instant, Chen Mo had pinned Monkey beneath him, one hand clamped like iron around the thug's throat, the other already gripping the M1911's worn frame. Click. His thumb flicked the safety off with practiced ease. Bang. Without hesitation, Chen Mo fired, aiming not to kill but to dominate, toward another thug rushing forward. The bullet whistled past the man's temple, punching into the wall behind him and spitting sparks like angry stars. The thug shrieked, nearly dropping his machete in panic. Then Chen Mo fired again, point blank into Monkey's skull. The thug died instantly. No tactics. No restraint. Only raw feral will to kill. Having seized the pistol, Chen Mo rolled sharply behind a stack of discarded tires. He ceased reckless firing, instead he wielded the M1911 with ruthless precision, laying down suppressive fire. Bang. Bang. 2 shots struck the cover of the remaining 2 thugs, sparking off concrete, forcing them to cower, screaming curses into the shadows, too terrified to advance. In an instant the battlefield fractured into 2 distinct arenas, Chen Mo alone with a single pistol held 2 armed men at bay through sheer unyielding pressure. And Lin Feng. His focus never wavered. His quarry remained singular, the one-eyed man. Failing once only sharpened his assault. Cleaver held in one hand, he pressed forward relentlessly, each strike a calculated storm, slashing, chopping, thrusting, never straying from the man's vital points. Blade song wove a net of steel, impenetrable, suffocating. The one-eyed man staggered backward, his powerful shotgun now a clumsy burden, offering no opening to fire, no breath, no space, no chance. You worthless bastards! Fire, he bellowed, furious disbelief twisting his features. How could this youth, bleeding broken, unleash such monstrous ferocity? This wasn't human. It was a rabid tiger unleashed. Inside the Ark. Zhao Hao stood rigid beside the radio, when suddenly the colossal explosion ripped across the distance. He jolted upright. Then, sporadic gunfire. Trouble. Zhao Hao's heart slammed into his throat. If we're not back in an hour, start the backup generator and drive away. Don't look back. Chen Mo's words echoed in his ears. Drive away. Where? Abandon them. Zhao Hao stared at the surveillance feed, the auto repair warehouse swallowed whole by night, and his eyes flooded with red-hot fury. He threw himself into the driver's seat and twisted the ignition key. Krrr, chug-chug, the engine convulsed violently, burning its last dregs of fuel. Vroom, hum, hum. Zhao Hao didn't shift gears. He slammed his palm onto a crimson button, Chen Mo's modification linking every roof-mounted spotlight to a single switch. Shwa. Multiple blinding beams lanced through the dark, transforming the entire gas station into a searing artificial day. Next, Zhao Hao cranked the vehicle's external amplifier, not loud enough to draw nearby zombies but piercing nonetheless. Wei Yin. The shrill metallic shriek poured from the roof speakers toward the gas station, light engine roar and noise converging into one overwhelming sensory assault. Though not deafening, the noise blanketed the entire station. From afar it no longer resembled a lone vehicle, it looked like an armored column launching a full-scale assault. Before the warehouse, the two thugs facing Chen Mo froze, panic obliterating reason. Boss. Bad news, we've got backup. Lots of it. It's the military. Damn it, their vehicle. One thug stared at the blinding white light at the approaching growling thunder, and shattered. He dropped his machete, screamed and bolted down the highway, fleeing blindly into the night. The second followed without pause. Collapse was instantaneous. Worthless. All of you, worthless. The one-eyed man raged, veins bulging, knowing irrevocably that all was lost. Escape or die, that was the choice. Rage hardened into resolve. He feinted a shotgun thrust, forcing Lin Feng into a sideways evasion. That was his chance. The one-eyed man spun and fled, not fighting, not hesitating, plunging headlong into the warehouse's devouring blackness. Running. Lin Feng roared, cleaver raised, giving chase, his boot hovering over the threshold of darkness. Then, deep within the warehouse, a woman's scream tore through the air, raw and desperate. Ay. Followed instantly by a child's shattered, heart-rending wail, terrified, inconsolable. Wah, mommy. Lin Feng's pursuit halted, frozen mid-stride. Lin Feng's pursuit momentarily halted. His remaining intact right hand tightly gripped the bone cleaver, the blade still dripping with the warm blood of the one-eyed bandit's henchman. Heh. Hee. From the darkness came the one-eyed bandit's heavy rasping breaths, mingled with a morbid relieved chuckle of one who had narrowly escaped death. Take one more step. His voice echoed from deep within the warehouse, laced with undisguised madness and menace. Come any closer and he'll slit this woman's throat first. Then he'll break that brat's legs one by one. Lin Feng instantly broke into a smile. You've got them, so why threaten me? I don't even know them. Lin Feng was about to charge in recklessly when a hand grabbed his shoulder. It was Chen Mo. He had already dealt with the two fleeing bandits, the captured M1911 in his hand still smoked from its muzzle. Hold on. Rushing in now is too dangerous. Chen Mo's voice was low. Just then the walkie-talkie at his waist crackled with Zhao Hao's frantic voice. Old Chen. Old Lin. How's it going over there? I see things moving under the wrecked cars around the gas station. Lots of them. So many. Those bells are ringing. The gunfire just now has lured them all here. The beacon left by the raiders had been fully activated by the recent shots. The zombie horde was being drawn in. They were running out of time. A cold glint flashed in Chen Mo's eyes. He glanced at the scrawny man he had knocked down, who still had a red flare at his waist. Chen Mo bent down and tore the flare free. He looked at Lin Feng, his gaze unwavering. You'll count to 3. You charge in. Take out one eye. Chen Mo pointed into the dark depths of the warehouse. At the same time he pressed the transmit button on the walkie-talkie and spoke into it. How's he drive? Ram it. 3. Chen Mo's voice was like a death knell. He yanked the pin from the flare. 2. Lin Feng's hand gripping the bone cleaver bulged with veins. Every muscle in his body tensed. 1. Chen Mo hurled the flare with all his might into the deepest part of the warehouse. Swoosh! The flare traced a blinding red arc through the air. The next second, boom! A dazzling eerie red light exploded in the depths of the warehouse. The entire dark warehouse was instantly illuminated by the blood-red glow, turning it into a vision of hell. Deep within, the one-eyed bandit held a dagger firmly against the neck of a ragged woman. At his feet was a massive iron cage welded from steel bars. Inside, like livestock, were 7 or 8 survivors, gaunt and hollow-eyed, their faces etched with numbness and despair. A little girl about 4 or 5 years old clung to the cage bars, wailing heartbreakingly for her mother. The moment the red light flared, Lin Feng moved. He became a blur as he charged into the blood-red light. He didn't look at the hostage woman or the crying child. He had only one target in his sight. One eye. The bone cleaver in his hand traced an arc through the crimson glow. Ah! The sudden blinding light seared the one-eyed bandit's eyes. He only managed to scream, instinctively raising his arm to shield himself. Thud. The arm holding the dagger was severed cleanly at the shoulder by Lin Feng's blade. Just as Lin Feng prepared to close in and finish him with a second blow. Boom! A deafening crash erupted from the side of the warehouse. The entire wall, fragile as paper, shattered and collapsed inward. Countless bricks and steel bars flew in all directions from the violent impact. The newly modified hydraulic ram of Noah's Ark smashed through, carrying an unstoppable momentum. Yet standing before the ram wasn't the unarmed screaming bandit. It was the woman who had just been taken hostage. Her face bore no relief at having survived, nor any trace of fear. She didn't even glance at the child in the cage crying out for her mother. She merely looked up slowly at the crushing steel ram hurtling toward her. A strange relieved smile curled at the corner of her mouth. Then, as everyone watched in horror, she spread her arms and willingly stepped forward to meet the deadly ram. At that moment, time itself was torn asunder. Amidst the crimson glow, Lin Feng's pupils, Zhao Hao's pupils and Chen Mo's pupils all constricted simultaneously, stunned by the utterly bizarre sight before them. That woman. The very woman who had just been rescued from the one-eyed dragon's dagger. She did not flee. She did not scream. She did not even glance back at the little girl in the iron cage wailing heart-wrenchingly for her mother. She merely lifted her head, facing the steel ramming horn that could crush everything into pulp. She spread her arms wide. She smiled. It was a smile that Lin Feng would never in his entire life be able to describe. It was not madness nor despair. It was a relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. No. In the driver's cabin, Zhao Hao let out a piercing scream, his foot slamming hard on the brake. But it was too late. How could a steel behemoth weighing dozens of tons, driven by immense inertia, come to an instant halt? Thud. A dull, muffled impact sounded. The woman, like a butterfly crashing into a windmill, was lightly tossed into the air before falling back down. Silently. After striking the woman, the massive wheels of the Noah's Ark carved two black skid marks across the ground before it finally screeched to a halt less than half a meter from the iron cage. The hydraulic ramming horn at the front of the vehicle was stained with a streak of glaring vivid red. In the driver's cabin, Zhao Hao's face turned pale. His hands gripped the steering wheel tightly, his body trembling. He had killed someone. Inside the warehouse, the blood-red flare continued to sizzle, casting everyone's faces in a hellish hue. Taking advantage of the fleeting moment when everyone's thoughts were suspended, the one-eyed dragon, now with a severed arm, let out a beastly howl of agony. The instinct to survive overwhelmed everything else. He scrambled and crawled to the side, snatching up the fallen Remington 870 shotgun. With his remaining good hand, he struggled to raise the weapon, its dark muzzle aimed squarely at Lin Feng. Die, you bastard! The one-eyed dragon's solitary eye was bloodshot and wild. He wanted to drag the bastard who had cut off his arm down to hell with him. Lin Feng snapped back to reality, but as he tried to react, a searing, agonizing pain shot through his left arm, the one injured by the stalker, slowing his movements by a crucial fraction of a second. Just as the one-eyed dragon's finger was about to pull the trigger, bang! A gunshot distinctly different from the shotgun's blast shattered the frozen silence. A flash of fire streaked across the warehouse entrance. The one-eyed dragon who was about to squeeze the trigger shuddered. A small, inconspicuous bloody hole appeared in the center of his forehead. The madness and venom in his solitary eye quickly faded. He seemed to want to say something, but in the end nothing came out. The shotgun in his hand clattered to the ground. His body toppled backward. A cloud of dust rose. The world fell into utter silence. Only the faint, stifled sobs of the little girl in the iron cage, born of fear, remained. Chen Mo slowly rose from behind the pile of tires near the entrance. The muzzle of the M1911 in his hand still emitted a wisp of pale blue smoke. He blew on the muzzle with practiced ease. Lin Feng gasped for air, the searing pain and blood loss from his left arm causing his vision to darken. He leaned on the cleaver to keep himself from collapsing. He looked at Chen Mo. Kid. Since when did you become such a good shot? Just practice. Chen Mo walked over expressionlessly and retrieved a greasy set of keys from the one-eyed dragon's still warm corpse. He approached the massive iron cage. Inside 7 or 8 survivors huddled in a corner watching him with eyes mixed with fear, numbness and a glimmer of hope. Chen Mo said nothing, simply finding the right key. Click. The heavy lock was opened. He kicked the cage door open. You are free. The survivors in the cage were stunned for a good 10 seconds. When they confirmed that the demon who had kept them like livestock was indeed a corpse. The pent-up emotions of who knows how long erupted instantly. Ah. He's dead. He's dead. We're saved. We're saved. The survivors surged out of the cage like a tide. Some wept, some laughed, some fell to their knees pounding the ground in frenzy. A middle-aged man rushed up to Chen Mo and Lin Feng incoherent with excitement and was about to kneel. Heroes. You are heroes. Thank you. Thank you for saving us. Chen Mo ignored them, turning to walk towards the Noah's Ark which sat silently in the warehouse. Lin Feng dragging his injured arm followed. Only Zhao Hao remained standing where he was. He did not look at the desperate survivors or at Chen Mo's retreating back. His gaze fell upon the woman's body lying before the wheels. As a doctor he could not simply ignore a corpse. He crouched down and as if compelled brushed aside the disheveled hair from the woman's face. On her lifeless face lingered a smile of relief. Zhao Hao's gaze slowly moved downward. He saw that the woman's right hand was clenched tightly. She's holding something, Zhao Hao muttered to himself. He reached out using all his strength to pry open her stiff fingers one by one. In the woman's palm lay no weapon, no valuables. It was a small wooden children's block. Its edges had been worn incredibly smooth and round, still carrying a faint trace of warmth. Zhao Hao's gaze was involuntarily drawn to the woman's ankle. On that slender grime-covered ankle was a deep dark red scar, a mark left by shackles worn for a long time. This scar. Zhao Hao looked up at the survivors who had just been freed from the cage. On their ankles too were identical shackle marks of varying depths. She was also a prisoner. She was one of the livestock imprisoned by the one-eyed dragon. But why? Why were the others overjoyed and pleading when rescued? Why did she willingly walk towards death? Why was her expression not one of fear but of release? Zhao Hao's gaze fell back to the woman's open palm at the small worn smooth block. Zhao Hao's gaze fell once more upon the woman's outstretched palm resting on that small building block, its edges worn smooth by time and touch. A thought surged through his mind like an electric current. He lifted his eyes to the little girl huddled trembling in the corner of the cage, still sobbing softly. Clutched tightly in her small hand was an identical building block. Mother and daughter bound by an unbreakable thread of blood, even separated by iron bars, they whispered life to one another through this silent, fragile token. Zhao Hao exhaled deeply. Lin Feng's gaze shifted to the one-eyed man's corpse, already stiffening on the cold floor. Beside it lay a black-barreled Remington 870 shotgun, motionless and ominous. He rose and walked over. Bending down he picked up the shotgun. Then he searched the corpse's body, finding a battered M1911 pistol identical to the one Chen Mo carried. 2 spare magazines. And a full pocket of gleaming brass 12-gauge shotgun shells. Lin Feng tucked the cartridges into his coat, holstered the pistol at his lower back and cradled the heavy shotgun against his chest. Inside the warehouse several rescued survivors clung to each other weeping soundlessly. Lin Feng leaned silently against a stack of tires. With his one intact right hand he clumsily wrapped fresh bandages around his mangled left arm. Blood quickly soaked the pristine gauze crimson once more. His face had turned ashen. Chen Mo stood atop the prow of the Noah's Ark staring at the hydraulic ram, stained now with dark drying blood, his expression unreadable. As if the recent slaughter had been no more than a trivial interlude in his long unyielding journey. In that moment the survivors' cheers rang out, jarringly, painfully shrill. Old Chen. Zhao Hao approached, cradling the shotgun. His voice was low, hoarse. Look at her. Only then did Chen Mo's gaze settle upon the woman's lifeless form. Zhao Hao crouched down, not glancing again at the serene, almost relieved smile on her face, but reached instead into the grime-caked pocket of her tattered clothing. He searched for a long while before retrieving 2 objects: half a loaf of bread hardened like stone and a thin sheet of paper, folded in 2, nearly saturated with dried rust-colored blood. Zhao Hao carefully unfolded the paper. It was a photograph. An ordinary family portrait, the kind ubiquitous before the world fell. In it the woman smiled warmly, a broad-shouldered, gentle-looking man held her shoulders. She cradled a little girl with braided pigtails in her arms. The very same child imprisoned in the cage. On the reverse side, written in fading ballpoint ink, were these words: "Happy 3rd birthday, my darling. Mom and Dad love you forever." This woman had been held captive by monsters, treated less as human, more as livestock, subjected to unspeakable degradation. Her husband had likely perished at their hands long ago. Her sole reason to endure was the daughter trapped behind bars. Each day she secretly hoarded her meager ration of bread, saving every crumb for her child. She sustained their bond through that tiny worn block, a final tender lifeline across despair. Her mind had shattered long before her body gave way. Death for her was not an end, but deliverance. "Hey! Heroes over here." It was the middle-aged man who'd earlier rushed forward ready to kneel before Chen Mo. Now all gratitude had vanished from his face, replaced by entitled impatience. "Stop fussing over corpses, can't you?" He pointed sharply toward the warehouse entrance, his voice sharpening with fear. "Those things outside are multiplying, fast. We need to leave, now. Start your vehicle and take us out of this hellhole." His tone carried the imperiousness of someone issuing orders to a chauffeur. Lin Feng slowly raised his head, his eyes glacial. Zhao Hao stared at the man as though he were refuse. Chen Mo at last stirred. He leapt down from the vehicle's prow and strode toward the man. The man flinched under Chen Mo's icy gaze, but still jutted out his chin defiantly. "What are you staring at? Am I wrong?" "Fuel is in the underground tanks outside," Chen Mo replied, calm and measured, gesturing toward the massive storage vessels beyond the warehouse walls. "The vehicles are parked inside the gas station, keys are in them." He nodded toward the convenience store. "If you wish to live, go draw the fuel yourself. Drive yourselves away." The man froze. "Then, what about you?" Chen Mo turned, placing a firm hand on the thick armored hull of the Noah's Ark. "Our vehicle. There's no room." Every survivor in the warehouse stared at him, disbelief etched across their faces. They had never imagined that this savior who descended like a celestial warrior moments before would refuse them so utterly, so coldly. "How could you do this?" A woman clutching a child began to weep. "We've lost everything, you're our only hope. Please, have mercy. Take us with you." She wielded tears as weapons, attempting moral coercion. Yet her plea ignited a fuse. Lin Feng finally erupted. He shot upright, and kicked over a waist-high empty oil drum with a deafening crash. Clang! Silence fell instantly, every survivor frozen in terror. "Shut your mouth." Lin Feng pointed straight at the weeping woman. "Hope? We are not your hope, we're not gods or saviors." He gestured to his own bleeding arm, then to Zhao Hao and Chen Mo, both drenched in blood. "We nearly died here, just moments ago, died before you lot, you useless sniveling wretches. And now, you stand whole and breathing with fuel waiting outside and keys in the ignition, yet you expect to cling to us like parasites. Let me make this clear." His voice thundered through the cavernous warehouse. "If you want to live, earn it. If not, stay. Wait for those things outside to break in, and feast on you as their buffet." The survivors recoiled, paralyzed by the raw, terrifying aura radiating from him. No one dared utter another word. Chen Mo paid them no further heed. He dragged out a flexible fuel hose and several empty 50-liter diesel drums, dropping them unceremoniously at the group's feet. "Before the wall seals shut, you may draw as much fuel as your skill allows. Whether you survive depends solely on your fate." With that he turned away without a backward glance. From a corner of the warehouse he retrieved a compact submersible pump, normally used for aquarium water changes, along with plastic tubing and electrical wires. He moved to a derelict pickup truck, popped the hood and expertly wired the pump to the battery. Then he lowered the pump into a diesel storage tank, and guided the tube's far end precisely into the Noah's Ark's fuel inlet. He flipped the switch. VVVRR. A low hum vibrated through the air. Pale yellow diesel surged through the transparent hose, flowing steadily, hungrily into the Noah's Ark's thirsty tank. After the initial shock and dread subsided, one survivor finally grasped reality. The middle-aged man, scorned moments before by Lin Feng, was the first to bolt outward, snatching up the hose and sprinting madly toward the external fuel tanks. Once one broke free, the rest followed like startled birds, rushing out, scrambling over one another, even shoving and striking to seize oil drums and tools. Under the weight of imminent death, humanity's moral compass had snapped entirely. Outside, the guttural shrieks of the horde drew perilously close. A race against oblivion had begun. Bang. 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 The thin rolling shutter door of the warehouse was being repeatedly battered by the frenzied horde outside. Each impact sent tremors through the steel structure of the entire warehouse. Dents and bulges had already appeared on the door panel. The group of survivors were staging a microcosm of the apocalypse. Give it to me, damn it. This oil drum is mine, I saw it first. Get lost. The hose is mine. The middle-aged man who had been so righteous moments before was now wrestling with a frail young man over an empty oil drum rolling on the ground in a tangled heap. Another person had finally managed to snatch the fuel hose, but in his panic he fumbled repeatedly, unable to insert it into the tank's nozzle, sweat pouring from his brow. They were like headless flies, utterly losing their sanity under the threat of death, driven only by the most primal instincts. Their efficiency was appallingly low. A bunch of useless trash. Lin Feng spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva, his eyes filled with undisguised contempt. Just then. Clang! A piercing sound of metal snapping. The already precarious rolling shutter door of the warehouse under the relentless assault of the horde was finally forced open into a massive gap half a man's height. A rotting hand reached in through the gap, clawing wildly in the air. Then a second, a third. Ah! The nearest survivor let out a heart-wrenching scream. The oil drum in his hand clattered to the ground. He collapsed as if his bones had been removed, scrambling backward on all fours, a large patch of his crotch instantly wet. Panic like a plague infected everyone in an instant. They dropped their tools, dropped the oil drums they had treasured moments ago, screaming and crying, retreating on hands and knees, desperate to put as much distance as possible between themselves and that deadly gap. Roar! More infected were scrambling through the gap, eager to get in. At that very moment Noah's Ark's fuel tank was full. Chen Mo pulled out the hose and tossed it to the ground, then called out to Lin Feng and Zhao Hao. Get in! Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng and Zhao Hao rushed into the passenger seat and the rear compartment. Chen Mo leaped into the driver's seat. He turned the key. Vroom, vroom, vroom. The slumbering steel beast roared to life with a mighty sound. He looked at the survivors sprawled on the ground, trembling, gazing at him with pleading eyes. There was no pity in his gaze, only a cold, icy indifference. He floored the accelerator. The hydraulic ram of Noah's Ark was aimed not at the shutter door now clogged with the horde, but at the intact wall on the other side of the warehouse. He was going to carve out a new path. Boom! Bricks shattered. Steel beams twisted. Before absolute power, the sturdy wall crumbled like a biscuit. Noah's Ark burst through the wall, covered in dust and rubble, charging back onto the highway shrouded in night. Take us with you. Please, we beg you. The few survivors in the warehouse scrambled out through the gaping hole, running wildly like madmen, chasing after Noah's Ark. Inside the vehicle, Lin Feng was holding the Remington shotgun, keeping a vigilant watch behind. Through the cracked rearview mirror he saw the figures stumbling in pursuit. His eyes were complex. Suddenly, among those stumbling survivors, the middle-aged man who had been wrestling earlier stopped, looking ahead. He watched Noah's Ark's retreating figure, pulled out a pistol from his pocket, its origin unknown. The dark muzzle in the night was aimed not at the sky nor the ground, but at the massive, rapidly spinning rear tire of Noah's Ark. In the darkness, the pitch-black muzzle was aimed at the rapidly spinning massive rear tire of Noah's Ark. The middle-aged man glared at Noah's Ark with venomous eyes. He had been abandoned. He felt he had been toyed with. Since he couldn't survive, then these lofty heroes wouldn't leave alive either. Mutual destruction. This insane thought steadied his trembling hands, which had been quivering with fear. In the rearview mirror, Lin Feng saw the man pull out a gun. He saw the man aiming at their tire. At high speed, a blowout would instantly cause this steel behemoth weighing tens of tons to lose control and become a rolling steel coffin. Watch the tire. Lin Feng's voice rang out almost simultaneously with the gunshot. Bang. Although the distance they had traveled exceeded the effective range of the pistol, Chen Mo as a precaution sharply turned the steering wheel all the way to the left. Squeal, screech. Noah's Ark's massive frame executed a drift at high speed. The entire vehicle almost turned sideways. Clang. Because of the distance exceeding the effective range and Chen Mo's maneuver, the bullet missed the vulnerable rubber tire and struck the air instead. The tire was fine, the vehicle didn't lose control. Inside, Zhao Hao was thrown around by the violent drift, crushing his head against the inner wall, but he ignored the pain staring fixedly behind them. A surge of inexplicable anger rose within him. Lin Feng thrust the newly acquired Remington 870 from his arms through the vehicle's firing port. The barrel aimed at the man frozen in place after his missed shot. The man still held his firing stance, his face frozen in a mask of venomous madness. Click. Lin Feng pumped the shotgun slide, chambering a 12-gauge buckshot round. Boom. A thunderous roar. The shotgun's immense recoil slammed into Lin Feng's shoulder. A fan of death composed of countless steel pellets flashed through the night, instantly engulfing the man. The man's body burst like a smashed tomato. His madness and venom along with his life were torn to shreds by the brutal force. Blood splattered over those behind him. The remaining survivors were utterly stunned. They stared at the mangled corpse beside them. A warm liquid trickled down the legs of some. Ah! The few remaining survivors were terrified by the bloody scene. They dropped their guns, abandoned everything, screamed and fled in all directions like headless flies. But however fast they ran, how could they outpace the zombie horde fully ignited by the gunfire and the scent of blood? Roar! In the darkness, countless red glowing eyes lit up. From both sides of the road, from under abandoned cars, from the shadows of the gas station, hundreds of infected instantly overwhelmed the fleeing figures, swallowing them whole. Everywhere there were screams, sounds of chewing and bone snapping. The front of Noah's Ark was completely surrounded by the zombie horde. Chen Mo's face showed no emotion. He pressed his foot heavily on the accelerator. His hand rested on the crude button wrapped in tape controlling the hydraulic ram. Hold tight. He pressed the button. His thump. The menacing hydraulic ram shot forward in an instant. Squelch. 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 The dozen infected blocking the front were instantly pulverized into bloody paste by the immense force. Bones, flesh, organs, all mixed together like abstract oil paintings splattered on steel. Chen Mo retracted the ram and pressed again. Bang. He floored the accelerator. Noah's Ark, the steel beast upgraded for battle, began its most brutal and bloody rampage through the horde. The hydraulic ram was the sharpest spearhead, grinding all obstacles ahead into dust. The reinforced body was the sturdiest wall, flinging infected trying to climb from the sides into the massive wheels to be crushed into pulp. Noah's Ark was a mobile meat grinder, carving a bloody path through the endless sea of corpses. Zhao Hao witnessed it all. He watched the man turn into a lump of flesh under Lin Feng's gun. He watched the survivors alive moments ago get overwhelmed by the horde and torn apart. He watched Chen Mo expressionless drive Noah's Ark, grinding what was once human into mud, into paste. His worldview was mercilessly shattered within an hour, then forcibly reshaped in the cruelest way. No churning in his stomach. He didn't vomit. His heart was numb. He finally understood. Chen Mo's coldness, Lin Feng's decisiveness, they weren't cruelty. They were the only laws of survival in this damned apocalypse. So-called compassion, so-called mercy were worthless in the face of humanity's darkness and the frenzy of the horde. They finally broke free from the gas station area, leaving the chaotic hell behind. The cabin was thick with the acrid smell of gunpowder and lingering scent of blood and a suffocating silence. None of the three spoke. Only the engine's deep roar and heavy breathing filled the air. After driving for an unknown time, Chen Mo parked Noah's Ark on a relatively clean, empty street. He killed the engine. Chen Mo turned and looked at Zhao Hao in the back, whose mental state was clearly off. He offered no words of comfort. No grand speeches either. He simply picked out a poorly maintained but still functional M1911 pistol from the spoils taken from One Eye, along with a fully loaded magazine. He tossed the gun into Zhao Hao's arms. The cold heavy weight jolted Zhao Hao's body. He slowly lowered his head, staring at the weapon of death and violence in his arms. Chen Mo's voice echoed in the cabin. Next, it's your turn to learn. That cold M1911 pistol lay nestled against Zhao Hao's chest. You're next to learn. Chen Mo's voice was icy. Zhao Hao slowly lifted his head, his lips trembling. I? He wanted to say, I can't, to utter, I'm incapable. But these words, upon meeting Chen Mo's terrifyingly calm eyes, all lodged in his throat. Don't say you can't. Chen Mo cut him off. He stepped down from the driver's seat, standing before Zhao Hao. There is only living or dying. He reached out, taking the gun from Zhao Hao's embrace. M1911. 45 caliber 7-round magazine plus 1 in the chamber, 8 rounds total. Heavy recoil, average accuracy, but enough power at close range to blow any head into a bloody pulp. Chen Mo's explanation was like reciting a mechanical manual devoid of any emotion. He pulled the slide and a gleaming brass bullet was chambered. This is the safety. Up is safe, down is fire. He flicked his thumb, producing a crisp click. Remember this sound. It's the only thing you need to think about before you act. He shoved the gun back into Zhao Hao's cold, rigid hands. Now hold it. Zhao Hao's hands shook violently. Grip it tight. Chen Mo's voice suddenly rose. Zhao Hao jolted, instinctively clenching his fingers, gripping the icy pistol grip with all his might. You have to learn this. It's a basic skill for surviving in this world. From the back compartment came Lin Feng's hoarse voice. He leaned against the compartment wall, lit a cigarette with his good right hand, took a deep drag and slowly exhaled. The hand holding the gun mustn't shake. He said, if your hand trembles an inch, the bullet might fly a meter off target. Then it won't be it that dies but you. He paused, then added. Or your teammate. Zhao Hao thought of Lin Feng drenched in blood and Chen Mo like a demon in the horde. The hand gripping the gun finally steadied. Look ahead. Chen Mo's voice rang out again. Not far from Noah's Ark, at a street corner, an infected in a security guard uniform wandered aimlessly. Half its head was missing, dragging a broken leg like a malfunctioning machine, repeating the patrol route of its former life. Target 10 meters. Chen Mo's voice was frigid. Disengage safety chamber around, aim, fire. The instructions were brutally simple. Zhao Hao raised the gun. Through the sights, the infected's figure became starkly clear in his vision. He saw the familiar security uniform, the nameplate on its chest even faintly readable, its name. Now it was just a walking corpse, a target to be eliminated. Zhao Hao's index finger rested on the trigger, but it felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. He couldn't pull it. What are you waiting for? Chen Mo's voice carried a hint of impatience. Waiting for it to reach the car and bite your throat off. Bang. A gunshot rang out. But it wasn't Zhao Hao who fired. It was Lin Feng. At some point he had leaned half his body out, holding the M1911 taken from one eye, with one hand casually pulling the trigger. The bullet precisely struck the infected's head. With a squelch, the wandering skull exploded instantly. The headless corpse swayed twice, then collapsed. Lin Feng withdrew the gun, blew the smoke from the muzzle and tossed it back into the compartment. See that? He looked at Zhao Hao, speaking each word deliberately. Whether it's a person or not doesn't matter. What matters is why you hesitate. I could have killed it 10 times. On the battlefield, your mercy, your hesitation, your thinking, all worthless. The only thing that counts is pulling the trigger. Make sure the enemy dies before you do. Chen Mo said nothing. He simply picked up an empty can from the ground and tossed it into the distance. Bang. The can landed 10 meters away, making a soft sound on the silent street. Hit it. Chen Mo gave a new command. Zhao Hao's breathing grew heavy. He closed his eyes, his mind filled with the blood spray from Lin Feng's merciless shot at the female survivor. And Chen Mo's expressionless face as he drove Noah's Ark, grinding everything to pulp. He slowly opened his eyes. He raised the gun. This time his arm was as steady as if welded to the vehicle. He no longer thought about sights or notches. His eyes, his gripping hand and his body formed a straight line in that moment. At the line's end was that small can. Bang. He pulled the trigger. The massive recoil numbed his palm. The can 10 meters away was struck by the bullet's immense kinetic energy, tumbling backward. A perfect hit. Lin Feng stubbed out his cigarette and laughed. Kid, you've got some talent. Chen Mo's face still showed no expression. He just turned and pulled a crumpled city map from Noah's Ark storage compartment. He pointed to a spot on the map with his finger. Here? Zhao Hao and Lin Feng leaned in. It was a place circled in red. Dongshan Road Pioneer Outdoor Sports Club. I checked the data. Chen Mo's voice returned to its usual calm and steadiness. This club is a professional outdoor gear store. The owner is a retired Special Forces soldier of Chinese descent, a hardcore gun enthusiast. Rumor has it he acquired a batch of real firearms through special channels, not the civilian versions we have. More importantly, Chen Mo's finger traced a line on the map. There's an independent underground armory there. The security system runs on its own diesel generator. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. An armory? Yes. Chen Mo nodded. If we're lucky we might find more than just pistols and shotguns. His voice carried a tech enthusiast's fervent allure. We might find automatic rifles, sniper rifles, grenades even. Better things. Lin Feng and Zhao Hao both gasped. But the risks are just as great. Chen Mo's expression grew solemn again. A place that attracts someone like that must have extremely robust defenses. We don't know if it's empty inside or already occupied by a stronger survivor group. Or? Lin Feng took over, already breached by the horde turned into a bigger, more dangerous trap. It was a gamble. No choice. Chen Mo put away the map. Noah's Ark's ammunition is only enough for one more small-scale swarm breakout. We must replenish our firepower. Chen Mo drove to the vicinity of the club. He looked at Zhao Hao, the medical student who had just fired his first shot. Howzy, you stay and guard the car handle, look out and back up. Old Lin, you come with me. He then tossed Lin Feng the best-maintained M1911 and 2 spare magazines from the loot. No? A voice suddenly rang out. It was Zhao Hao. He stood upright, still gripping the pistol tightly. He looked at Chen Mo, then at Lin Feng. This time I'm going with you. Chen Mo and Lin Feng both turned to look at Zhao Hao. His hands had stopped trembling. The fear and bewilderment that had clouded his face were gone. I'm going with you. Zhao Hao repeated himself. Lin Feng frowned and was about to speak, but Chen Mo raised a hand to stop him. Chen Mo remained silent. He simply walked to the rear of the Noah's Ark, opened a storage compartment and dragged out a heavy olive green canvas duffel bag. With a rustle he dropped the bag on the ground and unzipped it. Inside were 3 black tactical suits with thick knee and elbow pads, along with 3 ballistic helmets and tactical vests. These were the finest gear they had scavenged on the road. Chen Mo pointed to the smallest set. Put it on. His action was his answer. Zhao Hao didn't utter another word. He shed his blood-stained white coat and began pulling on the cold tactical suit. Lin Feng watched in silence. Without a word he slipped the best-maintained M1911 and an extra magazine into Zhao Hao's tactical vest. Then he slung the brutal recoil of the Remington 870 and the entire pocketful of 12-gauge buckshot onto himself. The 3 of them exchanged no further words. They geared up, checked ammunition and redressed wounds. Silent and efficient. 15 minutes later. 3 black figures slid down from the Noah's Ark and swiftly melted into the shadows of the street's flanks. The Noah's Ark remained still, hidden at a secluded alley entrance. Dongshan Road was once a bustling commercial street. After the apocalypse it had become death's playground. The road was clogged with wrecked luxury cars, overturned buses and countless shattered remnants of human civilization. Wind moaned through broken shop windows. Occasionally a few skeletal remains, gnawed clean, were visible, draped over toppled guardrails. Chen Mo led the way, rifle raised, advancing inch by inch using wrecked cars for cover. Lin Feng was 5 meters behind, covering the flanks and rear. Though his left arm was in a sling, his grip on the shotgun with one hand was terrifyingly steady. Zhao Hao brought up the rear. His heart pounded like a war drum. Every faint crunch of broken glass underfoot made his scalp tingle. He could only grip his gun tightly, forcing himself to focus entirely on the tactical hand signals from Chen Mo and Lin Feng. Advance. Halt. Alert. He was like a newborn learning the brutal lesson of survival in the harshest way. It took them half an hour to advance less than 500 meters. Finally the Pioneer Outdoor Gear Club appeared at the end of the street. It was a 3-story standalone building constructed entirely of grey granite. All windows were sealed from the inside with thick steel plates. The only entrance was a massive blast door. There was no blood, no bodies at the entrance, eerily clean, just like the gas station. Lin Feng whispered, "This defense is way better than our crappy safe house." Several black dome-shaped surveillance cameras were mounted on the club's exterior wall. Though their indicator lights were off, no one could be sure they weren't running on backup power. "Circle around to the back," Chen Mo signaled. The 3 of them skirted the building to the back alley. The alley was narrower, darker, cluttered with garbage bins and discarded air conditioning units. The club's rear wall was also solid granite, with only a small steel-plated back door and a second-story ventilation shaft. The vent was high, at least 4 meters off the ground, covered with a fine wire mesh. "Can't get up there," Lin Feng said, shaking his head after a glance. Chen Mo said nothing. He pulled a device he had bought earlier from his tactical pack, an electromagnetic signal detector. He switched it on and pressed it against the steel plate of the back door. The screen showed no response. He walked to the front door and repeated the process. Still nothing. The security system is dead, Chen Mo concluded. The backup generator hasn't kicked in either. That meant it was likely empty inside. But it could also be something worse. What now? Zhao Hao asked. Blow it open. No, Lin Feng immediately rejected. Too loud, it'll draw half the infected from the area. Chen Mo's gaze settled on the wire mesh covered vent on the second floor. He eyed the rusted drain pipe running from the roof to the ground nearby. I'm going up. Are you crazy? Lin Feng grabbed his arm. That pipe is nearly rusted through. What if you fall? You're injured, Chen Mo said just those 4 words. He pointed to Lin Feng's slung left arm. You guard the ground, cover me. With that he gave Lin Feng no chance to argue. He tossed his rifle to Zhao Hao and pulled a small hydraulic cutter from his pack. He moved to the wall, grabbed the icy drain pipe with both hands and pushed off the wall with his feet. His body climbed upward with the agility of a gecko. The rusted pipe groaned under his weight. Lin Feng and Zhao Hao's hearts were in their throats. They could only train their guns on both ends of the alley, alert for any sudden danger. The 4-meter climb took Chen Mo less than 20 seconds. Hanging one-handed from the pipe, he aimed the hydraulic cutter at the fine wire mesh over the vent. Snap. Snap. A few soft sounds. The wire mesh was cut open, creating an opening just big enough for one person. He dropped the cutter and crawled into the dark, musty ventilation shaft. Inside the shaft it was dead silent. Only his own breathing and the rustle of his clothes against the metal walls. Pitch black, unable to see his hand in front of his face. He switched on the tactical light on his helmet. A piercing beam of light cut through the darkness ahead. The shaft was thick with accumulated dust. A strange odor hung in the air. Not the smell of blood or rotting corpses. It was a faint scent of powdered milk. Chen Mo paused for a moment. He crawled forward another dozen meters until he reached a fork in the shaft. Just then, a faint suppressed cry of a baby drifted from the depths of the left shaft, a soft and haunting sound. What? What? That faint cry of an infant, almost completely drowned out by the howling wind, instantly pierced Chen Mo's eardrums. All his movements froze at that moment. The ventilation duct was pitch black with only the beam from his tactical helmet light illuminating the thick dust ahead. An infant. Chen Mo's first reaction was not pity nor curiosity. It was a trap. The experience at the gas station had been etched into his very bones. The one-eyed man who used women and children as bait and rations, and the female survivor who repaid their kindness with a venomous bullet at the final moment. Human nature in the apocalypse is a far more dangerous thing than a horde of corpses. Yet the scent of milk powder was so real. Chen Mo lay motionless in the icy duct. He waited. A few seconds later. What? The cry came again, intermittent and full of grievance. Then a woman's gentle voice arose, humming a lullaby in an attempt to soothe the crying infant. The sound was very close, from deep within the duct on the left. Chen Mo's eyes gleamed in the darkness. He reached out his right hand and rhythmically tapped 3 times on the metal duct beneath him with his knuckles. This was the prearranged signal. 3 short taps meant situation changed, hold position, maintain alert. In the alley, Lin Feng and Zhao Hao heard the muffled tapping from above almost simultaneously. They exchanged a glance and immediately understood Chen Mo's meaning. They stopped looking up, pressed their backs tightly against the wall, aimed their muzzles at both ends of the alley and focused all their attention on vigilance. In the duct, Chen Mo made a decision. He could not leave an unknown variable beside him. Whether it was a survivor or a trap, he had to see for himself. He abandoned the straight main duct, twisting his body like a snake to crawl into the narrower branch duct on the left. The crawling process was suffocatingly oppressive. With every breath he inhaled air thick with dust and mildew. The scent of milk powder grew stronger. Finally, after crawling about 10 meters forward, a square ventilation opening with louvers appeared at the end of the flashlight beam. The sound came from there. Chen Mo turned off his headlamp and the entire duct plunged into absolute darkness and silence. He silently shifted himself next to the vent and slowly brought his head close. He peered down through the gaps in the louvers. It was a room. Not the warehouse stacked with weapons and equipment he had imagined, but a makeshift nursery. The room was not large, but it was exceptionally tidy. The floor was covered with thick foam mats and boxes of milk powder and diapers were piled in a corner. 2 cribs stood by the wall. A woman in her 30s was gently pacing back and forth holding a swaddled infant in her arms humming a lullaby. Her face bore deep exhaustion but her movements were filled with maternal tenderness. Beside the woman a man with graying hair but an erect posture sat on a chair meticulously sanding a wooden part with sandpaper. He wore a clean set of camouflage training uniform, his movements steady. No cages, no chains, no numbness or despair. This place felt more like a sanctuary in the apocalypse. Chen Mo's heart did not relax, instead it grew more tense. The more orderly it seemed, the more it indicated this group was formidable. They had order, capability, maintaining a veneer of civilized decency in this hell. Just as Chen Mo was about to retreat silently and replan his route, the man sanding the part suddenly stopped moving. He looked up, his eyes locking with pinpoint accuracy onto the dark vent where Chen Mo was hiding. He had been spotted. Chen Mo didn't even know how he had been exposed. The man didn't shout or panic. He simply put down the part and pulled out from under the table a pitch-black MP5 submachine gun with a silencer, a weapon Chen Mo had only ever seen in movies. Click. A soft sound of chambering around. The dark muzzle aimed at the vent on the ceiling. The woman holding the child instantly stopped pacing. She hugged the baby and swiftly ducked behind the man, her eyes filled with vigilance and fear. The atmosphere in the room shifted from warmth to lethal intent in a tenth of a second. "Friend up there." The man's voice rose, carrying a sense of pressure. "I don't care who you are or where you're from. I'll give you 10 seconds to come down on your own. Otherwise I'll turn this vent and you along with it into a sieve." His finger was already on the trigger. Chen Mo lay motionless in the duct. Cold sweat seeped from his forehead and trickled down his cheek. His current position was a sitting duck. The man wielded a military-grade automatic weapon. Once it fired, Chen Mo had no room to dodge. 10. The man began the countdown. 9. Chen Mo's mind raced. 8. Chen Mo made the only choice he had. He reached out and with all his strength wrenched open the flimsy louvered window. Crash! Before the man could count to 7, Chen Mo leaped down from the ceiling nearly 4 meters high. Thud. He executed a perfect breakfall roll, absorbing most of the impact, then landed on one knee with his hands raised. "I'm unarmed." Chen Mo's voice was calm. He looked up at the man aiming the gun at him. "I mean no harm." The man said nothing, only scrutinized Chen Mo from head to toe with his eyes. When his gaze fell upon Chen Mo's fine tactical gear and the empty holster at his waist, the vigilance in his eyes deepened. "You alone?" the man asked. "No," Chen Mo replied honestly. "My companions are outside." The man let out a cold laugh. "Quite bold. Daring to trespass on my turf." "We're not here to rob you," Chen Mo said, looking directly at the MP5 in the man's hand, stating his purpose. "We need weapons, ammunition. I checked the records. You're the owner of this club, Fang Jijun, formerly of the Southwest Falcon Special Forces." Being identified by Chen Mo, Fang Jijun's expression finally changed. He squinted his eyes. "You investigated me. We need to replenish our firepower." "This was our only option," Chen Mo said. "We can trade. Medicine, food, or technical skills." He pointed to a diesel generator in the corner of the room which was humming faintly but clearly running poorly. "Its power loss exceeds 40%. If you keep using it like this, it'll be completely scrapped within 3 days." Fang Jijun frowned. This young man with just one glance had pinpointed his most pressing problem. Just then. "Dad. Something's wrong." The door burst open and a young man in his 20s rushed in, clutching a Type 97 automatic rifle, his face full of anxiety. "East side. That group from the east, they are back." Fang Jijun's gaze swept over the young man who had burst in, then immediately locked back onto Chen Mo, who was kneeling on one knee. His gun barrel was steady as a rock. "Who? How many?" Fang Jijun's voice betrayed not a hint of panic. "It's that butcher crew from the east again." The young man who rushed in was Fang Lei, Fang Jijun's son. He held his rifle tightly and spoke urgently. "Thief got 2 pickups, a dozen men. Thief brought Molotov cocktails and are ramming our front door." "Calm down," Fang Jijun chided, his eyes still fixed on Chen Mo. "That steel plate on the front door, even if they brought a tank, they'd be at it for a while. Even as he spoke, violent pounding sounds, boom, boom, erupted from outside the warehouse mixed with frenzied curses and obscenities. The entire building trembled slightly. The woman holding the baby turned pale, tightening her arms around the child. Chen Mo remained with his hands up. His mind was racing at full speed. This was an opportunity, the only chance to trade their combat prowess for trust and resources. We can help, Chen Mo spoke. Fang Jijun's eye twitched. Fang Lei immediately aimed his Type 97 rifle at Chen Mo, barking, "Shut up. How do we know you're not a spy sent by them? We just want to get home. And if I were a spy, you'd be facing a grenade thrown through the ventilation shaft, not an unarmed man." Chen Mo's tone was eerily calm. He looked at Fang Jijun and spoke rapidly. "Your defenses are strong but not invincible. They have vehicles and Molotov cocktails. If they can't breach the front, they'll weigh you down with lives and fire. Once your men are exhausted or forced out of cover, they'll have their chance. I have 2 people outside, a provincial shooting champion with excellent marksmanship and a surgeon. Give us 3 rifles and 100 rounds. Well, clear the flanks and the roof, easing the pressure on your front. In return, we just need some ammunition and anything useful from your basement." Every word Chen Mo spoke struck precisely what Fang Jijun needed most at that moment. A top-tier shooter. A scarce doctor. A technical expert who could instantly diagnose his generator problem. The combined value of these 3 in this apocalypse was self-evident. Fang Jijun fell silent. He stared at Chen Mo, his sharp eyes filled with scrutiny, suspicion and calculation. "Dad. Don't trust him," Fang Lei urged anxiously. "This guy's background is shady." "You shut up." Fang Jijun cut his son off again. He fixed his gaze on Chen Mo and asked word by word, "Why should I trust you?" "Because right now we're at gunpoint and your enemy is pounding on your door." Chen Mo said, "We have no way out and you don't have many choices. Take a gamble and we might all survive. Don't, and how much longer can your men hold?" Boom. A thunderous explosion erupted from the front door, followed by the shattering of glass and even more raucous cursing outside. "Damn it. Burn. Throw them through the windows. Smoke those turtles out." The situation was deteriorating rapidly. A flicker of emotion finally crossed Fang Jijun's face. He abruptly withdrew the gun aimed at Chen Mo and barked at Fang Lei, "Take him to storage B. Give him 3 rifles and 3 spare magazines. He'll hold the front." Then he strode to the wall communicator, pressed the talk button and roared into it. Back alley opened the door. "Let 2 people in. They are friends, not foes." He then glanced at Chen Mo, his eyes icy. "If you try anything, I swear you'll die 100 times worse than those things outside." With that, he grabbed his MP5 and charged out of the room. Fang Lei shot Chen Mo a venomous, distrustful glare, then jabbed the gun barrel into his back. "Move." Chen Mo stood up without a word and followed Fang Lei into a pitch-black corridor. Meanwhile, in the back alley, Lin Feng and Zhao Hao were pressed against the wall on high alert. Suddenly, from the ventilation shaft above, the one Chen Mo had cut open, came his voice. "Old Lin. How's he? Get in." The heavy steel back door clicked and cracked open from the inside. Lin Feng and Zhao Hao exchanged a glance, hesitated not a moment, and slipped in one after the other. The door slammed shut behind them. Inside stood Fang Lei, his Type 97 still raised warily. "The guns are over there." He pointed to a metal cabinet at the end of the hallway. Without a word, Lin Feng and Zhao Hao headed straight for it. Chen Mo was already there, holding 3 pitch-black, coldly gleaming Type 97 rifles and 9 fully loaded magazines. "1 each, 3 mags," Chen Mo said, tossing a rifle and 3 magazines to Lin Feng. Lin Feng caught it and casually dropped his heavy Remington 870 on the ground. He worked the bolt, checked the magazine and shouldered the stock, feeling the familiar powerful grip. A beastly grin spread across his face. "Hell yeah, this is more like it." Chen Mo tossed the other rifle to Zhao Hao and explained how to use it. Zhao Hao caught it, his arm visibly sagging under the weight. This military weapon, built for efficient slaughter, was far heavier than the M1911 had been clutching. Awkwardly mimicking Lin Feng, he worked the bolt and hugged the rifle tightly. His face showed neither fear nor excitement, only grim resolve. "Follow me," Fang Lei commanded bluntly. "You're covering the west windows on the 2nd floor and the roof. Don't let a single person sneak up from the side. The three followed Fang Lei up to the second floor. The entire club was fortified like a stronghold. In the main hall on the first floor, several men in similar tactical gear were exchanging fire with the attackers outside using sandbags and metal cabinets as cover. Bullets screamed through the air. Explosions rang out incessantly. Fang Jijun was methodically firing his MP5 in short bursts, suppressing the enemy's fire. The battle had reached a fever pitch. Bang! A Molotov cocktail smashed against the west window on the second floor. Flames erupted. Though the window was sealed with steel plates, the searing heat blasted through the gaps. Damn it! Lin Feng cursed, kicking open a nearby door and rushing to the window with his rifle. He peered through the narrow firing slit. Outside on the street, two modified pickups were parked across the club's entrance. A dozen thugs armed with machetes, guns and homemade explosives were unleashing a torrent of fire from behind the vehicles. Their attack was chaotic but fueled by reckless desperation. A bunch of scum. Lin Feng's eyes blazed with murderous intent. He thrust the Type 97's barrel through the firing slit, the scope instantly locking onto a thug about to hurl a second Molotov. Go to hell. He pulled the trigger. The thunderous roar of the Type 97 automatic rifle echoed through the enclosed corridor, amplified several times, piercing eardrums with its intensity. A dozen bullets tore through the air in rapid succession, crossing 50 meters with deadly precision to plunge into the chest of the bandit, whose hand still held a Molotov cocktail aloft. His body stiffened. He stared down in disbelief at the three bloody holes blooming on his chest. The Molotov slipped from his grasp. The glass bottle shattered on the ground and flames instantly engulfed him along with another comrade beside him. A piercing scream erupted as they became two torches running through the street. This sudden and uncannily precise strike brought a momentary halt to the assault from the bandits outside. Damn it! Second floor. There's a sniper on the second floor. Take cover. Take cover now. The bandits howled, scrambling frantically back behind the pickup truck. Lin Feng did not stop. He pulled the bolt, swapped the magazine, aimed, a fluid, seamless motion. The muzzle emerged once more from the firing port. This time he targeted the pickup truck's tire. Two more shots rang out. The left front tire burst instantly, causing the entire vehicle to sag heavily. From below, Fang Jijun's voice rose, barely suppressing his exhilaration. Lin Feng's appearance had instantly turned the tide, breaking their passive defense. Chen Mo's voice suddenly sounded beside him. He wasn't joining the attack but had disassembled the captured Remington 870 shotgun into parts, seemingly searching for something. Go to the rooftop, Chen Mo pointed to the fire escape at the end of the corridor. From there you can see their rear. Don't let them flank us. Zhao Hao's body stiffened. Guard a direction alone. He glanced at Lin Feng, who was unleashing a furious barrage, pinning down the bandits outside. He then looked at Chen Mo, who was engrossed in modifying the weapon, seemingly oblivious to the hail of bullets around them. He knew this was an order and also a test for him. All right. Zhao Hao uttered a single word. He clutched the Type 97 tightly, then turned and ran without hesitation toward the fire escape leading to the rooftop. The metal ladder was cold and sturdy. With each step upward, the gunfire and explosions from below seemed to fade a little further away. As he pushed open the heavy iron door to the rooftop, a gust of wind mixed with the scent of gunpowder and blood rushed toward him. The rooftop was vast and empty. Apart from a few abandoned solar water heaters, there was almost no cover. Zhao Hao did not choose to hide behind the door. He recalled Chen Mo's teachings and Lin Feng's words. The most dangerous place is often the safest. He crouched low, sprinting at full speed to the edge of the rooftop, lying prone behind the waist-high concrete parapet. From here he had the best vantage point. The back alley of the club was completely exposed. Just then, at the end of the alley, three furtive figures emerged from the shadows. They hadn't attacked from the front but had chosen the weakest point, the rear, attempting to infiltrate. The leading man even carried a hydraulic cutter, seemingly to sever the chain on the back door. They thought they were undetected. They didn't know that 30 meters above their heads a pair of eyes belonging to a doctor were watching them coldly through a crosshair. Zhao Hao's heart pounded, but his hands were steady as a rock. Mercy. In this world, mercy is cruelty to oneself and one's comrades. He exhaled slowly. He hesitated no longer. His index finger squeezed the trigger. Knowing his accuracy was limited, he opted for a burst fire for a higher hit probability. The first few rounds burst from the barrel. Using an automatic rifle for the first time, he struggled to control the recoil which numbed his body. The man about to cut the chain had the back of his skull blown off. Blood splattered across the face of the companion behind him. The subsequent bullets followed closely. The second bandit, just recovering from the shock, hadn't even raised his machete before two bloody holes appeared in his body. His body crumpled and Zhao Hao fired several more shots to finish him off. Only one remained utterly petrified. He let out a strange cry, turned and fled at top speed. Zhao Hao's muzzle tracked his body. Several consecutive shots, but none hit. He had only managed to hit stationary targets before. Fast-moving targets like this were beyond his capability. Two dead, one fled. The entire back alley fell silent. Zhao Hao lay behind the parapet gasping for breath. The acrid smell of gunpowder stung his throat, making him want to cough. Downstairs at the west window, Lin Feng had completely suppressed the bandits in front. He even had the leisure to light a cigarette and shout down to the floor below. "Hey old pal. Got any other guns? This thing's boring against stationary targets." Fang Jijun's face was etched with astonishment. He heard the report from the rear observation post through the radio. "Report. Back alley secure. The enemies have been eliminated." He had sent only one person up there, and within minutes the fight was over. Fang Jijun glanced at Lin Feng, who was still firing relentlessly, and then thought of Chen Mo, who had spotted the generator problem at a single glance and was now modifying the weapon. He knew his gamble had paid off. Retreat. Fall back. The bandits outside could no longer hold their ground. Abandoning several bodies, the remaining few scrambled onto the still-running pickup truck, which sped away with a trail of black smoke, fleeing in disgrace. A siege was thus broken by just 3 people. Everyone in the club breathed a collective sigh of relief. Fang Jijun walked to the window, watching the fleeing pickup, a hint of gravity flickering in his eyes. "Don't celebrate too soon." He turned to face Chen Mo and Lin Feng, who were descending the stairs. "I know the butcher. He'll come back with 10 times the men and firepower after a loss like this. We need to talk." After the battle, the club was thick with the acrid smell of gunpowder and blood. Several of Fang Jijun's men silently cleaned the battlefield, sweeping shell casings into piles and plugging bullet-riddled gaps with sandbags. The atmosphere was oppressively heavy. Everyone knew that what had just happened was merely an appetizer. The real threat still loomed ahead. On the second floor of the club, in a relatively intact office, Chen Mo, Lin Feng, Zhao Hao and Fang Jijun and his son Fang Lei sat facing each other. On the table lay several bottles of water and a few cans of military luncheon meat. These were supplies Fang Jijun had brought out, a gesture of goodwill. Lin Feng unceremoniously twisted open a can, scooped out a large chunk with his bayonet, stuffed it into his mouth and mumbled indistinctly. "Just spit it out. After that fight my arm's starting to ache again." Zhao Hao didn't move. He simply took out his own first aid kit, lowered his head and wrapped a bandage around his numb tiger's mouth, which had been jarred by the recoil of his firearm. He was immersed in a strange calm that followed the shooting. Fang Lei looked at them, his eyes losing some of their hostility. Fang Jijun ignored Lin Feng's rudeness, his gaze was fixed on Chen Mo. He knew that this taciturn young man was the true core of the trio. "My name is Fang Jijun." He began in a deep voice of formal introduction. "This place is the last refuge for me, a few of my old subordinates and our families. I admit I underestimated you before." He glanced at Lin Feng, then at Zhao Hao. "Your combat prowess exceeds my imagination. So I've changed my mind." Fang Jijun's gaze finally settled back on Chen Mo's face. "The previous deal is off." Lin Feng's eyes instantly turned cold. With a clatter he slapped his Type 97 rifle onto the table. "What? Trying to discard the tools after thieves served their purpose?" The atmosphere in the office plummeted to freezing point. Fang Lei subconsciously tightened his grip on his gun. "Easy." Chen Mo raised a hand to press down on Lin Feng's shoulder. He looked at Fang Jijun, his face showing no surprise. "Let's hear your new terms." Fang Jijun shot Chen Mo an approving glance. Dealing with an intelligent person was so much easier. "My terms are simple." Fang Jijun held up one finger. "I'm not looking for a one-time deal. I want you to stay and become part of us. The butcher's gang is holed up in the food wholesale market to the east. They outnumber us and are ruthless. Thieves had their eyes on this place for a while. I need your strength to fight them. In return, he emphasized, all the supplies in this club including what's in the basement will be shared. Shared. That word was far more enticing than trade. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow but said nothing. Chen Mo however shook his head. We won't stay, he stated. Our goal is to reach Dongda and then go home. Fang Jijun's brow furrowed. In this world now it's the same everywhere, Fang Lei interjected. Outside there are monsters that eat people and men even crueler than monsters. Staying here with a solid fort, weapons and food, that's the smartest choice. Our vehicle doesn't have much fuel left. And we need to replenish our ammunition. Chen Mo ignored Fang Lei, keeping his eyes on Fang Jijun. We can cooperate and help you eliminate the butcher's crew. But when it's done, we'll take enough supplies to get us to the next resupply point. Including anything in your basement that we find useful. Chen Mo added. This was his bottom line. Noah's Ark was their true mobile fortress. Abandoning it to stay here and deplete resources would be a slow suicide. Fang Jijun fell silent, weighing the options. Chen Mo didn't rush him. Instead he picked up the disassembled parts of the Remington 870 and a few empty shell casings from the floor. Then from his backpack he produced a small set of portable tools. In front of everyone he began his work. Using pliers he pried the brass primer cup from the base of an empty casing and emptied the spent primer. From his pack he took a small sealed box containing dozens of new primers. He carefully pressed the new primer into the casing. Next he picked up a plastic shotgun wad and meticulously trimmed off the crimped top with a small knife. Having done that he retrieved the shotgun's tubular magazine from the scattered parts. He glanced at Fang Lei's Type 97 rifle, then at the ammunition on the table. Borrow a bullet, he said. Fang Lei hesitated, looking at his father. Fang Jijun nodded. Reluctantly Fang Lei ejected a gleaming 5.56mm rifle round from his magazine and tossed it to Chen Mo. Chen Mo caught the bullet, clamped the projectile with his pliers and with a brutal yet aesthetically violent motion forcibly pulled the bullet head from the casing. With a soft hiss he carefully poured the dark green powerful propellant from the rifle casing into the modified empty shotgun shell. Finally he pulled a handful of steel nails from his pack, nails meant for a nail gun. He inserted a dozen sharp nails points outward into the shotgun shell now filled with rifle propellant. He sealed the opening with the trimmed plastic wad and finished by securing it with hot glue. Thus a brand new bizarrely modified 12-gauge shell was born. The entire process was fluid and seamless. Fang Jijun and his son watched dumbfounded. They had handled guns their entire lives but had never seen such a technique. My generator can hold out for 3 more days. After that all power here will be cut. Having finished his work, Chen Mo looked up calmly at Fang Jijun. I can fix it. Not only fix it, but I can also boost its output by 20%. I can also use the materials here to make more of these bullets for you. I can weld ram bars and armor onto your pickup truck using scrap steel from your warehouse. With every word Chen Mo spoke, Fang Jijun's pupils contracted a little more. Lin Feng's marksmanship was a sharp blade. Zhao Hao's medical skills were a safety net. But Chen Mo's technical expertise. In this apocalypse it was the true core competency that could exponentially increase a team's survival rate. Fang Jijun finally made his decision. He stood up. Follow me. He didn't say yes or no. He simply led the 3 to the back of the office before a heavy alloy door that required both a fingerprint and a passcode to open. A beep sounded. A click followed. The door swung open. A wave of air mixed with gun oil and the scent of steel rushed out. Beyond the door lay a vast staircase descending into the depths. At the bottom of the stairs was a true underground armory. It was a steel staircase descending underground. With each step downward the smell of gun oil grew thicker. At the end of the staircase lay a vast space as bright as day under the glare of snow-white lights. Rows of weapons lined the walls. From the classic AK-47 to the modular M4A1 and the Type 97 automatic rifles they had just used, all were neatly displayed on racks. On the other side was the pistol section, Glocks, Berettas, Desert Eagles. Every model imaginable. Further in there were dedicated sniper rifle racks. The massive menacing form of a Barrett M82A1 lay quietly there, its mere sight sending chills down one's spine. In the corner military ammunition boxes were piled like a small mountain, each marked with caliber identifiers in spray paint. Holy! Lin Feng finally found his voice, uttering only a single word. Zhao Hao was stunned speechless, gripping his Type 97 as if he were a child holding a toy gun. Only Chen Mo remained expressionless. His gaze did not linger on the powerful automatic rifles and sniper guns. He walked straight past the dazzling array of weapons to an inconspicuous corner. There several open boxes sat. Inside were not finished weapons but various gun accessories, scopes of different magnifications, tactical flashlights, laser pointers and silencers of various models. "These are what I want," Chen Mo finally spoke. He pulled out an ACOG 4X scope and a finely crafted rifle silencer from the box and tossed them to Lin Feng. "Install them. You need more precise and stealthier kills." Lin Feng caught the accessories, his eyes lighting up instantly. He understood Chen Mo's intent. In the apocalypse, gunfire attracted infected more than blood. With a silencer, his hunting efficiency would multiply and he would be safer. Chen Mo picked a red dot sight and a tactical grip, tossing them to Zhao Hao. "Your task is mid to close range fire suppression and vigilance. This will help you aim faster." Zhao Hao took the accessories and awkwardly zeroed them under Chen Mo's guidance, then mounted them onto his Type 97 rifle. The cold weapon felt heavier in his hands and deadlier. Finally, Chen Mo chose the shortest M4 carbine for himself, equipping it with a red dot sight and a silencer. This weapon was more suited for combat in tight spaces. Fang Jijun watched Chen Mo skillfully select and distribute equipment, his surprised expression shifting to deep admiration. This young man wasn't dazzled by overwhelming firepower. He clearly understood each teammate's role and upgraded their firepower in the most efficient way possible in the shortest time. Such calm and rationality were more fearsome than marksmanship itself. "Now we can discuss how to deal with the butcher." Chen Mo inserted a fully loaded M4 magazine into the rifle, pulled the bolt, and a crisp metallic clang rang out. Fang Jijun nodded and led them to a tactical map in the center of the armory. 2 locations were circled in red on the map. One was the Pioneer Club, where they now stood. The other was a large food wholesale market 5 kilometers to the east. That was the butcher's lair. The butcher, real name Zhong Tu, was a pig butcher before coming to the US. He led a gang of thugs. Fang Jijun pointed at the map, his voice heavy. After the apocalypse broke out, he used his ruthlessness to seize the food market first. With a huge stockpile of food, he quickly gathered a gang of nearly 100. He doesn't just take supplies, he takes people too. Especially women and children. Fang Jijun's fists clenched audibly. Those he captures meet a terrible fate. Fang Lei added, "They have a few modified pickup trucks and trucks. They are numerous, heavily armed, and have plenty of homemade explosives and Molotov cocktails. We've clashed with them a few times and always lost. We're too few forced to hold out behind these defenses." Lin Feng sneered, "A bunch of trash who only win by numbers. Since they outnumber us, we can fight a positional battle." Chen Mo's eyes darted across the map. "Our advantage lies in mobility and technique." His finger landed on the entrance of an abandoned underground commercial street between the club and the food market. "Here?" Fang Jijun frowned. "That street has been abandoned for ages. It's a complex maze, flooded and full of infected. We sent scouts in before. It's impassable." "I know," Chen Mo said. "I don't need it to be passable." He looked up at Fang Jijun. "I need your people to help me stage a play." "What play?" "A play to lure the snake out of its hole, then shut the door and beat the dog." Chen Mo's voice was utterly calm. "Tomorrow morning, send a small team out in a vehicle, making a big show of heading away from the food market, pretending to scavenge for supplies. Make it loud. Make sure his people see it clearly. The butcher is greedy. When he sees your main force leaving, he'll think it's an opportunity and will come out in full force to attack your empty nest." Fang Lei immediately objected, "Doesn't that put us in mortal danger? If they all come, how can we defend with so few?" "Who said we're defending?" Chen Mo smiled. "When they come, no one stays in the club. Everyone moves through this underground street in advance to this location." His finger jabbed heavily at another exit of the commercial street on the map. That exit was in an abandoned department store right on the flank of the butcher's convoy's attack route. "What we're doing isn't defending, it's ambushing. When they are most complacent, thinking we're turtles hiding in our shells, we strike from their flank with our strongest firepower and deliver a fatal blow." The plan was bold and insane: abandon their strongest fortress to take the offensive and fight a street battle they were completely unfamiliar with. This is too risky. Fang Lei still objected. What if the butcher doesn't fall for it? What about the infected in the commercial street? He will fall for it. Chen Mo cut him off. Because besides food I've prepared another bait he can't resist. Chen Mo turned and looked at the diesel generator in the armory corner humming and running poorly. Before your people leave you'll make this generator accidentally stop. The entire club will lose power. A fortress with no power, no surveillance, no defense systems and its main force away, to the butcher that's the juiciest piece of meat delivered right to his mouth. Fang Jijun looked at this terrifyingly calm young man and felt a chill for the first time. The plan was intricately linked, each step calculating human greed and weakness. The morning sunlight could not pierce the gloom of this city of death. An armored off-road vehicle and a small truck, their engines roaring, burst out from the gates of the Pioneer Club. On board, Fang Lei, accompanied by several fully armed men, deliberately made a tremendous racket as they sped off towards the west, leaving a cloud of dust in their wake. Half an hour later. With a low hum, the diesel generator sustaining the entire club's operations in the underground armory sputtered and died. All the lights went out instantly. The surveillance monitors turned pitch black. In that moment the entire fortress became an undefended hollow iron box. In the darkness, Fang Jijun along with the remaining men and Chen Mo's trio slipped out silently from the back door and crept into the entrance of the foul-smelling underground commercial street. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. They were about to face not only the butcher's men but also the unknown perils lurking within this dark passage. Chen Mo led the way. He didn't turn on a flashlight, instead he pulled a small modified infrared thermal imager from his backpack. Through the eyepiece the dark corridor ahead transformed into a world of different color blocks. The cold walls were blue, the damp puddles a deep green. The aimlessly wandering infected lacking body heat appeared as blurry grayish-white humanoid silhouettes. 2 on the left. 1 10 meters ahead. Chen Mo's voice was a barely audible whisper in the darkness. Behind him Lin Feng raised his suppressed M for the muzzle angled slightly upward. 2 soft pops like balloons being punctured. In the thermal image's view the 2 grayish-white forms on the left crumpled to the ground. The entire process was clean and efficient, disturbing nothing. With Chen Mo's eyes and Lin Feng's marksmanship coupled with the numerical advantage of Fang Jijun's team, this once perilous passage became a safe and clear path. Half an hour later they successfully emerged from another exit of the commercial street and infiltrated an abandoned department store. It was less than 300 meters from the club. From the broken windows on the 3rd floor they had an unobstructed view of the entire street in front of the club. It was a perfect ambush position. They are coming. Lin Feng lay by the window peering through his ecog-scope at the far end of the street. 5 heavily modified pickup trucks and a heavy truck like a pack of hyenas catching the scent of blood charged madly towards the club, kicking up clouds of dust. The trucks were packed with bandits brandishing machetes and homemade guns letting out unintelligible howls. On the lead pickup stood a burly bare-chested man, his body covered in slabs of muscle. He carried a massive fire axe stained with dark dried blood. He was the butcher. Ha ha. Those cowards have run indeed. They even forgot to lock the door. Get in there, boys. The guns and food inside are all ours. The butcher's manic laughter was clearly audible even from dozens of meters away. His convoy, devoid of any tactics, charged straight up to the club's main gate. A horde of bandits leaped impatiently from the trucks, shrieking as they surged towards the wide-open door. In their eyes it was a treasure trove ripe for the taking. They failed to notice that 300 meters away in a dark building over a dozen dark muzzles had silently emerged from the windows. Wait until they get a little closer. Chen Mo's voice came through a simple walkie-talkie to everyone's ears. Wait until they are all out of the vehicles. Wait until they enter our optimal firing range. Zhao Hao lay behind another window, his finger resting on the trigger of his Type 97 rifle. Through the red dot sight he could clearly see the greedy, ferocious grins on the bandits' faces. His palms were sweating. Just then Chen Mo's icy voice crackled in his earpiece. Open fire. Lin Feng was the first to pull the trigger. 3 muffled pops from the suppressed M4. 3 bullets forming a precise triangular pattern instantly struck the butcher, who was still laughing atop the pickup truck. The butcher's laughter was cut short. 3 blossoms of blood erupted on his chest. The ecstasy on his face instantly froze into an expression of stunned disbelief. He never even saw where the bullets came from before he toppled stiffly from the truck roof, crashing heavily onto the ground. The butcher's death was a signal. Open fire. Fang Jijun gave the command. The next second over a dozen automatic rifles spat tongues of flame. A dense storm of metal instantly engulfed the completely exposed open ground in front of the club. The bandits who had just been reveling in their anticipated plunder were instantly thrown into chaos, men and horses tumbling. Bullets scythed through their lives. One bandit who had just reached the doorway was riddled by over a dozen bullets, his body torn asunder. Another, before he could react, was struck in the head by a stray bullet, his skull blown clean off. Screams and wails of agony instantly replaced the earlier manic laughter. It's an ambush. Fall back. Fall back. The surviving bandits were thrown into complete disarray. Like ants whose nest had been stirred, they dropped their weapons and scrambled back towards their trucks. But it was already too late. Howsy? Chen Mo's voice sounded again. Remember what I gave you? Zhao Hao's body stiffened. He pulled a tracer round from his tactical vest. He chambered the round into his Remington 870 shotgun. His target wasn't a person. It was the fuel tanks of the pickup trucks. He pressed the stock against his shoulder, aiming at the nearest pickup. A deep muffled explosion. The tracer round pierced the pickup's fuel tank. In an instant, a colossal fireball erupted into the sky. The entire pickup was blown to pieces, becoming a blazing heap of scrap metal. The firelight illuminated faces of utter despair, some already charred black. In less than 5 minutes, the ambush had devolved into a bloody massacre. Flames were raging. Thick smoke billowed upward, staining the sky a filthy grey. In the department store, the gunfire had ceased. Everyone stared in silence at the hellscape below. On Fang Jijun and his men's faces were the relief of survival and the grim satisfaction of vengeance achieved. Zhao Hao silently lowered the still-smoking Remington 870. His shoulder throbbed from the massive recoil, yet his face remained utterly expressionless. He had personally orchestrated that explosion. He watched as those people struggled and perished in the flames. His heart remained unmoved. It's over. Chen Mo's voice shattered the silence. He holstered his M4 carbine and turned to Fang Jijun. We've fulfilled our part of the deal. Fang Jijun gazed at Chen Mo with a complex expression. He nodded, his voice hoarse. You saved all our lives. I, Fang Jijun, owe you a debt. He turned to his son and men. Clean up the battlefield. Gather every usable weapon, round of ammo and supply, and haul it all back to the club. Then he looked back at Chen Mo and his companions. Come. Claim what you've earned. Back in the underground armory, the atmosphere had shifted entirely. Fang Jijun honored his promise. Take whatever you want from here. Food, water, medicine, ammunition. Just leave us a small portion. We still have plenty from the butcher's stockpile. Lin Feng let out a whistle and began his looting without ceremony. He selected a well-maintained M4 carbine for himself and Chen Mo and swapped Zhao Hao's rifle for a lighter QBZ-97. Then he frantically stuffed magazines into a massive canvas bag, packing them full of 5.56mm rounds. He also claimed the Barrett M82A1 resting silently on its rack. Isn't that a bit too heavy? Zhao Hao hesitated, eyeing the cannon-like sniper rifle. Heavy? Nonsense. Lin Feng patted the Barrett's cold, rugged frame, grinning like a child with a beloved toy. This thing is Noah's Ark's true spear. Next time we face a horde, he'll open a skylight through them with a single shot from the roof. Chen Mo paid him no mind. His focus remained on the inconspicuous corners. He gathered a large quantity of gun parts, silencers, scopes, along with some water and food. Most importantly, he found 3 entire barrels of diesel. That was enough fuel to drive Noah's Ark across the entire city. Zhao Hao focused on replenishing medical supplies, packing antibiotics, tourniquets, sutures, and morphine from Fang Jijun's stock. These items were as precious as bullets in the apocalypse. An hour later, Noah's Ark's rear compartment was stuffed to the brim. The 3 men had also changed into a full set of new gear, exuding an aura of menace from head to toe. It was time to leave. At the club's entrance, Fang Jijun and Fang Lei came to see them off. Are you sure you won't stay? Fang Jijun made one last attempt. With you here, we could turn this place into a truly safe stronghold. Chen Mo shook his head. We have reasons we must return. What about you? Won't you come home with us? Home? Perhaps we can never go back. Besides, the journey is too far. You never know what might happen on the road. Fang Jijun was silent for a moment as if making a decision. He pulled a folded waterproof oilcloth-wrapped map from his chest and handed it to Chen Mo. Since you're heading to the Eastern University, this might be useful. Chen Mo unfurled the map. It was a detailed city map marked with different colored pens indicating various information. Red crosses marked extremely dangerous, densely infected areas. Blue circles indicated relatively safe locations with water sources. What caught Chen Mo's attention most were several places marked with 5 pointed stars. These are survivor strongholds I contacted through special means in the week since the outbreak, organized groups that are still alive. Fang Jijun pointed to the nearest star. Some are official temporary shelters, others are armed groups like mine built by private individuals. But don't trust them easily. His expression turned grave. In the apocalypse, human hearts are more unpredictable than zombies. This map can only give you a direction, not guarantee your safety. Chen Mo carefully stowed the map away. Thanks, he said to Fang Jijun, 2 words carrying weight. Take care. Fang Jijun reached out and gave Chen Mo's shoulder a firm pat. Fang Lei looked at the fully armed trio and the steel beast that was Noah's Ark, his eyes complex. He walked to Zhao Hao and pressed a military canteen into his arms. It's strong liquor. Good for disinfecting. Or for courage. With that he turned away. Zhao Hao stared at the canteen stunned for a moment, then nodded. Get in. Chen Mo jumped into the driver's seat. Lin Feng and Zhao Hao quickly took their combat positions. He turned the key. Vroom, vroom, vroom. The slumbering steel beast refueled roared with a mightier sound than ever. Chen Mo took one last look in the rearview mirror at the shrinking figures of Fang Jijun and his son. He didn't linger. He floored the accelerator. Noah's Ark crushed the burning ruins and wreckage on the street, carrying a cloud of smoke and gunpowder charging westward into the heart of the city, a territory shrouded by taller buildings, more dangerous and more unknown. The fuel tank was full, the cargo compartment stacked with ammunition and provisions, and the diesel reserve sufficient to drive this steel leviathan far beyond the city limits. Lin Feng leaned halfway out of the rooftop observation turret, letting the frigid wind whip his hair as exhilaration flared uncontainably across his face. He patted the massive Barrett M82A1 beside him and whistled. Old Chen. Now this is how it's supposed to feel. This is apocalypse survival. Firepower is justice, he shouted toward the cab. Zhao Hao sat in the front passenger seat silently polishing his Type 97 short assault rifle, now fitted with a red dot sight, using a clean cloth. He said nothing, yet the white-knuckled grip on his weapon and the calm unwavering gaze spoke volumes. The hesitant doctor was gone forever. Don't celebrate just yet, Chen Mo's voice crackled over the intercom. Brace yourselves. The Ark did not take the broadest urban arterial road. Instead, at an intersection it sharply turned onto a narrower auxiliary route, one leading straight into the heart of the city, midtown Manhattan. Hey! Did we take a wrong turn? Lin Feng called down. Isn't the main road smoother? The arterial was the military's evacuation route. Chen Mo stared ahead, eyes scanning Fang Jijun's hand-drawn map. What do you imagine remains there besides abandoned tanks and armored vehicles? He paused, then added quietly, it's a self-service banquet laid out for the infected. Drive in, and we become the main course. Lin Feng fell silent. He felt the light dim around them, not from dusk but because they had entered the canyon of skyscrapers. No longer were there only scattered stragglers on the streets. The vehicle slowed. Zhao Hao finally lifted his head and gazed out the window. The street was filled with people, or rather the infected, dense, endless, overflowing every inch of pavement. Hundreds, no thousands, of them swarming aimlessly, shoving one another, emitting guttural, senseless roars. There were no gunshots, no explosions, only a chilling cacophonous din that set teeth on edge. Oh, my God. Lin Feng's voice trembled faintly over the intercom. The Ark crept forward at a crawl, when suddenly, ah! Its engine's roar shattered the eerie stillness. In an instant thousands of heads snapped in unison. Hollow clouded eyes locked, simultaneously, relentlessly, onto the intruder. VR! They surged from all directions. Hold on tight. Chen Mo slammed the accelerator. The Ark's V-shaped ram plowed straight into the horde. Crunch. 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 Like bowling balls striking pins. Dozens of infected at the front were hurled backward, crushed instantly, black blood and viscera splattering across the armored hood. Yes, Lin Feng atop the vehicle burned with adrenaline. Snatching up his M4, he unleashed a controlled burst downward. Thwip thwip thwip. Several of the fastest charging infected dropped dead. But his grin vanished just as quickly. He realized those few kills meant less than a ripple in an ocean. More infected surged forward, battering the hull with their bodies, raking steel plates with fingernails, gnawing at tires with rotting teeth. The Ark's speed dwindled further. No, it's too much. We can't kill them all. For the first time, panic edged Lin Feng's voice. Chen Mo didn't reply. Calm precise, he steered, searching the shifting mass for the thinnest seam, fighting forward inch by agonizing inch. Then, suddenly, a tool-laden infected sucked beneath the chassis was flattened by a massive wheel. His heavy pipe wrench, compressed by immense force, shot upward like a projectile, arcing viciously through the air. Its target the side window of the driver's cabin. Look out! Zhao Hao cried. Bang! The reinforced bulletproof glass, mere 20 centimeters from Chen Mo's temple, shattered into a spiderweb of fractures. In that moment they understood the so-called Ark was against a true tide of the dead, little more than a slightly sturdier tin can. One small accident, and it would be their grave. Chen Mo remained expressionless. He reached out and gently brushed a fingertip across the fissure. He made his decision, lifting the intercom. We cannot advance further. This vehicle must be refitted immediately. We need a large, well-equipped, relatively secure industrial zone to forge it a true suit of armor. With that he wrenched the steering wheel hard, preparing to reverse course and withdraw from the sea of death. His gaze settled on the map spread across the passenger seat. His finger tapped a location circled in blue. It marked a vast bus maintenance depot on the city's outskirts. Here? As his fingertip touched the paper. SSSSS, SSSSZZZT. The aging shortwave radio on the dashboard, previously silent save for a faint hum of current, abruptly emitted an unnatural alien static. Not ordinary interference, this was rhythmic, elongated pulsing with deliberate cadence. SSS, beep, beep, SSS. Buzz. Drip. Drip. Buzz. Lin Feng grabbed the Barrett beside him, warily scanning the silent skyscrapers around them. What the hell? Zhao Hao tightened his grip on the Type 97 short-barreled rifle, his eyes fixed on the old shortwave radio. It was the first time it had emitted such an eerie signal. Chen Mo simply reached out and switched off the radio. The interior of the vehicle fell silent instantly. A trap? Zhao Hao asked. Don't know. Chen Mo's gaze settled on the cracked bulletproof glass in the driver's cabin. But we don't have a choice. That glass was the sword of Damocles hanging over their heads. Next time there wouldn't need to be a horde. A single cold shot from a survivor hiding in the shadows could instantly take the life of whoever sat in the driver's seat. To the repair station. Chen Mo made the decision. That's the only place nearby where we might find large cutting machines, welders, and thick steel plates. He spun the steering wheel. The massive V-shaped ram on the front of the Noah's Ark plowed a bloody path through the zombie horde, turning the vehicle towards the location circled in blue on the map. The crunching sound of tires rolling over corpses along with the cracks on the bulletproof glass spread through the hearts of the three men. As the Noah's Ark drove away from Times Square, the surrounding environment began to undergo a spine-chilling change. The infected on the streets grew fewer and fewer. Eventually there were none to be seen at all. The entire block was terrifyingly silent. Except for the abandoned vehicles, the road was as clean as if something had meticulously swept it. This unnatural quiet was even more unnerving than the sea of corpses they had just left behind. What's going on? Lin Feng on the roof felt every hair on his body stand on end. It's too clean here. Chen Mo slowed the vehicle to a crawl and the Noah's Ark glided silently down the empty street. Finally the large bus repair station appeared at the end of the street. It was a massive warehouse-like building that occupied the entire block. Its giant rolling shutter door, wide enough for two buses to enter side by side, wasn't completely closed. It was half open, leaving a gap about a meter high. Inside was pitch black, an abyss without end. Chen Mo stopped the Noah's Ark 100 meters from the entrance and turned off the engine. "You'll go check it out." Lin Feng's voice came through the intercom without a hint of hesitation. He slid down from the observation turret on the roof holding an M4 carbine fitted with a suppressor, a tactical flashlight mounted on its frame. "Be careful," Zhao Hao cautioned. Lin Feng didn't look back, just waved his hand, silently melting into the shadows by the roadside and swiftly creeping towards the half-open rolling shutter door. A few minutes later, Lin Feng had infiltrated the area right beneath the rolling shutter door. He knelt on one knee, listened for a moment to confirm there was no sound from inside, then lowered himself and slipped through the gap. A strong smell of engine oil, dust and a faint elusive scent of blood hit him. He switched on the tactical flashlight. A bright beam of light pierced the darkness ahead. This was a repair garage large enough to hold dozens of buses. The garage was empty, with only a few buses stripped down to their frames sitting silently. There were no bodies on the ground. But there was blood. Large congealed patches of blood already turned black. The flashlight beam moved, illuminating an even more horrifying scene. Next to the bloodstains on the concrete floor were several deep drag marks. The marks were deep and long, as if something with claws had scraped them across the ground. This was definitely not left by a human. All the bloodstains and drag marks pointed in the same direction, a huge entrance to an underground maintenance tunnel in the center of the garage. Lin Feng's heart sank. He didn't recklessly approach the underground entrance. Instead, following Chen Mo's instructions, he began searching the office area. Soon in a manager's office he found what he was looking for: a large set of keys and a detailed internal structure map of the repair station. More importantly, in the tool room next to the office he saw a dreamlike sight. Cutting machines, welders, drill presses, lathes. A complete set of industrial-grade maintenance equipment, all available. In the corner were piles of brand new thick steel plates and various spare parts stacked as high as a small mountain. This place was a tailor-made paradise for modifying the Noah's Ark. Lin Feng's breathing quickened. He immediately picked up the intercom and, suppressing his excitement, whispered, "Old Chen. Jackpot. We've hit the jackpot. This place is heaven. Drive the car in." There was a moment of silence on the intercom before Chen Mo's voice came through. "Don't move." Lin Feng's excitement was doused with cold water. "What's wrong?" "Look at the structure map." Chen Mo's voice was flat. "How many exits does the underground maintenance tunnel have?" Lin Feng was taken aback. He quickly spread out the yellowed blueprint and shone the flashlight on it. "There's only one main entrance, the one we see. There are also two small sewage outlets leading to the city's sewer system. But the map notes they were welded shut with steel plates long ago due to safety concerns." "Just as I thought." Chen Mo's low murmur came through the intercom. Lin Feng was confused. "What do you mean, just as you thought?" "Old Lin," Chen Mo asked, "have you ever wondered why there isn't a single infected outside this repair station?" Lin Feng understood instantly. "Because..." His voice dropped low. "They've all been dragged in here." "Exactly." Chen Mo's voice was icy. "That thing has made this place its cafeteria. It cleared out all the food nearby and dragged them into that underground tunnel. If we drive the car in and then close that big door..." A cold sweat drenched Lin Feng's back. "Damn it." Lin Feng cursed. "So what do we do? Give up on this place?" "No." Chen Mo's answer surprised him. "Why give up such a good place?" "We're not going in. We're going to lure it out." Lin Feng immediately grasped Chen Mo's plan. "Got it." A smile spread across Lin Feng's face. "Tell me where I need to be." "See the crane with a platform in the southeast corner of the garage?" Chen Mo said. "Go there. You'll have the best view." "Roger." Lin Feng didn't hesitate and immediately crept towards that direction. "How's he?" Chen Mo's voice turned to Zhao Hao. "In here. Prepare all the first aid supplies. Also watch our rear. Be on the lookout for other infected." "Okay." Zhao Hao was concise. He pushed open the car door, grabbed his rifle and quickly found an abandoned guard booth behind the vehicle to use as cover. Everything was ready. Chen Mo restarted the Noah's Ark. He drove the car and stopped right in front of the half-open rolling shutter door. Then he placed his foot on the accelerator. Roar! The sound of the engine roared in the dead-silent repair station. Roar, roar. Chen Mo didn't stop. He revved the engine again and again in a highly provocative rhythm. The massive sound waves poured through the gap in the door into the dark depths of the garage, echoing and reverberating in the empty space. "Come on. Come out and play." The roaring stopped. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. just as Lin Feng was starting to think the tactic had failed. From that pitch-black bottomless underground maintenance tunnel came a sound that made their scalps crawl. Creak. Scrappy. Creak. Scrappy. It wasn't footsteps nor was it a roar. It was the sound of something extremely heavy and hard being slowly dragged across the concrete floor. Thump. Thump. Heavy. Slow. Yet carrying a suffocating pressure. It was coming up. Creak. 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 The heavy scraping sound echoed from the pitch-black underground maintenance tunnel, pulsing out one after another. Accompanying the scraping was the drip of water and a thick nauseating stench of decay. The odor, a blend of rotting flesh, fermented sludge and pungent motor oil, formed a unique stench of death that invaded every nostril through the air. Inside the guard booth behind the vehicle, Zhao Hao's palms were slick with cold sweat as he gripped the Type 97 short assault rifle. He stared unblinkingly at the black hole. In the garage on the crane platform, Lin Feng crouched with the stock of his M4 carbine pressed against his shoulder. He locked onto the tunnel entrance through the ACOG 4X scope. In the scope, the darkness was magnified yet remained an abyss of impenetrable black. Damn it, playing tricks, he muttered, his index finger resting lightly on the trigger. Inside the vehicle, Chen Mo sat quietly, hands on the steering wheel. Creak. The scraping stopped. Right at the edge of the tunnel. 1 second. 2 seconds. Suddenly, a claw covered in greasy sludge and mixed with dark red plasma bearing 3 sharp talons emerged from the darkness and gripped the concrete floor. Then a second, a third, a fourth. 1, 2, 3. A full 5 monsters scrambled out of that hellish entrance, vying to be first. These were not mutated infected humans. They looked more like grotesque reptilian creatures, twisted and reshaped by the virus. Their bodies were caked with filthy sludge and oil, nearly blending into the ground, only occasionally revealing dark green crocodile-like rough skin when they twisted. They had no legs, relying entirely on 4 sharp hook-like claws to crawl forward on the ground, producing that spine-chilling scraping sound. Most terrifying were their heads. No eyes, no nose, just a massive maw splitting from the top of the skull down to the jaw, lined with dense needle-like teeth. After emerging, these 5 swamp crawlers did not roar like ordinary infected or immediately charge at the noisy Noah's Ark. They remained still, their horrific maws slightly opening and closing as if sensing the environment in a way humans could not comprehend. The next second, the 5 swamp crawlers moved. Their target was not the colossal steel beast at the entrance. It was Zhao Hao in the guard booth and Lin Feng on the distant crane platform. Whoosh! Their bodies sprang from the ground, hurtling like stones launched from a trebuchet, astonishingly fast. In an instant they transformed into 5 blurred shadows racing across the floor. Damn it! They are coming for me! Lin Feng roared, pulling the trigger without hesitation. Thud! 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 The suppressed M4 let out muffled shots. The lead swamp crawler's head burst open with a spray of black mud and green blood, its body tumbling and sliding over 10 meters before crashing heavily into an abandoned bus chassis. But at the same moment, Lin Feng fired another swamp crawler, charging at Zhao Hao, halted abruptly. Its gaping maw aimed at Zhao Hao. A strange pump-like gurgling sound emanated from its throat. Tui. A thick dark brown sludge mixed with mud and unknown liquid shot toward Zhao Hao. Watch out! Chen Mo's roar and Lin Feng's gunfire crackled through the radio simultaneously. Zhao Hao dove aside on pure instinct. Splash! The thick mud grazed his body and splattered against the side of Noah's Ark. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. A pungent acrid smoke rose. The reinforced heavy steel plates of Noah's Ark hissed violently upon contact with the mud. Within seconds, a bull's-eyed smoking pit was corroded into the steel. The mud was highly acidic. Zhao Hao lay on the ground staring at the smoking hole, a chill shooting up his spine. If that had hit him, he dared not even imagine it. Bastards! Lin Feng was furious. He stood, his muzzle spitting death. Thud. Thud. 2 more shots. The swamp crawler that had just sprayed acid and another attempting a flank attack on Zhao Hao were both headshot almost simultaneously. Their heads exploded into fragments. The remaining 2 swamp crawlers seemed to finally realize the gunner on high was the greatest threat. They abandoned Zhao Hao, pivoted and charged toward Lin Feng's crane in a bizarre zigzag pattern. They wanted to climb up. Come on, you scum! Lin Feng's eyes blazed with killing intent. He stood high on the crane platform, his M4 becoming a sight reaping lives. The ACOG's crosshairs locked onto a fast-moving swamp crawler. Prediction fire. Thud. Thud. The bullets drilled precisely into the swamp crawler's spine. Its body stiffened, its lower half instantly paralyzed, leaving it to claw frantically at the ground with its forelimbs. Only one left. This swamp crawler was the largest of the 5. It had already reached the base of the crane, its sharp talons sinking into the steel supports as it climbed at an alarming speed. Howsy. Suppress it. Chen Mo's voice was terrifyingly calm. Zhao Hao, still on the ground, snapped out of his daze. He rolled over, ignoring the scrapes on his arm, and raised his Type 97, unleashing a wild burst at the climbing swamp crawler. Rat-a-tat-a-tat. Bullets sparked as they struck the creature's tough back hide. Though not fatal, the immense impact successfully slowed its ascent. Now, Lin Feng seized the opportunity. He dropped his M4 and grabbed the massive cannon beside him. A Barrett M82A1. He didn't even have time to aim, relying on his beast-like instincts to point the dark muzzle downward. Then he pulled the trigger. Boom. A deafening roar echoed through the empty garage. The 50 caliber armor-piercing incendiary round struck the swamp crawler instantly. No explosion. No spray of blood. The creature's entire upper body, including its head, disintegrated in a flash. Only the lower half of its convulsing body fell from the crane and crashed to the ground. The fight was over. Lin Feng gasped for breath, his arms numb from the Barrett's brutal recoil. Zhao Hao slumped to the ground, panting heavily, his chest heaving. All 3 were drenched in cold sweat. Chen Mo pushed open the door and stepped out. He ignored the monster corpses, walking straight to the vehicle's side. He crouched down, carefully examining the still smoking pit corroded by the acid. His expression grew grave. He was more determined than ever to modify Noah's Ark immediately. With the threat neutralized, the trio dared not delay any further. Chen Mo quickly drove Noah's Ark into the repair station. Lin Feng jumped off the crane, and together with Zhao Hao they forcefully shut the massive heavy rolling door, dropping the bolt into place. Click. With the rolling door closed, the pale daylight outside was completely sealed off. The repair station was plunged into a safe, reassuring darkness. First, inventory supplies and check the equipment, Chen Mo said, turning on the vehicle's headlights. A bright beam illuminated the entire garage. Zhao Hao nodded, picked up a flashlight and began inspecting the pried open storage lockers, checking for anything usable. Most of the lockers were empty. As Zhao Hao checked the last one, a battered iron locker in the corner forced open. His flashlight beam fell on something deep inside. It was a hardcover diary soaked in blood and long since dried. Zhao Hao hesitated, then picked it up. The diary was thick, most of the writing blurred by bloodstains. He flipped directly to the last page. There was only one line. A line written in dried black and blood, filled with despair and resentment. They fear fire. And light. Zhao Hao handed the bloodstained diary to Chen Mo. The last page. His voice was somewhat low. Chen Mo took the diary, the flashlight beam illuminating the words written in dried blood. They fear fire. And also light. He read aloud in a low voice. Fear fire and light. Lin Feng leaped down from the crane, walked over and glanced at it. So after all this, they are just oversized cockroaches that can't stand the light. Don't underestimate cockroaches, Chen Mo said, closing the diary and tossing it aside. The ones that survive to this day are no pushovers. He turned his gaze, sweeping over the battered Ark, especially the bulletproof glass on the driver's side cracked like a spiderweb and the grotesque pit corroded by acid on the body. Let's get to work. Chen Mo wasted no more words. He took a stack of clean white paper and a drawing pencil from the vehicle. In this repair station shrouded by death and stench, he sat cross-legged on the cold cement floor, spread out the paper and began sketching the blueprint for the Ark's complete overhaul. A fanatical glint sparked in his eyes as the pencil moved swiftly across the paper, producing a rustling sound. Lin Feng and Zhao Hao did not disturb him. They simply stood silently by, watching as a brand new, more indestructible steel beast gradually took shape under Chen Mo's hand. Half an hour later, Chen Mo stood up, presenting the blueprint covered in complex structural diagrams and data before the 2. Ark version 2. First, the cabin. Replace everything with double-layer composite armor with a ceramic ballistic plate in between. That glass, Swap it for a tank-grade periscope plus surround cameras and an internal display. Second, the body. Well, 10mm thick steel plates over all weak points. Especially the undercarriage and tire armor, they must withstand the claws and corrosive fluid of the marsh stalkers. Then the weapon system. Chen Mo's finger pointed at the front of the vehicle. This V-shaped ram isn't enough. You'll replace it with a hydraulic shear-equipped obstacle-clearing blade with a row of retractable spikes in front. On the roof besides the Barrett's fixed firing position at a 360-degree rotating turret with a searchlight and shotgun for automatic defense specifically to counter things like the marsh stalkers. Lin Feng's eyes grew brighter as he listened, his breathing becoming heavier. Holy shit. Old Chen, are you trying to build a Gundam? No. Chen Mo shook his head, his face bearing a near-obsessive calm. We're not assembling a clumsy turtle shell. All modifications must follow the principles of modularity and practicality. Excess weight will sacrifice our precious mobility and fuel efficiency. Every part, every piece of steel must be used where it counts. He looked at the two unassigned tasks. You'll handle the core structural modifications and welding. Old Lin, you'll stand guard and also gather any usable small parts nearby, screws, bearings, wires, anything. How Z, you'll handle logistics. Re-inventory and sort all our supplies, then study this diary to see if there's any other useful information. Got it. Understood. No objections, no hesitation. The three of them, like a precision machine, immediately sprang into action. Zhao Hao organized the supplies while Lin Feng climbed to the rooftop of a 15-story office building next to the repair station. He lay at the edge, set up the Barrett and unscrewed the lens cap. Through the high-power scope the entire city district was laid out before him. He saw the greyish Hudson River in the distance where a massive grey destroyer like a dead whale floated motionless on the water. There was no sign of life on it. The fleet that once represented humanity was now just a pile of steel coffins drifting on the water. Lin Feng pulled back his gaze, his heart unruffled. In this world relying on anyone was useless. Only himself and his brothers could be counted on. Inside the repair station. Vroom! The piercing roar of a cutter suddenly erupted. Chen Mo, wearing goggles, wielded an industrial-grade plasma cutter and sliced into a thick steel plate. A blinding white light burst forth, sparks scattering everywhere. The first piece of custom-fitted armor for the Ark was cut out amid the deafening noise. On the other side, after inventorying all supplies, Zhao Hao began meticulously studying the bloodstained diary. The diary's owner was the foreman of this repair station. Most of the earlier entries were mundane complaints and records. Until the day the apocalypse struck. The handwriting became hurried and panicked. Monsters, those monsters crawled out of the sewers. They dragged Danny away, I heard Danny's screams. God, what the hell are they? Bullets hit them like a tickle. Only headshots work. But they are too fast. We're trapped. Food is almost gone. Today we tried to ram the rolling door with a forklift, but the acid that thing spat melted the forklift's tires. Zhao Hao flipped through page after page, his heart sinking with each one. Finally he reached a page with a simple circuit diagram drawn in red pen with a line of text beside it. I remember. Last night a monster tried to crawl in through the vent but was scared off by sparks from a high-voltage cable. They seemed to be terrified of bright light. I thought of a way: take off all the headlights, connect them in series and make a wall of light. This might be our last chance. So that was it. Zhao Hao finally understood the true meaning of "they fear light." Not ordinary daylight, but an instant high-intensity flash. Night fell. The sounds of the cutter and welder finally ceased. Inside the cabin the three sat together with a can of canned luncheon meat heated over an alcohol stove in the middle. The aroma of meat and the warm light shut out the darkness and cold outside. It was a rare moment of tranquility belonging to them in this apocalypse. Here, hero, have some more. Lin Feng scooped a large piece of steaming luncheon meat with his bayonet and put it into Chen Mo's bowl. Chen Mo hadn't eaten all day and, not standing on ceremony, devoured it hungrily. Zhao Hao said nothing, just watched his two companions, a faint smile involuntarily tugging at the corners of his mouth. He even pulled out an old song downloaded long ago on his phone and played it at a very low volume. The soothing melody flowed through the small cabin. After eating his fill, Chen Mo leaned back in his seat, resting his eyes. He was exhausted. The intense physical labor and mental focus had nearly drained all his energy. After a moment, as if remembering something, he suddenly opened his eyes and stepped outside the vehicle. He unscrewed the fuel cap of the temporarily connected diesel generator and glanced at the few spare barrels of diesel nearby. His brow furrowed. "What's wrong?" asked Zhao Hao, who had followed him out. "Something's off," Chen Mo said, his expression grave. "The plasma cutter and welder draw too much power. The fuel consumption rate is much faster than I estimated. The diesel we brought can last until I finish modifying the Ark. But after that we won't have much fuel left for the vehicle." The warm cozy atmosphere from moments ago instantly dropped. Fuel. This eternal problem of the apocalypse once again clamped down on them like a shackle. Early the next morning, the modification work had to be temporarily halted. The top priority was finding new fuel. "You'll go look for some," Lin Feng volunteered. "This industrial area near the repair station must have other factories or warehouses. I refuse to believe we can't find any diesel." Chen Mo nodded and handed him a walkie-talkie. "Be careful. Don't go too far, stay in touch." Lin Feng slung his M4 over his shoulder and vanished into the thin morning mist. He didn't go far, instead searching the few office buildings and warehouses next to the repair station one by one. Most places had already been completely ransacked. Just as he was about to give up while searching the third office building, an unexpected discovery made him stop in his tracks. On the fourth floor at the end of a corridor he saw a heavy, unusual metal fire door. The door had been jammed shut from the outside with steel bars and the lock was broken. But the strangest thing was a faint flickering blue light seeping from under the door crack. And when he pressed his ear close he could hear a very slight buzzing electrical hum from inside. Electricity. Was their equipment still running in there? Lin Feng tried to push the door hard, but it didn't budge. Without further hesitation he immediately picked up the walkie-talkie. "Old Chen Haozi. I think I've found something good." "Old Chen Haozi. I think I've found something good." Lin Feng's voice came through the walkie-talkie, barely containing his excitement. Inside the repair station, Chen Mo and Zhao Hao exchanged a glance. Chen Mo grabbed the walkie-talkie, strode quickly to the rolling shutter door and peered outside. "What is it?" "Exact location. It's in the tallest office building next to the repair station, 4th floor at the end of the east corridor." Lin Feng's voice came through clearly. "A very thick iron door barred shut from the outside with steel bars. There's a blue light coming from the crack and I can hear a humming sound like a machine running. Electricity. Equipment still running." A single word instantly sprang into Chen Mo's mind. UPS. Uninterruptible power supply. To ensure critical internal equipment like servers could continue operating after a power outage, a large office building would be equipped with a massive UPS array composed of countless industrial batteries. The electrical energy stored within was an astronomical figure. It was a far more efficient energy source than diesel. "Wait for us. We're coming right over." Old Lin found an independent backup power source, Chen Mo explained to Zhao Hao succinctly. "If we can secure it, we won't have to worry about power for retrofitting the Ark anymore." Zhao Hao instantly grasped the key point. Saved diesel meant the Ark could travel further. It meant they could survive longer. "Let's go." Without a moment's hesitation the three quickly regrouped and entered the silent office building. The lobby was a mess, the floor covered in trampled documents and shattered office supplies. The beams from their tactical flashlights intersected in the darkness, creating 3 pillars of light. Every crunch of glass underfoot was amplified in the vast empty space. Soon they reached the end of the 4th floor corridor. A heavy silver-grey metal fire door stood imposingly before them. A flickering blue light was indeed visible from under the door. "Let me." Without another word Lin Feng stepped forward, muscles tensing as he grabbed one of the steel bars with his uninjured hand. "Open up." The steel bar let out a groaning screech as it bent. But the door didn't budge. "Don't waste your strength." Chen Mo stepped up and knocked on the door panel, listening to the dull, heavy echo. "This is the server room door for a data center, a specially made electronically controlled fireproof and explosion-proof door. Even explosives might not blast it open." He crouched down, his gaze fixed on the card reader panel. "But..." Chen Mo pulled a set of precision electronic tools from his backpack. "Anything controlled by a program has a backdoor." Using a pry tool as thin as a cicada's wing he carefully pried open the casing of the access control panel, revealing the complex circuit board within. Red, green, yellow, blue wires. A dizzying tangle to Lin Feng and Zhao Hao. But to Chen Mo they were as clear as a well-drawn map. He took out a multimeter and swiftly tested the voltage at several nodes. Found you. From his toolkit he retrieved 2 slender copper wires. He precisely inserted the tip of one copper wire into the main power supply interface. The other he held suspended over the signal line for the electromagnetic lock. Watch this, he said to the other 2. Then he touched the 2 copper wires together. ZZZZT, a faint spark flashed and vanished. A soft click sounded from within the door. This was followed by the hiss of a hydraulic arm releasing pressure. The half-ton fire door swung inward automatically. Lin Feng and Zhao Hao stared dumbfounded. It opened. Just like that. A blast of cold air laced with the smell of ozone rushed out from the opening. Behind the door was a world forgotten by time. No decay, no blood, no dust. Only a hive of steel and blinking indicator lights radiating a futuristic technological aura. Hundreds of server cabinets stood in neat rows. Green and blue lights on the cabinets blinked rhythmically. Massive turbo fans spun in the ceiling. We're saved. Chen Mo led the other 2 past the rows of cold cabinets to the deepest part of the server room. There an entire wall was an array of enormous man-high black industrial batteries. This was the UPS. This was the energy source of this hive. With this power, retrofitting the Ark is nothing. Chen Mo reached out and gently touched the cold battery casing. We could even use that plasma cutter as a firework and play with it until we leave this city. The immense joy momentarily lifted the oppressive atmosphere. Lin Feng even let out an excited whistle. Just then Chen Mo's attention was drawn to the main console in the center of the room. Over a dozen large LCD screens formed a circular monitoring wall displaying operational data for the entire server room. But an icon on the central main computer caught his eye. It was a golden shield-shaped icon with a line of small text beneath it, City Traffic Emergency Response System (TERS). He reached out and clicked on the program. The next moment all the operational data on the monitoring wall vanished. In its place appeared hundreds of densely packed segmented small screens. Each screen represented a traffic surveillance camera located in various corners of the city. Some screens were already pitch black. Others showed shattered lenses with twisted, fractured images. Yet more than half the cameras still faithfully transmitted the final scenes they captured. Chen Mo clicked on a camera located at the head of the Manhattan Bridge. The screen's final image was frozen on a sea of flames. Several overturned hums were blazing fiercely. Countless soldiers in camouflage were completely overwhelmed by an endless tide of infected. He saw a soldier pull the pin on his last grenade, a relieved smile on his face. He switched to another camera. It showed a commercial street. A yellow school bus was trapped in the middle of the road, its doors being pounded frantically by countless infected. Pressed against the windows were the terrified faces of over a dozen children. He switched to another. And another. One after another. The screens played out scene after scene of human tragedy. Despair. Deathly silence. Numbness. Lin Feng and Zhao Hao watched in silence, their earlier excitement washed away by the harsh reality. This was the world they lived in. A world that had already died. Expressionless, Chen Mo prepared to close this suffocating program. Just as he moved the mouse, an image from a camera at the entrance of a Queen's tunnel made him stop. The image there was moving. A tall police officer in full black riot gear was pacing aimlessly back and forth at the tunnel entrance. He was already dead. His movements were stiff, his skin an unhealthy ashen gray. He had become an infected. But his heavy riot armor, helmet and shield were completely intact. Just then from off-screen it seemed another survivor fired a shot at the rioter. Ping. A bullet struck the rioter's helmet with precision. A spark flashed. The bullet ricocheted away. The rioter only shook its head slightly, then continued its endless futile patrol. Defense that even a rifle round couldn't penetrate. Chen Mo's mind immediately coined a name for this new type of elite monster. The rioter. He was about to share this discovery with his companions when suddenly a camera labeled Brooklyn Navy Yard in the bottom right corner of the monitoring wall flickered. It was a high-angle overview shot showing an abandoned dock with a few rusty cargo ships moored. Had a figure just darted past. Chen Mo immediately pulled up that footage and replayed it in slow motion. In the image, a figure in black combat gear, face unclear, swiftly emerged from behind a shipping container. The figure seemed to sense the high camera, looked up toward the lens, then raised its right hand and made an extremely precise, crisp tactical hand signal. Area secure, advance. That tactical hand signal was crisp and precise. All clear ahead, proceed forward. On the surveillance screen, the figure clad in black combat gear, after making the gesture, swiftly slipped into the shadow of another shipping container and vanished. The entire process took no more than 3 seconds. Holy shit. Lin Feng was the first to break the silence, his eyes fixed on the frozen frame bulging like brass bells. Is this the regular army? Zhao Hao leaned in, his face a mixture of undisguised shock and confusion. Only Chen Mo remained silent. He quickly pulled out the oilcloth-wrapped map given by Fang Jijun from the inner pocket of his tactical vest. He spread the map on the main console, his fingers moving rapidly across it before finally landing heavily on the location of the Brooklyn Navy Yard. There a conspicuous red 5-pointed star was marked. Beside it was a line of small text: former National Guard 42nd Infantry Division temporary stronghold. It matches. Chen Mo's voice was very soft. The military. This realization brought not pure joy but a more complex, indescribable emotion. It was both hope and vigilance. Let's do it. Lin Feng slammed his fist on the edge of the main console, his face brimming with uncontrollable excitement. What are we waiting for? Let's go check it out. This is the National Guard. They must have heavy weapons. Maybe even tanks. Calm down. Zhao Hao immediately retorted, did you forget what Fang Jijun said? The human heart is harder to fathom than zombies. We're driving a vehicle loaded with supplies and carrying this server room treasure. What do you think their reaction will be when they see us? Will they see us as survivors to take in, or as a fat sheep that delivered itself to their doorstep? Will be disarmed, conscripted, or even used as cannon fodder to explore the most dangerous places? Zhao Hao's words were like a bucket of cold water poured over Lin Feng's head. They both looked at Chen Mo, waiting for his decision. Chen Mo said nothing. He simply reached out, gently tapped the heavy fireproof door of the server room, and then pointed at the surveillance screen at the Ark parked in the repair station. Our lives are now in that door and that vehicle. His voice was terrifyingly calm. Until the Ark becomes a truly impregnable mobile fortress, contacting any powerful force is a gamble. Our chips are too few. Getting on the table now is just feeding ourselves to the enemy. Chen Mo shut down the disturbing surveillance system. Our primary goal is to arm ourselves. Survive and then go home. Right now the only things we can trust are our own wrenches and welding torches. He made his decision. No contact for now. Lin Feng opened his mouth but ultimately swallowed his words. He knew Chen Mo was right. Placing hope in others was the stupidest and most extravagant thing in the world. Let's work. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, turned and walked out of the server room. Action resumed. They ignored the mysterious signal and, using several tool carts found in the repair station, began an extremely arduous task. Transporting those heavy man-high UPS industrial batteries back to the repair station in batches. Each battery weighed hundreds of kilograms. The empty office building was filled only with the heavy rumbling of the cart wheels and the 3 men's labored breathing. Sweat soaked their clothes and trickled down their cheeks. This tedious and strenuous physical labor consumed the better part of their day. But when the last battery was transported into the repair station, when Chen Mo connected the cables, and when the industrial-grade plasma cutter emitted a cheerful hum, all fatigue vanished. With a nearly limitless power supply, Chen Mo's Ark armament plan could finally proceed without restraint. Buzz, sizzle. A piercing roar exploded in the enclosed garage. Chen Mo, wearing goggles and holding the cutter, sliced through a steel plate 10 mm thick in one go. Dazzling white light burst forth instantly, sparks flying everywhere. A breech shovel with hydraulic shearing capability was gradually cut into shape and then welded firmly onto the vehicle's front. The original V-shaped ram looked like a child's toy in comparison. The cab's additional armor was reinforced layer upon layer. Chen Mo even went so far as to dismantle dozens of high-lumen LED indicators from server cabinets, stringing them together to create several blinding strobe searchlights mounted on the front and roof. According to the diary, this device was the bane of special infected like the bog stalker. Now this is what I call security. Lin Feng stood to the side, watching the increasingly ferocious Ark, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Next time some blind fool shows up, be it a bog stalker or even that riot suppressor, he'll ram them into spare parts with this shovel. Watching the Ark transform into a steel beast in their hands, an indescribable sense of accomplishment welled up in their hearts. This was their home. It was the only mobile fortress they could rely on in this wasteland. At night, while Zhao Hao was sorting through the medical supplies brought from the Pioneer Club, his brow furrowed deeply. He opened a box of amoxicillin and under the light noticed the capsules inside seemed discolored, even showing signs of mold, likely due to the humid storage conditions. He checked other boxes of antibiotics. The situation was similar. Medicine was becoming a new deadly source of anxiety. In this world without pharmaceutical factories or logistics, every antibiotic was as precious as a bullet. Once used up, they were gone. Even if they drove a tank, a simple infected wound could be fatal. The modification work continued into the third day at a tense and efficient pace. The Ark's external armor and breaching system were largely complete. It now looked like a primordial beast crawling from hell, its body clad in steel scales. That day Lin Feng was again on lookout at the top of the tallest office building. The sounds of cutters and welders were deafening in the garage. He lounged leisurely at the edge of the rooftop, even brewing himself a cup of hot coffee. He unscrewed the lens cap of his Barrett M82A1 and surveyed the surroundings through the high-power scope. The streets remained deathly still. Not a single infected in sight. Everything seemed so calm. He moved the scope, idly scanning the distant abandoned buildings. Suddenly his movements froze. Inside the crosshairs of the scope, a squad of 5 clad in uniform black combat gear, well-equipped and executing highly professional tactical maneuvers, was silently advancing towards their repair station using abandoned vehicles on the street for cover. 5 people in total. Lin Feng recognized the leader instantly. It was the same person who had made that standard tactical hand signal in the surveillance footage from the Navy Yard 3 days ago. They had been discovered. And the newcomers clearly meant no good. Every hair on Lin Feng's body stood on end. He threw down his coffee and grabbed the walkie-talkie. "Old Chen. How's he? We've got visitors. That bunch has tracked us down." Lin Feng's piercing voice cut through the roar of the cutting machine, reaching the ears of Chen Mo and Zhao Hao. With a sharp screech, the welding torch in Chen Mo's hand traced a blinding arc across the steel plate before instantly extinguishing. The deafening noise abruptly ceased. Only the diesel generator continued its low hum while the air was thick with the acrid smell of scorched metal and fine dust. Zhao Hao's heart tightened as he instinctively gripped the Type 97 short assault rifle beside him, his muscles tensing. Chen Mo dropped his welding torch and yanked off his goggles, his face still bearing the red marks from the arc light. Without a hint of panic, he strode swiftly to a workbench in the corner of the garage where an old laptop sat. The screen displayed a crude black and white surveillance feed. This was a makeshift detection system Chen Mo had rigged using a high-definition camera found in an office connected by an excessively long USB extension cable. Lin Feng had cleverly hidden the camera behind a shattered window on the 3rd floor of the opposite office building, directly facing the entrance of the repair station. Now on that monochrome screen, 5 figures clad in full black tactical gear advanced toward the repair station in a textbook standard tactical formation, using abandoned vehicles on the street as cover, providing mutual support as they moved. Their movements were calm, efficient, and exuded a deadly professionalism. Each person's stance and the direction of their weapon were flawless. These were no ordinary survivors. They were true battle-hardened elites. "That's them." Lin Feng's voice, seething with restrained anger, crackled through the walkie-talkie. The 5-man squad did not approach recklessly. They halted behind an abandoned bus about 100 meters from the repair station's main gate, quickly setting up a temporary defensive position. The leader raised a high-powered telescope and began meticulously scanning every corner of the repair station. They were like patient wolves, determined to thoroughly understand their prey before striking. "Old Lin, keep them in sight, but don't fire," Chen Mo's voice came through the walkie-talkie. "They don't know our numbers, they are wary of us. How's he guard the back door just in case?" "Roger." Zhao Hao immediately rose, rifle in hand, and slipped to a narrow ventilation opening at the rear of the station, the only other entrance besides the main gate. Inside and outside the repair station an eerie standoff ensued. The air itself seemed to solidify. Time ticked by minute after minute. Then the enemy made a move. The leader lowered his telescope and a teammate beside him retrieved a black horn-shaped device from his backpack. A loudspeaker. After a burst of piercing static, a steady male voice rang out across the dead street, its echo reverberating between the buildings. "Listen up, people inside. We are the remnants of the 42nd Infantry Division of the National Guard. We mean no harm, we just want to confirm the situation here. If you are survivors too, we hope to make contact and exchange supplies. The voice was clear, steady and powerful, carrying an undeniable official tone. Lin Feng sneered into the walkie-talkie, "Don't believe a word. If those bastards meant no harm, why would they come at us with such a menacing posture?" In the garage, Chen Mo remained silent. He just stared fixedly at the screen, watching the 5 black figures. He knew this was a psychological battle. In this situation, whoever lost their nerve first, whoever spoke first, would immediately fall into a disadvantage. Silence was the best weapon. It represented the unknown and also strength. The standoff continued for another 10 minutes. Cold sweat was now soaking Zhao Hao's back. Lin Feng's breathing grew heavier. The other side seemed to finally lose patience. But their next move surprised everyone once again. They didn't launch an assault. The leading man muttered a few words to his teammate beside him. Soon a soldier emerged from behind their position carrying an olive-green canvas bag. He strode quickly to the middle of the street and placed the bag on the ground. Then he swiftly retreated. Following this, the 5 men began to slowly withdraw. Still employing that flawless tactical formation, covering each other, they retreated step by step out of the street, finally disappearing around a corner. They just left like that. What's going on? They chickened out already. Lin Feng, bewildered on the rooftop, muttered, "What the hell are they up to?" "Don't move," Chen Mo's voice remained calm. "Wait." He had a gut feeling this wasn't over. Another half hour passed. The street was empty, nothing but the wind. It seemed they were really gone. "I'll go get it," Chen Mo finally spoke. "I'll go with you," Zhao Hao immediately said. "No," Chen Mo glanced at the screen, "Lin Feng will go his faster." "Roger." Lin Feng's figure shot out from the shadow of the office building like a cheetah. In a few bounds he reached the middle of the street, grabbed the canvas bag and dashed back into the repair station without looking back. With a bang, the rolling door was lifted a crack and Lin Feng slipped inside. He threw the bag on the ground, cursing as he caught his breath. These guys are so cryptic. What are they playing at? Zhao Hao crouched down and carefully untied the bag. Inside were several vacuum-sealed packets of military MREs and a sealed first aid kit. Zhao Hao opened the kit. When he saw what was inside, his expression instantly changed. It was a brand new, perfectly packaged box of amoxicillin capsules. Zhao Hao looked up at Chen Mo, his voice dry. "Amoxicillin? How did they know? We were short of this." Just last night Zhao Hao had discovered that their stock of antibiotics was starting to mold due to dampness. Only the 3 of them knew about this. Chen Mo's gaze sharpened. He pulled a folded slip of paper from the bottom of the bag. He opened it. On it was a series of numbers and a time written in ballpoint pen. FM 101. 5 megahertz, tonight 8 o'clock. Below there was a hasty signature. Phantom, this was a precise phishing operation. They had somehow detected their predicament. This box of antibiotics was both a gesture of goodwill and a show of force. It was like a carefully crafted bait telling you, "I know what you need and I have the power to give it to you. Come on, come to my pond and talk." Damn it. Lin Feng punched the steel plate beside him, producing a dull thud. These bastards must be spying on us from somewhere. They want to lure us to that stronghold at the docks, Zhao Hao said, his face grim. To go or not to go? Chen Mo held the slip of paper, sinking into a long silence. His mind was racing, weighing all the pros and cons. Just then, the vehicle-mounted shortwave radio which Chen Mo had repaired and kept on standby, connected to a UPS, suddenly emitted a faint crackle of static. The 3 of them were instantly drawn to it. This was no ordinary signal interference. The static steadied. Then a voice came through clearly from the radio speaker. It was a woman's voice. Calm, crisp and confident. "Greetings, survivors of the Noah's Ark. Our leader wishes to speak with your decision-maker. Greetings, survivors aboard the Noah's Ark. Our captain wishes to speak with your decision-maker." The female voice, calm and crisp, echoed through the speaker of the old radio, reverberating clearly in the dead-silent maintenance station. Lin Feng and Zhao Hao's faces instantly drained of all color. Noah's Ark. This name was their secret code, shared among the 3 of them with a touch of adolescent romantic fantasy. No 4th person could possibly know it. Chen Mo's mind was racing at full speed. The antibiotics left by that group had precisely struck their weak spot. Now this code, known only to them, was spoken by the other side. When did it start? From the moment they left the Pioneer Club. In Chen Mo's mind, Fang Jijung's complex face flashed by. He suddenly realized that from the moment they drove this vehicle to the club's entrance or even earlier they had already been exposed under an unseen pair of eyes. A chill of icy cold crawled up his spine to the back of his head. Damn it. Lin Feng instinctively raised his M4, aiming the muzzle at the radio emitting the voice. Zhao Hao on the other hand looked at Chen Mo with tightly pressed lips, his eyes filled with worry. This game was uneven from the start. The other side possessed all their intelligence while they knew nothing about their opponents. Chen Mo walked step by step to the door of the Noah's Ark, reached out and picked up the microphone connected to the radio. He pressed the transmit button. Buzz. After a faint crackle of static, he brought the microphone to his lips. His voice traveled through the airwaves to an unknown distance. Calm and low. You know too much. On the other end of the radio there was silence for a few seconds. Then the female voice codenamed Nightingale sounded again, this time with a note of appreciation. Mr. Chen Mo, calmness is the most precious quality in the apocalypse. We admire it. She directly called out his name. Zhao Hao's heart sank even further. We mean no harm, Nightingale continued. On the contrary, we've been observing you for a long time. From the moment you drove this Noah's Ark and eliminated the gang called the Butcher to your entry into this maintenance station and annihilation of the underground monsters. Your combat prowess and your technical skills have left a deep impression on us. We possess regional drone reconnaissance capabilities. Nightingale's voice precisely resolved the greatest doubt in Chen Mo's mind. So that was it. No wonder all their actions were exposed right under the other side's nose. Lin Feng's face turned extremely grim. The thought that he might have been seen drinking coffee on the rooftop, clearly observed by their drones. So. Chen Mo's retort interrupted her narrative. You've been watching us all this time just to tell us this? Of course not. Nightingale finally revealed her hand, her voice turning serious. We need a technical expert. A true specialist. At our base in the Brooklyn Navy Yard, the main generator unit has developed a severe fault we cannot resolve. The backup power won't last much longer. However, our unit's commanding officer and technical staff suddenly turned into zombies at the onset of the outbreak, leaving no technicians to repair it. And you, Mr. Chen Mo at the Pioneer Club, repaired a scrap generator in less than half an hour. Moreover, I checked your records. You're a master's student in mechanical engineering at MIT. We need your help. In the apocalypse, every talent is precious. So that was their true purpose. We can make a deal, Nightingale offered, her voice dripping with lethal allure. If you can help us repair the generator, in return we will provide you with a complete westbound safety route map. The map marks all known abandoned military supply points along the way, extremely dangerous infected nests, and the safest highway leading to New Jersey already cleared by us. The westbound safety route map. Their ultimate goal was to travel westward all the way back to Dongda. The value of this map was immeasurable. Lin Feng's breathing grew heavy. He instinctively looked at Chen Mo, his eyes brimming with longing. This was an offer they could hardly refuse. Chen Mo held the microphone, saying nothing. His fingers unconsciously traced lightly over the microphone casing. He was thinking. Since the other side could monitor them via drones, they naturally knew their final destination. This so-called safety route map, like that box of antibiotics, was another bait custom made for them, a far larger lure. How can I be sure this isn't a trap? Chen Mo finally spoke. Once I reach your dock, won't my two companions and this vehicle be immediately disarmed? And won't I become a free slave only good for fixing your generator? These words hit the nail on the head. They lay bare the most naked, brutal reality of the apocalypse. On the other end of the radio, Nightingale fell silent again. Clearly Chen Mo's calmness and counter-question exceeded her expectations. She might have been accustomed to overwhelming other survivor groups with absolute power and intelligence superiority, but she hadn't expected to encounter a tough nut like Chen Mo who didn't play by the rules. The atmosphere in the maintenance station was suffocatingly tense. Lin Feng clenched his fists, his palms soaked with sweat. He both hoped Chen Mo would agree and feared he would. This feeling of handing over their fate to others was terrible. Finally Chen Mo spoke again, breaking the stifling silence. This time his tone carried an unyielding firmness. A deal, fine. But the location will be here. He looked at the steel beast before him, which he had modified piece by piece, brimming with confidence. Have your engineer bring the generator's blueprints and necessary tools. You'll guide him remotely via video. Or you can disassemble the key components needing repair and deliver them here. I'll fix them and you bring the map to exchange. No other options. No negotiation. Chen Mo stated decisively. I will not set foot on your turf, not even a step. That was his bottom line. A lion never steps into a hunter's cage, no matter how tempting the fresh meat inside. This time it was Nightingale's turn to go completely silent. Chen Mo's countermove had directly disrupted their entire plan. Awesome. Lin Feng roared in his heart, looking at Chen Mo with eyes full of adoration. This was their leader. No matter your National Guard, no matter your drones trying to take advantage of them, no way. The wait became excruciatingly long. Old Chen, these bastards won't get furious and just attack, will they? Lin Feng whispered tensely. They won't fight. Chen Mo shook his head. If they wanted a direct assault, they wouldn't have gone through all this trouble. Their generator must be in serious trouble, or they wouldn't be so desperate to find us. Zhao Hao looked at Chen Mo's young yet remarkably steady profile, and his worries unconsciously dissipated. He knew that as long as Chen Mo was here, this team would not fall. Dealing with these people is more exhausting than fighting 100 zombies. Lin Feng leaned against the vehicle and muttered quietly, all scheming. 10 minutes later. Buzz. The static of the radio crackled again. Nightingale's voice finally came through. But this time her voice no longer held its earlier calm and steadiness, it was filled with barely contained urgency. Change of plans. One of our 5-man patrol teams on their way back to the base got entangled by something. They are trapped at a gas station less than 2 kilometers from you. We need backup. Immediately. Right now. The static of the radio mixed with a woman's rapid breaths and the dense gunfire in the distance instantly froze the atmosphere in the repair station. A trap? Or a genuine accident? What is it? Chen Mo held the microphone. We don't know. We don't know what it is. Nightingale's voice carried a hint of urgency. It makes noise. Like a bell. Its sound draws everything. God, there are too many. The infected in the entire block have gone mad. Before she could finish, a man's roar came through the radio. Nightingale. Stay calm. Then a steady but equally anxious male voice replaced hers. It should be their captain, Ghost. Noah's Ark. This is Ghost. My squad is trapped. We need heavy fire support. We need your truck to ram a path for us. In exchange, we can pay double the supplies. That westward route map, I can give it to you now. The bell ringer. They had encountered this special infected before. They were not combat units but beacons. Mobile living signal towers that attracted endless hordes. Are these guys putting on an act? Lin Feng said, but the earlier ease was gone from his face as he tightened his grip on his M4. First they dangle a carrot, then they play the victim, trying to lure us out. Zhao Hao's face was also extremely grave. The risk was too great. Once Noah's Ark was entangled by the horde, the 3 of them would be buried with it. But it was also an opportunity. A golden chance to gauge the true strength of this group and make them owe a favor. Chen Mo made his decision in 3 seconds. He pressed the transmit button. Report your coordinates. On the other end, Ghost was clearly stunned for a moment, then burst into ecstatic shouts. FDR Expressway, the Shell gas station under the 3rd exit. We can't hold out much longer. Copy that. Chen Mo ended the transmission. He turned to look at his 2 brothers. Prepare for battle. Let's do this. Lin Feng's eyes lit up instantly. He grabbed a tactical vest loaded with magazines, threw it on, and was the first to scramble up to the roof turret of Noah's Ark. Zhao Hao didn't say a word. He checked the magazine of his Type 97 short-barreled rifle, pulled the bolt, and settled into the passenger seat. Boom! The diesel engine roared to life. Chen Mo floored the accelerator. The front of Noah's Ark rammed into a corner of the rolling door. Amidst the screech of twisting metal, the entire door was violently torn away. What? Dozens of high-lumen LED strobe lights mounted on the roof and front of the truck all blazed to life at once. Over a dozen piercing beams of light instantly cut through the pre-dawn darkness, illuminating the street ahead clogged with abandoned vehicles into a stark white. The awakened steel behemoth, dragging the torn rolling door and clad in its new armor, charged into the dead city. Hold on tight. Chen Mo stomped the accelerator to the floor. The massive demolition plow on Noah's Ark's front equipped with hydraulic shears effortlessly sent a yellow taxi blocking the road flying. Clang! The taxi tumbled twice in the air, slammed heavily into the wall of a nearby building and crumpled into a heap of scrap metal. Awesome! Lin Feng roared excitedly from the roof. Old Chen, now that's driving. That's the king of the road. Noah's Ark raced madly through the deserted streets. The roar of its engine was the wildest war anthem in this land of death. In less than 3 minutes they saw the horrifying sight. At the end of the distant street, a convenience store lit by a shell sign was besieged by an endless sea of infected. Gunfire and explosions erupted continuously from within the store. And at the very front of that seemingly endless horde, a tall, grotesquely thin figure was hopping back and forth with a strange rhythmic motion. Its body was festooned with rusty iron scraps, keychains, and several battered cowbells. With each hop, these metal objects clashed together, producing a crisp yet deadly jingling sound. The sound carried an eerie magic, driving every nearby infected into a frenzy, hurling them mindlessly against the small convenience store. Damn, it really is that bell-shaking freak, Lin Feng cursed from the roof, having clearly seen the monster through his 4x scope. Old Lin, shoot that mutated zombie, clear the roof. How's he, watch the flanks. Got it. Roger. Chen Mo fixed his gaze on the bell ringer swaying in the horde and wrenched the steering wheel. Noah's Ark charged headlong into that black sea of death. Come on, you bastards. Chen Mo roared, flooring the accelerator as if trying to push it through the floor. Thump. 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 The impacts merged into a single continuous sound. The demolition plow at the front unleashed its terrifying power. The dozens of infected in the lead didn't even have time to scream before their bones were shattered, their flesh torn apart, and they were hurled into the air. Black blood and broken limbs splattered across the entire front of the truck. Pew. 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 On the roof, Lin Feng stood straight, his M4 carbine spitting death. Any infected trying to climb up the truck's side was instantly shot in the head. Left flank. 3 of them. Zhao Hao in the passenger seat calmly called out targets while raising his Type 97. A precise 3-round burst took down 3 infected lunging from the side. 3 men, 1 truck. Their coordination was flawless. Inside the convenience store, the 5 National Guardsmen, barely holding on, saw through the cracked glass a sight they would never forget. A steel beast bathed in the holy light of its searchlights plowed a path of life through the horde for them. Reinforcements. Our reinforcements are here, a young soldier shouted excitedly. Prepare to break out. The captain kicked open the back door of the store, yelling into his radio, Nightingale. Tell them. The target is that sound-making zombie. If we don't take it down, none of us are getting out. Chen Mo's target had been that one creature from the very start. He paid no heed to the common infected swarming like flies. He drove Noah's Ark, tailing the bell ringer, crushing everything in its path towards the gas station. When the distance was right, Lin Feng opened fire on the bell ringer. The creature sensed the mortal threat of the steel behemoth. It turned with incredible speed and fled on all fours towards the side and rear of the gas station. It was cunning. It knew to use the complex terrain to evade the truck's ramming and the rooftop fire. Trying to run. Chen Mo spun the wheel sharply. Noah's Ark executed a beautiful drift, its heavy body screeching against the asphalt, the front end precisely realigning with the bell ringer's escape path. Just as the truck was reaching the effective firing range, the bell ringer made a move no one expected. It suddenly veered right, its entire elongated body slithering bonelessly into a pitch-black narrow alley less than 2 meters wide between 2 buildings. The truck couldn't enter and the guns couldn't hit it. Jingle. Jingle. The damned bell sound drifted from the depths of the alley, a blatant taunt and provocation. Then the horde that Noah's Ark had scattered abandoned the convenience store, turned and surged madly into that narrow alley. Damn it. Lin Feng's furious curse from the rooftop was swallowed by the deafening roar of the zombie horde shifting direction. The bell ringer, slippery as an eel, had vanished into a narrow alley barely wide enough for a single person. The vehicle couldn't enter. Nor could anyone descend. Below, the zombie tide surged forward like an ant colony obeying a command, abandoning the convenience store within easy reach, swarming blackly toward that slender alley until its sole entrance was sealed tight, utterly impassable. Tinkling, tinkling. That accursed chime drifted eerily from the depths of the darkness, laced with the cruel mocking glee of a cat toying with its prey. The plan had failed. Old Chen, what do we do? Zhao Hao's forehead glistened with fine beads of sweat in the passenger seat. He stared at the roiling black flood, and his heart sank into abyssal stillness. If that bell ringer gained footing inside the alley and reassembled the horde, the breach they'd just torn open would slam shut in an instant. Then, not only would rescue become impossible, but they themselves would be entombed alive right there. Just then. ZZZT, shriek. A gut-wrenching scream tore from the car's radio, followed instantly by Nightingale's voice, raw with tears and utter despair. They are climbing in through the windows. Third floor is lost. Ah? Ammunition, I'm out of bullets. Captain. We're completely trapped. Chaotic gunfire, shattering glass, and the panicked screams of squad members erupted in a horrifying cacophony. Old Chen. Lin Feng stomped frantically atop the vehicle, the muzzle of his M4 spitting fire into the dense writhing mass, but against that endless tide it was no more than a drop in the ocean. Chen Mo said nothing. He slammed the brakes hard. Screech. The heavy chassis of the Ark carved two scorching black skid marks across the asphalt, its prow jamming with surgical precision into the alley's narrow mouth. He offered Lin Feng no reply, only action. Yes, the alley was narrow. But it was also a natural, perfect, shooting corridor. Old Lin. Chen Mo snatched up the microphone and roared toward the rooftop. Switch weapons, Barrett. You've got a 3-second window. At the word, Barrett, Lin Feng froze mid-motion on the roof. Then, a fierce incandescent rush surged straight up his spine. He understood. In that split second he grasped Chen Mo's intent entirely. Got it. With a triumphant bellow, Lin Feng hurled aside his M4 carbine and spun to seize the monstrous cannon-like war machine resting nearby. Barrett M82A1. His fingers flew, loading a gleaming copper-hued 50 caliber armor-piercing incendiary round. Click. Kneeling on the observation platform, Lin Feng braced the heavy rifle against the railing, the cold eyepiece of the scope pressed firmly against his right eye. Through the lens the dark alley leapt into sharp magnified focus. Yet it remained pitch black, filled only with countless writhing frenzied silhouettes. No target in sight. Then. Inside the cab, Chen Mo's hand left the steering wheel and slammed decisively onto a modified red button mounted on the center console. VVVV. Dozens of high-intensity flash-blind inescapable spotlights, linked in series across the Ark's hood and roof, blazed to maximum output simultaneously. A dozen searing beams of solid light stabbed deep into the alley's gloom, light potent enough to rend reality itself. SSSK. Hundreds of infected struck by the sudden brilliance shrieked in agony, momentarily stunned and paralyzed. They clawed blindly at non-existent ice, colliding and trampling one another in the constricted space. And there, exposed in the blinding glare, the bell ringer long concealed in shadow stood revealed. Its gaunt frame stiffened violently under the assault of light. Now. Got you, you bastard. Murderous fury ignited in Lin Feng's gaze atop the vehicle. His entire world narrowed to the crosshairs of the scope, locking unerringly onto that rigid black silhouette frozen in the light. Lead calculation. Breath control. Trigger pull. Boom. A detonation ripped across the neighborhood, not a gunshot but the thunderous wrath of a god. The Barrett's savage recoil slammed into Lin Feng's shoulder like a sledgehammer, nearly shattering bone. A 12.7mm armor-piercing incendiary round. Spun, screamed and tore through the night, plunging into that illuminated corridor of death. It struck the bell ringer square in the chest. No scream. No spray of blood. Its entire upper body, including that grotesque head, disintegrated upon impact, vaporized by sheer kinetic fury. Shredded into a crimson mist, mingling flesh and metal fragments. Tinkling clatter. Its dangling bells and iron shards clattered lifelessly onto the pavement, freed from their master's grip. The lethal chime ceased, abrupt, absolute. Deprived of its beacon, the chaotic horde within the alley descended fully into mindless frenzy. Unified purpose shattered, they reverted to their primal guttural howls. The crisis was over. Only the Barrett's massive muzzle remained, exhaling a thin death-scented wisp of smoke. Lin Feng gasped for breath, his right arm numb and trembling from the weapon's brutal recoil. Inside the convenience store, 5 soldiers, who had already gripped grenades prepared to die together, stood frozen, staring out the window in stunned silence. Over the radio only ragged, desperate breathing echoed, Nightingale's and her team's, thick with the raw relief of deliverance. After a dozen seconds, Nightingale's voice returned over the airwaves, calm yet transformed. No longer cool composure. No trace of earlier despair. Only disbelief, profound, reverent and unshakable. You actually did it. Hell, we did more than that. On the roof of the vehicle, Lin Feng spat out a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva, hoisted the heavy Barrett onto his shoulder and shouted into the radio. Next time you call for backup, make sure you know who you're dealing with. Not everyone's gonna clean up your mess. His words were far from polite. But on the other end of the radio no one argued. Because Lin Feng was telling the truth. Without Noah's Ark, without Chen Mo's command, without that earth-shattering shot, they would have been nothing but a pile of gnawed bones by now. Thanks. A steady male voice came through the radio. It was the captain, Ghost. His voice carried a hint of exhaustion, but more than that, a profound sincerity. We owe you one. The westward route map and the double supplies we promised, they're yours right now. No need. Chen Mo picked up the microphone, his voice soft yet clear to everyone's ears. We don't want them. What? Ghost was clearly taken aback. Lin Feng and Zhao Hao were stunned too. I just want your captain stripped of all gear to come alone and talk face to face. Chen Mo's tone was as calm as if he were discussing something trivial. Old Chen Yu. Zhao Hao started to say, but Chen Mo silenced him with a look. This was a reversal of roles. A psychological domination. They had been on the defensive before, now it was the other side's turn to choose. The radio fell into dead silence once more. This demand was 100 times harsher than simply asking for supplies. It was equivalent to handing their commander's life over to Chen Mo. Are you joking? Ghost's voice turned cold. Do I look like I'm joking? Chen Mo countered. You're provoking us. No, Chen Mo said, gazing at the Noah's Ark he had forged into a steel beast with his own hands. I'm just telling you who's in charge now. If you want to talk, it's on my terms. If not, we leave now. With that, Chen Mo ignored the radio and started the engine. Roar. Noah's Ark let out a low growl as if ready to turn and leave at any moment. Wait. Ghost's urgent voice came through the radio. I agree. Half an hour later. The rolling door of the repair station slowly lifted, creating a gap just wide enough for one person to pass. A tall white man in combat gear, stripped of all weapons and equipment, walked in slowly alone under the watchful eyes of Nightingale and two other team members, his hands raised. He was Ghost Grey. A retired officer in his 40s with a resolute face and piercing eyes. When he stepped into the repair station and took in the scene, even his sharp eyes couldn't hide a flicker of awe. The truck parked in the center of the garage could no longer be called a truck. It was like a crouching steel beast, its body covered in rough welding marks. The hydraulic breech shovel at the front, the thick add-on armor on the sides, and the welded turret on the roof with a Barrett mounted on it. Every detail exuded a brutal, practical and lethal beauty. Then he looked at the three men standing by the vehicle. Chen Mo calm as an engineer, casually holding a welding torch. Zhao Hao smiling gently, but the muzzle of the Type 97 short assault rifle in his arms was always subtly aimed at him. And Lin Feng, standing on the roof, had the Barrett scope locked onto his head. This was a team with seamless coordination and explosive combat power. Gray made the judgment instantly. Gray. He lowered his hands and introduced himself. You can call me Gray. Chen Mo. Chen Mo nodded and pointed to a greasy chair nearby. Sit. Gray didn't stand on ceremony, he sat down with a commanding air. He looked at Chen Mo, his eyes filled with admiration and gravity. I admit we underestimated you before. Your strength deserves respect. So I've changed my mind. Gray was direct, cutting to the chase. I formally invite you, Chen Mo, to join us. You'll make you deputy commander and your two brothers will be squad leaders. All the supplies in our stronghold will be open to you. The offer was undeniably generous. Deputy commander. In a military remnant with drones, top-notch gear and an unknown number of personnel, it was a promise of meteoric rise. My goal is to go home. Chen Mo's answer was crisp and clear. He met Gray's burning gaze. We're not survivors, we're homeward-bound travelers. Everything here is just scenery we pass by. So I decline. Gray frowned. He clearly hadn't expected Chen Mo to refuse so decisively. Then what do you want? Cooperation. Chen Mo held up two fingers. Equal cooperation. Well, fix your generator and you provide the route map and the supplies we need. Once the deal is done, we're even and go our separate ways. Were allies not subordinates? Gray stared hard at Chen Mo as if searching for a hint of hesitation on his young face. But he failed. Those eyes held only an unfathomable calm. After a long moment, Gray let out a long sigh, leaned back in his chair and gave a wry smile. Fine. I agree. He knew he had no choice. This young man who looked like a student had him completely under control. What followed became simple and efficient. Gray used his radio to have his men deliver a map with detailed routes and a large crate of military supplies. Meanwhile, they transported the faulty core component of the generator to the repair station using a utility vehicle. It was a turbocharger module larger than a millstone and extremely complex in structure, covered in burn marks and broken wires. This damn thing, Gray pointed at the module, looking disgusted. Our best engineer stared at it for 3 days and couldn't make heads or tails of it. Chen Mo said nothing. He just put on gloves and goggles, picked up his tools and began disassembling the module. His movements were fluid and effortless. Every screw, every wire seemed to come alive in his hands. Lin Feng, Zhao Hao and the 2 soldiers Gray had sent stood by watching Chen Mo perform. Found the problem. Chen Mo stood up. Can you fix it? Gray asked nervously. Yes, I can. Chen Mo nodded. An afternoon passed. When he finished the last solder joint, reassembled the module and connected it to the UPS for testing. The turbocharger module, silent for days, let out a powerful roar. Success. Gray and his 2 men stared in disbelief, looking at Chen Mo as if he were a miracle worker. A monster. One soldier muttered under his breath. Deal done. Chen Mo took off his gloves and dusted off his hands. Gray gave Chen Mo a deep look, his eyes filled with both regret and relief. Regret that such talent couldn't be under his command. Relief that they were allies, not enemies. No, not yet. Gray suddenly smiled. To thank you for saving my men's lives and to celebrate our first successful cooperation. He said a few words into his radio. Soon his men drove a military truck over with 2 more items. 4 brand new military-grade bulletproof tires with Kevlar-reinforced sidewalls. And a gleaming brand new engine supercharger. Holy shit. Lin Feng's eyes went wide. This was a real treasure. With these, Noah's Ark's performance would undergo a qualitative leap. This was the real unexpected bonus. Now the deal is done. Gray extended his hand. Chen Mo took it, shaking firmly. Pleasure doing business. Pleasure doing business. Gray left quickly with the repaired module and his men. The repair station was left with just the 3 of them and a pile of spoils. A joyful atmosphere filled the air. They had not only obtained the urgently needed route map and supplies, but also given Noah's Ark an epic upgrade. Just as Chen Mo was about to start the modifications, the vehicle's radio crackled to life again. It was Gray. Chen. There's one more thing I forgot to mention. Gray's voice turned serious. That map will guide you safely through most areas to New Jersey. But you have to go through the Lincoln Tunnel. And there. Gray paused, lowering his voice to a near whisper. It's been completely locked down by the riot suppressors. Has been completely sealed off by the riot suppressors. Gray's voice extinguished the fleeting joy that had just flickered to life within the repair station. The radio went silent. Only the monotonous hum of the diesel generator lingered in the air. Riot suppressors. Zhao Hao murmured the name, his face paling slightly. They had seen it themselves on the surveillance feed. A monstrous figure clad head-to-toe in heavy riot armor, every muscle coiled like steel cable, impervious even to standard rifle rounds. Lin Feng, who moments earlier had been elated by the fully stocked supplies and the upgrades to Noah's Ark, now wore no smile. They are giving us no way out. He turned to Chen Mo. Zhao Hao turned to Chen Mo. Get to work. Chen Mo spoke only 2 words, no hesitation, no despair, then strode toward the pile of gifts Gray had delivered. If the path ahead was blocked by monsters, then they would forge their own vehicle into a beast more fearsome still. That was all there was to it. The suffocating tension shattered instantly beneath those 2 words. Yes. What the hell is there to fear? Fire reignited in Lin Feng's eyes. He kicked open the crate containing military-grade bulletproof tires and roared. Let's tear them apart. Just a bunch of tin cans, we'll crack them open one by one with Barrett rifles. Thus began the final frenzied overhaul. This was no longer minor reinforcement, it was a full-scale infernal metamorphosis engineered for one purpose alone: to smash through the Lincoln Tunnel and confront the riot suppressors head-on. Step 1: Tire replacement. 4 brand new Kevlar-reinforced military bulletproof tires were laboriously mounted using the repair station's hydraulic jacks, a feat demanding every ounce of their strength. Those 4 tires alone imbued Noah's Ark's chassis with an aura of unflinching suicidal resolve. Next came the engine. Chen Mo removed the factory engine cover, revealing the grimy oil-streaked heart of the diesel power plant. With meticulous care he integrated Gray's newly supplied turbocharger into the engine's intake system. Connection. Calibration. Securing. As he tightened the final bolt and ignited the engine, a deep, thunderous, utterly transformed roar erupted across the entire garage, unlike anything heard before. Holy shit! Lin Feng, vibrating with the tremor surging up from the floor, flushed with exhilaration. Old Chen, how much horsepower does this thing pack now? No idea, Chen Mo wiped grease from his hands. But it could probably crush an elephant flat. And this was merely the beginning. Chen Mo's gaze settled upon the vehicle's brutal forward-mounted breaching ram. Not enough. From somewhere unseen he produced a massive hydraulic pump and several hydraulic rams thicker than a man's arm. Old Chen, you're not seriously thinking. Zhao Hao stared at the equipment, already grasping his intent. Exactly. A feverish, unmistakable gleam, the hallmark of the obsessed engineer, lit up Chen Mo's face. He would equip this steel leviathan with living fangs. For the next dozen hours the garage echoed ceaselessly with the shriek of metal-cutting tools and the blinding flash of welding arcs. Using the repair station's industrial machinery, Chen Mo fused the hydraulic system seamlessly with the breaching ram, precision forged in fire and force. When he completed the final weld and routed 2 control levers from the central console, SSSS. With the whine of hydraulics engaging, the 1-ton ram slowly rose, lifting until it aligned perfectly with the vehicle's roofline. Then Chen Mo slammed the lever down. 2. The ram descended with tectonic force, striking the ground like a falling mountain. The entire repair station shuddered. The hardened concrete floor cracked inward, leaving a stark concave crater. Next time some fool dares stand in our way, Chen Mo surveyed his creation, nodding in quiet satisfaction, we'll simply drop Mount Tai upon them. Meanwhile Lin Feng was far from idle. He directed Zhao Hao in executing the ultimate upgrade to the turret atop his vehicle, the throne. Weld it thicker. Yes, widen the left firing port just enough to accommodate the Barrett's barrel. Add a canopy, semi-enclosed. Damn it, last time I nearly got zombie spit in my eye. Under his exacting supervision the crude observation platform transformed into a fortress-like steel gun emplacement, reinforced with thick armored plating and pierced only by narrow, strategically angled firing slits. This would be Lin Feng's sovereign domain. Even Zhao Hao, the gentlest among them, had undergone a quiet transformation. He secluded himself in a small storage room converted into an impromptu chemical laboratory. Drawing from folk recipes recorded in a weathered journal, he began synthesizing rudimentary incendiary bottles and smoke grenades using scavenged chemicals from the repair station. Gasoline, sulfur powder, polystyrene foam glass bottles. His calm, kind face was shielded by safety goggles, his expression focused and unnervingly serene. He understood when even Noah's Ark steel might fail, fire would become their final, most elemental weapon. 3 days and 3 nights. The 3 men worked like clockwork, relentless, tireless. When exhaustion struck they napped in shifts on chairs for barely an hour. When hunger gnawed they chewed cold military rations straight from the pouch. Fatigue. Aching muscles. Nerves stretched taut as drawn bowstrings. Yet not a single complaint escaped their lips. They watched Noah's Ark grow stronger day by day beneath their hands, an overwhelming surge of pride and security washing away every trace of dread. They were each other's sole anchor. This vehicle was their mobile citadel. At dawn on the 4th day the modifications were complete. The newly reborn Noah's Ark stood motionless at the center of the repair station, utterly transfigured. Its body was sheathed in rugged, freshly welded add-on armor, still bearing the raw scars of its forging. The hydraulically actuated ram at its prow gleamed with cold metallic menace. Above the semi-enclosed throne perched like a crown forged for slaughter. It was no longer a truck. It was a steel behemoth risen from the ruins of industry, born for survival, bred for war. It's time. Chen Mo unfurled 2 maps, one given by Fang Jijun, the other by Gray. Cross-referencing and augmenting both, he traced in bold red marker the sole viable route to the Lincoln Tunnel, the most detailed, and most perilous, path imaginable. Every block likely teeming with infected, every abandoned safe house suitable for emergency resupply, he marked them all with chilling precision. "Gray, we're ready to depart." Chen Mo lifted the radio. "Wish you luck, Chen," Gray replied, voice steady over the static. "Remember what I said, if you change your mind, Brooklyn Navy Yard stands ready to welcome you." That day will never come. Chen Mo switched off the radio. On the eve of departure, silence fell over the repair station, thick, absolute and unnerving. None of the three spoke. They sat together in a tight circle surrounded by weapons polished to a mirror sheen and magazines stacked with immaculate order. Lin Feng meticulously oiled each Barrett round. Zhao Hao inspected every medical kit, checking sutures, antiseptics and gauze with surgical care. Chen Mo mounted a brand new infrared laser designator onto his M4 carbine, retrieved from Gray's supplies. The hush before battle pressed down heavy and breathless. All new tomorrow promised nothing less than carnage. Dawn broke. The first golden ray of sunlight slipped through the gap beneath the rolled-up garage door. Chen Mo rose, entered the driver's cabin of Noah's Ark and placed his hand upon the cold steering wheel. He slid the key into the ignition and turned it. Hum. The engine unleashed a deep, resonant, earth-shaking bellow. The entire repair station trembled, not in fear but in reverence, as the steel titan stirred awake. Boom, whoosh. Chen Mo shifted into gear and gently pressed the accelerator. The Noah's Ark, after undergoing hellish modifications, drove out of the repair station that had carried countless drops of their sweat and hopes. The Dozen Soften's heavy vehicle, empowered by the newly added supercharger, displayed an agility that belied its massive size for the first time. "How does it feel?" In the passenger seat, Zhao Hao gripped the handrail, his body leaning back slightly with the vehicle's movement. "Like a wild bull that's been unchained." Chen Mo held the steering wheel, feeling the surging, relentless torrent of power transmitted from the engine. Following the blood-red route plotted on the map, he drove this steel behemoth, accelerating at full speed toward the throat of Manhattan, the Lincoln Tunnel. The closer they got to the tunnel, the more gruesome the streets became. This was no longer an ordinary abandoned district. This was a battlefield. An M1A2 Abrams main battle tank, its turret blown off, was wedged diagonally in the middle of an intersection, its tracks caked with dried gore. The glass curtain walls of skyscrapers were riddled with vicious bullet holes and black scorch marks left by rocket explosions. On the streets, abandoned humps and infantry fighting vehicles formed lines of steel defenses now turned into cold tombstones. The air was thick with a lingering stench of gunpowder and decay. "My God," Zhao Hao murmured, staring at the hellish scene outside the window. "What happened here?" "A massacre happened." From the roof seat, Lin Feng watched it all coldly through the gap in the hatch. Suddenly Chen Mo slammed on the brakes. The Noah's Ark came to a steady halt 50 meters from an intersection. Ahead of them, an overturned Humvee blocked half the street. The doors hung open. Several soldiers in camouflage uniforms were trapped in their twisted seats by their seatbelts. They had already turned into infected. They struggled futilely, emitting meaningless growls from their throats, their rotting arms reaching out toward the empty space before them. "Old Lin." Chen Mo's voice came through the internal comms. "Got it." Lin Feng didn't ask a single question. He opened the roof hatch of his turret and silently jumped out of the vehicle. Carrying an M4 carbine, he used the abandoned vehicles as cover and crept up to the side of the Humvee. After confirming there were no other threats, he raised his gun. Phut. 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 A few muffled gunshots suppressed to a minimum by the silencer. The few pitiful soldiers inside the vehicle instantly had several bloody holes appear in their heads, finding eternal rest. Lin Feng pulled open the door and began quickly checking the supplies inside. "Ammo, medkits, take it all." Just as he was about to leave, something pinned under the passenger seat caught his attention. It was a black military-grade rugged tablet encased in thick rubber. A faint light still glowed on its screen. Old Chen found something good. Lin Feng grabbed the tablet and swiftly returned to the Noah's Ark. Inside the vehicle, the three of them gathered together. The tablet's screen was still on a playback interface, but the picture was stuttering due to low battery. Chen Mo immediately plugged the tablet into the vehicle's USB charging port. The stable current instantly restored clarity to the screen. He pressed the play button. A battlefield video recording a scene of hell began to play. The footage was likely from the perspective of the dead soldier in that vehicle. The image shook violently at the start. A dozen fully armed soldiers could be seen using the Humvee and sandbags as a defensive position, frantically pouring heavy machine gun and automatic rifle fire toward the tunnel entrance. The dense rain of bullets tore hundreds of ordinary infected into shreds. "Hold the line. We must hold the tunnel entrance." An officer was screaming at the top of his lungs. Just then several tall figures in full black riot gear emerged from behind the horde of corpses, walking out unhurriedly. They ignored the frenzied zombie tied around them and marched straight toward the soldiers' defensive line. "Open fire. Special infected. Open fire." In the footage, all the firepower instantly converged on those rioters. Ding ding dang dang. The most ordinary rifle bullets only left faint marks on their heavy armor. The machine gun succeeded in penetrating the armor but didn't hit a vital spot, it only suppressed them. However, the other rioters wouldn't give them a chance. They took heavy strides and charged. Like unstoppable heavy tanks, they easily smashed through the defensive line of sandbags and barbed wire. One rioter rushed right up to the camera. It grabbed a soldier standing in its way. In its grip, that soldier was as fragile as a ragdoll. Crack! With a crisp sound of breaking bones, the soldier's body was brutally folded in half and then slammed onto the Humvee by the rioter. Boom! A mass of flesh and blood. The image shook violently as the cameraman retreated in terror. Grenades? Use grenades. Several grenades were thrown, exploding at the rioters' feet. The roaring blasts kicked up huge clouds of smoke and shockwaves. At the end of the recording was the cameraman's heart-wrenching scream, a mix of despair and terror. Then the screen went black. The video ended. Inside the cabin, Zhao Hao's face was deathly pale, his hands gripping the Type 97 short rifle slick with cold sweat. These were no longer monsters. They were killing machines in human skin. Lin Feng licked his dry, cracked lips and remained silent. Chen Mo reached out and dragged the video progress bar back to the moment the grenade exploded. He pressed the slow-motion button. Once. Twice. 10 times. Finally, on the 12th playback, he pressed pause. The image froze on a single incredibly blurry yet critically crucial frame. A grenade had exploded less than 2 meters from a rioter. The immense shockwave sent the rioter staggering. Found it. Chen Mo's voice broke the deathly silence inside the cabin. Found what? Zhao Hao asked instinctively. The weak point. Chen Mo pointed at an infinitely magnified detail on the screen. Its protective suit is one piece. A one-piece suit offers high protection. But no matter how high the protection, it can't stop a Barrett round. It's fast, but if we can immobilize it for a second or even a fraction of a second. Chen Mo looked up toward the roof. Old Lin's Barrett can turn it into a corpse. Zhao Hao and Lin Feng's eyes instantly lit up. That's doable. Lin Feng slammed his fist on his thigh, shouting excitedly. I'm in. Chen Mo restarted the Noah's Ark. Hold tight. The steel behemoth moved forward again, weaving around the wrecks of abandoned military vehicles and tanks. Finally, after passing the last block, the Lincoln Tunnel's massive entrance, like the maw of a giant beast, appeared at the end of their line of sight. But their hearts sank to rock bottom. The tunnel entrance was tightly blocked by over a dozen burnt-out sedans and military trucks, leaving only an extremely narrow passage barely wide enough for a single vehicle. And among that twisted wreckage of steel, 2 tall figures in black riot gear stood silently. Noah's Ark came to a steady halt 200 meters from the tunnel entrance. Chen Mo killed the engine. All that remained was the wind, a mournful wail as it swept through the skeletal remains of steel. Among the ruins at the tunnel entrance, 2 massive figures clad in full black riot gear stood with their backs to them, motionless. Lin Feng, ensconced in the throne atop the vehicle, stared through his scope, his gaze unwavering. He could even make out the dried dark crimson bloodstains on the visor of the black helmet, remnants of a previous battle. Gulp. In the passenger seat, Zhao Hao swallowed nervously. His hands clenched the Type 97 short assault rifle, his palms slick with sweat. These were not like any infected they had encountered before. The mere presence of these 2 monsters exuded a suffocating sense of despair. I can't hit its head from here. It'll drive us closer. Chen Mo's voice, calm and steady through the intercom, broke the suffocating standoff. Use the hydraulic ram to clear the obstacles and try to ram them at the same time. Give Old Lin an opening. Old Lin, get the Barrett ready. Prioritize the heads of any target I knock down or off balance. A Barrett round will blow its head clean off. How's he get the smoke grenades ready? Cover us if needed. The tactical plan was concise and decisive. Roger. Zhao Hao took a deep breath, placing several homemade smoke grenades crafted from glass bottles and chemicals within easy reach. He knew his rifle would be nothing more than a tickle to such a monster. These makeshift bombs were his greatest contribution to this fight. Let the feast begin. In the throne atop the vehicle, Lin Feng ejected the standard round from the Barrett's chamber. From a special ammunition box he retrieved a pitch-black special armor-piercing incendiary round with an ominous red band around its tip. He slowly chambered the massive round. Hold on tight. Chen Mo's voice rang out as he violently turned the key. Roar! The dormant steel behemoth roared to life. Chen Mo floored the accelerator. The Ten-Soften's vehicle charged straight at the barricade of wrecked cars and trucks. The 200-meter gap vanished in an instant. The hydraulic ram at the front aimed at a burned-out car frame lying across the road. Just a second before impact, one of the riot suppressors moved. It didn't dodge. Instead, it lowered its shoulder, planted its feet, and met the charge head-on like a linebacker in American football. Boom! Noah's Ark's 1-ton hydraulic ram slammed into the car. The fragile vehicle was instantly crushed and sent flying sideways toward the riot suppressor. But the expected scene of the monster being sent flying didn't happen. Thud. A deafening crash. The riot suppressor used its massive body to withstand the flying wreck. Its feet left two distinct impressions in the hard asphalt. Its body swayed backward, nearly falling. Roar. A roar of pure frenzied rage erupted from beneath the black helmet. It grabbed the crushed car with both hands, tightened its core, and with immense effort lifted the tangled steel above its head before hurling it to the side. Clang! The car crashed to the ground with a screech of twisting metal. Inside the cabin, Zhao Hao watched in disbelief. Was this the power a living being could possess? Having flipped the car, the riot suppressor was now thoroughly enraged. It ignored the still speeding Noah's Ark and began its own charge with heavy ground-shaking steps. It intended to tear this tin can that had struck it apart with its bare hands. Perfect. Chen Mo's eyes were locked on the charging black figure, his face betraying no panic. In the instant before a head-on collision, Chen Mo wrenched the steering wheel. Screech. Noah's Ark executed a perfect power slide, its heavy body shrieking across the asphalt, scraping past the riot suppressor by a hair's breadth. Their armor even sparked against each other. Simultaneously, Chen Mo's left hand slammed down on the control lever for the hydraulic ram. HSSSSS, were. The massive ram, which had just cleared the roadblock, swung in an arc driven by hydraulic pumps and smashed viciously into the riot suppressor's right knee. Chen Mo hadn't aimed for its torso but for the most vulnerable balance-critical joint. Crack! A sharp sound like bone breaking or metal being forcibly bent. The terrifying lateral force instantly shattered its balance. Its colossal form stumbled, falling uncontrollably to one knee. Its entire body was thrown off balance by the impact, locked in a massive 2-second stun. Now, on the roof, Lin Feng, who had kept the target locked in his sight, saw the riot suppressor fall to its knee and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Boom! A thunderous roar like a clap of lightning echoed across the entire battlefield. The Barrett's monstrous recoil slammed into Lin Feng's shoulder. Even prepared for it, half his body went numb. The spinning, screaming special armor-piercing incendiary round flew with precision toward the head of the kneeling riot suppressor. At the exact moment the round left the barrel, Noah's Ark had just completed its power slide, the vehicle still shuddering violently. That fraction of a second of motion caused a minuscule error in Lin Feng's otherwise perfect aim. Clang! The bullet grazed the edge of the riot suppressor's helmet and flew past. It didn't blow the helmet off or strike the visor as intended. It merely shattered the side of the black helmet. A miss. Damn it. Lin Feng slammed his fist against the steel plating of his turret, his face a mask of frustration and regret. So close. Roar. The searing pain combined with the lethal bullet that had just grazed its skull fully ignited the monster's fury. It slowly rose to its feet. But this time it ignored the Noah's Ark, which had already pulled away. It looked up. The eyes hidden beneath the black visor filled with brutality and murderous intent, locked onto the semi-enclosed steel turret on the vehicle's roof. Locked onto the insignificant insect that had just shot it. It abandoned its attack on the vehicle. It had found a new higher priority target. The riot suppressor looked around, then bent down. It drove its hands under a massive chunk of concrete half the size of a tire shattered by the earlier explosion. Creak. Creak. Amidst the grinding sounds it roared and strained with all its might, lifting the several 100-kilogram concrete block from the ground. Holding the jagged concrete it leaned back, muscles bulging, channeling all its power into its arms. Target Lin Feng's throne. Old Lin. Watch out. Zhao Hao's desperate scream tore through the comms. Lin Feng watched the massive meteor-like stone raised high by the monster, and every hair on his body stood on end. That block of concrete came straight down toward Lin Feng, who was on the roof of the vehicle. The shadow of death instantly shrouded the entire throne. Lin Feng wanted to dodge, but his body simply couldn't react in time. At that critical moment, inside the cab, Chen Mo didn't look at the falling stone. Instead he stomped the brake pedal and cranked the steering wheel a full turn to the left. Screech! The Dozen Soften's heavy Noah's Ark let out a deafening roar. The entire vehicle executed an extreme tailslide drift across the asphalt road. Lin Feng on the roof felt as if he had been tossed into a spinning washing machine. The world spun around him as a tremendous centrifugal force slammed him violently against the inner wall of the turret. Boom! That deadly concrete block whistled past the steel edge of the throne by a hair's breadth. It crashed heavily onto the ground more than 10 meters away. The hard concrete floor was smashed into a terrifying spiderweb-cracked crater. Lin Feng, dizzy and disoriented, shook his head and stared at the pit just inches away. Cold sweat instantly soaked his back. So close. Just that little bit and he would have ended up like that pile of rubble. Old Chen. You saved my life. Lin Feng shouted into the communicator, his excited roar masking the terror of his narrow escape. No time for that. Chen Mo's voice was icy calm. Another one's coming. The Noah's Ark had just finished its drift and hadn't fully stopped. Another riot suppressor, which had been guarding the tunnel entrance, was already lumbering toward them from behind. Meanwhile, the monster that had just thrown the rock adjusted its stance, blocking their path forward. One ahead, one behind. Two indestructible steel beasts trapped them in this narrow space less than 100 meters long. Caught between a rock and a hard place. Cover me. At that moment, Zhao Hao's calm yet resolute voice rang through the communicator. Before Chen Mo and Lin Feng could react, the passenger door burst open with a bang. Zhao Hao leaped directly from the still swaying vehicle. Without a moment's hesitation, risking being torn apart by the monsters at any second, he hurled a simple smoke bomb, a liquor bottle filled with murky liquid, with all his might at the riot suppressor blocking their way ahead. The glass bottle traced a parabola through the air. Smack! It shattered precisely at the feet of the riot suppressor. A pungent thick white smoke reeking of sulfur and phosphorus erupted instantly. The smoke seemed alive, rapidly swallowing the towering figure. Roar! Cough! Cough! From within the thick smoke came the confused and pained roar of the riot suppressor. Zhao Hao had laced the smoke bomb with a heavy dose of phosphorus powder and irritating chemicals. To an ordinary person it was just choking. But to these infected beings that relied on their respiratory tracts for gas exchange, it was no less than pouring chilly water directly into their lungs. Nice one, Haozi. Lin Feng bellowed from the roof, swiftly swiveling his Barrett's muzzle to aim at the other riot suppressor flanking them from behind, laying down suppressing fire to buy Zhao Hao time to get back inside. Boom. Another shot. The monster raised its massive hands to shield its head. Though the bullet didn't pierce its skull, it blasted 2 large holes through its palms. The immense kinetic energy also succeeded in slowing the beast's advance. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Hao rolled back into the vehicle. Bang! The door slammed shut. But the crisis was far from over. The smoke ahead was gradually dissipating and the enraged monster could burst out at any moment. The monster behind, enduring Lin Feng's suppressive fire, was also closing in step by step. They were still trapped. Just then Chen Mo's gaze inadvertently swept over an unremarkable red fire hydrant at the roadside. Impact force. They needed something more powerful, more concentrated. They needed to control the riot suppressors so Lin Feng could aim better. Chen Mo shouted into the communicator at breakneck speed. I need a high-pressure water gun. Before Zhao Hao could grasp his meaning, Chen Mo restarted the Noah's Ark. Instead of retreating, he used the still dispersing smoke as cover, sharply cranking the wheel and ramming the vehicle's front into the red fire hydrant by the roadside. Boom! The fragile cast iron hydrant was like a biscuit against the steel ram of the Noah's Ark. It was instantly smashed into pieces. Whoosh! A massive thick column of water shot up from the broken pipe, spraying a cascade of water into the air. The city's water supply system hadn't completely collapsed yet. "Old Chen, you're crazy." Zhao Hao was dumbfounded by the sudden move. Chen Mo had no time to explain. He yanked open the door, grabbed a spare high-pressure oil hose and a modified brass nozzle from the toolbox under the driver's seat and jumped out of the vehicle. Roar! The riot suppressor, half-choked by the smoke, finally adapted. It roared and charged toward the Noah's Ark with heavy steps. Between it and Chen Mo there were less than 30 meters. A matter of life and death. Chen Mo planted his feet firmly on the slick ground and, using every ounce of his strength, forced the thick, stiff, high-pressure oil hose into the broken pipe, gushing with a torrent of water. The icy, bone-chilling water instantly drenched him. Gritting his teeth against the immense pressure of the water, he screwed the brass nozzle tightly onto the other end of the hose. Connection complete. In just 3 seconds, a crude yet terrifyingly powerful handmade high-pressure water gun was born. Chen Mo gripped the hose, which was violently trembling from the immense water pressure, with both hands and aimed the nozzle at the massive black figure charging out of the thick smoke. The riot suppressor seemed to notice this insignificant human daring to stand before it. It let out a contemptuous roar and quickened its charge. "Old Lin!" Chen Mo, bracing against the colossal water pressure, his arm muscles bulging to their limit, roared into the communicator. "Get ready. Give it a face wash." PFFFT. A visible condensed white water spear shot forth from the brass nozzle. Its sheer force far exceeded Chen Mo's expectations. Chen Mo felt an irresistible immense force transmit through the hose, pushing him back a full step as his feet carved 2 deep furrows in the slick ground. The muscles in his arms bulged to their limit instantly. Roar! The charging riot suppressor paid no heed to the insignificant human or the laughable water jet before it. It didn't even dodge. The next second, that white water spear slammed directly into its face. Bang! That was not the sound of water, it was more like an invisible heavy hammer smashing into its face. The riot suppressor's unstoppable charge came to an abrupt halt. Its massive body was forced backward half a meter by the relentless, crushing impact. It instinctively raised its thick arm to block, but the water jet's power was unending, pinning its arm firmly against its faceplate. Water splashed everywhere. Under the continuous assault, the riot suppressor was successfully subdued. A flash of ecstasy lit up Chen Mo's eyes. Gritting his teeth, he threw his entire weight onto the violently trembling hose. "Howsy? Give me a hand." Zhao Hao, who had witnessed everything from the passenger seat, kicked open the door and rushed out without a second thought. He didn't grab a weapon, but instead dashed behind Chen Mo, bracing his body firmly against Chen Mo's back and gripping the raging hose with both hands. Exerting every ounce of their strength, the two barely managed to steady the unruly water dragon, aiming it squarely at the frantically struggling riot suppressor. A little more. From the turret atop the vehicle, Lin Feng let out an exhilarated roar. His right eye was pressed firmly against the Barrett's scope, the crosshairs already locked onto its head. Die. Lin Feng pulled the trigger almost instantly. Boom! The bullet bored into that hideous face without a doubt. The riot suppressor's entire head burst like a watermelon struck by a sledgehammer. Bang! It exploded. Exploded into a mist of black blood, white brain matter, and shattered bone fragments. The headless colossal body, still in its forward charge, staggered 2 more steps under inertia before crashing heavily to its knees with a thud. Finally it collapsed like a heap of scrap metal stripped of its core support. Splashing water everywhere. The remaining riot suppressor, which had been circling around from behind, halted in its tracks. Its black faceplate turned toward its companion's headless corpse, seemingly frozen in seconds of incomprehensible hesitation. "Old Chen!" Lin Feng shouted into the communicator. Chen Mo didn't reply. He redirected the water gun, aiming the deadly white spear at the last standing enemy. This time the trio's coordination required no words. Whoosh! Zhao Hao seized the moment and hurled his last simple smoke grenade with all his might. The smoke grenade detonated at the second riot suppressor's feet, engulfing it in thick white fumes. Taking advantage of the smoke's distraction, Chen Mo and Zhao Hao dragged the heavy high-pressure hose, adjusting to the optimal firing angle. Roar! The riot suppressor burst from the smoke, having apparently learned from its comrade's mistake, shielding its head tightly with both arms. But it was useless. PFFFT. The water spear descended again. This time Chen Mo needed no help from Zhao Hao, already skilled at wielding the immense force. He subdued the riot suppressor once more. From the turret, Lin Feng had already realigned the Barrett's muzzle at the prey struggling in the torrent. Boom! The Barrett's roar drew a decisive end to the bloody battle. A second headless body crashed to the ground. The crisis was over. Chen Mo released his grip. His body went limp, leaning against the cold hull of Noah's Ark, gasping for breath, drenched through by the icy water. Zhao Hao was in a similar state, hands on his knees, feeling as if his lungs were about to burst. Lin Feng climbed out of the turret, his entire right arm numb and weak from the Barrett's massive recoil, but the excitement and fervor on his face were unmistakable. Awesome. He gave Chen Mo and Zhao Hao 2 thumbs up. We took down 2 riot suppressors. 2. The 3 exchanged smiles, the joy of survival permeating the air. After a brief celebration, Chen Mo straightened up. His gaze swept past the 2 headless corpses and the scattered debris, fixing ahead. The entrance to the Lincoln Tunnel lay before him. It was a massive cavern like the maw of a prehistoric beast, pitch black and fathomless. Dead silence reigned inside. A wind blew from the tunnel's depths, carrying a chill and stillness even more profound than the stench of decay. He picked up the internal communicator, his voice laced with fatigue. Let's go in. There's no turning back. The prow of Noah's Ark pushed aside the last headless corpse of the riot suppressors. Chen Mo did not pause, he shifted gears and pressed the accelerator. This steel beast, scarred and battered, carried 3 weary men into the Lincoln Tunnel. In an instant the light was utterly devoured. Damn, the stench is overwhelming. Lin Feng cursed from the turret atop the vehicle. A thick, nauseating odor, a blend of decayed blood oil and mildew, seeped through the gaps of the observation port, nearly overwhelming their senses. The tunnel was engulfed in deathly silence. The headlights swept across the scene. On both sides of the road, abandoned private cars, taxis and police vehicles clogged the tunnel, forming a twisted maze. And behind those dust-laden windows, against the tunnel walls and in every shadowy corner, were dense clusters of infected beings silently dormant. Some slumped against their steering wheels, heads hanging limply. Others leaned halfway out of car windows, frozen in grotesque postures. Some huddled together in small groups like discarded mannequins. Having received no external stimuli for a long time, they had entered a state of extremely low-energy hibernation. But the roar of Noah's Ark's engine was gradually awakening this land of death from its slumber. Chen Mo reduced the speed to a minimum. Noah's Ark carefully used its hydraulic ram to push aside the vehicles blocking the path. The force of the impact could not be too great, lest the loud noise instantly rouse the entire horde. Nor could it be too weak, or it would be impossible to carve a path through this steel labyrinth. This test was not only of driving skill but also of the limits of one's mental fortitude. The hand of that guy in the suit in the left SUV just moved. Zhao Hao's voice was low from the passenger seat. He held a powerful flashlight, constantly scanning both sides. The beam of light revealed with stark clarity a toppled Ford SUV. Inside, an infected being with a rotted upper body had its fingers dangling outside the broken window, twitching unnaturally. 1, 2, 3. Like dominoes. In their wake, the once static shadows began one by one to exhibit subtle discordant movements. Damn, it's like walking through a haunted house. On the roof, Lin Feng had swapped his Barrett for an M4 equipped with a thermal scope. Through his scope the world was a cold expanse of blue-gray. The infected, roused by the engine's roar, were dangerous heat sources, shifting from blue to yellow, then to red, their temperature steadily rising. Behind us a whole patch is lighting up. Lin Feng's voice came clearly through the intercom. They are not chasing us, just waking up. Chen Mo's tone remained calm, he had to maintain absolute focus. Just then, a massive tanker truck was wedged diagonally in the center of the tunnel at an extremely awkward angle, almost completely blocking the way ahead. A bus was leaning against one side of the tanker, leaving only a very narrow gap between the 2 behemoths. The tanker's body was covered in rust and bullet holes, with a huge skull painted in red spray paint. Old Chen, how do we get through this? Zhao Hao's brow furrowed deeply. A direct collision was impossible. Who knew how much fuel remained in that tanker? One spark and they, along with Noah's Ark, would be instantly obliterated. Chen Mo said nothing. He stopped the vehicle, carefully studying the tanker's structure and tilt angle, his mind rapidly calculating. After a full minute he restarted the engine. Hold tight. Noah's Ark advanced slowly. Chen Mo maneuvered the 1-ton hydraulic ram at the front to an incredibly precise angle. There was no violent collision. The tip of the ram gently pressed against the chassis frame at the bottom of the tanker. The hydraulic pump emitted a soft sound. Chenmo worked the controls with a nearly gentle force, pushing the ten-softened tanker sideways inch by inch. The wheels scraped against the ground, producing a piercing screech. But the entire process lacked any violent impact. The tanker was forced aside by half a meter, creating just enough of a passage for Noah's Ark to squeeze through. Awesome. Lin Feng watched from the roof, utterly amazed. Noah's Ark carefully edged through the gap, its side armor plates almost scraping against the tanker's hull. A close call. Having passed this most dangerous obstacle, the way ahead opened up. It was an emergency refuge area in the middle of the tunnel, much more spacious than before. Chenmo parked the vehicle in the center of the refuge and killed the engine. Their unrelenting tension finally had a moment to ease. Rest for 10 minutes. Chenmo rubbed his aching eyes. Check the vehicle, restock ammunition. Finally a chance to catch our breath. Lin Feng poked his head out of the turret, taking deep breaths of the foul air. Zhao Hao also relaxed, uncapping a bottle of water. But his gaze was inadvertently drawn to some markings on the tunnel wall of the refuge. He raised his flashlight to investigate. Among the various graffiti and stains on the wall were some very strange symbols painted in fluorescent paint. They were twisted, incomprehensible patterns accompanied by deep gouges as if made by some enormous sharp claws. These symbols seem off. Frowning, Zhao Hao walked closer. He realized these symbols were not random. They appeared at regular intervals, each accompanied by an arrow. He followed the direction of the arrows, examining them one by one. From the direction they had entered to where they were now parked, every single arrow pointed without exception to the ground beneath their feet. This was the terminal point of all the symbols. This wasn't graffiti. It was a warning. A colossal warning drawn in blood. Zhao Hao's face turned ashen, a chill shooting from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. He recalled the footage he'd seen in the Humvee. He remembered the slaughtered soldiers. He recalled Gray's grave warning. Old Chen. Zhao Hao began to shout a warning. Just then. Boom! A tremendously heavy impact thundered from the roof. The entire chassis of Noah's Ark shuddered and sank. The sound was as if a refrigerator had fallen from the sky, crashing onto the steel roof. What the hell? Lin Feng reacted fastest, instantly retracting into the turret and grabbing his Barrett. He pressed his eye to the periscope specially installed to view directly above the vehicle. He took one look. Lin Feng immediately grabbed the intercom and shouted into the microphone, "Roof. Something's on the roof. Not just one. It's a whole swarm. On the roof. Something's on the roof. Not just one. A whole pack. Inside the vehicle." Thud. 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 Heavy rhythmic impacts, or rather the landing of some creature, pounded the roof in rapid succession. Each impact forced the steel Leviathan's chassis downward with palpable weight. Then came a sharp grating screech, the sound of razor-sharp claws frantically raking across the thick armored plating of the throne. The noise was so dense it resembled a hailstorm of metal shards. Chenmo reacted instantly, not from the ground below. From above. From the ventilation ducts along the tunnel ceiling. Those warnings painted onto the walls in blood, those arrows pointing directly at this very stretch beneath them. Brace yourselves. Without hesitation, Chenmo slammed his foot down on the accelerator and wrenched the steering wheel violently to one side. Scree. A hair-raising centrifugal drift. The vehicle swept sideways at a terrifying angle. The immense force nearly hurled Zhao Hao bodily into the door. Yet the uninvited guests atop the roof clung like creatures fused by industrial adhesive. Their talons sank deep into the seams of the armored plating, unmoved and shaken even as the chassis convulsed violently. Can't shake them off. Damn it, these bastards stick like geckos. Inside the throne, Lin Feng wheeled dizzily, gripping the restraint frame with white-knuckled intensity, his eye pressed to the periscope, his face ashen with dread. Through his lens at least 4 or 5 shadowy figures clad in tattered hoodies clung spider-like to the roof and flanks of the vehicle. They crouched low on all fours, hoods shrouding their faces in impenetrable darkness, only their claws slashing and tearing at everything in reach, betraying their presence. They were the stalkers. Lin Feng was utterly trapped inside the throne. These predators moved with chilling intelligence, denying him any opening to strike back. They blocked every firing port with their bodies, Lin Feng could even hear the sharp scrape of those claws, mere centimeters beyond the armored plate just outside his eyes. He tried to extend the barrel of his Barrett rifle outward, but a single talon shot through the narrow gap of a firing port, striking the barrel with a resounding clang and sending sparks flying. Rage and suffocating helplessness surged up through Lin Feng's crown. A master marksman, now reduced to a helpless target locked inside an iron cage forced only to endure. Just then the crisis escalated without warning. One stalker abandoned its assault on the impregnable throne and slid silently from the roof down the vehicle's flank. Its target, the driver's cabin. Old Chen, left side. Zhao Hao's shout had barely left his lips when a lipless face, its eye sockets two hollow voids, slammed against the driver's side window with a sickening thud. That grotesque visage hovered less than half a meter from Chen Mo's own. Crack! With a swift, brutal motion, the stalker raised its side-like claw and drove it hard into the bulletproof glass, already webbed with fissures. The cracks exploded outward, doubling in width instantly. Crack! Crack! Two more strikes, each impact eliciting a tortured groaning shriek from the stressed pane. The glass was about to shatter. Zhao Hao raised his Type 97 short assault rifle, but lowered it again. No. He couldn't fire. Firing inside this cramped cabin would turn ricocheting bullets into lethal shrapnel, ripping them both apart. Worse still, once the glass gave way entirely, they'd be exposed, face with these abominations. The throne atop the roof remained suppressed, Lin Feng unable to deliver any covering fire. The driver's window was moments from breach. And then, something far more terrible emerged. Roo! A guttural subsonic roar erupted simultaneously from both ends of the tunnel. Noah's Ark's headlights pierced the gloom ahead. That desolate expanse, once silent, littered with derelict vehicles and dormant infected, had now fully awakened. Countless silhouettes staggered upright from cars and recessed corners, roused completely by the violent commotion. They turned as one, empty eye sockets locking in eerie unison onto this emergency shelter. Onto the only living beings within sight. The horde was converging. Before and behind, endless waves of the undead surging forward. Above and beside, agile hunters hammering relentlessly at their armored shell. They were surrounded. Trapped, sealed alive inside this steel tomb. And in that suffocating instant. Howsy? Chen Mo's voice cracked, not with calm but with the raw feral edge of a man backed into absolute oblivion. Liquor. Light it. Zhao Hao understood instantly. He remembered the crate of supplies gifted by Gray, one bottle nearly pure ethanol reserved as military-grade fuel. Without pause, he yanked the metal flask from the storage compartment beneath his seat, unscrewed the cap and shoved a cleaning rag deep inside, soaking it instantly. Crack! Another brittle snap, the window's fractures now crisscrossed like a spider's web. Zhao Hao fashioned the crude incendiary torch, then carefully extended its flaming tip through a narrow gap in the window grille. Precisely beneath the stalker's hideous lipless face. He flicked open his lighter. Click. Whoosh. A roaring inferno erupted skyward in an instant. The stalker, still battering the glass, had no time to react. It vanished, consumed whole by the sudden searing conflagration. Scree! A piercing agonized shriek tore from the flames. Its ragged hoodie, its desiccated skin, both perfect kindling. In less than a heartbeat it became a writhing, burning figure tumbling from the vehicle's flank, crashing onto the asphalt, rolling wildly, screaming in torment. A foul stench bloomed instantly in the air. Even the stalkers atop the roof, engaged in their siege of the throne, froze mid-motion, startled by the sudden blaze. They seemed baffled, unable to comprehend this new incandescent threat. That fleeting hesitation granted Lin Feng his chance, a desperate, decisive counterstrike. Die, you bastard! Lin Feng roared, a long-suppressed fury finally unleashed. Seizing the opening, he thrust the barrel of his M4 rifle through a newly exposed firing port. Muzzle pressed flush against a stalker's face. He pulled the trigger. BRRT. Pure unrelenting point-blank carnage. Half a magazine's worth of rounds detonated at zero distance, reducing the stalker's entire skull to a splattering mist of bone fragments and black ichor. The headless corpse slid lifelessly from the roof. With the immediate threat neutralized, the remaining 2 or 3 stalkers atop the vehicle finally grasped the lethality of this armored can. They emitted a guttural, indecipherable shriek, and retreated swiftly, vanishing once more into the shadows cast by the derelict vehicles lining both sides of the tunnel. Like cunning predators biding their time, waiting for the next fatal lapse. The immediate crisis had passed. Chen Mo, Zhao Hao and Lin Feng gasped raggedly, great heaving breaths of exhaustion and adrenaline. Yet no one dared relax, not even for a second. For the true nightmare had only just begun. Rumble, rumble. A faint tremor began vibrating through the earth. The sound of thousands, tens of thousands, of feet striking the ground. From both ends of Noah's Ark, front and rear. From the tunnel's fathomless swallowing dark. Countless pairs of eyes ignited, glowing faintly in the gloom. The horde. Fully awakened, endless, relentless, two black torrents now converged upon them, surging forward in an overwhelming, suffocating tide. Rumble. Rumble. The ground trembled as if a train were bearing down on them from both ends of the tunnel simultaneously. The headlights of Noah's Ark pierced the darkness ahead. At the end of the gloom, countless pallid eyes glowed. The same scene unfolded behind them. Holy shit. Inside the turret, Lin Feng gazed through the rearview periscope at the river of ghastly eyes surging from the darkness, a chill creeping over his scalp. We're trapped like dumplings. Zhao Hao's voice grew low, strained by extreme tension. He clutched his Type 97 short assault rifle tightly, but staring at the oppressive tide of corpses flooding toward them, he wondered what use this weapon could possibly be. Reverse. Chen Mo chose not to charge forward. Ahead loomed the massive tanker truck and more complex terrain. Behind lay the narrow passage they had just forced open with brute strength. That defile was their only advantage. Chen Mo immediately shifted into reverse and floored the accelerator. Vroom! The colossal body of Noah's Ark hurtled backward, crushing into the steel jungle of abandoned vehicles they had just shoved aside. The rear slammed into the horde surging from behind. Bang! 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 Impacts rained down like a torrential storm. Countless infected at the forefront were shattered and mangled by Noah's Ark's heavy armor plating. Their bodies were torn apart and crushed by the immense kinetic force. But the infected behind trampled heedlessly over their comrades' corpses, surging forward with frenzied determination. They gnawed at the steel plates with rotting teeth and pounded the vehicle with broken fingers. More bodies were ground beneath the wheels, accompanied by the crunch of splintering bones. The rear of Noah's Ark carved a bloody path through the horde. Clang! The rear slammed into an abandoned police car, sealing off the narrow passage completely. The pursuing horde was temporarily halted. We've held them. Zhao Hao breathed a slight sigh of relief as he watched the blocked crowd of rabid, howling infected unable to advance in the rearview mirror. But before his words faded, thump! Another heavy impact struck the top of the rear. The entire vehicle shuddered violently. Again. Lin Feng's nerves snapped taut to their limit. He quickly swiveled the periscope toward the rear roof. In the shadows, a stalker dropped silently from a ventilation duct in the tunnel ceiling. Its claws dug into the gaps in the rear steel plates. Instead of attacking the turret, it aimed its side-like talons at the base connecting the turret to the roof and began tearing furiously. Damn it. This beast is trying to dig me out from below. Lin Feng was jolted violently inside the turret by the sudden assault. He reached for the Barrett, but the massive rifle couldn't be maneuvered to such an awkward angle in the cramped space. He grabbed the M4, but the stalker pressed so close to the roof that he couldn't find any effective firing angle. He was completely pinned down. Inside the cabin, Chen Mo and Zhao Hao witnessed the scene through the rearview camera. Just then Zhao Hao's eyes inadvertently landed on a round red metal canister secured in the corner of the cabin. A dry powder fire extinguisher. A thought exploded in his mind. Old Lin. Zhao Hao grabbed the internal communicator and roared with all his might. Use the extinguisher. Spray it. Lin Feng, dazed from the shaking, was momentarily stunned by the words, then a flash of realization lit up his eyes. Chen Mo instantly understood. He locked his gaze on the rearview camera screen, pinpointing the stalker's position. It's at your left rear, 7 o'clock. Base connection. Got it. Lin Feng tossed aside his M4, turned and yanked the spare dry powder extinguisher from the turret's mounting bracket. He aimed at a spare narrow firing port at the bottom of the turret designed for ejecting shell casings and extended the extinguisher's nozzle through it. Then he pulled the safety pin and pressed the handle. PSSSH. A thick cloud of white powder erupted like a volcanic blast from the tiny opening. In an instant it engulfed the entire rear roof along with the ravenously attacking stalker. Squeak. Cough. Cough. The stalker clearly hadn't anticipated such an assault. The torrent of powder clogged its exposed sensory organs. It could neither hear nor smell. Its frenzied tearing ceased. Now. Die for me. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Lin Feng instantly switched back to the M4 carbine. He didn't even need precise aim. He squeezed the trigger at the shadowy figure shrouded in white powder. Rat-a-tat-a-tat. A full magazine of bullets hammered into the stalker. Blood and white dust mingled, bursting into a bizarre mist. The stalker let out a final wail, its claws loosening and its large body slid limply from the rear. With a thud, it fell into the seething crowd of corpses below. Instantly it was swallowed by the countless frenzied infected. But from the front of the tunnel the tide-like footsteps were already closing in. Chen Mo's headlights illuminated the way ahead. An endless sea of corpses had completely submerged the tanker truck, blocking the road, sealing their path tight and impenetrable. They were utterly trapped in this steel tomb. Chen Mo's face bore a look of desperate resolve. He grabbed the internal communicator, his voice clear to everyone. Old Lin. Switch to incendiary rounds. Hit the tires of that tanker truck. Old Lin. Switch to incendiary rounds. Shoot the tire of that fuel truck. Chen Mo's voice resonated through the internal communicator, reaching Lin Feng and Zhao Hao's ears. Zhao Hao in the driver's seat turned to Chen Mo, disbelief etched on his face. Old Chen, that's a fuel truck. His voice trembled with fear. One shot and we all get blown to the sky. Lin Feng, seated on the rooftop, suddenly froze, his hand holding the Barrett rifle stiffening. What the hell? Old Chen, are you sure? His first reaction mirrored Zhao Hao's. But through the periscope he caught a glimpse of Chen Mo's face, illuminated by the dashboard's soft glow. With a reckless madness, Lin Feng hesitated for less than half a second. He chose to trust this man who had led them out of hell. Damn it. Let's go crazy just this once. Lin Feng yanked back the bolt. With a clank, the ordinary armor-piercing round was ejected. He retrieved a pitch-black special armor-piercing incendiary round with a ring of eerie red from the side ammunition box. He steadily pushed this deadly artwork into the chamber. Click. He focused the crosshairs on the already deflated and tattered rear tire of the fuel truck. Howsy, brace yourself. Chen Mo ignored Zhao Hao's scream and placed his hand on the hydraulic ram control lever. In the throne, Lin Feng pulled the trigger. Boom! The unique deep roar of the Barrett reverberated through the entire tunnel once more. The bullet tore through the air, accurately drilling into the rubber tire. The special incendiary agent inside the bullet was activated at the moment of impact. Whoosh! A pale white flame burst forth from the punctured tire. The flame instantly ignited the dry rubber, as well as the unimposing oil spill leaked from the fuel truck's bottom pipe joint due to the previous collision. A fiery serpent quickly spread across the ground. It licked a discarded sedan, igniting its fuel tank, resulting in a massive fireball explosion. Then came the second and third vehicles. The chain reaction erupted in an instant. In just a few seconds, a wall of flames composed of burning vehicles stood between the Noah's Ark and the endless tide of corpses ahead. The high temperatures and acrid smoke from the flames made the fearless infected momentarily reveal their instinctual fear. They crowded and roared but dared not step forward. That wall of fire became an insurmountable chasm for them. The tide of corpses ahead was forcefully held back. You plan to use the wall of fire? In the passenger seat, Zhao Hao watched the burning hell before him, finally understanding Chen Mo's intent, his whole being frozen in disbelief. The wall of fire, isn't enough? The flickering flames reflected on Chen Mo's face. I need to use it to clear a path. Before he finished speaking, he pushed the hydraulic ram control lever forward. Vroom! The menacing ram at the front of Noah's Ark pressed against the burning fuel truck's chassis. Then Chen Mo slammed the accelerator to the floor. Boom! Vroom! The engine of Noah's Ark erupted with a tremendous roar, causing the entire vehicle to shake violently. The dozens of tons of vehicle weight charged towards the flaming fuel truck, which also weighed dozens of tons, crashing into the tide of corpses behind the wall of fire. Noah's Ark, bearing a moving giant torch, launched its charge. Bang! Boom! The burning fuel truck became the most violent bulldozer. It smashed through the obstructive junk cars, carrying the flames deeper inside. Countless infected blocked by the wall of fire had no time to react before being crushed by this torrent of steel and flame. Some were directly smashed into meat paste, some were sucked under the vehicle, and many more were instantly ignited by the flames spreading from the fuel truck. One after another fire-wielding figures struggled and ran amid the tide of corpses, bringing the deathly flames to more of their kind. The front half of the entire tunnel turned into a massive and efficient crematorium. The air was thick with a nauseating mixture of gasoline and burnt flesh. Noah's Ark carrying the burning fuel truck forcibly carved out a fiery passage through the tide of corpses. Damn. Awesome. In the throne, Lin Feng watched this hellish scene, feeling his blood boil. He excitedly slammed his fist against the steel plate. But the crisis was far from over. Creak, creak, the massive tank of the fuel truck began to emit a tortured metallic distortion sound under the high temperature and constant impact. Cracks continuously spread across the surface of the tank. It could completely disintegrate at any moment, triggering a truly apocalyptic explosion. Old Chen. The ones behind are catching up. Lin Feng's voice carried a hint of urgency. They are climbing over the corpses. They are moving fast. The tide of corpses behind had already crossed the initially blocked passage and was frantically pursuing their vehicle's rear. And Noah's Ark, burdened with the massive fuel truck, was severely hindered in speed, unable to create any distance. Chen Mo's eyes were bloodshot as he fixedly stared ahead, his mind racing to calculate the distance, speed, and how much longer the fuel truck could hold. His gaze swept over a relatively sparse area of the tide of corpses ahead. That's the spot. Hold on tight. Chen Mo let out a roar. At the moment Noah's Ark was about to burst out of the densest area of the tide of corpses, he made an extremely audacious maneuver. He turned the steering wheel sharply to the left. Simultaneously he manipulated the hydraulic ram, using all its power to forcefully push to the right. Creak! Noah's Ark executed a dramatic tailspin, the vehicle tracing an arc on the blood-soaked ground while the burning fuel truck lost control and violently swept towards the tunnel wall. Bang! Boom! The fuel truck collided heavily with the hard tunnel wall, producing a deafening sound. The entire tunnel shook slightly. Noah's Ark successfully broke free. Chen Mo did not linger, shifting gears and flooring the accelerator. The steel behemoth surged towards the only path ahead that had just been cleared. Behind them was the fuel truck, now completely deformed and engulfed in flames. It seemed they had succeeded. Just as Zhao Hao breathed a sigh of relief, a blinding white light impossible to describe in words ignited behind them, instantly engulfing the entire tunnel. Followed by boom! A deafening blast erupted, capable of tearing eardrums apart. A deafening roar erupted, followed by a blinding, retina-searing whiteness that consumed everything. Then a terrifying force slammed into the rear of Noah's Ark. The dozen-softened steel behemoth felt as light as a leaf, lifted clean off the ground and hurled forward. Inside the cabin, Zhao Hao's head smashed hard against the side window grille. His vision went black and he lost consciousness instantly. Chen Mo gripped the steering wheel with all his might, veins bulging on the back of his hands, struggling to maintain the vehicle's balance. But against this cataclysmic force all his efforts seemed futile and absurd. He felt as though he and the steel chariot were tossed into a rapidly spinning drum. With a resounding crash, Noah's Ark tumbled half a turn in the air before slamming back onto the ground. In the turret seat atop the vehicle, Lin Feng felt his internal organs displaced. The immense impact pinned him against the turret's inner wall and he nearly blacked out from the sheer force. With a screeching, thunderous roar, Noah's Ark skidded dozens of meters across the ground. Its side armor scraped against the tunnel wall, sending up a shower of blinding sparks before finally crashing into a pile of collapsed concrete rubble and coming to a halt. The engine died, the headlights went out. The communicator emitted only the crackling hiss of static. Only a few red warning lights on the dashboard flickered in the darkness. Chen Mo coughed violently, spitting out a mouthful of metallic-tasting saliva. He shook his dazed head, feeling as if the entire world was spinning. Ignoring his own injuries, he reached out with a trembling hand to turn the key in the ignition. The starter let out a few feeble clicks, then fell silent. Chen Mo's heart sank. How's he? He turned to see Zhao Hao slumped limply in the passenger seat, blood trickling from his forehead. He unbuckled his seatbelt, lunged over and pressed his fingers to Zhao Hao's carotid artery. There was still a pulse. Chen Mo breathed a sigh of relief, then grabbed the internal communicator. Old Lin. Report. A hoarse-pained voice came through the communicator. Cough. Damn it. Still alive. All three were alive. But their situation was perilous. Old Chen. Zhao Hao slowly regained consciousness, holding his throbbing head, his voice weak. Outside. What's going on? Chen Mo didn't answer. He picked up a spare high-powered flashlight, pushed open the severely deformed door and jumped out. The flashlight's beam pierced the darkness. When he saw the scene before him, a chill swept through him from head to toe. The road ahead was gone. The tunnel ceiling had collapsed massively in that terrifying explosion. Countless huge concrete blocks and twisted steel bars formed a mountain, completely blocking their path forward. Chen Mo turned and shone the light behind them. It was the same. The sympathetic detonation of the oil tanker had been far more powerful than he had imagined. The shockwave, like an invisible piston, compressed the air in the entire tunnel to its limit, ultimately destroying the already fragile tunnel structure. They were buried alive. Trapped in this dozen-meters-long coffin of steel and concrete. What's the situation? Lin Feng's trembling voice came through the communicator. Chen Mo was silent for a dozen seconds before slowly raising the communicator. We're sealed in. There's a collapse both front and back. We can't get out. A long silence fell on the other end of the communicator. They had fought tooth and nail, cutting a bloody path through the siege of corpses and hunters. They had used the most insane plan to create a hellish explosion, clearing all enemies. Yet in the end they were buried alive by the very explosion they had set off. The turbocharger is dead. Chen Mo's voice sounded again, adding another layer of frost to the despair. The cooling system is gone too, multiple pipes are ruptured. Noah's Ark has lost power. Without power, Noah's Ark was nothing but a true steel coffin. They didn't even have the chance to use the ram to clear the rubble and make a last-ditch effort. They could only sit here waiting for the air to run out or to starve to death. Damn it. In the turret seat, Lin Feng punched the cold steel plate. He wasn't afraid of death. But he couldn't accept dying this way. Like a rat trapped in a can, suffocating, powerless, slowly rotting in the dark. Fueled by rage and unwillingness, he frantically began checking the damage to the turret seat. He needed to do something, anything, to keep from dwelling on their inevitable fate. The turret's steel plates were severely deformed by the explosion, with several welds cracked. The periscope lens was shattered into a spider web. The Barrett's stock also had a new scratch. As he inspected the side of the turret seat, his movement suddenly halted. He noticed that the side armor plate, which had been slammed against the tunnel wall by the shockwave, was bent inward in a terrifying arc. And between that dented plate and the turret seat itself there was an abnormal gap. Inside the gap wasn't hard concrete. It was a deep darkness. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He dropped the flashlight, mustered all his strength, hooked his fingers under the edge of the deformed plate and wrenched it outward. The metal let out a piercing screech. The already loose plate was torn open, creating a larger opening. A stale draft, completely different from the tunnel air, blew in through the breach. Lin Feng stuck his head in. Behind the breach was a pitch-black narrow passage leading to an unknown destination. The walls were lined with old pipes and cables. This wasn't formed by a collapse. It was man-made. An abandoned maintenance tunnel hidden within the tunnel wall, not marked on any map. Old Chen. Zhao Hao. Lin Feng grabbed the communicator and screamed into the microphone, his voice cracking with a mix of ecstasy and disbelief. Over here. There's a path behind the wall. It's a tunnel. We have a way out. In the cabin, Chen Mo and Zhao Hao's heads shot up, the dead gray in their eyes instantly lit by an incredible light. Chen Mo snatched up the flashlight, scrambled out of the cabin, climbed over the wreckage of the vehicle and reached the top in a few moves. The flashlight's beam shone into the breach Lin Feng had torn open. It was a dark, bottomless entrance. It might lead to another level of hell. But for now it was their only hope for survival. Chen Mo stepped on the transformed body of the Noah's Ark and climbed to the roof in a few swift moves. The beam of his flashlight precisely illuminated the breach torn open by Lin Feng. It was a narrow, dim passageway, its walls lined with rusted pipes and aged cables, the air thick with the musty scent of long-sealed dust and earth. An abandoned maintenance tunnel. Heaven never seals off all exits. Heaven never seals off all exits. Zhao Hao scrambled up as well, staring at the opening, his words tumbling out incoherently with excitement. Blood still seeped from the wound on his forehead, yet he remained oblivious. Lin Feng emerged from the throne. He patted Chen Mo on the shoulder and grinned, his face smeared with dust and blood, yet his smile beamed as brightly as a child's. Old Chen, I told you we're tough to kill. Chen Mo did not smile. Silently he used his flashlight to measure the width of the opening back and forth, then glanced down at the breadth of the steel beast beneath their feet. After a moment he switched off the flashlight. Darkness engulfed them once more, leaving only a few flashing red warning lights on the dashboard. We can't get through. Chen Mo's voice was calm. The vehicle is at least 30 centimeters wider than the tunnel. The side armor and weapon mounts will wedge us in tight. The smile on Lin Feng's face froze. Zhao Hao stood rooted to the spot. 30 centimeters. A number that sounded small yet now loomed like an unbridgeable chasm. Then we. Zhao Hao's voice trembled. We abandon the Noah's Ark and go in on foot. We'll take weapons and supplies. That's better than being trapped here to die. It was the most rational yet the most painful choice. Abandoning the Noah's Ark meant forsaking their only home, their sole mobile fortress. On this post-apocalyptic wasteland, how far could 3 humans on foot go? Bullshit. Lin Feng was the first to explode. He grabbed Zhao Hao by the collar, his eyes blazing red. Abandon it. Easy for you to say. This is the Noah's Ark. It's our life. Without it, we're just 3 walking pieces of meat out there. Don't you get it? Then stay here and wait to die. Zhao Hao didn't back down. He shoved Lin Feng's hand away and roared back without flinching. Staying here, we won't even be meat, just corpses slowly rotting. I studied medicine, I know better than you how people suffer to death in an oxygen-deprived environment. You? What about me? Lin Feng, can you calm down? This is our only way out. Way out. Getting chased and gnawed on by hundreds of infected out there is a way out. Still better than being buried alive here. Their argument echoed fiercely in the cramped space. Creak, at that moment a chilling sound of metal twisting came from the tunnel ceiling above them. Several fist-sized chunks of concrete mixed with dust clattered onto the roof of the Noah's Ark. The entire tunnel groaned in agony. The argument ceased abruptly. The countdown to death ticked on. Chen Mo had remained silent. He simply slid down from the roof, returned to the cabin and retrieved a set of wrenches and a crowbar from the toolbox. He walked to the side of the Noah's Ark, shining his flashlight on the thick reinforced armor plate welded with stiffeners. He had welded every single piece on with his own hands. Each weld seam represented a measure of security. Old Chen. Zhao Hao watched his movements, puzzled. Chen Mo did not turn around. He only drove the crowbar deep into a gap between the add-on armor and the main vehicle frame. We're not abandoning it. And we're not staying here to die. Chen Mo turned his head, the flashlight beam casting an upward glow on his grime-streaked face. We dismantle it. What? Lin Feng and Zhao Hao exclaimed in unison, their faces a picture of disbelief. Take off all non-structural add-on armor, remove the weapon mounts, strip the external toolboxes, dismantle everything we can. Chen Mo's words came faster. Well, carve the Noah's Ark down by a full 30 centimeters. That's impossible. Zhao Hao was stunned by the idea. These armors are fixed with high-strength bolts and welds. We don't have cutting equipment. With just manpower, how long will it take? Then we still have to do it. Chen Mo's gaze swept over them. I just checked the engine. The turbocharger blades shattered in the blast and the cooling lines are ruptured in several places. I can't fully repair it, but I can temporarily bypass the dead turbo with short hoses to restore minimal power. Enough to creep into that hole like a turtle. But no buts. Chen Mo cut Zhao Hao off, tapping the crumbling ceiling above with his crowbar. At the current rate of collapse, we've got at most 3 hours. In 3 hours this place will be a solid tin can. Either we start working and gamble now, or we stand here and get crushed into meat patties. With that, Chen Mo ignored them. He threw his full weight onto the crowbar. Creak! Amidst the screech of twisting metal, a massive bolt securing the armor was pried loose. Lin Feng looked at Chen Mo's back, then at Zhao Hao. His explosive fury was instantly replaced by a fiercer "I'll nothing further." Damn it! He growled, jumped down from the vehicle and grabbed the largest adjustable wrench from the toolbox. Count me in. I put that throne on with my own hands and no one's making me leave it behind. He rushed to the other side and started working on an armor plate. Zhao Hao watched his 2 utterly mad companions. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but it ended in a wry smile. He shook his head and picked up a hammer from the vehicle. He walked over to Chen Mo, aimed at the loosened bolt and swung the hammer down hard. Clang! The crisp ring of impact echoed through the tunnel. Rumble, another violent tremor sent a larger chunk of concrete crashing down from above, shattering just ahead of the vehicle's front. The footsteps of death drew ever nearer. 3 men, 3 beams of flashlight wildly dancing in the darkness. Racing against the Reaper with the most primitive of tools. Clang! Zhao Hao's sledgehammer struck the bolt that was wedged by a crowbar. The crisp sound of metal echoed through the dead silent tunnel. Rumble, another violent tremor shook the ceiling above. A larger chunk of concrete crashed down from the roof, shattering just in front of the vehicle's nose. The footsteps of death were drawing closer. Lin Feng, take the right side. Zhao Hao, the left. I'll fix the engine. Chen Mo's voice cut clearly through the cacophony of noise. He didn't join the dismantling. Instead, he immediately crawled into the semi-crippled engine bay of Noah's Ark. The turbocharger's blades had been shattered by the explosion, several cooling lines were severed and coolant pooled on the ground. The heart of this steel beast had stopped beating. There was no panic in Chen Mo's eyes, only an almost ruthless focus. He removed a clamp from a broken radiator pipe, fished out a spare high-pressure oil line from the toolbox, and using tape and wire connected 2 unrelated pipes in an ugly but undeniably effective way. He intended to bypass the ruined turbocharger and cooling system, forcing the heart to beat again with the crudest method possible. Even if it only lasted a few minutes. On the other side, Lin Feng and Zhao Hao's work had hit a deadlock. Damn it! Is this bolt welded on? Lin Feng's arm muscles bulged. He slipped a half-meter steel pipe over the wrench, straining with all his might, his face flushed red. The massive bolt, thicker than his wrist, only let out a hopeless creak, refusing to budge. These add-on armor plates had been reinforced by Chen Mo using high-spec techniques for the worst-case scenario. Now this design that once gave them boundless security had become a cage trapping them. Use the crowbar. Find a leverage point. Zhao Hao shouted, jamming the tip of his crowbar firmly against the bolt's base, trying to create a gap to apply force. Clang! 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 He hammered the tail of the crowbar again and again with his sledge. Sparks flew. Rumble! At that moment the entire tunnel shook. This tremor was far more violent than any before. A massive chunk of concrete half the size of a car door peeled away from the ceiling directly above the hard-working Zhao Hao, plummeting straight down. Watch out! Lin Feng, the closest, acted without a second thought, lunging like a hungry tiger and shoving Zhao Hao violently aside. Boom! The deadly concrete crashed onto the spot where they had just been standing, barely missing their backs. The hard ground was dented into a terrifying crater. Debris flew, pelting Noah's Ark's body with sharp pings. Zhao Hao was dazed, stars swimming in his vision. Lying on the ground, he turned his head to see the crater inches away, and his back was instantly drenched in cold sweat. If you want to die, don't do it in front of me. Lin Feng pressed on top of him, chest heaving, violently growling in a low voice. The terror of that moment had now transformed into pure rage. Zhao Hao looked at him, opened his mouth, but the words, "thank you," wouldn't come out. The earlier quarrel and rift over abandoning Noah's Ark were shattered by that falling concrete. He just nodded firmly, leaped to his feet and grabbed the sledgehammer. Keep going. Without another word, he poured all his emotions into that stubborn bolt. Creak. Perhaps the impact had loosened it, or perhaps their combined strength finally exceeded the limit. The bolt let out a groan and slowly began to turn. We're getting somewhere. Lin Feng was overjoyed. The two worked like men possessed, coordinating flawlessly. One pried, one hammered, one twisted. Clang. The first piece of add-on armor, weighing several hundred kilograms, was forcibly torn off and slammed heavily to the ground. With this success, the rest went much smoother. The second piece, the third. Noah's Ark was like a beast being skinned. Side armor, external weapon rack, storage boxes, all non-load-bearing parts were ripped away with brutal force. The once majestic steel beast was now battered and scarred, revealing its most vulnerable skeleton. 10 minutes left. At most 10 minutes. From the engine bay came Chen Mo's hoarse shout, laced with heavy breaths. This structure can't hold much longer. Time was running out. Lin Feng and Zhao Hao quickly scanned the vehicle. Most of the fat had been trimmed, leaving only the final, most troublesome obstacle. The right rear wheel arch. It wasn't a simple add-on. To protect the tire, Chen Mo had welded it to the main frame with thick steel plates. Damn. This thing is part of the chassis. Lin Feng kicked the wheel arch, producing a dull thud. We can't handle this without a cutter. They had exerted every ounce of strength only to be blocked by this final hurdle. Concrete debris was falling faster and faster as if the tunnel would collapse at any second. Just then Chen Mo crawled out of the engine bay covered in black grease. He glanced at the stubborn wheel arch, then at the dark entrance of the passage. Get in. He didn't say give up, just spat out 2 words. Get in for what? To wait for death. Lin Feng wiped the sweat from his face, his voice full of irritation. Can't take it off, Chen Mo's voice was hoarse. Then well, grind it off. Lin Feng and Zhao Hao were both stunned. Before they could react, Chen Mo had already dived into the driver's seat. He placed his hand on the key and turned it. Vroom. Clatter. Vroom. The engine let out a few dying gasps, then amid violent shaking and thick black smoke miraculously roared back to life. The sound was rough and grating. But it was alive. Several warning lights on the dashboard flashed frantically, but the critical power indicator glowed a faint green. Chen Mo put it in first gear. Hold on tight. He floored the accelerator. Noah's Ark's wheels spun wildly on the debris-covered ground, then lurched forward. Chen Mo maneuvered the steering wheel, angling the stubborn unremovable wheel arch at a sharp angle against the hard concrete wall of the maintenance passage entrance. Squeal, screech. A hair-raising screech of metal instantly filled the air. Sparks erupted wildly in the dark tunnel. Noah's Ark trembled violently as if it would fall apart at any moment. Inside, Lin Feng and Zhao Hao were tossed around by the immense force, clinging desperately to anything they could hold. They stared at the blinding sparks outside the window, at Chen Mo's profile illuminated by the firelight, their minds blank. Noah's Ark crawled forward slowly. It scraped against the wall with its own flesh and bone, inching forward inch by inch. The sturdy wheel arch in its brutal confrontation with the concrete began to groan in pain, bending, deforming, tearing. Clang! With a loud crash, the red-hot twisted wheel arch was finally torn from the vehicle body and fell to the ground. The vehicle lightened. Chen Mo seized the moment and floored the accelerator again. The now slimmer down Noah's Ark dipped its nose and squeezed into the narrow dark passage leading into the unknown. Rumble. Just as the tail of the vehicle entered the passage, the main tunnel behind them could no longer hold, letting out its final wail. Countless tons of steel and concrete collapsed in a roar, burying everything they had just experienced along with that burning hell. Noah's Ark's engine still coughed painfully, its headlights flickering. The beam illuminated a deep, damp, narrow, dark passage. The air was thick with a foul stench, a mix of rust, mold, and some unknown rotting matter. They had survived. The engine of Noah's Ark groaned like a dying patient, emitting painful and heavy gasps. Cough. Cough. Boom. Each roar was accompanied by violent tremors and a choking plume of black smoke. The headlights flickered, their beams casting only a faint glow in the narrow tunnel, illuminating no more than 20 meters ahead. Beyond that lay nothing but darkness. The wheels splashed through the accumulated water, producing a splash-splash sound. This damn place smells like a toilet that hasn't been flushed in 100 years. Inside the turret, Lin Feng's voice came through the intercom, carrying an irrepressible irritation. He peered out through the torn opening but saw nothing except rust-covered pipes and damp walls. The air was thick with a pungent stench, a blend of rust, mold, and some unknown decaying matter seeping through every crevice and dominating everyone's nostrils. Stop complaining, at least we're still alive. Zhao Hao's voice was somewhat weak. He pressed a clean gauze against the wound on his forehead, but his eyes scanned warily outside the window. He noticed that the water on the ground had already submerged the lower half of the wheels. The water was murky, showing a strange yellowish-brown hue with oil stains and unknown flocculent substances floating on its surface. He frowned, took a sterile sampling tube and a long-handled tweezers from the medical kit under the seat. Old Chen stopped the car. In the driver's cabin, Chen Mo didn't ask why. He tapped the brakes and Noah's Ark shuddered to a halt amidst violent jolts. Zhao Hao carefully pushed the door open, a crack extended the sampling tube and collected a sample from the murky water. What are you doing? Want to taste it? Lin Feng teased over the intercom. Shut up, Zhao Hao snapped back. He closed the door and took out a portable microscopic analyzer from the medical kit. It was a treasure he had found in an abandoned clinic. Though limited in function, it was sufficient for basic virus and bacteria detection. He placed a drop of the water sample on a slide and turned on the analyzer's backlight. The microscopic world, magnified hundreds of times, was clearly displayed on the small screen. Zhao Hao's pupils contracted sharply. On the screen, besides common bacteria and microorganisms, there were tiny particles in strange spiral shapes moving at high speed. Their form instantly matched something in his mental database. Restructuring evolution virus REV. And it was a variant he had never seen before. The activity of these viruses was orders of magnitude higher than what he had detected in air samples outside. This wasn't just water. This was an entire tunnel of high-concentration virus culture medium. Old Chen, old Lin. Zhao Hao's voice turned hoarse with shock. There's something wrong with this water. It contains a high concentration of REV virus variants. Don't let this water splash on you. Damn. Lin Feng cursed, we in a virus nest. Chen Mo's face also turned grim. He was about to say something. Beep. 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 A red warning light on the dashboard suddenly started flashing wildly. Engine temperature too high. Damn it. Chen Mo growled. The cooling line he had jury-rigged could no longer hold. The engine was teetering on the edge of overheating. If they kept going, within 5 minutes this heart they had barely revived would burn out completely. What's wrong? Zhao Hao noticed his expression. The engine's about to die. Chen Mo's voice was laced with helplessness. The cooling can't keep up, we have to shut it down and cool it immediately. Shut down. Here. Lin Feng's voice shot up, you're joking, right? I have no choice. Chen Mo said no more and turned the key. Buzz, the engine let out one last unwilling groan, then fell completely silent. The lights went out. The irritating noise from before vanished. In its place came a silence even more terrifying. The three men could clearly hear each other's suppressed heavy breathing. And drip, drip. Water droplets falling from the tunnel ceiling onto the roof of the vehicle sounded eerily distinct in the dead quiet. Time ticked by. In this suffocating silence, squeak. Scrape. A faint sound like fingernails scratching metal suddenly emerged from beneath the vehicle. The sound was soft, but in the absolute stillness it was as clear as if it were right in their ears. In the driver's cabin, Chen Mo and Zhao Hao's bodies instantly tensed. Inside the turret, Lin Feng grabbed his M4. What's that sound? Zhao Hao whispered, his lips dry. I don't know. Chen Mo shook his head, straining his ears to identify the source. Squeak. Scrape. Thud. The sound came again. This time it was accompanied by a dull impact. Right beneath the vehicle. Something was in the water under their car. Cold sweat beaded on Lin Feng's forehead. He pressed his eye to the small ejection port at the bottom of the turret, trying to see below, but there was only darkness. Damn it, playing tricks, he muttered, turning on the tactical flashlight on his M4. A blinding beam of light shot down from the ejection port, illuminating the murky water beneath the vehicle. The beam swayed, sweeping over the wheels and the chassis frame. Suddenly it stopped. A pale, waterlogged, swollen face appeared without warning at the end of the light. Its eyes bulged, its mouth wide open as if in a silent scream. Holy shit. Lin Feng was so startled he nearly pulled the trigger. But the next second he saw clearly. It was just a corpse. A highly decomposed, infected corpse that had been floating in the water for who knows how long. It had been swept by the current and gotten stuck under Noah's Ark's chassis. The squeaking sound earlier was its stiff limbs scraping against the metal parts of the undercarriage. A false alarm. Damn, scared me, Lin Feng exhaled and cursed over the intercom. It's a corpse washed over and stuck. In the driver's cabin, Chen Mo and Zhao Hao also breathed a sigh of relief. The feeling of survival relaxed their tense nerves slightly. I told you this damn place has no living. Lin Feng's words were cut off. Don't move. Zhao Hao's voice suddenly rang out over the intercom. His tone was filled with fear and trembling. What's wrong? Lin Feng and Chen Mo were both startled. Zhao Hao didn't answer. He sat stiffly in the passenger seat, motionless. His eyes were fixed on the narrow observation window on the side. Just moments ago, while everyone's attention was drawn to the corpse under the vehicle, he had instinctively swept his flashlight across the murky water outside. Less than 5 meters from the vehicle, beneath the surface of the water littered with garbage and oil, a silhouette that blended almost perfectly with the surrounding mud opened its eyes. No, those weren't eyes. It was a massive mouth splitting from the top of its head down to its chin, lined with dense fine fangs. And at that moment that massive mouth was opening silently toward them. Swamp stalkers. And more than one. Chen Mo instantly understood. The corpse wedged under the vehicle wasn't an accident at all. It was bait. Almost the moment Chen Mo realized this, the water beside the driver's cab exploded violently. A claw coated in greasy sludge slammed against the observation window of the cab, carrying a mass of foul mud. The thick bulletproof glass was instantly plastered with a dense yellowish-brown sludge. The view before Chen Mo's eyes became a filthy blur. He had lost his vision. Damn it. Inside the throne, Lin Feng roared in fury and immediately swung his gun around. But he couldn't see anything. The swamp stalker, having landed its blow, immediately retreated underwater, giving him no chance to strike back. Then a grating sound came from the rear right of Noah's Ark. A sound that set one's teeth on edge. Not good. They're attacking the tires. Chen Mo's heart sank. These beasts were far more intelligent than those they had encountered on the surface. They knew Noah's Ark's armor was strong, so their target had never been the body. It was the most vulnerable and deadly part, the tires and the chassis. Old Lin. Rear right. Take it out. Zhao Hao roared, catching a glimpse of a dark shape churning underwater through the other observation window. I can't hit it. Lin Feng's voice was filled with frustration and rage. That bastard is hugging the vehicle. My firing port can't reach that angle. He was trapped in this steel throne, forced to watch the enemy attack his vital points. He frantically searched for targets through the periscope, but the murky water provided perfect cover for those monsters. All he could see were blurry shadows swiftly circling the vehicle. A clear sound of a tire being shredded reached everyone's ears. Immediately the massive body of Noah's Ark lurched heavily to the right. The entire vehicle tilted visibly. Inside the cab, both Chen Mo and Zhao Hao were thrown violently to one side. One tire was gone. Losing a tire in this narrow flooded passage was a death sentence. They were trapped. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Lin Feng pounded the inner wall of the throne in frustration, producing dull thuds. A wave of helplessness washed over him. Zhao Hao's face was deathly pale. Staring at the churning murky water outside the window, he could already envision their end, trapped in this tin can, slowly rotting away in oxygen deprivation and despair. In that suffocating moment, Chen Mo suddenly let out a sharp shout. Haozi. His voice shattered the silence in the cab. How much alcohol do we have left? What? Zhao Hao was taken aback by the abrupt question. I'm asking you, how much hard liquor and medical alcohol do we have left? Chen Mo's words came rapidly. All of it. Find it now. Though Zhao Hao didn't understand Chen Mo's intention, his absolute trust in him left him with no hesitation. He immediately turned and frantically searched the storage compartment under the seat. 1 bottle of high-proof military liquor from Grey. 3 bottles of medical alcohol over 75 concentration for disinfection. It's all here. Excellent. A wild glint flashed in Chen Mo's eyes. He pointed to an inconspicuous round hole with a metal cover on the cab floor. See that drain? It was left during our modifications for cleaning out water inside the vehicle. Open it. Pour all the alcohol down there. Pour it down. Zhao Hao was utterly confused. No time for questions. Hurry. Chen Mo snatched the bottle of liquor from Zhao Hao's hand, tore off the cap with his teeth and poured the pungent spirits into the drain. After emptying the alcohol, Chen Mo took a length of electrical wire from the toolbox. He expertly connected one end to the car battery's terminals. On the other end, he stripped the rubber to expose 2 copper wires. He bent the tips of the wires into small electrodes spaced less than a millimeter apart. A simple spark device. Seeing what Chen Mo had in his hands, Zhao Hao stopped hesitating. He grabbed the remaining 3 bottles of medical alcohol, unscrewed the caps and poured them all into the drain. The high-concentration alcohol flowed silently down the pipe into the murky water beneath the vehicle. Lighter than water, it quickly spread over the surface around Noah's Ark, forming an invisible flammable film. Underwater, the swamp stalkers seemed to sense a strange new scent in the water. Their attacks paused for a moment. A larger swamp stalker slowly raised its ugly eyeless head from the water, its massive mouth slightly opening and closing as if trying to identify the unfamiliar odor. Now. All of you go to hell. A smile spread across Chen Mo's face. He thrust the electrode of the spark device out through the drain. Then he flipped the switch. A tiny spark leaped between the 2 copper wires. The next second, an orange ring of fire erupted violently, centered on Noah's Ark. The flames instantly engulfed the water around the vehicle. The high-concentration alcohol was ignited in a flash. Ear-piercing shrieks inhuman in their intensity burst from the flames. The swamp stalkers so arrogant moments before were instantly transformed into writhing, twisting figures of fire. Their thick skin mixed with sludge and oil became the perfect fuel. The flames clung to them, refusing to be extinguished no matter how frantically they rolled in the water. The entire narrow passage was lit up as bright as day by the sudden inferno. The air quickly filled with a nauseating stench of burning protein and alcohol. Inside the throne, Lin Feng watched through the torn opening as the screaming fireballs sank into the water, feeling his own blood boil. Awesome. Old Chen. You're a genius. He punched the steel plate in excitement. The crisis was over. After burning for a few dozen seconds, the flames weakened as the alcohol was depleted, eventually dying out completely. Darkness and silence once again descended upon the passage. Only the charred, foul-smelling corpses of the monsters floated on the water's surface. All three of them gasped for air, their bodies weak with the relief of survival. But that relief lasted no more than 3 seconds. A piercing alarm blared through the cab. A warning light on the dashboard indicating interior air quality glowed a fatal red. Oxygen deprivation. The intense fire had consumed the scant remaining oxygen in the sealed passage. Chen Mo's chest tightened as if a wet towel was clamped over his mouth and nose. A suffocating sensation surged over him like a tidal wave. Cough. Cough. Each breath Chen Mo took became excruciatingly difficult, inhaling not air but a scorching void. Dark spots began to appear before his eyes, his field of vision narrowing at a visible rate. Oxygen concentration. Below 12. Zhao Hao's voice turned sharp and hoarse from hypoxia, his gaze fixed on a portable monitor on the medical kit, its numbers plummeting rapidly. Brain function will be impaired. Well, lose consciousness. Then cardiac arrest. He seemed to be reciting an impending death process. Damn it. I can't breathe. Lin Feng's voice came intermittently from the throne. He felt his lungs turn into dry sponges, his limbs' strength swiftly draining away. He wanted to smash an opening, but his arms were too heavy to lift. Anger and reluctance turned into a buzzing noise in his oxygen-deprived brain. They had just fought their way out of the flames and monster siege, only to die in the most suffocating way inside this airtight iron coffin. Just as Lin Feng felt his eyelids growing heavy and his consciousness sinking into the abyss of darkness. Hum, click, click. Boom. Noah's Ark's engine, after a near-death struggle, was forcibly reignited. In the cockpit, Chen Mo's face showed a eerie bluish-purple from hypoxia, his hands gripping the steering wheel tightly. His eyes were bloodshot, fixed on the pitch-black darkness ahead. Old Chen. What are you doing? Zhao Hao was startled by the sudden movement, shouting with his last strength, the engine is overheating. Keep going and it'll explode. Explode. Chen Mo's voice was hoarse, better than suffocating. He didn't explain further. He just aimed the severely tilted vehicle toward the only unknown direction ahead. He shifted gears. Then he floored the accelerator. Hold on. Boom, hum. The torn right rear wheel made the entire vehicle extremely unstable. The wheels spun wildly on the flooded ground, the vehicle tilting at a terrifying angle, the ram at the front scraping against the narrow tunnel walls. Squeal, grind. An ear-splitting metal friction sound erupted instantly. A long trail of dazzling sparks carved a brilliant yet deadly path in the absolute darkness. Inside the cabin everything spun. Lin Feng and Zhao Hao were pinned to their seats by immense inertia, their bones groaning. They saw nothing, hearing only the apocalyptic roar around them, feeling the violent tremors that threatened to shake the vehicle apart. Chen Mo's consciousness began to blur. He relied on pure instinct, flooring the accelerator and cranking the steering wheel, maintaining the charge of this out-of-control beast with the most brutal means. Charge. Break out. Just as Chen Mo felt his fingers slipping from the wheel. Bang, rumble. A massive impact came from the front. Then the sound of metal being savagely torn. Noah's Ark's nose dipped sharply and the vehicle burst out of the suffocating cage. The engine let out a reluctant groan before dying completely. The deadly hypoxia alarm stopped. Only the sound of splashing water and fine gravel rolling off the roof remained. Chen Mo leaned over the steering wheel, gasping for air. Fresh air carrying dust and earth flooded his lungs. He had survived. Cough. I'm alive. Zhao Hao's voice trembled with relief. Ha. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. From the throne came Lin Feng's hoarse manic laughter. He breathed greedily, each mouthful of air indescribably sweet. Chen Mo slowly raised his head. A beam of light. Not particularly bright but enough to pierce the darkness streamed down from an angle above. In the light countless dust particles danced silently. It wasn't a flashlight or headlights. It was sunlight. Chen Mo pushed open the deformed door and stumbled out. He stood in knee-deep water looking up. The place they had burst out of was an underground space of unimaginable scale. The towering dome was covered with cobweb-like cracks, a huge gap like a scar across the sky spanning the dome. Long-lost sunlight poured through that scar. It was an abandoned grand subway station. Rails were rusted platforms cluttered with debris and silt. Everything was shrouded in an apocalyptic stillness. But the sunlight was real. The air was free. They had escaped. Just as Zhao Hao and Lin Feng jumped out of the vehicle ready to cheer for their hard-won survival. Click. A faint metal sound echoed in the empty station. Then. Click. 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 Like death's drumbeat. Over a dozen synchronized sounds of rifle bolts being chambered rang out from the shadows around the platform. The smiles on Chen Mo's trio froze instantly. They turned. Behind various cover on the platform, countless dark gun muzzles had silently aimed at them. Aimed at their heads, their chests. Those figures wore homemade gear modified from firefighter suits and riot shields, crude but practical. They made no sound, just stared at the three intruders with cold eyes. These were no ragtag scavengers. This was a well-trained, disciplined armed force. Buzz, after a harsh static sound, an icy voice echoed through the station via a loudspeaker. Drop your weapons. Kill the engine. Get off that scrap heap. Lin Feng's hand instinctively reached for the M4 at his waist. But the next second a bullet, bang, struck the water half a meter in front of his foot, splashing a cold droplet. A warning. Chen Mo slowly raised his hand, signaling no hostility. He glanced at them. Their formation, their positioning revealed professional expertise. They were surrounded. Having just escaped the tiger's mouth, they fell into the wolf's den. Amid this tense, suffocating standoff, a tall man stepped out from the shadows behind the platform. He wore no helmet, revealing a weathered, angular face with sharp eagle-like eyes. His loudspeaker aimed at Chen Mo. Outsiders are not welcome here. His voice remained cold. State your identity and purpose. Otherwise we have the right to eliminate you on the spot. The man paused as if declaring an indisputable fact. We are the Bell Tower Guardians. This is our territory. We are the Bell Tower Guardians. This is our territory. The icy voice echoed through the empty subway station via the loudspeaker. Dozens of dark muzzles emerged from the shadows on all sides, locking onto them with deadly precision. The three who had just barely escaped suffocation and death felt a chill run from their heads to their feet. The fleeting relief of survival was shattered by the net of steel and murderous intent before them. Don't move, Chen Mo said in a low voice. Slowly he raised his hand stained with oil and blood above his head. It was a gesture of surrender. Lin Feng's teeth ground audibly, his chest heaving violently. For him, laying down his weapon was worse than death. This was not just a firearm, it was their dignity and backbone for survival in this wasteland. Old Lin, Chen Mo called out calmly without turning around. Lin Feng stared fixedly at the tall figure leading the group in the shadow of the platform. Finally he released his grip on the M4, letting the weapon he cherished as his own life fall with a splash into the murky water. Zhao Hao also raised his hands, discarding his Type 97 short-barreled rifle onto the ground. Good. The voice from the loudspeaker betrayed no emotion. Now take out all your weapons, knives, tools, everything, and throw them on the ground. Several figures emerged from behind the cover. They moved in perfect unison, in pairs, covering each other as they cautiously approached. Their steps were steady, treading through the water without making a sound. Professional, calm, well-trained. Chen Mo's heart sank. This was no ordinary survivor group. Reluctantly Lin Feng and Zhao Hao pulled out their handguns, spare magazines and even their multipurpose combat knives, dropping them at their feet. Two guardians stepped forward, kicking the weapons aside, then subjected the three to a thorough and rough search. Only after confirming there was no further threat did they signal to the rear. The entire process was conducted without a single unnecessary word. Then the tall man, the leader of the bell tower guardians, stepped down from the platform. He wore no crude homemade armor, only a clean combat uniform carrying a G-36 assault rifle. He walked up to Chen Mo, his hawk-like eyes scanning him from head to toe and also examining the battered, nearly disintegrating steel beast behind them. "Is this heap of scrap yours?" He finally lowered the loudspeaker, his voice hoarse but carrying an air of condescending scrutiny. "It's called Noah's Ark," Chen Mo replied calmly. "Noah's Ark." A mocking smile curled at the corner of the man's mouth. "Sailing a sinking ship into someone else's harbor. You've got guts." He circled Noah's Ark, his gaze sweeping over the worn-down wheel arches, the torn tires and the countless scratches and bullet holes on the body. "Where did you come from?" "From the west, through the tunnel." "The tunnel?" The man stopped, turning to look at the dark hole they had emerged from. That tunnel was abandoned decades ago, blocked by collapses at both ends. "How did you get through?" His questions were direct and lethal. Chen Mo fell silent. He couldn't tell them that they had just caused a massive explosion and crawled out through a maintenance passage not marked on any map. Seeing Chen Mo's silence, the man didn't press further. He simply waved behind him. "Go up and check." Two guardians immediately climbed onto Noah's Ark, stepping over the wreckage. One crawled into the driver's cabin while the other climbed onto the dilapidated throne on the roof. "Captain, the interior is heavily modified. Many circuits are jerry-rigged, but it's clever. There's a turret on the roof, very sturdy. And here's a shell casing." The guardian on the roof jumped down, opening his palm to reveal a massive pitch-black shell casing with a ring of eerie red at its base lying quietly in his hand. It was the casing from the Barrett's special armor-piercing incendiary round. The leader, Marcus, took the casing. He rubbed his fingers over the cold engravings on it, his expression shifting slightly. This was no ordinary item. Anyone possessing such a weapon was no commoner. "Captain." The guardian from the driver's cabin jumped down as well, his face etched with barely concealed shock. "The engine. The turbocharger and cooling system are completely destroyed, but they used a section of high-pressure oil hose and tape to bypass the lines and get it running again." An eerie silence fell over the subway station. All the guardians' gazes converged once more on Chen Mo. It was no longer mere vigilance and hostility. There was a new element: scrutiny, evaluation. A team that could modify scrap into a mobile fortress, restart a dead engine, and possess specialized military ammunition. Their value and threat needed reassessment. For the first time, a flicker of emotion crossed Marco's face. His weathered visage no longer bore cold expulsion, but a complex expression mingled with curiosity and calculation. He walked up to Chen Mo again. This time his demeanor was no longer that of a lofty judge. "I'm Marcus." He introduced himself for the first time. "I'm in charge here. Chen Mo. An exceptional mechanic, a top-notch shooter, and a doctor." Marcus glanced at the medical kit on Zhao Hao's chest. Quite a capable team. He seemed to have deduced their identities from the clues inside the vehicle. "Where are you headed?" "East." Chen Mo was concise. "To the Great Eastern Magic City." Marcus didn't seem surprised. Chen Mo neither confirmed nor denied it. Marcus stared at him for a full 10 seconds as if trying to see through him. "Your ship is badly damaged." He spoke slowly. "The engine won't last long and the tires are gone. In this district, without transportation you won't make it 3 blocks. It was the truth. "So?" Chen Mo countered. Marcus smiled, a cold smile born purely of calculated self-interest. "So we'll give you a choice." He extended his hand not for a handshake but as an invitation. "Come with us for a formal talk. Maybe we can strike a deal." "And if I refuse?" "You won't." Marcus withdrew his hand, pointing at the immobilized Noah's Ark behind them. "Because your lives are still tied to this ship. And this ship is now on my turf." A blatant threat. But Chen Mo knew it was also their only faint chance. He glanced at Lin Feng and Zhao Hao, both of whom nodded at him. "All right," Chen Mo uttered a single word. "Well, go with you." Marcus turned and walked into the darkness deeper within the platform. Two guardians immediately stepped forward, gesturing with their muzzles for them to follow. As they passed the battered Noah's Ark, Lin Feng looked back, his eyes filled with reluctance and worry. Chen Mo patted his shoulder, signaling him to stay calm. Escorted by these mysterious bell tower guardians, they stepped into the fathomless darkness of the subway station. There they knew not whether awaited another hell or a haven for respite. The cold muzzle pressed against his back, a sensation that could freeze one's very blood. Chen Mo, Lin Feng and Zhao Hao were escorted by two guardians, stepping cautiously through the murky puddles, following Marcus into the depths of the dark platform. Lin Feng glanced back at the battered Noah's Ark resembling a beached giant whale lying silently in the water, voiceless and helpless. There was a deep sense of unwillingness in his eyes. Chen Mo gently patted his shoulder without uttering a word, yet Lin Feng understood that calm. To survive was to have the chance to reclaim everything. They crossed the platform and entered a deeper tunnel. Unlike the previously abandoned maintenance passage, this one was evidently fortified and remodeled with care. Every 50 meters there was a heavy steel gate welded shut with small shooting holes and observation windows beside it. Along the walls emergency lights hung at intervals, casting a dim yellow glow. The musty odor and stench in the air gradually faded, replaced by a dry scent mingled with disinfectant and earth. After walking for about 10 minutes, a massive round blast door appeared ahead. Marcus spoke a few words into an intercom embedded in the wall. With a rumble, the heavy metal door slowly slid open to the side amidst a hydraulic sound. The scene beyond was not the dark, damp survivors' stronghold they had imagined. It was a realm of light. A soft and radiant light capable of dispelling all darkness. The source of the illumination was an unimaginably vast space. Towering domes, elegant columns and rows of towering bookshelves had been transformed into unique lofts. This was a public library. A sanctuary of human civilization reshaped into an apocalyptic fortress. Under the gentle lighting, everything appeared orderly. The originally spacious reading area had been divided into neat plots where rows of vibrant vegetables thrived under purple plant growth lights radiating vitality. Several individuals in clean clothes were laboring in the fields, their movements were slow yet focused. In the distance, workshops and classrooms could be seen. The sound of metal striking and children's bright voices reading overlapped, forming a peculiar yet harmonious symphony. People moved among them, though their faces bore the distinct vigilance and numbness of apocalypse survivors. Their eyes lacked the despair and madness that Chen Mo and the others had grown accustomed to. This place resembled an isolated utopia. An island built upon ruins. Lin Feng opened his mouth, the habitual exclamation "damn it" caught in his throat, unutterable. He watched those working in the fields, looked at the children reading in the classrooms, and the rage and unwillingness in his eyes were replaced by a profound shock. This was the place where humanity should thrive. "Welcome to the clock tower," Marco's voice sounded behind them, seemingly pleased with the trio's reaction. "We named this place after the clock tower of the University of Pennsylvania to remind ourselves that what we protect is not just life but also knowledge and order." He led the three through this Eden of the apocalypse. However, Zhao Hao's keen gaze captured a hint of discord. As a doctor, he possessed a professional sensitivity to human health. He noticed that everyone here, from the patrolling guards to the farmers working in the fields, even those who appeared to be administrative staff, looked remarkably healthy and robust. He did not see a single elderly person nor anyone sickly or disabled. This was abnormal. In a resource-scarce apocalypse, it was impossible for a survivor community to maintain such perfect health among all its members. There had to be some cruel selection mechanism hidden behind this. Meanwhile, Lin Feng's attention was entirely captivated by the defensive system here. He noticed that each shelf transformed into a residential building had cleverly arranged crossfire points. The patrol routes of the guards appeared random, yet they monitored every corner of the library. Those heavy machine guns set at critical points were not only aimed outward but inward as well. The defenses here were designed to guard against both external and internal threats. This was an absolute unchallengeable military-style management. Chen Mo walked at the rear, remaining silent as he quietly observed everything. He saw the energy system that powered the entire library. The glass dome had been converted into solar panels, and there were several large fermenting biogas pits in the corners. He also spotted a sizable mechanical workshop equipped with lathes, drilling machines, and even a small CNC machine. The people here not only survived but were also attempting to reconstruct the order of civilization. Yet what was the cost of such order? Marcus led them to the innermost part of the library, a room transformed from the director's office. In front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window stood a heavy mahogany desk. He gestured for the three to sit down while he walked behind the desk. The noise from outside disappeared and the atmosphere instantly grew serious and oppressive. "Your ship is in terrible condition." Marcus got straight to the point, his fingers intertwined on the desk. "The engine is overloaded and the forcibly short-circuited pipes won't hold for long. The rear right wheel has been torn apart and the spare tire was also damaged in the previous battle. The chassis is deformed in multiple places and most crucially your turbocharger is completely wrecked. He described the damage to Noah's Ark in detail, even more so than Chen Mo had inspected himself. Without the turbocharger, even if you repair other areas, that vehicle will only be a slow iron bull. In this part of the city it won't last 3 days. Lin Feng and Zhao Hao's faces darkened. What Marcus stated was a fact. Chen Mo looked at him in silence, waiting for him to continue. However, Marcus' tone shifted as he opened a drawer in the desk and pulled out a heavy metal component wrapped in dust cloth, placing it gently on the table. He unwrapped the cloth. A precision-structured turbocharger gleaming with a cold metallic sheen appeared before the three. Its casing bore a clear military serial number. Chen Mo's eyes widened suddenly. This was not a civilian product. This was a military-grade high-power turbocharger, far superior in performance to the one Noah's Ark had before. With it, Noah's Ark could not only regain power but could even become stronger. "We have the capability to repair your ship," Marcus said, his fingers lightly tapping the turbocharger. "We can provide parts, tools, and even manpower." A glimmer of hope flickered in Zhao Hao's eyes and Lin Feng's breathing grew a little rapid. Only Chen Mo remained calm. He knew that there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world, especially in the apocalypse. Marcus observed their reactions closely. "Of course we are not philanthropists." He leaned slightly forward, fixing his gaze on Chen Mo. "I need you, Chen Mo, a top-tier mechanic. And you," his eyes turned to Lin Feng, "a top-notch marksman. And you," finally he looked at Zhao Hao, "a doctor who has survived in the wasteland until now. Your skills, your combat power, your knowledge. These are your value." Marcus leaned back in his chair, arms spread wide. "Now we can discuss a trade. Use your value to exchange for your ship and your qualifications to survive in the clock tower. Or you can choose to refuse. We will confiscate all your supplies and toss the three of you back into the hell outside. So what will your choice be?" The room was enveloped in silence. That military-grade turbocharger lay quietly on the mahogany desk like a Pandora's box exuding a fatal allure. Marcus leaned back in his chair, his hands spread out in a relaxed posture, but his eyes were dissecting every subtle expression on the faces of the three before him. "Using us as pawns?" Lin Feng broke the silence first. He rose directly from his chair, the movement stirring the air and causing a few papers on the table to flutter. He stared intently at Marcus. "You want us to walk to our deaths so you can legitimately take our vehicle and supplies, right?" Marcus didn't move, not even lifting an eyelid, and said calmly, "I am giving you a chance to prove your worth. In the bell tower, those without value are trash. And trash doesn't deserve to consume precious resources." Hearing this, Lin Feng clenched his fists, feeling the urge to lunge and punch Marcus. Zhao Hao quickly grabbed him, signaling him to stay calm. He knew Lin Feng's temper, but here impulsiveness would solve nothing, only hasten their demise. Chen Mo remained silent the entire time. He simply looked at the turbocharger on the table, then at Marcus' impassive face. He was calculating. Calculating the feasibility of repairing Noah's Ark, the probability of mission success, and the consequences of refusal. The consequences of refusal were clear: they would be thrown out unarmed to face the city's infected horde. Noah's Ark would become someone else's trophy. They wouldn't last a day. Acceptance offered a glimmer of hope. "What's the mission?" Chen Mo finally spoke, his voice calm. Lin Feng turned to him, his eyes full of disbelief. Chen Mo ignored him, his gaze fixed on Marcus. Marcus smiled faintly, as if unsurprised by Chen Mo's reaction. He knew that this seemingly most taciturn man was the true decision-maker of the group. Simple. Marcus pulled a map from a drawer and spread it on the table. 3 kilometers east of the city there's an abandoned United chemical plant. He tapped a red circle on the map with his finger. "We need you to go there and bring back a batch of chemical raw materials. Mainly high-purity chlorine and some compound alkali. We need them to purify our water sources and to make fertilizer for our farmland." "A chemical plant?" Zhao Hao frowned. "Even without the infected, that place is extremely dangerous." "Of course it's dangerous," Marcus admitted bluntly. "What's more dangerous is it's already occupied by a special kind of infected." He paused, as if searching for the right word. "We call them the corrosives. During their mutation, their body tissues produced a highly acidic fluid. Their blood, saliva, even the mucus secreted from their skin all possess terrifying corrosive properties. Metal, concrete, flesh. Anything that touches them will be melted through in seconds. Lin Feng's anger was replaced by a chill. He finally understood why Marcus wouldn't send his own men. They had encountered these monsters before. They were the nemesis of all metal equipment. Any soldier in protective gear was as flimsy as paper before them. They are numerous, and the factory is also crawling with countless ordinary infected. Marcus added. We tried twice, lost 6 of our best fighters and 2 trucks, and couldn't even get through the factory gate. He spoke lightly, but Lin Feng and Zhao Hao felt their hearts race. This was a near-suicide mission. They had to drive Noah's Ark with its right rear wheel wrecked body severely tilted and ready to fall apart at any moment into a monster lair that even the Bell Tower's elite forces couldn't breach. So you're sending us? Lin Feng sneered. Sending us in that heap of scrap metal to be your can opener? No, Marcus shook his head. Noah's Ark, though battered, has the weight and structure that are the only chance to ram open the factory gate. And you, Mr. Chen Mo, he looked at Chen Mo, are the only one who can make that heap of scrap move. This is your only value and your only path to survival. Having said that, Marcus pressed a button on the intercom. Lena, bring in the United Chemical files. The door opened and a young woman entered. She appeared to be in her early 20s, wearing black-rimmed glasses and the same plain clothes as the others outside. Her expression was timid, head bowed, not daring to look at anyone in the room. She quickly walked to the desk and handed a folder to Marcus. This is the plant's structural diagram and all the intelligence we've gathered. Marcus pushed the folder towards them. Zhao Hao, being closest, instinctively reached out. Just as his fingertips touched the folder, the woman named Lena's fingers moved swiftly. A note folded into a thin strip slipped silently from her fingers into Zhao Hao's palm. Zhao Hao's body stiffened. The cold touch of the paper and the fleeting, almost pleading look in Lena's eyes struck him like an electric current. He closed his hand, imperceptibly clutching the small note in his palm. After placing the file, Lena immediately turned and hurriedly left the room, head still bowed, never looking up at anyone again. The entire process was so swift that neither Lin Feng nor Chen Mo noticed anything unusual. So, think it over. Marco's voice sounded again, carrying a sense of pressure. You'll give you 10 minutes. In 10 minutes I need an answer. With that he stood up and walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, his back to them, leaving them with a silent, imposing figure. Chen Mo, you're not seriously considering agreeing, are you? Lin Feng said in a low voice. Chen Mo didn't answer. He just looked at the map, his fingers slowly tracing over it as if calculating routes and risks. This was the first time they had such a major strategic disagreement. As the two were at a stalemate, stop arguing. Zhao Hao's voice suddenly rang out. Chen Mo and Lin Feng both turned to him, noticing his pale face and the cold sweat on his forehead. How, what's wrong? Chen Mo frowned. Zhao Hao didn't speak. He simply unclenched his left hand, which he had kept tightly closed, revealing a crumpled, sweat-soaked note lying in his palm. On it were only 4 words scrawled crookedly in pencil: save us. The entire room fell into an instant dead silence. Lin Feng's face turned to shock and bewilderment. Chen Mo rested his chin on his hand, silent. Those 4 words were like a key, instantly unlocking a door to a deeper darkness. This was no longer a simple transaction. They were dragged into the unknown, surging undercurrents of this seemingly utopian survivor base. Chen Mo raised his head, looking at the tall figure by the window. Marcus still stood there, seemingly oblivious to the turmoil behind him. But Chen Mo knew he must know. He might have been waiting for this very moment. Chen Mo took a deep breath, took the note from Zhao Hao's hand and tore it into pieces in front of Lin Feng. Old Chen Yu. Lin Feng was confused. Well, take it. Chen Mo interrupted him, his tone resolute. He stood up, walked to the desk and picked up the map. Well, go. Marcus by the window slowly turned around. A satisfied smile spread across his face. A wise choice. He showed no curiosity about what they had been arguing about, nor about how they had reached a consensus so quickly. Everything seemed to be going according to his calculations. Chen Mo looked at him with only one thought in his mind: they had to go on this mission. Not just for the turbocharger that could revive Noah's Ark, but more importantly to find the bell tower's weakness and then escape with their lives. Marcus turned and walked away. A pleasure doing business. The last 4 words he left behind echoed in the empty room. Immediately after, 2 fully armed guardians strode in, their movements crisp and efficient without a single superfluous word. Come with us, the cold muzzles of their guns pressed against Lin Feng and Zhao Hao's backs. They were escorted out of that oppressive office through the orderly library hall and toward a deeper, more subterranean area. As they passed people toiling under plant grow lights, none of them even bothered to look up at the three new prisoners. Numbness or perhaps sheer habit. Eventually they were brought before a heavy iron door. This place, once the library's old archive storage, was now their temporary home. With a clang, the iron door slammed shut behind them. The room was small, about 10 square meters, filled with the damp, musty smell of old paper and mold. A rickety iron cot and a table were the sum total of the furniture. A solitary dim incandescent bulb flickered overhead. The footsteps of the two guards stationed outside came to a halt, standing like two silent sentinels. This was the bell tower and also a cage. What the hell? Lin Feng could no longer contain himself. He kicked the cold wall. What is this? A 5-star prison experience package. He paced back and forth in the cramped space. Calm down, old Lin, Zhao Hao said, leaning against the wall, his face still pale. The note that read, "Save us," echoed in his mind. Lin Feng spun around, his eyes bloodshot. Our guns, our car, our lives, all of it is in that bastard Marco's hands now. He sends us to our deaths and we're supposed to thank him for the opportunity. He's not wrong, Chen Mo's voice suddenly cut in. He hadn't moved, just leaned against the door listening to the sounds outside. In the bell tower, a man without value is just trash. So we have to be his dogs. To be a dog you first have to survive. Chen Mo turned, his gaze calm as he looked at Lin Feng. A live dog still has a chance to bite its master. Dead, you're just a pile of meat. Lin Feng's blazing anger was doused by Chen Mo's words. Yeah, dead and nothing mattered anymore. Just then a small observation hatch on the iron door slid open. Out. Supplies inventory. The voice from outside was still commanding. Noah's Ark was hauled up from the flooded subway station by several powerful winches coming to rest on the open space of the platform. A dozen guardians surrounded this battered steel beast like a pack of sharks ready to feast on a whale carcass. All ammunition, centralized management. Food ration per capita. Medicine turned over to the medical unit for unified storage. A man who seemed to be a squad leader read from a list item by item. The guardians nimbly climbed onto Noah's Ark and began hauling down box by box the supplies they had risked their lives to gather. Lin Feng's eyes were locked onto the massive gun case holding the Barrett M82A1 being carefully carried down. It was his treasure, his pride. One guardian noticed his stare and deliberately dangled the heavy case in front of Lin Feng. Provocation. Naked provocation. Old Lin. Chen Mo's hand clamped onto his shoulder. Lin Feng didn't turn, but he could feel the strength in Chen Mo's grip. The force wasn't great, but it held his exploding temper in check like an iron band. He saw Chen Mo's eyes. There was no anger, no resentment, only an unfathomable calm. Those eyes said endure. Lin Feng watched helplessly as his M4, his Barrett, his entire crate of specialty ammunition were sealed, carried away and disappeared into the tunnel's darkness. It hurt more than if someone had gouged his heart out with a knife. It was a stripping. Not just of weapons but of their dignity and confidence for surviving in this wasteland. Zhao Hao was forced to hand over his medical kit stuffed with precious medicines, allowed to keep only a palm-sized first aid pouch containing a few rolls of gauze, a small vial of iodine and some painkillers. Centralized management, distribution on demand. The squad leader parroted Marco's words in a bureaucratic tone, then waved his hand. Take them back. The three were again escorted to that damp storage room. The iron door closed and the world fell into dead silence. Lin Feng lay on the iron cot without a word, his arm covering his eyes. Zhao Hao crouched on the floor, sorting through the pitifully small first aid kit. He picked up a roll of clean gauze. The soft texture brought back the memory of that sweat-soaked note. Save us. He looked up at the cold iron door. Why would that girl Lena risk so much to beg for help from three strangers? What secrets lay hidden within this seemingly utopian bell tower? Old Chen, Zhao Hao lowered his voice, that girl. And Marcus, something's wrong here. I know. Chen Mo's voice came from the shadows. We're the meat on the chopping block now. To figure things out we first have to get off the block. As the words faded, the iron door opened again. This time it was someone else, a clerical type with glasses holding a tablet. Mr. Marcus has new orders. He glanced at Chen Mo. Noah's Ark can be towed into the repair workshop. You may work on it but under our supervision. He paused then added, as for the turbocharger, the key to fixing the engine, well, keep it for now. Once you've completed your mission it will be yours. It was a carrot and a stick. Chen Mo had no choice. He nodded. The scale of the repair workshop exceeded his imagination. Lathes, drills, welders, even a small CNC machine. The equipment here was more comprehensive than in his university lab. But the atmosphere in the workshop was suffocatingly oppressive. A few mechanics in work clothes were toiling away. Their skills were proficient, their movements textbook perfect, but their eyes held no light. It was the look of numbness, of having all edges and creativity ground down by repetitive daily labor. They moved like programmed robots. Chen Mo was led to Noah's Ark. 2 armed guards, one on each side, planted themselves 10 meters behind him like 2 stakes, monitoring his every move. Chen Mo ignored them. He crawled under the vehicle and began a careful inspection of the damage. It was worse than he had anticipated. The chassis' main beam had suffered a subtle, almost imperceptible distortion from the final frenzied collision. The bearing on the right rear wheel was covered in fine cracks ready to snap during the next high-stress drive. Most critical was the engine block. Shining his flashlight on the heavy cast iron, he found a hairline fracture running almost the entire length of the block. It was the aftermath of overloading. This steel beast had ruptured its internal organs and was hanging by a thread. Chen Mo crawled out from under the vehicle, his face smeared with grease. He knew that conventional repairs were pointless. To go to the chemical plant to face those creatures called corrosives, Noah's Ark needed a complete overhaul. He needed special materials, ones resistant to strong acid corrosion. He needed more power, a sturdier chassis. He walked up to a guard. I need a plasma cutting system, a high-precision TIG welder, and I need to check your materials inventory. I need some titanium alloy or ceramic composite panels. The guard stared at him like he was an idiot. You think you're ordering takeout? The guard sneered. This stuff needs Mr. Marku's personal approval. Then go ask. Chen Mo's tone was brooking no argument. The guard was taken aback, seemingly not expecting a prisoner to speak to him like that. He reported Chen Mo's requests over the radio. Minutes later a reply came through. The guard's expression turned odd. Mr. Marcus says to wait. Chen Mo asked no further questions. He returned to Noah's Ark, took out paper and pen and began rapidly sketching modification plans. Time ticked by. The lights in the workshop began to flicker. Several running machines protested with a hum, then shut down one by one. The entire workshop was plunged into dimness. What's going on? It's the biogas generator again. Damn it. Pump 3 is down. Hell, today's energy quota is getting cut again. The numb mechanics showed their first signs of emotion, a chorus of curses and complaints rising and falling. Just then Marku's figure appeared at the workshop entrance. He didn't look at anyone, walking straight up to Chen Mo. He pointed to the massive metal tank in the corner of the workshop, which was emitting strange noises and black smoke. See that? That's the heart of the bell tower, our biogas generator. It's having a little problem. Marcus turned his hawk-like eyes boring into Chen Mo. You want tools, materials to fix your boat? He extended a finger pointing at the groaning machine. Simple. Fix it before sunset. Otherwise you won't get so much as a wrench. Repair it before sunset. Otherwise you won't get a single wrench. The cold threat allowed no room for negotiation. In the workshop the mechanics who had been grumbling fell silent instantly. They turned their gazes toward Chen Mo, a mix of schadenfreude and anticipation in their eyes. That massive biogas generator was the heart of the bell tower, and also their nightmare. This monster, cobbled together from discarded industrial fermentation tanks and truck engines, had a temper more unpredictable than the post-apocalyptic weather. They, the top technicians of the bell tower, had toiled for nearly a week, achieving nothing but worsening its condition. Now Marcus was throwing this hot potato to an outsider of unknown origin. After speaking, Marcus stood at the workshop entrance with folded arms like an overseer, coldly watching everything. The guards behind him lowered their muzzles, yet an invisible pressure enveloped the entire space. Chen Mo neither looked at Marcus nor acknowledged the hostile stares around him. He merely raised his head, gazing at the massive metal tank emitting strange clicks. Hums. That biogas generator stood 3 meters tall. Thick pipes connected to its body and a stench of burnt oil mixed with fermented organic acid seeped out from the joints. "Hey kid," said an older mechanic clutching a wrench. "Don't bother looking. The pressure bearing on pump 3 is worn out. We can't replace it. Unless you can lift the whole tank. Yeah, and the control module circuit board is fried. Unless you can conjure a new one out of thin air." Another chimed in. They spoke in a flurry stating facts, but their tone dripped with the smugness of, "You can't do it." Chenmo paid them no heed. He walked a full circle around the machine. He touched nothing, only observed. Observing the erratic dance of the pressure gauge needle. Observing the color and density of the black smoke from the exhaust. Then he crouched, pressing his ear against a metal pipe connecting the fermentation tank to the engine. He closed his eyes. The entire clamorous workshop seemed to fall silent in an instant. He could hear the faint impurity-laced hiss of gas flowing through the pipes. Hear the weak laborious stroke of each piston inside the engine. Hear beneath all that noise a jarring gurgle of water. Minutes later Chenmo stood up. He dusted off his hands and walked straight back to Marcus. All eyes were fixed on him. "Well?" Marcus' voice was inscrutable. "Found the problem? Or ready to give up?" Chenmo's face remained as impassive as ever. "Two issues. First, your intake pressure valve is a diesel engine model. Biogas density and ignition point differ from diesel. The parameters are entirely wrong. It's not working, it's slowly committing suicide." The oldest mechanic's face changed dramatically. Second, Chenmo's gaze swept over the mechanics with their varied expressions. "Biogas fermentation produces a lot of condensate. Your condensate recovery pipeline is poorly designed. Some steam is flowing back into the combustion chamber." He pointed at the machine. "It's not broken. You've drowned it alive with water." Dead silence fell over the workshop. The mechanics who had been smirking moments ago now looked as if they'd been publicly slapped. They'd struggled for a week, even prepared to dismantle the entire unit. And the problem was this simple, this basic, this embarrassing. Marcus looked at Chenmo, a new weight of seriousness in his scrutinizing gaze. "Words are cheap," Marcus said, his voice still hard. "I need results. I need a pipe wrench, an arc welder, and..." Chenmo paused. "Back-end access to your control system." Marcus didn't hesitate, nodding to the guard behind him. Soon the tools Chenmo requested were brought. A bespectacled clerk handed over a tablet. "Back-end access." Chenmo took the tools without a word and strode toward the generator. His eyes focused, movements swift. Under the watch of everyone, including the two armed guards, he first used the pipe wrench to remove the faulty pressure valve. Then he picked up the welding torch, sparks flying as he cut the flawed return pipeline, adjusted its angle and direction, and welded a new joint. His movements were astonishingly fast, each step as if rehearsed 1,000 times without a hint of hesitation. The bell tower, mechanics initially scornful, moved to shock and finally to a near-dazed reverence. Watching Chenmo's fluid, masterful operation, they felt their years of learning had been wasted. This was true skill. Finally Chenmo picked up the tablet. How could an engineering student not know some programming? His fingers flew, lines of complex code scrolling rapidly across the screen. He wasn't just adjusting combustion parameters, he was rewriting the entire underlying logic of energy distribution. As he entered the last line of code, his finger tapped 3 times seemingly casually on a corner of the screen. A hidden command was silently embedded deep within the system. It was a logic backdoor. A key known only to him, capable of being activated externally at any time, instantly crippling the entire bell tower energy system. Done. He tossed the tablet aside. "It's ready." He walked to the start button of the unit and pressed it. Buzz. A brief electrical hum. Then, rumble, roar, roar. The dying steel beast, after emitting a deep sound, roared back to life. The strange noises and black smoke were gone, replaced by a powerful, steady rhythm. In the workshop, the lights that had dimmed due to power shortages flickered back on, one by one, shining brighter than before. Success. And the output power was at least 30% higher than before. Awesome. A young mechanic muttered involuntarily, his gaze toward Chenmo, now filled with admiration. Marcus stood at the door looking at the rejuvenated generator, then at the young man covered in oil, his face eerily calm. For the first time a strong sense of wariness surged within him. This man was a top-tier technical talent. But such people were also the most dangerous. He was a double-edged sword. Used well he could conquer new territories, used poorly he would be the first to cut oneself. You've proven your worth. Marcus walked over, his voice less cold, tinged with complexity. The tools and materials you need will be sent to you. But my rules remain. Repairs must be conducted under supervision. He emphasized the word, supervision. Chen Mo nodded, seemingly unconcerned. He had obtained the first and most crucial bargaining chip. Meanwhile, Zhao Hao was taken to the library's medical area. It was converted from a children's reading section with faded cartoon stickers still on the walls. A dozen simple hospital beds held groaning wounded. Zhao Hao saw the girl named Lena again. She wore a white coat, changing a patient's bandages. Her movements were practiced, but her face was more haggard than yesterday, with dark circles under her eyes and a deep fear and exhaustion in her gaze. An armed guard stood at the entrance of the medical area, scanning the room. You come help, Lena said, her voice hoarse, seeing Zhao Hao. Zhao Hao walked over. Take these used gauze and instruments for sterilization. Lena pointed to a stainless steel tray stained with blood. Zhao Hao nodded, picked up the tray and headed to the sterilization corner. Lena followed, using the pretense of organizing medicine to block the guard's view from the door. You. Zhao Hao lowered his voice, about to ask about the note. But Lena shook her head, her lips trembling, eyes pleading and terrified, signaling him to stay silent. Just then. Doctor. Quick. The medical area door burst open and two guards rushed in, carrying a bloodied person. It was a severely wounded guard. Half his body from shoulder to thigh looked as if something had splashed on him. His combat suit was corroded and full of holes, exposing charred flesh that still emitted wisps of white smoke and a foul stench. It was a wound from a corroder. The moment Lena saw the injured man, she swayed, nearly collapsing. Her face drained of color, leaving only utter despair and terror. Another one. Her lips moved, letting out a tearful whisper as faint as a mosquito. They are coming back soon. Who are they? Zhao Hao seized the opportunity, pressing urgently. Lena seemed jolted awake by his words, looking up at him. Her eyes were filled with immense fear, as if the word, they, was a forbidden curse. She covered her mouth with both hands, shaking her head in terror, tears uncontrollably streaming down her face. They're about to return. Lena's voice trembled beside Zhao Hao. Her eyes reflected the guard, whose face was horribly disfigured by the corrosive creature's fluids, but Zhao Hao knew her fear went far beyond the monsters outside. Who are they? Zhao Hao stared at Lena, trying to pry a shred of truth from the edge of her breakdown. Lena shook her head in terror, clamping both hands over her mouth as tears streamed down her face. Her body quaked violently, a fear born from the depths of her soul utterly uncontrollable. The guard at the door was entirely absorbed by the wounded man's agonized screams, paying no attention to the whispered exchange between the two doctors in the corner. Zhao Hao's heart sank to the bottom. He stopped pressing Lena and turned his gaze to the wounded man being lifted onto the operating table. Scissors. Hemostats. Saline. Zhao Hao's voice turned instantly calm and professional as he shoved aside the flustered medic and took over the emergency treatment. He swiftly cut through the combat suit, corroded and tattered. A pungent stench of burnt protein mixed with acid assaulted his senses. The wound was horrifying. Large patches of skin and muscle tissue had been eaten away by strong acid, showing an eerie charred black while the edges continued to dissolve, emitting faint white smoke. But Zhao Hao's brow furrowed deeper. Something was wrong. He reached out with a gloved hand, carefully touching the wound's edges where the flesh hadn't been directly corroded. His fingertips registered a clear sensation. Bone fractures. Not from corrosion but from a violent blunt force trauma, shattering fractures. He also examined the wounded man's head, finding a massive contusion hidden beneath singed hair at the back of the skull. This was no mere attack by a corroder. It was more like the victim had been beaten with a heavy object, knocked unconscious and then dragged onto the corroder's fluids. A horrifying thought exploded in Zhao Hao's mind. He jerked his head up, staring at the armed guard at the door. Did he have any companions? How many went out on this mission? Zhao Hao asked in an official tone. The guard hesitated, surprised that the new doctor dared to ask so much, but after glancing at the victim's ghastly state he mumbled vaguely, just him, a solo reconnaissance mission. A solo reconnaissance? Zhao Hao pressed. To a place like the chemical plant. It's Mr. Marcus' orders. The guard's tone turned impatient. Just save the man and stop asking questions. With that he turned away, ignoring Zhao Hao. Zhao Hao's heart went ice cold. He understood. This was no reconnaissance mission, it was an execution. A cold-blooded execution disguised as an accident. Elsewhere, Lin Feng felt like he was rotting away in that damp storage room where he was confined. He lay on the iron-framed bed, hands behind his head, eyes fixed on the dim bulb on the ceiling, ears straining to catch every sound outside the door. Footsteps. Every hour the guard outside changed shifts. The footsteps of the arriving guard were heavy, those of the departing one slightly lighter. He could even gauge the height and approximate weight of the changing guards from the rhythm of their steps. Boring. Yes. But it was the only thing a top marksman could do without his weapon. Observe, analyze, find weaknesses. Clang. The food hatch on the iron door opened and a metal tray of mushy food was shoved in roughly. Eat up, you waste. A young guard's mocking voice came from outside. Lin Feng sat up, showing no anger, just picked up the tray and ate expressionlessly. The food was terrible, a tasteless paste of ground plant roots and grains. Hey, I heard you're some hotshot sniper. The young guard's voice came again, dripping with undisguised provocation. Your precious baby, that big gun of yours, is taking a nap in our armory now. Lin Feng paused in his eating. That rifle's a real kicker, recoil like a mule's hind legs. Not like you, soft all show and no go. Lin Feng set down the tray, stood up and walked to the iron door. What? Can't take it. The young guard's voice dripped with mockery. Want to have a go? Lin Feng's voice was calm. Ha. With you? The guard laughed as if hearing the funniest joke. I'm afraid he'll kill you with one punch, and Mr. Marcus will blame me for breaking his tool. Open the door, Lin Feng said. He'll give you one hand. Silence from outside for a few seconds. Then the sound of a key in the lock. Click. The iron door creaked open a crack and the young guard poked his head in, his face alight with barely contained excitement and cruelty. You asked for it. Beside him an older guard frowned, wanting to stop him, but ultimately said nothing, stepping back with his rifle in a spectator's pose. The young guard stepped in. He was half a head taller than Lin Feng, packed with muscle, clearly a trained fighter. He cracked his neck with a series of pops. Come on, let me see what you've got without your gun. Lin Feng actually put his left hand behind his back. The young guard lunged like a starving tiger, his fist the size of a boulder, aiming straight for Lin Feng's face. Fast and powerful. But to Lin Feng it all seemed like slow motion. He sidestepped effortlessly, dodging the punch. At the same time his right foot hooked the guard's ankle at an impossibly tricky angle. Thump. The young guard lost his balance, instantly crashing face first onto the floor in a clumsy heap. It happened so fast that the older guard at the door didn't even see what occurred. You son of a bitch. The young guard, furious and humiliated, leaped up and charged again. This time Lin Feng didn't dodge. He stood still, and just as the fist was about to smash into his face, he casually raised his right hand, using his palm to guide and deflect the opponent's elbow joint. A subtle force instantly neutralized all the power in the punch. The young guard felt like head slammed full force into a wad of cotton, an indescribable discomfort. Then Lin Feng closed in. His shoulder slammed hard into the guard's chest. Thud. A dull sound. The young guard felt as if he'd been hit by a rhinoceros, his chest constricted and he stumbled backward uncontrollably for 7 or 8 steps before collapsing onto his backside, unable to get up for a long time. Lin Feng withdrew his shoulder, still standing where he was, his breathing unruffled. He had deliberately held back, using no killing moves, only assessing. Assessing the opponent's strength, speed, reactions and fighting technique. Conclusion: a total mess. All brute force, no skill. The older guard's expression shifted. He finally understood, this outsider wasn't fighting, he was toying with them. A cat and mouse game filled with humiliating manipulation. Enough. The older guard barked, stepping forward to help his comrade up. The young guard's face turned purple with shame and rage, wanting to charge again. Get back. The older guard slapped the back of his head, then shot Lin Feng a wary, cautious look. He slammed the iron door shut and locked it. Lin Feng lay back on the bed, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. He had gotten the information he needed. The repair workshop was filled with the screech of metal cutting and the glare of welding arcs. Chen Mo worked like a tireless machine, transforming Noah's Ark from the ground up. He didn't touch the turbocharger that Marcus had set as bait. He started from the most basic chassis. Using a plasma cutter he sliced off all the deformed steel beams, then welded and reinforced the frame with the highest strength specialty steel he could find in the workshop. His welds were as smooth as artwork, leaving the mechanics from the clock tower dumbfounded. Under the watch of 2 guards, every move he made seemed above board. He repaired the damaged axles and reinforced the suspension system. Then he began crafting some seemingly ordinary gadgets. He found some discarded high-pressure fire pumps and dismantled their core components. From a pile of scrapped ceramic engines he carefully chipped off a few intact ceramic composite plates and ground them into special shapes. He also found some corrosion-resistant Teflon tubing. To the guards he was just using scrap to make spare parts for Noah's Ark. A nozzle that looked like an enhanced cleaning device. A metal tank with a strange structure lined with ceramic. A few lengths of tubing rewrapped with insulation. No one knew what these seemingly unrelated parts would become when assembled. A simple but absolutely lethal weapon system capable of spraying strong acid neutralizer. This was his gift for the corroders. Night fell. The exhausted trio was escorted back to that damp, dark storage room. The iron door clanged shut, sealing them off from the outside world. Damn it, those bastards are inhuman. Lin Feng cursed under his breath as soon as the door closed. He briefly recounted his test of the guard earlier that day. That bunch is just a pack of street thugs with guns, all show no substance, he concluded. Zhao Hao's face was darker than the night outside. He leaned against the corner and softly, word by word, recounted everything that had happened in the medical bay, from the bizarre wounds on the victim to the guard's evasive answers to Lina's near collapse from fear. Finally he looked up at Chen Mo and Lin Feng, his voice hoarse as he uttered the chilling word. Purification. The room fell into a deathly silence. The air itself seemed to freeze. The disdain and ease on Lin Feng's face vanished instantly. Purification. What does that mean? His voice was dry. I finally understand why there isn't a single old person, a single sick person, or even a single disabled person here, Zhao Hao said, his voice trembling. This clock tower, this so-called utopia, is built on a brutal system of selection. Only those useful to Marcus get to live. Those deemed worthless, the old, the weak, the sick, the disabled, are regularly disposed of like trash. Lin Feng's fists clenched until his knuckles cracked, veins bulging on the back of his hands. He finally understood. Everything connected. That suicide mission to the chemical plant. That guard sent out alone only to be killed by the corroder. Marcus had never intended for them to come back alive. The 3 of them were the next batch of garbage to be purified. Their only value was as disposable tools to smash open the gates of the chemical plant for Marcus' troops. Fuck. Lin Feng's eyes turned bloodshot as he punched the wall, feeling no pain at all. A bone-chilling cold shot up his spine, spreading through his limbs. Chen Mo remained silent. He just listened, his fingers unconsciously tracing patterns on the rough wall. His mind raced. Enemy strength, their own leverage, escape routes, potential allies. Countless pieces of information interwove, collided and reassembled into a clear plan in his head. He slowly raised his head, his eyes deep and piercing in the dim light fixed on Zhao Hao. We not only have to complete the mission but also get out of here alive. That girl named Lina is our only breakthrough. Chen Mo's gaze turned sharp as a blade. We need to know the exact time and location of the next purification. We need to know the exact time and location of the next purification. Lin Feng and Zhao Hao both turned to look at him. Under the dim yellow light, Chen Mo's face was half in shadow, half illuminated. Lin Feng's heart, once filled with rage and chill, gradually calmed. Zhao Hao's trembling body also steadied. He looked at Chen Mo, then at Lin Feng, and nodded. They were a whole. To live they would live together. To die they would drag this damn bell tower down to hell with them. The next morning the icy iron door was pulled open. Mr. Marcus wants to see you. The guard's tone was still commanding, but his eyes held less contempt and more of an inexplicable wariness. It was the same curator's office. Marcus stood before the massive floor-to-ceiling window, his back to them, holding a steaming cup of coffee. I am very satisfied with the progress on Noah's Ark. He did not turn around, his voice came back distorted through the glass reflection. Chen Mo, your abilities have exceeded my expectations. He turned around and placed the coffee cup on the desk. However, a team's value is comprehensive. For the chemical plant mission, the mechanic can only deliver you to the entrance. Whether you can get in and come out alive depends on this. Marcus tapped his temple with his finger, then pointed at Lin Feng. It depends on the gun. I need to assess your combat capabilities, Marcus stated bluntly. I need to know if my investment is worthwhile. Lin Feng sneered, want to watch a monkey dance? You can consider it a pre-employment competency test. Marcus was unperturbed. Follow me. The underground parking lot had been transformed into a makeshift shooting range. Under the dim light, tattered ballistic nets were strung between a few support pillars. In the distance, several moving targets made of scrap tires and iron plates swayed erratically back and forth on crude sliding rails. Two guards stood in the middle of the range holding their guns, looking at Lin Feng with ill intent. The rules are simple. Marcus stood with arms crossed behind the safety line. 30 seconds, 10 moving targets. Hitting 8 counts as passing. He gave a signal to a subordinate beside him. The man took a gun from the weapon rack and tossed it onto the table in front of Lin Feng. It was an ugly cobbled-together Frankenstein. An AK receiver, an M for collapsible stock, and a rusted barrel scavenged from some unknown hunting rifle. The entire gun looked like a bad joke. This is our homemade semi-automatic rifle 7.62 caliber, powerful enough. Marcus introduced it flatly. Use it to complete the test. Suppressed snickers escaped from the guards in the range. Using this rusty pipe with rifling almost worn smooth, hitting 8 high-speed moving targets in 30 seconds. Let alone 8 hitting even one would be a miracle. Zhao Hao's fists clenched instantly. Chen Mo's eyes narrowed slightly. But Lin Feng smiled. He stepped forward, picked up the broken gun and weighed it in his hand. The gun was unbalanced, its center of gravity a mess. The stock was loose and wobbly, feeling like it would fall apart when pressed against the shoulder. This? Lin Feng looked up at Marcus. You call this thing a gun? If you can't even handle such a weapon, Marcus' voice turned cold, then it only proves your abilities don't match your arrogance. Fine. Lin Feng said no more. He slammed a magazine in with a click. But contrary to everyone's expectations, he didn't stand still and aim. He moved. The moment Marcus shouted begin, he lunged forward. He didn't run in a straight line. Instead, he moved at high speed among the abandoned cars and oil drums used as cover in a zigzag pattern that defied all shooting doctrine. Bang! The first shot rang out. As he slid across a car hood holding the gun with one hand, his body nearly parallel to the ground, he pulled the trigger at the farthest moving target on the left. The bullet hit the bullseye precisely. Everyone's sneers froze on their faces. Bang! Bang! 2 more shots. In the moment he rolled and rose still midair, his muzzle had already locked onto 2 other targets in completely different directions. 2 more precise headshots. Only the dense gunfire remained in the range. Bang! 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 Lin Feng twisted sideways, dropped to the ground, used pillars as support, executing all sorts of anti-physics shooting maneuvers. The broken gun in his hand seemed to come alive. Every muzzle flash meant a moving target fell. 10 shots. 10 targets. All headshots. Time elapsed 15 seconds. As the last target was pierced, the entire range fell into a dead silence. The guards stood with mouths agape, eyes wide as bells, barely able to hold their guns. Marcus' face darkened. He stared at the man in the center of the range. He had anticipated Lin Feng might be strong, but not to such an inhuman degree. This wasn't an elite marksman. This was a monster born for slaughter. Lin Feng blew on the hot muzzle, then tossed the homemade rifle clattering to the ground like trash. He walked back to the safety line step by step until he stood before Marcus. With this junk I can't guarantee mission success. He extended his hand. I need my gun. My M for my Barrett, all my ammunition. Otherwise send these useless bastards to drive my truck and be canned food for those monsters. Marcus stared into Lin Feng's blazing eyes for a full 10+ seconds. Finally he squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth. Before the mission departs, your belongings will all be returned to you. Medical zone. Zhao Hao was debriding and suturing the arm of a guard torn by an infected. His movements were steady and precise. Tweezers picking out shreds of flesh, scalpel excising necrotic tissue, suture needle threading through skin. Every step was textbook perfect. His gentle yet focused expression combined with his calmness while handling bloody wounds created a peculiar charm. In the medical zone, the other staff who had been hostile to him as an outsider now stood quietly aside, their eyes filled with admiration. Lena was also there. She stood diagonally behind Zhao Hao, handing him tools, watching his dexterous hands with a complex expression. Done. As Zhao Hao tied the last surgical knot, he let out a soft breath. The wound is deep. Be careful not to get infected. Don't get it wet for a few days and change the dressing on time, he advised the guard, who was sweating from pain, in a gentle tone. The guard struggled to thank him, but Zhao Hao waved his hand, signaling him to rest. He carried the blooded instrument tray toward the disinfection area in the corner. Lena silently followed. Thank you. Lena's voice was very low. I'm a doctor. It's my job. Zhao Hao washed the instruments without turning around. The guards at the entrance had been temporarily reassigned due to Lin Feng's astonishing performance at the range. Now was the best chance. The note you gave me earlier. Zhao Hao lowered his voice. Lena's body stiffened. She glanced around in panic, confirming no one was watching, then leaned in. Her lips were pale. Marcus. Has a devil. Lena's voice was as faint as a mosquito's, yet filled with bone-deep hatred and despair. This bell tower isn't a shelter, it's his farm. All of us are livestock he raises. The useful ones get to live and work for him. The sick, the injured who can't recover, the elderly who can't work. They all get purified. Zhao Hao's heart sank bit by bit. Though he had guessed, hearing it directly from Lena's lips still struck him with suffocating force. How is it done? He pressed. Lena's tears finally broke free. She bit her lip to stifle her sobs, her body trembling violently. The next purification is in 3 days. The location is the sewage treatment area at the lowest level of the library. Those people are injected with a muscle relaxant to render them helpless. And then. Lena couldn't go on, she closed her eyes in anguish. Then they are thrown into a meat grinder to become fertilizer for the biogas digester above our heads. A chill shot from Zhao Hao's soul straight to his crown. He recalled the thriving vegetables under the plant growth lights. He recalled the children reciting poetry loudly in the classrooms. This seemingly civilized and orderly utopia was built on a foundation of human flesh and bone. My brother. Lena's voice choked with tears. He was frail since childhood. Last week he was purified too. Zhao Hao finally understood her bone-deep fear and hatred. He paused for a moment, then asked in a solemn tone. Do you want to make him pay? Lena looked up. In her tear-drowned eyes a glimmer of hope sparked for the first time. Night. Still that damp storage room. Zhao Hao relayed every word of the intelligence from Lena to Chen Mo and Lin Feng. Lin Feng's face had lost all the flamboyance and confidence from the shooting range, replaced by a pallid grimness. He recalled Marco's sanctimonious professor-like demeanor. He recalled the numb faces of the patrolling guards. He recalled the hollow-eyed people toiling in the fields. An indescribable nausea and fury churned in his chest. Damn it. He punched the wall. 3 days. Chen Mo uttered 2 words. He looked up at his 2 brothers. We only have 3 days. Zhao Hao's face was deathly pale. If we fail the mission in 3 days, or if it fails, we'll be the next ones thrown into the grinder. No? Chen Mo shook his head. 3 days is enough. We'll go to the chemical plant. But when we come back, we'll bring Professor Marcus a graduation gift he never expected. Lin Feng raised his head, the mad fury in his bloodshot eyes replaced by a deeper, colder flame. Damn it, I've been wanting to flip his table for a long time. The next day in the repair workshop, the atmosphere was completely different. Those bell tower mechanics who had once been full of rejection and contempt for the outsider Chen Mo now kept their distance, watching him with a mixture of awe and curiosity. Chen Mo ignored everyone. He strode to the workshop's material storage, and the 2 guards assigned to watch him instinctively moved to block his way. Get lost. Chen Mo didn't even look at them, just squeezed out 2 words from his throat. The 2 guards exchanged glances, recalling Lin Feng's inhuman performance at the shooting range and Chen Mo's feat of repairing the generator single-handedly. In the end they silently stepped aside. Chen Mo waded through piles of scrap and parts, his eyes swiftly scanning each item. This one, and that one. He pointed. Move all of them next to Noah's Ark. The items he pointed to seemed completely unrelated. Several scrapped high-pressure fire pumps. A pile of Teflon pipes corroded beyond recognition. And a few solid tires black and hard with only a single white dot from a bullet hole removed from large engineering vehicles. "What are you going to do with this junk?" a mechanic couldn't help asking. "Shut up and work," Chen Mo replied bluntly. The modification began. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Chen Mo made a decision no one could understand. He didn't add any extra armor to Noah's Ark. Against the corroder that could melt metal, even the thickest steel plate was just chocolate. His first target was the tires. With the help of a jack, the torn rear wheel was removed. Chen Mo directed several mechanics, and with great effort they forcibly mounted the heavy solid engineering tire onto the axle. "This thing will rattle your guts out when it runs," a mechanic complained, wiping his sweat. Indeed, these tires had no shock absorption, but they had one unparalleled advantage. They wouldn't puncture. They could roll over any sharp obstacle and even withstand the claws of a corroder. Next, Chen Mo dismantled the high-pressure pumps, extracted the core booster modules, and used his masterful welding skills to connect them to Noah's Ark's backup electrical circuits. He laid the corrosion-resistant Teflon pipes along the body and roof, forming a dense network. At the front, rear, and sides of the vehicle he installed several modified fire sprinkler heads that could rotate 360 degrees. A simple yet absolutely lethal full vehicle coverage high-pressure spray system began to take shape. What's he doing? Installing a shower for the truck? Who knows? A madman. The guards whispered in the distance, utterly baffled by Chen Mo's actions. In their eyes it was a waste of time. But Chen Mo knew it was their only and most effective weapon against the corroders. Meanwhile, in the medical district, Zhao Hao was helping organize the medicine warehouse. Lena was beside him, head down, using the pretense of counting medicine to cover their actions. "Sodium bicarbonate, baking soda, and all the alkaline medicines are in this cabinet." Lena's voice was extremely low, laced with a tremor. "I need a large dose." Zhao Hao's gaze quickly swept across the shelves. "There's a 5-minute gap in the guard shift at the door. I'll find a way to distract him." Lena bit her lip. "But for hazmat suits, I can only find 3 lab-grade ones, very thin. They might only provide psychological comfort." "That's enough." A hint of warmth flashed in Zhao Hao's eyes. "Lena, thank you." Lena shook her head, her eyes reddening. "I'm the one who should say thank you." At the shooting range, Lin Feng finally got his precious weapon back. The massive gun case was opened, revealing the ferocious Barrett M82A1 lying silently inside its body, gleaming with a cold, deadly luster. His M4 carbine was also fully loaded with tactical accessories ready for action. His hand gently glided over the Barrett's body. The cold touch made his blood boil. He was back. The top marksman who spoke with bullets on the wasteland was back. But he didn't start cleaning his gun immediately. He made a strange request to the guard overseeing the armory. "I need some soda lime or a high-concentration alkaline powder." "What do you need that for?" "Scrubbing toilets," the guard asked, bewildered. "Mr. Marcus approved it. Satisfy all his reasonable requests." Lin Feng invoked the ultimate authority. Though puzzled, the guard reluctantly fetched a large bag of white powder from the warehouse. Lin Feng emptied his entire case of 12-gauge shotgun shells onto the table. Then he began his handiwork. Using a small pair of pliers, he carefully pried open the seal of each shell and poured out the steel pellets. Then he rolled the white alkaline powder into small paper capsules and stuffed them inside. Finally, he resealed them. A passing guard curiously leaned in for a look. "What are you doing?" "Making firecrackers." Lin Feng didn't even look up, just coldly spat out a few words, sending a big gift to the monsters. As night fell, when the exhausted trio returned to Noah's Ark, the steel beast had completely transformed. It looked more like a mobile chemical plant. The body was covered in a dense network of pipes and nozzles and 4 black solid tires. They only had enough for 4. "Holy shit, old Chen, are you taking this to a water splashing festival?" Lin Feng couldn't help but mock at the strange sight. "This is our talisman." Chen Mo patted the cold pipes on the body. Zhao Hao tossed a large bag filled with white powder and several hazmat suits into the cab. The final adjustments began. Chen Mo climbed into the cab and connected the circuit. Buzz, a faint hum, and then the nozzles on the roof and sides of the vehicle blasted out powerful water mist. The mist instantly enveloped the entire vehicle, forming a water curtain over 3 meters thick. Awesome. Lin Feng's eyes went wide. Just then a cold voice sounded behind them. It seems you're ready. Marcus was standing at the workshop entrance unknown to them. He didn't understand Chen Mo's modifications, but he could sense that the vehicle had become more dangerous than before. He walked slowly to the front of the vehicle and placed the heavy dust cloth-wrapped military-grade turbocharger on the hood. This is your payment provided you bring it back alive. His gaze swept across Lin Feng and Zhao Hao, finally resting on Chen Mo. Remember, your lives and the hopes of everyone in this bell tower rest on this mission. He paused, his voice filled with authority. Don't disappoint me. With that he turned and left, his tall figure quickly disappearing into the darkness. Lin Feng silently flipped him off behind his back. Chen Mo said nothing. He just picked up the turbocharger, feeling its cold metallic texture and heavy weight. Their lives were now in the devil's hands. But not for long. In the darkest hour before dawn, Noah's Ark's modified engine let out a low roar. The massive steel fortress slowly rolled out of the library's underground passage, heading into the death-shrouded city. Chen Mo glanced at the rearview mirror. In the mirror, the bell tower, once seen as a beacon of hope, was brightly lit. He coldly averted his gaze and gripped the steering wheel. Let's go. To hell and back. The sky before dawn was a dull ashen grey. The Noah's Ark, lacking a turbocharger, moved at a pace that was shockingly slow for such a steel behemoth. Clang. Thud. The vehicle jolted, waking Zhao Hao from his light slumber. He instinctively steadied himself against the control panel. Damn solid tires. Lin Feng's voice came from the steel throne atop the vehicle through the internal communicator. Old Chen, are you sure this contraption isn't a torture device sent by Marcus to torment us? Chen Mo did not respond. He gripped the steering wheel, his gaze fixed on the rearview mirror. The mirror reflected a desolate wasteland, but in the shadow of a street corner a fleeting glint caught his eye. Someone was following them. Chen Mo subtly withdrew his gaze and glanced at the fuel gauge on the dashboard, which was steadily declining. The fuel provided by Marcus was only enough for a round trip. No more, no less. The Noah's Ark rolled over the abandoned streets, heading towards the eastern outskirts. As they approached the joint chemical plant, the air became increasingly strange. It carried a pungent odor that mixed ammonia, sulfur, and some unknown decaying matter seeping in through the tightly closed windows. Something's off. Zhao Hao frowned as he pulled out 3 sets of thin protective suits from his tactical backpack. Everyone put one on, better safe than sorry. When the massive joint chemical plant appeared on the horizon, the 3 men fell silent. The factory's gigantic reaction vessels and twisted pipes formed silhouettes against the grey sky. The surrounding ground exhibited a sickly yellow-green hue devoid of any vegetation. Everything that once resembled trees was now reduced to blackened trunks riddled with holes from corrosion. There's something there. Lin Feng's voice suddenly turned alert. Following his indication, Chen Mo spotted several staggering figures wandering in the open space around the factory. They were ordinary infected individuals. Yet their appearance was odd, as if their bodies had been splashed with sulfuric acid. Large patches of skin were rotting away, revealing black muscle tissue beneath continuously dripping foul-smelling pus. They didn't even notice the approach of the Noah's Ark, merely spinning mindlessly in place. It seems that even ordinary infected can't survive here. Zhao Hao's voice was slightly hoarse. At that moment, a corpulent figure slowly emerged from behind an abandoned office building. It was larger than the average infected, its skin the same nauseating yellow-green as the ground. There were no visible wounds on its body, yet a viscous liquid continuously seeped from its skin, corroding the ground into small pits that emitted wisps of white smoke. The corroder. It turned its misshapen head, and its hollow eye socket seemed to lack vision, yet it looked in the direction of the Noah's Ark. It had spotted them. Old Lin. Chen Mo hissed sharply. Without needing a reminder, Lin Feng had already positioned his M4 carbine at the firing port. The corroder arched its body, its bloated chest heaving violently, then opened its nearly lipless mouth, stretching back to its ears. Puh! A stream of thick green liquid shot towards the front of the Noah's Ark. Chen Mo instinctively yanked the steering wheel. Sizzle. The acid grazed the vehicle's body, most of it splashing onto the ground, corroding the hard concrete surface into a sizzling pit. However, some of it still splattered onto the V-shaped front of the vehicle. The several centimeters thick special steel plate emitted a strong white smoke, quickly melting into a fist-sized dent. Damn it! Lin Feng cursed, unhesitatingly pulling the trigger. Tat tat tat. The M4's muzzle spewed flames, 3 rounds accurately striking the corroder's chest. Green blood and flesh splattered everywhere. But the creature merely swayed its body, advancing closer to them. Its chest began to heave again, preparing for a second spray. It's useless. Its layer of fat is too thick. Lin Feng shouted, quickly switching out a magazine. Old Chen. Spray it. Understood. Chen Mo pressed a red button on the control panel. Buzz. A high-frequency sound of electricity surged and dozens of fire sprinkler heads arranged around the Noah's Ark instantly activated. Whoosh. Powerful jets of mist sprayed out from all directions, instantly enveloping the Noah's Ark in a thick curtain of water. The few droplets of acid that had splattered on the vehicle's body were immediately diluted and washed away by the torrent of water. Puh. The second wave of acid from the corroder shot forth again, but this time most of the force was blocked and diluted by the high-pressure water curtain, leaving only shallow white marks on the vehicle. Well done. Lin Feng shouted, firing again. This time his bullets aimed for the corroder's joints and that constantly opening and closing more. Bang. Another corroder burst forth from the factory on the other side, followed by a third, a fourth. In the blink of an eye, at least 7 or 8 of these moving acid canisters emerged from various corners of the factory surrounding them. Their target was unmistakably clear, this iron can that dared intrude into their territory and sprayed water. Too many. We can't possibly take them all down. Lin Feng's forehead was damp with sweat, gunfire incessantly ringing out, yet the corroders continued to close in. We have to charge in. Zhao Hao shouted loudly, his hand gripping the 97 style short assault rifle tightly. If we stay out here, we're just live targets. Chen Mo's eyes were fixed ahead at the factory's entrance, rusted and ravaged by time. The door was tightly shut, locked with a padlock the size of a basin, and the hinges were completely rusted. There was a reason why Marco's troops failed to penetrate twice. But they had no way out. The bell tower behind them was more dangerous than the monster's nest in front. Chen Mo took a deep breath. Old Lin suppressed the left side. Zhao Hao watched the right. Hold on tight. His foot lifted off the brake and slammed down on the accelerator. Roar. The massive vehicle shook, its 4 black solid tires grinding against the ground, raising a cloud of acrid smoke. This steel behemoth, having lost its heart, charged toward the gateway to hell. Outside the window, deadly green acid sprayed forth from the corroders. On the vehicle's body, the life-sustaining white water curtain surged forth. Inside, Lin Feng's frantic gunfire and Zhao Hao's tense breathing resonated. The Noah's Ark speed gradually increased, 10 kilometers, 20 kilometers. For a heavy truck weighing several tons, this still felt like slow motion. But it was moving forward. Carrying the hopes and despairs of the 3, it charged toward that unknown door which was destined to be drenched in blood. A deafening thunderclap of sound erupted as the Noah's Ark, a steel behemoth weighing tens of tons, crashed into the rust-caked gate of the chemical plant. The massive V-shaped ram tore, twisted, and sent flying the heavy iron door along with its basin-sized lock, a brutal display of force. The cabin jolted violently. Chen Mo felt as though his internal organs were being crushed together by the immense recoil. Components on the control panel groaned under the strain, and the windshield instantly spiderwebbed with cracks. This steel beast, its heart now lost, had forced its way through with primal savagery. But the colossal crash jolted the silent chemical plant into life. Roars and hisses erupted from the shadows of the workshops, from behind abandoned pipes, from every darkened corner. Countless infected surged forth, a tide of bodies. Among them were common infected, but far more were the bloated yellow-green skinned corrosives. Roused by the noise, their hollow crimson gazes locked onto the intruding Noah's Ark. Old Chen. There are too many. Lin Feng's voice came from the armored turret on the roof, laced with tension. Max out the spray system. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Mo slammed his palm onto the red button. A high-pitched whine filled the air. The high-pressure water pump screamed at its limits, and the water curtain around the vehicle instantly thickened, forming a nearly solid white barrier. At that very moment, at least 5 corrosives simultaneously swelled their nauseating chests. 5 streams of viscous green acid converged from different angles, weaving a deathly barrage that blanketed the entire front of the vehicle. The green acid rain poured down upon the Noah's Ark without mercy. A piercing sizzle filled the air as thick acrid white smoke instantly engulfed the cab. Even with the high-pressure water curtain diluting and washing it away, the vehicle's armor visibly melted, exposing the black metal skeleton beneath. Inside the cabin, the already cracked bulletproof glass saw its outer protective grille half melted and severed amidst a violent cloud of white smoke. Damn it! Lin Feng roared from the turret, his M4 unleashing a storm of gunfire to suppress one flank of the zombie horde. Yet his firepower was a mere drop in the ocean against this tide. Just then a treacherous stream of acid bypassed the frontal water curtain and struck the side of the turret. Most was blocked by the thick steel, but a few drops seeped through the firing slit. Lin Feng gasped as a searing, piercing pain shot through his left arm. He looked down to see a coin-sized hole burned into his military green uniform, the edges rapidly charring black. The skin beneath was already a patch of blackened char, a smell of burnt protein spreading. Old Lin. What's wrong? Zhao Hao, hearing Lin Feng's cry of pain through the communicator in the cabin, felt his heart tighten. It's nothing. Just a scratch. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, his gunfire never ceasing. Don't move. Zhao Hao's voice was terrifyingly calm. Alkaline powder. In the left storage compartment. Apply it. Bearing the excruciating pain, Lin Feng continued firing with his right hand while his left fumbled in the compartment, grabbed a handful of white powder and without looking slapped it directly onto the wound. An even sharper sting and burning sensation flared, but the agonizing corrosion was finally halted. The water tank can hold out much longer. Chen Mo stared intently at the dashboard. The water tank's needle was dropping at an alarming rate. We can last 5 more minutes at most. He floored the accelerator. The Noah's Ark crushed several infected corpses, blocking its path, and charged into the factory interior. Inside it was a vast steel labyrinth. Pipes crisscrossed everywhere. Chen Mo steered with one hand while frantically scanning a cracked map with the other. Target, Zone B6, the chlorine and composite alkali storage warehouse. Left. 2 of them. Zhao Hao's voice came from beside him. Without even glancing, Chen Mo wrenched the steering wheel to the right, using the massive vehicle to slam the 2 lunging corrosives against a reactor vessel, splattering green ichor across the wall. Just then a few strange figures within the horde caught Chen Mo's attention. They also wore hazmat suits, but not the thin lab coats Lena had given them. These were heavy yellow industrial-grade suits with independent breathing masks. They moved sluggishly but were utterly unaffected by the acid spray around them. The liquid simply slid off their suits, causing no damage. Hazmats. Old Lin. Switch weapons. Chen Mo roared. I've been waiting for this. Lin Feng gave a grim smile, tossed aside his overheated M4 and grabbed the Remington 870 shotgun he had modified. A corrosive wobbled its bloated body, opened its gaping maw, and was about to spew acid at the cabin. Boom. Lin Feng pulled the trigger. A thunderous roar erupted as dozens of steel pellets coated in alkaline powder spread like blossoming fireworks, covering the corrosive's entire upper body. There was no gory explosion as expected. The special rounds burst upon impact, smothering the creature's face with a cloud of white powder. A violent fizzing reaction occurred as the viscous acidic layer on the corrosive's surface met the alkaline powder, bubbling up with strange foam and smoke. The monster let out a pained screech, its massive frame convulsing violently, its movements becoming sluggish. It works. Lin Feng's spirit soared. He pumped the shotgun, chambering a second decontaminant round. Boom. 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 The shotgun's roar became the battlefield's dominant theme. With each blast, a corrosive was smothered in white powder, writhing in agony on the spot, temporarily incapacitated. This brief suppression bought Chen Mo precious time. The Noah's Ark hurtled down the narrow factory roads, obliterating every obstacle in its path. I see it. Zone B6 warehouse. Zhao Hao shouted, pointing at a massive blue ironclad building ahead. Hope was within sight. A surge of relief washed over all 3. If they could just break into the warehouse and secure the chlorine and composite alkali, they would have the means to fight back. Chen Mo floored the accelerator. The Noah's Ark let out a strained roar as it charged headlong toward the warehouse gate. But with less than 50 meters to go, Chen Mo's pupils contracted sharply. His foot instinctively slammed on the brake. The 4 solid tires screeched, leaving 4 glaring white skid marks on the acid-stained ground. The immense inertia pitched the entire vehicle forward, nearly flipping it. The Noah's Ark came to a grinding halt just 20 meters from the warehouse gate. Lin Feng and Zhao Hao were tossed about by the sudden stop. Old Chen. What the hell are you doing? Lin Feng yelled, leaning out of the turret. But when he saw what lay ahead, his curses died in his throat. Stretching between the Noah's Ark and the warehouse gate was a vast pool of acid still bubbling with white smoke. A massive hill-sized acid storage tank had inexplicably collapsed. Its ruptured hull had spilled the high-concentration acid, forming a 20-meter-wide bottomless lake on the ground. The acid bubbled and churned, corroding the concrete floor into a mess, releasing a suffocating stench. The corpses of a few infected too slow to escape were rapidly dissolving in the pool, leaving only a few blackened bones bobbing up and down. The path was severed. They were trapped. Behind them, the endless tide of zombies was regrouping. Before them lay the deadly acid lake capable of melting anything. The road was severed. Noah's Ark came to a halt before a lake of acid capable of melting everything, trapped between advance and retreat. Behind them, the tide of corpses closed in once more. The bloated bodies of the corroders writhed in the narrow factory pathways, their nauseating yellow-green hue nearly filling every corner of the rearview mirror. Phut! Another jet of acid shot forth, striking the steel throne atop the vehicle. Sizzle! White smoke billowed, accompanied by the pungent stench of scorched metal. Another melting hole, steadily expanding, appeared on the thick steel plate. The water tank is almost empty. Chen Mo stared at the rapidly dropping needle on the dashboard, anxiety gnawing at him. The sprinkler system won't hold much longer. Damn it, are we going to die here? Lin Feng loaded a fresh M4 magazine into the throne, his gunfire ceaseless. Sweat drenched his forehead, not from the heat but because with every trigger pull he felt the monsters drawing inexorably closer. Zhao Hao's face was deathly pale. He stared at the bubbling acid lake ahead, then at the oppressive sea of corpses behind. A wave of despair gripped his throat. We can't wait any longer. Chen Mo's voice shattered the tomb-like silence inside the cabin. We have to get out. Lin Feng and Zhao Hao were both taken aback. Get out? What difference was there between getting out here and leaping into a meat grinder? Chen Mo offered no explanation. He pulled open the door and said to Zhao Hao, hazmat suits. And all the spare steel plates in the cabin. Hurry. Zhao Hao instantly grasped Chen Mo's intention. Paving a road. Using steel plates to lay a path of survival across this lake of death to the opposite shore. It was a plan of sheer madness, yet it was the only plan left. Zhao Hao hesitated no longer. He quickly retrieved the 3 thin hazmat suits from the storage compartment and dragged out a bottle filled with high-concentration alkaline liquid from under the seat, the antidote Chen Mo had specially prepared for him. Old Lin. Chen Mo's voice came through the communicator, clear and sharp, to the rooftop. Use your M4 to keep those bastards' heads in check. Not a single one gets through. Don't worry. Lin Feng's voice carried a fierce edge. Even if the Heavenly King himself showed up today, he wouldn't cross my line. Bang. No sooner had he spoken than a precise shot blasted through the eye socket of a corroder that had just raised its head to spit acid. Green ichor exploded. The creature staggered and collapsed. Chen Mo and Zhao Hao swiftly donned their hazmat suits. The thin plastic film was nearly as effective as the Emperor's new clothes in this acid-eaten land, but it was better than nothing. Together they pushed open the side door of the cabin, and a wave of heat mingled with the stench of acid and scorched matter rushed at them. They dragged out 5 heavy steel plates originally meant to reinforce the vehicle's body, each one immensely weighty. Go. Chen Mo and Zhao Hao each grabbed the edge of a plate and charged off the vehicle. The moment their feet hit the ground, a searing heat rose through their boots. The residual acid stains on the ground were already corroding their military boots. Cover me. Chen Mo's voice roared through the communication channel. Rat-a-tat-tat. On the rooftop, Lin Feng's M4 spat out the tongues of death. His firing rhythm was astonishingly fast. Every bullet found its mark in the heads or joints of the approaching corroders. He abandoned any thought of conserving ammunition, unleashing full firepower to forcibly clear a 10-meter vacuum zone around Noah's Ark. Chen Mo and Zhao Hao carried the steel plates to the edge of the acid lake. 3, 2, 1, drop. Clang. The first plate was hurled out by the 2 men, half resting on solid ground, half extending into the terrifying acid. Sizzle. An ear-piercing sound erupted instantly. The part of the plate in contact with the acid bubbled violently, white smoke rising. The once thick steel visibly thinned and blackened. Without a second thought they turned and sprinted back to fetch the second plate. It was a race against time, a sprint against death. They had to lay a path long enough for Noah's Ark to cross before the plates were completely melted through. Clang. The second plate was set down, joining the first. Clang. The third. Chen Mo and Zhao Hao's breathing grew heavier, their bodies under the hazmat suits were drenched in sweat. Every sprint, every lift drained their strength at a furious pace. Lin Feng's pressure was mounting as well. His gun barrel had turned red hot from firing and his magazine changes became so fast they seemed like after images. Yet the tide of corpses surged endlessly, wave after wave. Just as Chen Mo and Zhao Hao were carrying the fourth plate and about to set it in place, a corroder broke through Lin Feng's fire net. The creature let out a roar and lunged straight at Zhao Hao, who was nearest. Zhao Hao! Watch out! Lin Feng's eyes nearly split with rage as he swung his rifle, but it was too late. Zhao Hao heard the warning and instinctively tried to dodge, but the heavy steel plate hindered his movement. Phut! The corroder opened its gaping maw and a stream of viscous acid flew past Zhao Hao's body. Most of the acid missed, but a few drops splattered onto his left arm. SSS! The fragile plastic of the hazmat suit dissolved in an instant. A searing bone-deep agony shot through his arm. Zhao Hao let out a suppressed grunt, watching helplessly as the fabric of his combat suit and the flesh beneath rapidly dissolved and carbonized. The excruciating pain nearly consumed his sanity. Yet he did not fall, nor did he panic and cry for help. He dropped the steel plate, his right hand swiftly unscrewing the bottle at his waist. Without a second glance he poured the high-concentration alkaline liquid directly onto his bloodied, mangled arm. Sizzle crackle. An even more intense agonizing burning sensation than the acid's corrosion erupted. The strong acid and strong base engaged in the most violent neutralization reaction upon his flesh. Great clouds of white foam and smoke rose from the wound. The indescribable pain made Zhao Hao's body tremble violently, his vision darkening, nearly causing him to faint. But he clenched his teeth and remained silent. He knew this was the only way to save the arm. Chen Mo saw the ghastly wound on Zhao Hao's arm and his face twisted in agony. A blaze of fury and bloodlust surged within him. Chen Mo dropped the steel plate he was holding, his eyes locking onto the corroder that had harmed Zhao Hao. He grabbed a length of corroded rebar barely over a meter long from the ground. Instead of retreating, he charged straight at the monster. The corroder, having just spat its acid, was in a brief state of stiffness. It hadn't expected this human to dare attack it. Chen Mo's body dropped low during his sprint, dodging the monster's swiping claws. Using the immense momentum of his charge, he drove the rebar with all his might upward, thrusting it into the soft underside of the corroder's jaw. Thud. The rebar pierced through the creature's jaw without resistance emerging from its hollow eye socket. Ha! Ha! The monster emitted a series of meaningless hisses, its massive body thrashing violently. Chen Mo did not let go. He braced his shoulder against the end of the rebar, his feet gouging two deep furrows in the ground as he roared, forcing the 100-kilogram beast over onto its back. Bang! He stomped on the rebar, driving it deeper into the earth and pinning the monster's skull. Green ichor splattered all over him. Having done this, Chen Mo turned and rushed to Zhao Hao's side, pulling him up. Can you still walk? Yes. Zhao Hao gritted out the single word. Finish the last plate. Together they lifted the final steel plate, completing the narrow steel path to survival. Get in. Let's go. Chen Mo pushed Zhao Hao into the driver's cabin, then jumped in himself, slamming the door shut. Old Lin. Come back. Lin Feng leaped down from the throne and dove into the cabin in one fluid motion. Chen Mo engaged the gear and gently pressed the accelerator. Vroom. The massive body of Noah's Ark rolled onto the temporary bridge made of 5 steel plates barely wider than the tires. Creak. Groan. The plates groaned under the dozens of tons of Noah's Ark's weight. Below, the acid bubbled and gurgled. With every inch the wheels advanced, Chen Mo's heart tightened. Faster, just a little faster. Just as Noah's Ark's front touched the solid ground on the opposite shore behind them, the massive blue metal door of the B6 warehouse, the one they had fought so desperately to enter, let out a clang and was pushed open from within. A stench even more concentrated and profound than the surrounding air emanated from the darkness of the warehouse. A colossal figure stepped out from that darkness, one step at a time. Its size was nearly double that of an ordinary corroder, like a moving small mountain. What was most chilling was its skin. Not the nauseating yellow-green, but a deep coagulated blue-like, dark green. It was not yellow-green. It was a deep bottomless dark green resembling congealed blood. The massive figure emerging from the depths of warehouse B6 caused the ground to tremble slightly with each step. Its skin was no longer a viscous liquid, but rather a hard and smooth shell akin to dark jade. The entire head was a smooth curve with a vertical crack opening in the center, continuously oozing a highly concentrated acid that corroded the ground into hissing deep pits. Buzz. The rear wheels of the Noah's Ark finally rolled onto the solid ground of the opposite shore. Just at the moment the vehicle completely detached, a crack sounded as the last piece of steel plate eroded to a thin skin, could no longer bear its weight, breaking apart and sinking into the bubbling lake of acid. The retreat was completely cut off. Old Chen. What the hell is that? Lin Feng's voice came from the cabin. Chen Mo did not respond, his mind was racing. This dark green monster was the true cause of Ma Ku's army's 2 total annihilations. It was the true king of this chemical factory. Puh. The crack in the monster's head opened wide, shooting a thicker stream of dark green acid than ever before at the Noah's Ark. Its target was not the body of the vehicle but the heavily damaged steel throne on the roof. Damn. Chen Mo exhaled a word, flooring the gas pedal and sharply turning the steering wheel to the right. The massive body of Noah's Ark in an awkward posture slammed directly into the tightly closed roll-up door of warehouse B6. Boom! Accompanied by the sound of twisting metal, the enormous roll-up door was forcefully dented inward and deformed, ultimately being completely torn apart. Noah's Ark plunged into the darkness of the warehouse. The deadly acid nearly grazed the tail of the vehicle, hitting the outer wall of the warehouse. The thick concrete wall was instantly melted into a huge hole half a meter deep, with black smoke continuously billowing from its edges. Inside the cabin, the violent impact sent Lin Feng and Zhao Hao tumbling around. Damn it! Lin Feng crawled up from a pile of debris, and before he could complain, an even stronger, more pungent chemical smell filled his nostrils. Inside the warehouse, towering shelves were filled with various chemical raw material barrels, each labeled with different colors and shapes of hazardous symbols. Raw? The dark green monster outside the warehouse, accompanied by a tide of corpses, blocked the entrance they had just smashed open. They were thoroughly enraged by the iron can that was Noah's Ark. Zhao Hao. Where's the stuff? Chen Mo's voice was eerily calm. Zhao Hao was leaning against the wall of the cabin, his left arm in excruciating pain, his face pale as paper, cold sweat soaking through his protective suit. He fought against the dizziness, quickly scanning the labels on the shelves. Right in front. That row of yellow high-pressure gas cylinders. It's chlorine. His voice was low due to the pain, and that row of blue barrels with green skull symbols behind them. It's a compound alkali. He found them. In this chaotic hell of chemicals, he quickly pinpointed the target with his professional knowledge. Lin Feng. Move the stuff. It'll cover you. Chen Mo pushed open the car door, raising his M4 carbine. You cover what? Your marksmanship is something I even disdain. Lin Feng cursed, also raising his M4 but moving faster than Chen Mo. You go carry it. You have more strength. Having said that, he had already dashed to the front of the vehicle, using the driver's compartment as cover, pulling the trigger at the mass of corpses at the warehouse entrance. Da. The flames traced lines through the dark warehouse. Chen Mo stopped talking nonsense and rushed towards the heavy raw material barrels. A barrel of compound alkali weighed at least over 40 kilograms. Gritting his teeth, he exerted his waist and abdomen. Roaring, he forced a large barrel up onto his shoulder and staggered back to the cabin, throwing it in heavily. Boom! The entire cabin shook. The mass of corpses outside fell in rows under Lin Feng's precise fire, but the infected behind quickly filled the gaps. The dark green monster did not rush to attack, it merely stood behind the mass of corpses, the smooth heads crack fixated on the tin can of the warehouse. It was waiting. Chen Mo carried back the second barrel of compound alkali. His strength was rapidly depleting, each transport felt like a challenge to the limits of human capacity. Zhao Hao struggled to stand up, wanting to help, but was stopped by a glare from Chen Mo. Keep an eye on your arm. Don't mess it up. At that moment the dark green reaper outside moved. Its massive body began to advance, easily knocking aside and crushing the ordinary corrosive creatures in its way. Puh. Another stream of acid sprayed. This time it was aimed at the front of Noah's Ark. Ziz! The heavy V-shaped ram melted and peeled away at a visible speed upon contact with the dark green acid. Damn! This thing's acid has upgraded. Lin Feng cursed, emptying a magazine, and during the reloading gap he clearly saw the outer armor of the driver's cabin rapidly turning black and peeling off. At this rate, in less than 3 minutes this vehicle would be completely melted through. Old Chen. Hurry! Chen Mo had just loaded the last chlorine gas cylinder onto the vehicle when he heard Lin Feng's shout. He turned back just in time to see the dark green monster charging towards the warehouse entrance. Roar! It let out a deep growl, its massive body slamming directly into the front of Noah's Ark. Boom! A deafening sound. The dozens of tons of Noah's Ark were pushed back half a meter by this tremendous force, the wheels screeching against the ground. The already cracked bulletproof glass in the driver's compartment could no longer withstand it and shattered completely with a crackling sound. Damn! Lin Feng was jolted, glancing at the dark green head that was already probing into the warehouse less than 5 meters from the vehicle's front. The M4 was useless. Those specially made alkaline shotgun shells against a creature of this level would probably only be a bath for it. He discarded the M4 in his hand, turned and dashed into the cabin, lifting a piece of camouflage canvas in an inconspicuous corner. A huge black gun case lay quietly inside. Lin Feng threw open the lid of the case, revealing the Barrett M82A1, its body gleaming with a cold, deathly sheen. This was their ace in the hole, the true weapon of mass destruction they were reluctant to use. He grabbed a bullet thicker than his finger from the case, the brass shell and black projectile with a subtle red circle painted on the tip. 12. 7mm special armor-piercing incendiary round. He loaded the bullet into the chamber. Click. Lin Feng carried this cannon back to the front, extending the massive barrel through the shattered windshield hole, the muzzle locking onto the dark green Reaper, preparing for a second charge. Noah's Ark had nowhere to retreat. Chen Mo and Zhao Hao's gazes were fixed on Lin Feng. Lin Feng steadied his breath, his full attention focused on the crosshairs of the scope. The center of the crosshairs was the crack that continuously opened and closed on the monster's head. Now's the time. Bang! A tremendous roar exploded within the enclosed warehouse. Chen Mo and Zhao Hao felt their eardrums were about to be torn apart, their heads buzzing. A bullet wrapped in the aura of death crossed a distance of 5 meters. It hit the target. The 12. 7mm special armor-piercing round easily tore through the monster's seemingly solid, hardened head. But this was just the beginning. The special incendiary agent inside the bullet detonated the moment it penetrated the monster's brain. An extreme high temperature and the high concentration of strong acid within it triggered an unpredictable, violently extreme chemical reaction. Boom! An explosion sound erupted from within the dark green Reaper's head. There was no earth-shattering fireball, only a surge of dark green flame spewing from its orifices and wounds. The massive head expanded like an overinflated balloon, and then with a pop it exploded into a shower of burning green fragments. Huh. Huh. The headless massive body collapsed, kicking up clouds of dust. It was dead. This nightmare-like dark green Reaper was shot in the head. Awesome. Zhao Hao covered his ears, stunned, uttering 2 words. Lin Feng blew on the scorching muzzle, a hint of a triumphant smile appearing on his face. However, before the smile could fully bloom, it froze on his face. The brief silence outside the warehouse was shattered. Roar! Hiss! A roar 10 times fiercer than before came from all directions of the chemical factory. The dark tide of corpses surged from all directions, blocking the only exit of warehouse B6. The mission was complete. But they were trapped. Chen Mo glanced at the battered front of the vehicle, then at the flashing red warning light on the dashboard caused by the ruptured coolant tank. The sprinkler system was completely out of order. Their talisman was gone. Chen Mo's gaze swept over the densely packed corpses, finally landing on the wall at the other end of the warehouse. There was no despair in his eyes, only a burning madness. He snatched the map from Zhao Hao's hand, quickly traced a line on it with his finger, then firmly pointed at a location. We won't go through the door. We're going to crash through the wall. We're not going through the door. Chen Mo's voice cut clearly through the roaring warehouse, reaching the ears of the other 2. We're smashing through the wall. Lin Feng's blood was churning from the recoil of the Barrett. Hell yeah. I've been wanting to do this. Zhao Hao's pallid face flickered with astonishment, but seeing the frenzied horde at the warehouse entrance, he knew Chen Mo's madness was their only path to survival. Chen Mo kicked open the driver's door and settled back into the cracked seat. Ignoring the shattered windshield, he gripped the steering wheel with iron resolve. Lin Feng, get back to your throne. Zhao Hao, guide me, nearest exit. Roger that. Lin Feng tossed the heavy cannon back into the cargo hold, grabbed his M4 and in a few swift moves climbed back onto the riddled steel throne atop the vehicle. Zhao Hao, fighting the waves of searing pain in his left arm, spread a blood-stained map across the console, his fingers racing across it. Turn around. Straight back. That wall leads to an abandoned service road that bypasses the factory. Chen Mo didn't hesitate, he slammed the gear into reverse and floored the accelerator. Noah's Ark let out a pained groan as the massive vehicle executed a brutal turn in the cramped warehouse. The front faced the thick brick wall at the warehouse's far end. The horde at the entrance surged in. The leading corruptors spotted the tin cans maneuver, roaring as their chests swelled to spit. No time. Lin Feng roared from his throne. Old Chen, ram it. Chen Mo lifted his foot from the brake and pressed the accelerator with all his might. Roar! The engine screamed at its limit. The four solid tires spun wildly on the greasy floor, leaving a trail of acrid smoke. The next second, this scarred steel beast, carrying all their madness and resolve, charged at the wall in a final assault. Boom! Bricks exploded, steel twisted. The solid wall was torn open by Noah's Ark's ram. Sunlight and dust poured in. Noah's Ark had broken free. But what awaited them was not a clear path but another hell. The service road was also packed with infected drawn by the gunfire. Phut! Phut! Acid splashed from the side. Noah's Ark, just bursting through the wall, couldn't dodge. Sizzle! The corrosive sound echoed outside. This time acid struck the sidewall right where the chemical barrels they'd risked their lives for were stored. Damn! Zhao Hao, peering through a side firing port, saw a blue composite alkali barrels shell blacken and smoke under the acid's erosion. Old Lin. Chen Mo's voice was urgent. Leave it to me. Lin Feng from his throne laid down a dense net of fire, suppressing the corruptors trying to flank. His M4 carbine was scorching hot. Every round found its mark in a joint or mouth, not a single bullet wasted. Rat-tat-tat. Rat-tat-tat. Noah's Ark crushed the infected in its path, tearing down the narrow road. Acid kept hitting the hull, melting and peeling off large chunks of add-on armor, revealing the battered original shell beneath. Cracks spread across the cab's observation window, threatening to shatter any second. Zhao Hao's left arm was numb, only a burning agony remained. Sweat dripped from his temple, soaking his protective suit's collar, but he kept his eyes on the road and map. 50 meters ahead, left turn. Hit the main road. There's a roadblock. Ram it! Chen Mo roared. Noah's Ark, like a mad bull, smashed through a row of discarded oil drums and wire mesh. The front deformed under the impact, but the speed never faltered. They had finally escaped this hellish chemical plant. Behind them, the endless horde was left far behind. Only when the factory was out of sight did Chen Mo find a relatively intact overpass, parking the nearly broken steel beast in the shadow of the bridge. The engine died. The cabin was filled with 3 ragged breaths. Chen Mo's hands left the wheel. Those steady hands now trembled uncontrollably. Not from fear but from the exhaustion after the adrenaline faded. On the roof throne, Lin Feng slumped to the floor, tossing aside his hot M4. He leaned against the cold steel, gasping, his chest heaving. He checked his magazine, less than 10 rounds left. Zhao Hao slumped in the passenger seat, dropping all pretense of strength. The agony in his left arm drowned him. His lips were bloodless, his body trembling from blood loss and pain. Noah's Ark sat still like a beast barely alive after a desperate fight. Its hull was pitted and scarred with corrosion marks and bullet holes, black smoke rising from several spots. After a full minute of silence, Chen Mo spoke hoarsely. Check the loot. This voice pulled Lin Feng and Zhao Hao back from their stupor. Right, they still had business. Lin Feng jumped down from the throne and the 3 headed to the cargo hold. The chlorine cylinders were intact, but the alkali area was a mess. A blue plastic barrel had been melted through by acid, spilling white powder that mixed with the acid residue, bubbling weirdly. Damn, lost one. Lin Feng kicked the damaged barrel. Chen Mo crouched to inspect the remaining ones. Enough. He stood looking at the 5 alkali barrels and chlorine cylinders left. Zhao Hao, tending his wound against the wall, looked up at Chen Mo. He heard no joy of completion in Chen Mo's tone, only a pre-storm oppression. Lin Feng fell silent too. He thought of Lina's brother, of the old and weak, treated as trash and fertilizer, of Marco's sanctimonious face. Nausea and fury churned in his chest again. They had fought tooth and nail, risking everything just to bring that devil his desired tools. No? Absolutely not. Chen Mo walked to the cab, his gaze crossing the ruined debris into the distance. That direction, the bell tower. It was brightly lit, seemingly orderly and civilized, a beacon of hope in the wasteland. But now in their eyes beneath that tower lay a bottomless meat grinder, watered with blood and bone. Chen Mo looked away, his eyes deep in the shadow held no fatigue, only a chilling frost. We go back. Take what's ours. Once at the bell tower, I need you to adapt. Move when the lights go dark. I'm going to give Marcus a grand gift. At dusk the blood-red setting sun scorched the sky into a tattered orange. A battered steel behemoth dragging its broken body slowly came into view of the clock tower. Noah's Ark had returned. Its surface was covered with corrosion wounds and dense bullet holes. The V-shaped ram on its front was twisted and deformed, the bulletproof glass of the cab was shattered into a spiderweb, and the steel throne on the roof was riddled with holes. This tragic sight plunged everyone who saw it into silence. The iron door of the underground passage slowly rose, and Marcus, leading a squad of fully armed guards, stood at the entrance. When Noah's Ark stopped before them, reeking of gunpowder and pungent chemicals, Marcus' face displayed just the right amount of surprise, which quickly turned into deep admiration. Unbelievable. You actually did it. He stepped forward and vigorously patted the Ark's body, corroded beyond recognition by acid. You are the heroes of the clock tower. Lin Feng leaned against the carriage door, snorting with a laugh, but said nothing. Zhao Hao, supported by Chen Mo, struggled to get out of the vehicle. The wound on his left arm had received preliminary treatment, but his pale complexion and weak steps spoke of the dangers they had endured. Quick! Take Mr. Zhao Hao to the medical area. Use our best medicine. Marcus immediately ordered Lena behind him. But as Zhao Hao's gaze swept over, he didn't see Lena. It was another male doctor he didn't recognize who was giving orders. Zhao Hao's heart sank. Heroes need rest, and they also need rewards. Marcus turned to Lin Feng with a gentle smile. Mr. Lin Feng, your bravery is evident to all. We have prepared a sumptuous dinner and a comfortable room for you. Please rest well. He then looked at Chen Mo, his eyes almost brimming with admiration. Chen Mo, my mechanic, you have worked miracles once again. This place has been cleared for you. Once I unload those precious raw materials and place them in the workshop's material storage area, we will install that brand new heart. His arrangements sounded impeccable, full of consideration for the heroes. But Chen Mo just looked at him quietly, his eyes devoid of any joy for completing the mission. Then Marcus ordered the chemicals to be unloaded and placed in the workshop's material storage area. Zhao Hao, go get your wound treated. Chen Mo said to Zhao Hao. Zhao Hao glanced at Chen Mo, then at Marcus, and nodded heavily. 2 medical staff immediately stepped forward to escort him toward the medical area. Lin Feng, you go too. Chen Mo's gaze shifted to Lin Feng. Lin Feng made a gesture to Chen Mo that only they understood, then under the accompaniment of 2 guards headed toward the dormitory area. In an instant only Chen Mo and Marcus remained, along with the dozen or so heavily armed guards behind him. Can you take me to see the turbocharger now? Chen Mo broke the silence. Marcus' smile faltered for a moment but quickly returned to normal. Of course. It's stored in the most core warehouse for its safety. Retrieving it will take a little time. You'll wait here. Chen Mo's reply was simple and direct. He leaned against the cold body of Noah's Ark and closed his eyes. Marcus gave him a deep look, a flicker of coldness in his eyes. All right, as you wish. He turned and left. The medical area. The strong smell of disinfectant stung Zhao Hao's nostrils. A strange male doctor was treating the wound on his arm. His movements were professional, but his eyes kept evading Zhao Hao's gaze. Where is Lena? Zhao Hao's voice was soft, but it made the doctor's hand jerk violently. Dr. Lena. She has been reassigned to a more important project. The doctor kept his head down, not daring to meet Zhao Hao's eyes. What project? Zhao Hao pressed. I don't know. Zhao Hao asked no more. He looked at the doctor's terrified expression and the cowed faces of the other medical staff. He remembered Lena's pale face and her trembling words. The next purification is in 3 days. Today was the 3rd day. Elsewhere, Lin Feng followed 2 guards down a corridor leading underground. The light grew dimmer, the air more humid. This was definitely not the way to the dormitory area. Hey you two, Lin Feng drawled lazily, is the hero's suite in the clock tower located in the sewers? Quite a unique taste. The 2 guards ignored him, merely trudging ahead in silence. They descended level after level, the surroundings changing from a clean basement to rough rock walls and exposed pipes. Finally they stopped before a heavy iron door. One guard took out a key and opened the rusty lock. After you, Mr. Lin Feng, the guard said expressionlessly, making a pleased gesture. Lin Feng looked inside. It was a confinement cell less than 10 square meters, completely empty. He laughed. What? Afraid I won't rest well, so you found me an absolutely quiet place. He spoke while slowly flexing his wrists. Well, I've been running all day. Time to loosen up. The two guards' expressions changed instantly and they instinctively tightened their grips on their guns. They hadn't forgotten this man's terrifying performance on the shooting range. The maintenance workshop. Chen Mo still stood motionless beside Noah's Ark. The mechanics nearby watched him from a distance, not daring to approach. The usual clamor of hammering and welding in the workshop had somehow ceased. The sound of heavy orderly footsteps came from the workshop's entrance. Chen Mo slowly opened his eyes. Marcus had returned. Behind him were not porters but over 20 fully armed guards, their rifles' dark muzzles exuding an aura of death. Marcus' hands were empty. No turbocharger. He walked up to Chen Mo, stopped, and the gentle professor's mask on his face was replaced by an icy arrogance. You did very well, mechanic, Marcus said coldly. Your skills impressed me. So I've decided that you and this vehicle will stay here and serve the clock tower forever. The moment the words fell. Click. The safeties of over 20 rifles were disengaged simultaneously, their dark muzzles aimed from all directions at the solitary figure in the center of the workshop. The cards were on the table. There was no surprise or fear on Chen Mo's face. He simply looked up at Marcus at the guns aimed at him, and then he smiled. That smile held no despair, only a frantic mockery that made Marcus' heart tremble. At that moment, slap. All the lights in the entire clock tower went out in an instant. A piercing alarm blared throughout the underground fortress. Darkness had descended. With a crack, all the lights in the bell tower went out in an instant. A piercing alarm echoed through the entire underground fortress. Darkness descended. This sudden change caught everyone off guard. The workshop fell into a pitch-black silence followed by immense panic. What's happening? Backup power. Activate the backup power. I can't see. I can't see anything. In the first moment of darkness, Chen Mo moved. He did not flee but instead charged into the material storage area of the workshop. Darkness was the guard's hell, but it was his home turf. He knew every screw and every pipe here by heart. Cough. What's that smell? A guard exclaimed in panic. After taking protective measures, Chen Mo kicked over a half-open barrel of composite alkali raw material. A vast cloud of white alkaline powder spread like thick fog, choking the nearby guards into violent coughs, tears and mucus streaming down their faces, completely disoriented. But this was just the appetizer. Chen Mo groped his way to the high-pressure steel cylinder containing chlorine gas. Without a moment's hesitation, he smashed the valve with a wrench. With a hiss, the yellow-green chlorine gas, heavier than air and reeking of a suffocating disinfectant odor, spread silently along the ground. Help. Help me. My throat. I can't breathe. The nearest guards let out a few miserable screams before clutching their necks, collapsing in agony, their bodies convulsing violently. The chlorine gas and alkaline powder, the very spoils they had risked their lives to retrieve from the chemical plant, had become the scythe of death, reaping their comrades' lives. The guards' disciplined formation crumbled instantly. They spun around in panic, trying to locate a target, but saw only pure darkness. The clatter of weapons, frantic footsteps and stifled cries interwove in the vast workshop. Marcus finally realized what was happening. Covering his mouth and nose, he roared in fury through the darkness. Steady. Everyone steady, he barked, trying to regain control, but his voice was drowned in the chaos. He whirled toward where Chen Mo had been, but the spot was empty. Get him. Don't let him escape. Open fire. Open fire. His command sounded helpless in the dark. Open fire. At what? Where was the target? Marcus' enraged roar echoed through the workshop, but Chen Mo used the shadows of vehicles and machinery as cover, making his way toward another exit. His goal was to reunite with his brothers. The medical area. Same darkness, same chaos. The male doctor treating Zhao Hao let out a shriek and the tweezers clattered to the floor. The guard at the door instinctively raised his gun, aiming nervously at the entrance. Who's there? Freeze. Zhao Hao did not move. He sat quietly on the hospital bed, the sharp pain in his left arm magnified in the darkness, but his mind was clearer than ever. He recalled Chen Mo's words on the way back. When the lights go out, start the operation. So this was the real graduation gift. While the guard at the door was distracted by the commotion outside, Zhao Hao stood up silently. He groped for a heavy metal forestand on the nearby table and with all his strength slammed it into the back of the guard's head. A dull thud. The guard collapsed without a sound. Zhao Hao dropped the forestand and did not pause. He rushed out of the medical area, heading toward a direction guided by memory and the faint glow of emergency lights on the walls. Not the workshop, not the dormitory, but the place full of despair and stench that Lena had mentioned. The sewage treatment area. A dark, damp underground passage. Lin Feng was being escorted by 2 guards toward the iron door symbolizing imprisonment. "Hey big brothers," Lin Feng's lazy voice echoed in the narrow corridor. "Isn't this hero sweet treatment a bit too grand? Not even a window." The guards ignored him. One was fumbling for the key to the large lock. Just then the lights went out. Absolute darkness swallowed everything. The 2 guards stiffened, instinctively gripping their guns tighter. But they were facing Lin Feng, a top-tier marksman more fearsome in darkness than in light. The moment darkness fell, Lin Feng moved. His seemingly lazy demeanor vanished. He stepped forward, slamming into the left guard who was still unresponsive. Simultaneously his right hand shot out like lightning, grabbing the right guard's gun-wielding wrist and twisting it hard. Crack! The sharp sound of bone breaking. Ah! The scream barely started before Lin Feng silenced it with a vicious elbow strike to the throat. The left guard stumbled from the collision, but before he could adjust, Lin Feng had seized the rifle from his comrade and slammed the cold stock into his temple. Thud. It all happened in a flash. By the time the last guard crumpled to the floor, Lin Feng had an M4 carbine in his hands. Ignoring the 2 on the ground, he turned and strode swiftly toward another direction. He had only one goal. The armory. He was going to retrieve his beloved treasure, the cannon that could make even demons tremble. Chen Mo moved through the maze of pipes and machinery. Suddenly he stopped and sidestepped behind a massive pillar. A faint metallic scraping came from the ventilation duct above. Moments later a vent grill was pushed open from within and a nimble figure dropped down, silently landing without a sound. It was Lin Feng. The 2 exchanged a glance in the darkness without a word. "I'm heading to the armory," Lin Feng said in a low voice tinged with bloodthirsty excitement. "You'll get Zhao Hao," Chen Mo replied, his tone steady. "He's in the sewage treatment area." "Understood." They exchanged another look, then vanished into the dark corridors in opposite directions. The sewage treatment area. A stench of rust, sludge and decay nearly rotted one's lungs. Zhao Hao covered his mouth and nose, trudging unsteadily through the muddy zone. He turned on the faint flashlight of his phone. The beam trembled in the dark, illuminating crisscrossing pipes and massive tanks bubbling with nauseating froth. He heard sobbing. Suppressed, desperate, barely audible. Following the sound, the light eventually landed on a corner. In that instant Zhao Hao felt his blood run cold. He saw a hellish scene he would never forget. By the weak phone light he saw 5 or 6 survivors lying on the ground, their hands and feet roughly bound, mouths stuffed with rags. They were elderly or frail-looking people. Lena was among them. Her face was streaked with tears and despair, her body trembling violently with fear. Beside them stood a massive industrial meat grinder. Its outlet connected to a thick pipe leading to the huge biogas tank above. 2 guards in work uniforms were impatiently adjusting the machine. "Hurry up, the professor is waiting for results." "Damn it, this piece of junk is jammed again." "Hey you. Come here." One guard kicked an old man tied nearby. The purification had begun. Zhao Hao's mind went blank. All reason, calm and gentleness were incinerated by a tidal wave of fury. He thought of the children reciting poems in the classroom. He thought of Marco's sanctimonious face. Zhao Hao's eyes turned bloodshot. He grabbed a rusty steel pipe half a meter long from the ground, his knuckles white as he gripped it. Like a beast whose scales had been touched, he emerged silently from the shadows. "Who's there?" A guard spotted him and instinctively reached for his holster. But it was too late. Zhao Hao unleashed speed and strength he never knew he had, charging forward in a single bound. The guard saw only a dark blur hurtling toward him, then a cold steel pipe smashed into his wrist. Crack! The guard let out a piercing scream as the gun clattered to the ground. Zhao Hao didn't pause, he swung the pipe upward, thrusting it with all his might into the guard's open mouth, deep into his throat. The other guard was stunned by the bloody scene. He drew his gun in terror, trying to aim. Zhao Hao yanked the pipe out, sending a spray of warm blood. Without looking, he swung the pipe backward, its end smashing into the second guard's knee. Ah! The guard collapsed with a scream. Zhao Hao stepped forward, pressing the cold pipe against his temple. A doctor's combat had no wasted moves, each strike targeted the body's most vulnerable points. He rescued Lina and the lambs awaiting slaughter. But the commotion had already alerted nearby guards. Urgent chaotic footsteps were closing in from all directions. Zhao Hao dropped the pipe, rushed over and cut the ropes binding Lina. He pulled up the weak, barely standing woman. Hurry. Go. Zhao Hao yanked Lina, who had collapsed on the ground, to her feet, his voice hoarse with agitation and fury. The wound on his arm throbbed violently, but at that moment he felt nothing. All he knew was that they had to leave this earthly hell reeking of death and decay. The rescued elderly and weak struggled to rise from the ground, their faces still etched with the terror and bewilderment of a narrow escape from death. But they simply couldn't move fast enough. This way. Hurry. The sound of hurried chaotic footsteps and guards' roars was rapidly converging from all directions through the passageways. Beams of flashlights wildly swayed in the dark corridor, the encirclement shrinking at a terrifying speed. Despair descended once more. Just then. Bang. Bang bang. Several crisp and rhythmic gunshots rang out from the shadows of a side passage behind them. 3 guards charging at the forefront had blood blossoms burst open almost simultaneously on their helmets. They collapsed stiffly to the ground without even a groan. The precise shots instantly halted the pursuers' momentum. A figure emerged from the darkness, the muzzle of an M4 carbine still emitting faint wisps of smoke. It was Lin Feng. He glanced at the shocking wound on Zhao Hao's arm, then at the trembling Lina and the survivors behind him, his brow furrowing deeply. Old Chen said, "You definitely come to this godforsaken place." As his words faded, Chen Mo's figure also appeared from the shadows on the other side. The 3 reunited once more. There are too many guards, at least a platoon converging from 3 directions. Lin Feng swiftly swapped a magazine, reporting calmly, "We're trapped here." Chen Mo's gaze swept rapidly across the scene. He saw the blood-stained meat grinder, the terrified survivors, and finally his eyes settled on Lina, who could barely stand. He instantly grasped the dire predicament. The 3 of them might fight their way out. But with these slow-moving survivors it was utterly impossible. Lina understood as well. She looked at Chen Mo's cold, rational eyes, then at the old man beside her who could barely walk. She knew they were burdens, weights that would drag everyone down to death. The tear streaks on her face were not yet dry, but in her eyes, once filled with fear and despair, something was quietly shifting. It was a resolve born from being pushed to the brink, a determination to shatter jade and stone together. "I can't leave." Lina pushed away Zhao Hao supporting hand, her voice soft yet resolute. Zhao Hao froze, turning to look at her. "What are you saying?" "Lina, don't talk nonsense. We're leaving together. It's impossible to escape." Lina shook her head, offering a bitter smile. "With us none of you will survive. I can take you." Zhao Hao's eyes reddened. He couldn't accept this outcome. He reached out again to grab Lina's arm, trying to forcibly drag her out of this hell. "Zhao Hao." Lina stepped back, evading his hand. She looked at the man drenched in blood for her sake, at the ghastly wound on his arm, and tears welled up in her eyes once more. "My brother Sam loved hearing me tell stories about the outside world," her voice trembled. "He said he wanted to see real stars, not the fake ones painted on the bell tower ceiling. But hell never see them. Marcus says this is for the continuation of civilization and necessary sacrifice. But this isn't civilization, it's a slaughterhouse built on lies and bones." Her voice suddenly rose, filled with resentment and defiance. "I'm staying." She took a deep breath, as if mustering every ounce of strength. "The chaos Chen Mo created is our only chance. I'm going to the broadcast room and telling everyone in the bell tower all the filthy secrets hidden here. You'll make them know what their so-called utopia is truly built upon." She intended to dismantle from within the home she once sought to protect. "You're insane." Zhao Hao nearly roared. "That's suicide. Someone has to do it." A hint of relieved smile appeared on Lina's face. She lunged forward and before Zhao Hao could react, pressed a small USB drive into his hand. "This holds all the bell tower's secrets. Energy data, the purification list, and Marku's true research project. If I fail, don't let it be buried." With that she turned resolutely, not sparing Zhao Hao another glance. She rushed to the bewildered survivors and shouted, "Anyone who doesn't want to be fertilizer, follow me. Let's seek justice." The madness in her eyes infected the survivors and a glimmer of life returned to their numb faces. Supporting one another they followed Lina, charging into another pitch-black passage. She and the remaining people drew away most of the pursuers for Chen Mo's group. Lina. Zhao Hao knew his own mission and didn't chase after her, but he stopped and shouted her name. She made her choice. Chen Mo's voice was icy. "We must not let her sacrifice be in vain. Move." Chen Mo gave him no time to hesitate, dragging Zhao Hao and turning to flee. Lin Feng covered the rear, firing several precise shots to suppress guards attempting a shortcut, then swiftly followed. Behind them Lina's shouts and the pursuers' footsteps grew fainter, eventually swallowed by the darkness and chaos deep within the underground fortress. Zhao Hao and Chen Mo sprinted frantically through the complex network of pipes. He clutched the USB drive tightly in his hand. They burst out of the foul sewage treatment area and into the intricate underground tunnels. Emergency lights above flickered intermittently and the piercing alarm continued to echo. They had to return to the repair workshop before Marcus regained control and restored power. There lay their last hope. And the burning heart that could grant Noah's Ark a new life. The entrance to the repair workshop was deep and dark. The piercing alarm and the chaotic shouts from afar were largely muffled by the thick walls. Zhao Hao was half-dragged by Chen Mo. "We're here," Lin Feng's voice alleviated Zhao Hao's grief. Inside the workshop several beams from flashlights crisscrossed in the darkness. Marcus had reacted faster than they had anticipated. The place was already heavily guarded. "Same old routine," Lin Feng said, smoothly ejecting the empty M4 magazine and slapping in a new one. "I knock and you follow." Before his words faded he had already kicked open the workshop's side door. Bang. Rat-a-tat-tat. Without a hint of hesitation Lin Feng charged in like a leopard. The moment the door flew open, the muzzle of his M4 carbine spitting fire. The muzzle flash briefly illuminated everything in the darkness. Bullets tore into the chests of two guards blocking the entrance. Enemy attack. Open fire. The workshop instantly erupted into chaos. Bullets came from behind mechanical cover in every corner, sending showers of sparks against the steel plates near them. Go. Chen Mo roared, shoving Zhao Hao into that hell of steel and flames following closely behind. Zhao Hao coughed from the acrid smoke that hit him head on. The instinct to survive overpowered his grief. He picked up a rifle from a fallen guard, took cover behind a massive lathe and began firing blindly toward the flashes of gunfire. Chen Mo's eyes swept rapidly through the chaos. Like a beast patrolling its territory, he ignored the deadly stray bullets, his gaze locked onto the deepest corner of the workshop. An inconspicuous welded-shut military-grade storage cabinet. Found it. He pulled a crowbar from his belt and, shielded by the sparse net of bullets Lin Feng and Zhao Hao were laying down, rushed toward the cabinet. "Cover me." He wedged the crowbar into the gap of the cabinet door. His arm muscles bulged and with a screech of twisting metal he pried the door open by force. Inside lay a massive object wrapped in thick foam. A military-grade turbocharger. Chen Mo hoisted the immensely heavy heart and turned, charging toward the Ark. With a leap he jumped directly onto its bullet-riddled hood. He had no toolbox, no work light. He only had his hands and a mind that had engraved every single part of the Ark into its memory. In the darkness his fingers moved swiftly, disconnecting pipes and unscrewing bolts. It was an extreme surgery performed amidst a hail of bullets racing against death itself. "Damn. There are too many." Lin Feng roared, the barrel of his M4 burning hot. He dropped the rifle and snatched up his modified Remington 870. Boom. A thunderous blast sent dozens of steel pellets coated in alkaline powder scattering like a celestial maiden strewing flowers covering a fan-shaped area. Though its lethality against armored guards was limited, the burst of white powder severely hampered their vision. Zhao Hao was refueling the Ark. Guards swarmed in from all directions surrounding the Ark. Marcu's furious roar came through a guard's radio. "Grenades. Use grenades. Blast that car into scrap. Watch out." Lin Feng's pupils contracted sharply. A dark oval object arced through the air in a trajectory of death, flying toward the front of the vehicle. Boom. The violent explosion nearly tore everyone's eardrums. The massive shockwave slammed into the body of the Ark. Zhao Hao had just finished adding the required fuel when he was hurled through the air, his back slamming heavily into a rack of tools. His vision went dark and he nearly blacked out. Chen Mo on the hood was shoved sideways by the immense force, almost thrown off entirely. He clung to the edge of the engine bay, barely managing to stay on. But a crucial fixing bolt slipped from his hand, clattering into the dark mechanical crevice below. Chen Mo's heart sank to the depths. At that very moment an unexpected sound abruptly arose. Buzz. Crackle. In the workshop all the loudspeakers of the entire bell tower overhead after a long silence suddenly emitted the static of an electrical current. The next second a trembling yet crystal clear female voice choked with tears resounded throughout the underground fortress. My name is Lena. I am the doctor of the bell tower. It was Lena's voice. The fierce gunfire in the workshop paused eerily for an instant. Everyone instinctively looked up. Professor Marcus told us we were the sparks of civilization, that beneath our feet was humanity's final utopia. He told us that to save resources for the continuation of the collective some worthless people must be purified. But that is not purification. It is slaughter. It is a lie. Lena's voice suddenly rose, filled with an accusation of blood and tears. My brother Sam, he was only 12 years old. Just because he was frail and often sick he was disposed of as waste. And Uncle Lee, Aunt Anna. Every bite of food we eat, every unit of electricity we use is watered with their flesh and blood. Beneath our feet is not a utopia but a slaughterhouse built from the bones of our brethren. Dead silence. The truth broadcast over the speakers hit like a bombshell, exploding in the hearts of every survivor in the bell tower. After the brief silence came an eruption like an avalanche. What? Is what she said true? My son disappeared like this too. Marcus. You liar. Murderer. Anger, betrayal, terror. All the suppressed emotions detonated completely in that moment. Countless residents unaware of the truth rushed out of their rooms, converging into a torrent of fury that began to madly assault the guards' lines. The order Marcus had established began to crumble in the flames Lena ignited with her life. The guards besieging the workshop were thrown into complete disarray. The radios crackled with the terrified cries of their comrades and the furious roars of the residents. Now was the time. A brilliant light blazed in Chen Mo's eyes. Using the firelight from the distant commotion he spotted the bolt stuck in the crevice. He reached out and with 2 fingers precisely picked it up. His hands no longer trembled. He positioned it and tightened it. Click. The turbocharger was installed. Chen Mo slammed the hood shut, slid off the front and dove straight through the broken driver's side door. He inserted the key into the ignition and turned it. Vroom. After a brief electrical hum nothing happened. Lin Feng and Zhao Hao's hearts were in their throats. Then the next second. Roar. A tremendous sound erupted from the Ark's engine. Roar. The entire workshop trembled violently with this roar. The parts and tools on the shelves clattered together. The remaining guards in the workshop changed their expressions from shock to fear. Get in the vehicle. Chen Mo's voice came from the shattered driver's seat. Lin Feng discarded the spent shotgun in his hand, rolled away from a few stray bullets and nimbly scrambled into the passenger seat. Zhao Hao felt dizzy from the loud noise. He glanced towards the direction of the loudspeaker where Lena's voice had vanished, replaced by a chaotic sound of static and faint gunfire. A hand reached out from the driver's seat, grabbing his arm and roughly pulling him in. It was Chen Mo. Her chance was bought with her life, not for you to dawdle here. Zhao Hao stumbled and fell into his seat, instinctively clutching the cold USB drive in his pocket. Indeed, it must not go to waste. He lifted his head and in his gentle eyes there was now only bloodshot veins and a cold flame. He picked up the rifle at his feet and extended the barrel out of the broken car window. Outside the workshop, the massive passage leading to the exit had been completely blocked. Marcus stood at the forefront, his refined professor's face twisted in anger and loss of control appearing particularly sinister. Behind him stood his elite guard, who even set up an M2 machine gun, the dark muzzle aimed directly at them. Stop them. At all costs. Marcus shouted hysterically, make it into a pile of scrap metal. Old Lin. Chen Mo's voice rang out in the cabin. Received. Lin Feng kicked open the cabin door and again hoisted the cannon from the black gun case. He did not linger, directly climbing up the battered steel thrown through the internal passage of the cabin. He looked at the front where a wall of people and steel formed a defensive line and saw Marcus standing at the forefront. His foot firmly pressed down on the accelerator. Vroom. The body of the Ark of Noah trembled again, the four massive solid tires slowly turning on the ground. Fire! Fire! The machine gunner behind Marcus was ready to pull the trigger. Bang! A sound louder than the roar of the engine exploded from the roof. An armor-piercing incendiary round crossed less than 50 meters, accurately hitting the receiver of the M2 machine gun. There was no violent explosion. The machine gun, along with its shooter and the entire sandbag fortification, was instantly torn into a spray of mixed fragments of steel and flesh. The suppressive fire disappeared. Chen Mo slammed the accelerator to the floor. Charge through. Roar. The Ark of Noah, this thoroughly enraged steel beast, surged forward with flames of vengeance and the fury of the three towards Marku's defensive line in a desperate charge. Time seemed to slow down at this moment. The terror and despair on the guards' faces were infinitely magnified. They raised their rifles and shot in vain, but the small-caliber bullets hitting the Ark of Noah were hardly even a tickle. Marcus stood his ground, watching the increasingly close iron horn that filled his entire field of vision, and for the first time fear appeared on his crazed, twisted face. He wanted to dodge, but his legs felt as if they were filled with lead, unable to move. He raised his rifle and pulled the trigger at the shattered glass of the driver's seat. Bang! The bullet flew out. But the Ark of Noah was faster. Boom! A flesh and blood body was as fragile as a sheet of paper before the torrent of dozens of tons of steel. Marku's body was thrown high into the air, tracing an arc before crashing heavily to the ground, being crushed into an indistinguishable puddle of blood and mud by the wheels that followed. He and the order he had established were crushed to pieces. The Ark of Noah broke through the human wall, overturned all obstacles, and plowed a death path through the entire passage. At the end of the passage was the thick underground blast door, half a meter thick, representing the last defense of the bell tower. Boom! The ground shook. The massive blast door twisted and deformed under the full impact of the Ark of Noah. The door axle broke and the heavy door was forcefully blasted out. Light. The long-lost sunlight surged in wildly through the gash created by the impact. The Ark of Noah burst out of the suffocating darkness, out of the slaughterhouse built with lies and bones, returning to this devastated yet infinitely free wasteland. Chen Mo slammed the brakes, bringing this battered beast to a stop in the square outside the library. The engine sound gradually calmed, leaving only heavy breathing. The long-lost sunlight poured through the shattered windshield, casting a surreal warmth on the faces of the three, stained with smoke and blood. They were free. Zhao Hao leaned back weakly against the seat. Lin Feng jumped down from the throne, leaned against the vehicle, lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and coughed violently. Chen Mo's hand left the steering wheel as he gazed at the ruins of the bell tower ahead. At that moment, from the library they had just escaped, a series of gunfire and violent explosions erupted from the colossal breach they had created. Angry roars and desperate screams intertwined. That seemingly indestructible utopia fell into complete chaos after their departure. And their journey had just begun. The shrill alarms and chaotic gunfire were left far behind, eventually fading completely beyond the horizon. Noah's Ark, like a trapped beast breaking free from its shackles, raced wildly along the abandoned highway. Only when the fuel gauge needle issued a warning did Chen Mo steer this battered steel beast into the shadow of an abandoned multi-story parking garage. The engine died. The world fell silent in an instant, leaving only three heavy stifled breaths intertwining within the cramped cabin. The doors opened and the three stepped out. Under the sunlight, Noah's Ark's dire condition was laid bare. Large patches of armor on the body had been corroded by acid into a honeycomb, revealing the charred metal skeleton beneath. Dense bullet holes covered the body. The bulletproof glass of the cabin shattered into a spiderweb, and the V-shaped ram was twisted and deformed, still clinging to unidentifiable flesh and tattered cloth. This steel beast was like a champion just crawled out of an arena, battered and bruised. Zhao Hao could no longer hold on. He slid down slowly against the wheel, burying his face deep between his arms. Lin Feng leaned against the hood, pulled a crumpled cigarette from his pocket and lit it with fingers that trembled slightly. He took a deep drag and the thick smoke sent him into a fit of violent coughing. He didn't utter any platitudes like "it's not your fault." He walked over to Zhao Hao, sat down in silence and simply reached out, giving his shoulder a heavy pat. Sometimes comfort between men needs no words. Chen Mo circled Noah's Ark, his fingers tracing over each gruesome wound. He finally stopped before the hood, pressing his palm against the scalding heart. The powerful engine was the foundation of their survival and the sole support for their continued journey. Tend to the wounds. Chen Mo's voice shattered the suffocating silence. Zhao Hao's body stiffened. He slowly raised his head, his usually gentle eyes bloodshot. He glanced at his own bloody arm, then at Lin Feng. He was a doctor. He forced himself to stand, retrieved the medical kit from the vehicle. Cutting the bandages, cleaning the wound, applying medicine, rebandaging. The familiar routine restored a semblance of order to his chaotic mind. The physical agony in a way numbed the pain in his heart. "What about you? Are you hurt?" Zhao Hao asked Lin Feng in a hoarse voice. "Just a scratch, nothing fatal." Lin Feng stubbed out the cigarette, exhaling the last smoke ring. While Zhao Hao was tending to his wounds, Chen Mo had already taken out a reinforced laptop from the vehicle. He looked at Zhao Hao. Zhao Hao pulled out the USB drive carrying all of Li Na's hopes from his pocket and handed it over. The USB drive was plugged in and 3 folders appeared on the screen, each name causing hearts to clench. The first folder was called Purge List. Opening it revealed a dense array of documents. Each document was a name followed by age, physical condition, and a cold date, the date of processing. Uncle Lee, Aunt Anna, and a 12-year-old boy named Sam. Behind each name was a vibrant life disposed of as waste. This was a record of slaughter spanning over a month, written by Marcus himself. The second folder was Bell Tower structural blueprints. Inside were detailed engineering drawings of the entire underground fortress, including all hidden passages, ventilation duct, supply warehouses, and even Marcus' own secret chamber. The level of detail was appalling. The third folder was named New Order. Opening it revealed not data but intelligence files and handwritten plans. Marcus was far from content with merely guarding the utopia of the Bell Tower. He had been secretly dispatching reconnaissance teams mapping out the detailed power distribution within hundreds of kilometers. Iron Cross Brotherhood, Scavenger Alliance, Fangs of Philadelphia. The names, leaders, armed strength, resource reserves, and character weaknesses of each survivor faction were meticulously recorded with a chillingly ruthless touch. He was like a chess player lurking in the shadows, treating everyone as pieces on his board. His plan, after learning everyone's secrets, was to use the Bell Tower's resources and technological advantages to either absorb or eliminate these factions, ultimately establishing a wasteland empire under his absolute iron-fisted rule. They had escaped not just a slaughterhouse but the embryonic empire of a mad king. That son of a bitch. Lin Feng stared at the intelligence on the screen, grinding his teeth audibly. Chen Mo's attention was drawn to a file labeled Strategic Assets. He opened the document, his fingers scrolling swiftly. Pittsburgh. Abandoned Allegheny Army Logistics Base. Houses vehicle repair shops and armored modification production lines. Stocks large quantities of military-grade steel plates and spare parts. Chen Mo's eyes lit up instantly. He looked up at Noah's Ark's riddled body. The acid corrosion had damaged the mainframe. Without a thorough repair and reinforcement, this beast could fall apart in the next collision. They needed armor, real military armor. Zhao Hao also saw the file. He looked up, the sorrow and confusion in his eyes gradually replaced by a cold flame. He clenched his fists. They had to survive to grow stronger, strong enough to crush all madmen like Marcus. Then return home safely and live well with his parents. Chen Mo closed the laptop. The atmosphere inside the cabin had shifted from relief and grief over their narrow escape to a resolute determination. He pointed to the city in western Pennsylvania on the map. Next stop, Pittsburgh. It's far, but we're going to forge Noah's Ark into a true mobile fortress. Chen Mo gripped the steering wheel, acutely aware of the surging power transmitted through the accelerator pedal beneath his foot. A mere tap would unleash an explosive response from the multi-ton vehicle. They drove westward along Interstate 78, leaving behind New Jersey, a land buried beneath too many lies and sins. The landscape outside the windows blurred into a streaking retreat. The once thriving city skyline vanished, replaced by endless wilderness and abandoned towns. The heart of Pennsylvania proved far more desolate than they had imagined. Derelict vehicles littered both sides of the road, occasionally mummified corpses lay exposed to the wind. The atmosphere inside the cabin was suffocatingly heavy. Lin Feng sat silently in the front passenger seat, methodically cleaning his Barrett rifle. That formidable weapon had proven decisive in their last battle, but at the cost of nearly all his specialized ammunition. Zhao Hao sat hunched in the rear corner, cradling his Type 97 short assault rifle. He too was cleaning his weapon, awkwardly, even stiffly, but with unwavering precision in every motion. Again and again he disassembled, wiped and reassembled it, as if seeking numbness through mechanical repetition, desperate to dull the taut fraying thread of his mind. His face bore no expression. The eyes that once shimmered with gentle warmth now held only hollow ash and emptiness. Lena's death had split him open from within, excising every trace of softness, leaving behind only a shell filled with hatred and iron resolve. "You're polishing away the rifling," Lin Feng broke the silence. Zhao Hao paused, without lifting his gaze. "I must master this weapon completely, to kill enemies with ruthless efficiency. Then, return home to my parents." Lin Feng glanced at him once, then said nothing more. Some wounds can only be endured alone. After all they had endured, rest, at last, was possible. Time bled away in monotonous travel. When the fuel gauge on the dashboard flashed a piercing red, Chen Mo reluctantly eased the vehicle's speed. "We need fuel." Rations and water would hold for a while longer, but fuel was the lifeblood of this steel leviathan. Without it they were little more than an immobile iron coffin. Fortune smiled ahead. A roadside service area sign appeared. Chen Mo guided the Ark smoothly off the highway and into the crumbling facility. Chaos reigned. Gas pumps lay toppled, the convenience store's glass was shattered across the pavement, rusted cars sprawled haphazardly, splattered with dried blood and pockmarked by bullet holes. A nauseating stench hung in the air, gasoline mingled with decay. Standard procedure, Chen Mo killed the engine and lifted his M4. "Lin Feng, take the roof." "Zhao Hao, follow me." Lin Feng nodded, hoisted the Barrett and climbed with practiced ease onto the vehicle's rooftop perch, commanding a panoramic view of the entire lot. Chen Mo and Zhao Hao advanced toward the convenience store, one step ahead of the other, rifles raised, moving with feline caution. As they neared the entrance, Lin Feng's voice crackled over the comms, calm, clipped and urgent. 3 o'clock, behind the supermarket alleyway, movement. Chen Mo and Zhao Hao froze instantly, pressing their backs hard against a derelict pickup truck. Seconds later, heavy footsteps and ragged guttural breaths heralded the arrival of several towering figures shambling out of the alleyway. Riot breakers. 3 in total. Drawn by the Ark's engine, they wandered aimlessly across the open lot, searching for its source. "I'll take the center one," Lin Feng announced. "Left is mine," Chen Mo whispered, already sighting down his rifle. "Right." Before Chen Mo could finish, Zhao Hao darted forward, not toward safety but using the wreckage for cover, swiftly repositioning himself at a flanking angle. His movements were no longer hesitant, no trace of doubt remained. Bang! A deep resonant report echoed from the roof. The Barrett's raw power needed no special rounds. A standard 12.7 round obliterated the central riot breaker's skull in a crimson mist. Almost simultaneously. Phut! 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 Chen Mo spotted the unarmored neck of the leftmost riot breaker, and unleashed 3 rapid surgical bursts from his M4. Each round struck true, ripping through unprotected flesh. The colossal body lurched backward and crashed heavily to the ground. Enraged by its companion's sudden demise, the remaining riot breaker roared like a caged beast, and charged straight toward the pickup where Chen Mo and Zhao Hao hid. Each thunderous step vibrated the earth, its speed was terrifying. Chen Mo raised his weapon, only for a searing tongue of flame to erupt from his flank. Dak! Dak dak! It was Zhao Hao, kneeling low behind a ruined sedan's hood, his Type 97 steady, its muzzle spitting disciplined bursts directly into the riot breaker's path. Bullets sparked violently against its thick chest plating, inflicting no mortal wound. Yet Zhao Hao had never intended to kill. The dense hail of fire slowed the creature's charge, and seized its full attention. With a deafening bellow, it abandoned Chen Mo, pivoting toward Zhao Hao, its massive fist rising high, poised to pulp the defiant speck before it. Now. Bang! Another shot rang out, not from the roof nor from Chen Mo. From Zhao Hao. In that instant of perfect distraction, he calmly switched firing mode, subtly elevated his aim, and squeezed the trigger. A single round pierced the riot breaker's helmetless mouth, exited cleanly through the back of its skull, and sprayed black ichor across the asphalt. The hulking form collapsed, crashing down less than 3 meters from Zhao Hao. The fight was over. Lin Feng descended from his perch and walked over to Zhao Hao, glancing first at the twitching corpse, then at Zhao Hao's still expressionless face. He said nothing, only raised a fist and delivered a firm, deliberate thump to Zhao Hao's shoulder. Zhao Hao swayed slightly, then gave a silent, solemn nod. Once the area was secured, the trio moved swiftly to gather supplies. The underground diesel tanks still held more than half their capacity, enough to reach Pittsburgh with ample reserve. Inside the convenience store they found edible canned goods and bottled water. While Lin Feng and Zhao Hao hauled provisions, Chen Mo returned to the driver's seat. He did not idle. Instead he powered up the aging shortwave radio, donned his headset and began meticulously tuning the frequency dial. Marcus's USB drive contained several active survivor communication channels he'd monitored across Pennsylvania. Hiss, crackle. Static buzzed chaotically in the earpiece. Chen Mo's fingers turned the knob, slowly sifting past waves of meaningless noise, then abruptly stilled. A fragmented exchange, laced with military jargon, cut stubbornly through the static emerging from the murk like a blade from fog. Anvil team calling Hammer team, scanned east segment of Route 76. Negative visual on target convoy. Repeat negative visual. The voice was gruff and cold. Chen Mo's pulse spiked. Route 76, that was the very road they traveled. Hammer copies. A second voice answered, calmer, authoritative. Continue westward, advance. Expand search perimeter. Colonel's orders, locate them at all costs. Copy. Also Hammer, we've identified traces of wanderers en route. Request permission to conduct clearance. A pause crackled over the line. Then the voice of a Hammer returned, laced with disdain and a chilling matter-of-fact cruelty. Proceed per protocol. Rust Knight's territory tolerates no rats. Rust Knights? Chen Mo's pupils contracted sharply. He jerked his head up, staring westward down the long, deceptively empty highway stretching toward Pittsburgh. They might well be the rats slated for extermination. Chen Mo removed his earphones, the cold dialogue from the shortwave radio still echoing in his mind. The territory of the Rust Knights does not welcome rats. Lin Feng and Zhao Hao had already loaded the collected supplies onto the vehicle. Seeing Chen Mo's expressionless face, they knew something was wrong. What's wrong? Lin Feng asked. We have trouble. Chen Mo did not conceal the truth. He briefly recounted what he had heard on the radio. An armed faction called the Rust Knights is clearing this road. They call unorganized survivors rats. Lin Feng's brow furrowed into a knot. What he despised most wasn't the infected but these madmen who treated the wasteland as their personal hunting ground. Zhao Hao sat silently in the corner, his fingers unconsciously stroking the gun's body. We are the rats in their eyes, Chen Mo said, his voice flat. What do we do? Turn back. Lin Feng looked at Chen Mo. Chen Mo shook his head, spreading the worn-out map across the console. His finger traced from their current location on Highway 76, finally stopping on the thin lines representing mountain roads. We don't turn back. We leave the main road and cut through the Appalachian Mountains. Lin Feng leaned in for a look and drew a sharp breath. Old Chen, are you kidding me? Mountain roads. In Noah's Ark's current state, any ditch will make it fall apart. Noah's Ark's chassis had been severely corroded by acid during the battle at the bell tower. Though the core power unit had been replaced, the entire frame was on the verge of collapse. Taking such rugged mountain roads was like dancing on a razor's edge. On the main road there are well-equipped knights. In the mountains there are only unknown dangers. Chen Mo raised his head, his gaze sweeping over Lin Feng and Zhao Hao in turn. We choose the latter. Noah's Ark turned, leaving the flat interstate and plunging into the rolling mountains. The road became bumpy and narrow, flanked by dense sky-obscuring forests and steep cliffs. Noah's Ark's massive body struggled forward on the pitted, uneven road. With every violent jolt the vehicle groaned and creaked. Suddenly, as Noah's Ark entered a narrow valley flanked by cliffs on both sides, a dark shadow flashed past the window. Thump. A dull sound came from the roof. Lin Feng's expression changed instantly. He grabbed his M4 and scrambled up the internal passage to the turret on the roof. Then came a second, a third thump in rapid succession. Damn it. Stalkers again. Lin Feng cursed from inside the turret. Through the firing ports, Chen Mo and Zhao Hao saw stalkers leaping from the cliffs on both sides. They moved with lightning speed, clinging to Noah's Ark's vertical hull. These things were too fast. They bounded between the roof and the body, their sharp claws screeching against the steel plates as they sought weak points in the armor. Bang. Bang. Zhao Hao fired decisively from a side firing port. But the stalkers were too agile, most of the bullets hit empty air. In the roof turret, Lin Feng was even more frustrated. These creatures clung to the roof, moving frantically in his blind spot, making it impossible for his Barrett or M4 to get a clean shot. One stalker discovered the hatch on top of the turret. It screeched, clawing wildly at the steel plate that had been deformed in the bell tower explosion. Shit. Seeing the hatch about to be torn open, Lin Feng dropped his rifle and yanked a sharp combat knife from his tactical vest. Re-yip. The hatch was torn open, a crack and a hideous multi-eyed head squeezed through. Lin Feng did not flinch. With a roar, his right hand shot out like lightning, the knife plunging precisely into the monster's gaping maw. Squelch. Green ichor splattered across his face. But more stalkers were already swarming over the vehicle. In the driver's cabin, Chen Mo looked at the steep cliff face on the right, then wrenched the steering wheel hard to the right while flooring the accelerator. Roar! Noah's Ark bellowed, its massive body fishtailing violently to the right. Screech! A spine-tingling screech of metal erupted. The right side of Noah's Ark slammed heavily against the hard rock face. Sparks flew. The stalkers clinging to the right side had no time to react. They were crushed and ground into smears of flesh in the half-meter gap between the vehicle and the cliff. The tremendous impact shook the entire vehicle, violently knocking Zhao Hao senseless. Chen Mo ignored the chaos, steadied the wheel and maintained this insane charge all the way out of the Death Valley. Only after exiting the valley did he slowly bring the vehicle to a stop. A dead silence filled the cabin. Lin Feng jumped down from the turret. A small gash on his arm bleeding profusely from the dying stalker's claw, yet his face bore the exhilaration of a narrow escape. Damn, that was intense. Zhao Hao immediately grabbed the medical kit to tend to his wound. Chen Mo got out to inspect the vehicle and his face darkened instantly. A large section of armor had been scraped off Noah's Ark's right side, exposing the twisted support structure beneath. Several critical cables were also exposed, sparking dangerously. This battered behemoth was one step closer to complete ruin. They had no choice but to press on. When Noah's Ark finally navigated the mountain range and emerged onto a flat road again, dusk was approaching. The silhouette of Pittsburgh was already visible on the horizon. But no one could muster any joy. On the road ahead leading to Pittsburgh, they saw the heavy tracks of trucks and armored vehicles. By the roadside, several bodies were carelessly discarded in the grass. They hadn't been killed by the infected, each had a clean bullet hole in the back of the head. This was an execution. And a warning. Chen Mo's foot instinctively lifted off the accelerator and Noah's Ark slowed down. Around a bend in the road ahead, a temporary checkpoint came into view. Several battle wagons modified from old pickup trucks and armored plates were parked across the road, forming a crude but deadly barrier. Heavy machine guns were mounted on the vehicles and a few men in a motley mix of military uniforms and leather armor were leaning against them, smoking. At the highest point of the checkpoint, a black flag fluttered in the wasteland's evening breeze. On the flag was painted a rusty gear and two crossed wrenches. The Rust Knights? They had finally met them. Noah's Ark came to a halt 100 meters from the checkpoint. The men behind the outpost noticed this uninvited steel behemoth. They tossed away their cigarette butts, lazily straightening up, but their hands instinctively tightened around their rifles. Their eyes were a mixture of vigilant curiosity and undisguised greed. What's the plan? Lin Feng's voice came through the communicator. He had already climbed into the throne, the barrel of his barrett quietly extending from the firing port, aiming at the heavy machine gun mounted on the pickup truck. Ram through. The frame on the right side of the vehicle was already deformed in the mountains. One more high-speed collision and this truck will fall apart. Chen Mo's voice was calm. Right now we're a paper tiger. Silence fell in the driver's cabin. Zhao Hao sat in the back silently checking the magazine of his Type 97 short-barreled rifle. You'll go take a look. Chen Mo unbuckled his seatbelt. Old Chen. Lin Feng's voice carried a note of urgency. These guys don't look like good people. I know. Chen Mo pulled open the door and jumped down. That's why I can't let them know we're even worse. He carried no long gun, only wore ordinary clothes stained with dust and grease. Raising both hands, palms outward, he assumed a harmless, surrendering posture and walked alone toward the checkpoint. His steps were slow, each one probing the limits of this land of death. From the checkpoint, a burly man with a scar on his face stepped forward. He was the leader of this squad. He sized up Chen Mo, then glanced at the battered yet monstrously large truck behind him, his eyes brimming with contempt and greed. Halt. The scar-faced man pointed his rifle at Chen Mo, barking roughly. Which rat sneaked in here? Don't you know this is Rust Knight territory? Chen Mo stopped, keeping his hands up, forcing a weary, ingratiating smile onto his face. So we're just passing scavengers trying our luck in Pittsburgh. We didn't know the rules here. Our apologies. Rules? The scar-faced man sneered, jabbing the rifle barrel at a corpse on the ground. See that? That's what happens when you break them. His men behind him burst into jeering laughter, looking at Chen Mo as if he were a wallet ripe for the taking. We understand, we understand. Chen Mo nodded repeatedly, lowering his stance further. We're willing to pay a toll. There are some cans and clean water in the truck. We hope to buy our passage. At the mention of supplies, the scar-faced man's eyes lit up. He stepped closer to Chen Mo, his greedy eyes fixed on Noah's Ark behind him. Just you alone? No, there are 2 more companions. One is badly injured, the other. Just a useless doctor. Chen Mo deliberately feigned weakness, portraying his team as utterly vulnerable. The scar-faced man's grin widened. A wounded man, a doctor, and a driver who looked like he couldn't fight. This was a fat lamb delivered to the slaughter. Well, take the supplies, and well, take this truck too. The scar-faced man jabbed the rifle muzzle into Chen Mo's chest, his tone dripping with arrogance. Get out and scram. Or I'll turn all 3 of you into roadside fertilizer. Chen Mo's smile froze. He looked up at the man's face, twisted by greed. Sir, this truck is our everything. Could you perhaps cut the crap? The scar-faced man lost his patience, raising his rifle stock to teach this ungrateful rat a lesson. The instant he raised his arm, Chen Mo moved. No superfluous motions, no hesitation. His right hand, concealed in his sleeve, whipped out like lightning, a black M1911 pistol emerging like a venomous serpent. Phut! The suppressed gunshot was nearly silent in the empty wasteland. The scar-faced man froze. A tiny inconspicuous blood hole appeared in the center of his forehead. The ferocity and disdain from a moment ago were still etched on his face, but the light in his eyes rapidly faded. He didn't even understand what had happened before he toppled backward like a log. Thud. The sound of his body hitting the ground became the signal to start the fight. Almost at the same moment, Chen Mo fired. Rat-tat-tat. From the throne atop Noah's Ark, Lin Feng's M4 carbine spat flames. 3 bullets instantly covered the position of the heavy machine gun. The laughing gunner had 3 blossoms of blood burst from his chest. He hadn't even touched the trigger before he tumbled headfirst off the truck. The remaining knights at the checkpoint were utterly stunned. Their leader and their biggest firepower were eliminated simultaneously in less than a second. One knight barely opened his mouth when his head suddenly exploded. It was Zhao Hao. He extended his barrel from a side-firing port of Noah's Ark. Those hands that once only held scalpels now gripped the Type 97 short-barreled rifle steadily. His gaze was icy, and there was not a tremor in his finger as he pulled the trigger. The remaining knights finally snapped out of it. They scrambled for cover in panic, firing widely toward Noah's Ark. But it was already too late. After killing the leader, Chen Mo didn't pause for a moment. He rolled to the ground, taking cover behind an abandoned car. His M1911 pistol fired continuously, precisely taking down an enemy trying to fight back. From his high vantage point on the truck, Lin Feng suppressed every target that dared to show itself with precise shots. Zhao Hao calmly finished off the rest, targeting the exposed body parts of enemies pinned down by their fire. 3 people, 3 directions wove a merciless net of death. The entire battle was filled only with gunfire. Less than 20 seconds. Silence returned to the checkpoint. The air was thick with the acrid smell of gunpowder and blood. Chen Mo stood up from behind cover, walked quickly to the scar-faced man's body and retrieved a military-grade shortwave radio from him. Lin Feng and Zhao Hao also got out of the truck, swiftly clearing the battlefield, loading all usable ammunition and weapons aboard. Zhao Hao moved efficiently, stripping a few magazines from a corpse without a flicker of emotion in his eyes. Lin Feng glanced at him but said nothing, silently stuffing a decent-looking captured AK rifle into his arms. Just then. Crackle. Hiss. The military radio in Chen Mo's hand suddenly emitted static. The 3 of them froze simultaneously, their eyes locking onto the device. A calm, hard voice came through the radio, laced with impatience. Anvil Squad report. What's all the gunfire over there? Chen Mo's heart sank. The gunfire had been heard. The main force of the Rust Knights could arrive at any moment. Lin Feng and Zhao Hao's faces also turned grim as they accelerated their scavenging. Chen Mo looked at the radio in his hand, then at the road to the west leading to Pittsburgh. He didn't turn off the radio, nor did he throw it away. He took a deep breath and pressed the transmit button. He cleared his throat, deliberately lowered his voice to mimic the scar-faced man's grating tone, and replied slowly into the microphone with the same impatient inflection. Nothing. Just some blind rats. Already cleaned up. All clear. The radio remained utterly silent. Chen Mo clutched the transmitter, his palms slick with sweat. He could hear his own heart pounding wildly within his chest. Lin Feng and Zhao Hao had ceased all movement, holding their breath as their gun muzzles instinctively aimed toward the distant road. Finally. Got it. The steady voice sounded again, betraying no emotion. Stay on alert. A sharp crackle. The communication cut off. Chen Mo let out a long, slow breath. Move. Without an instant of hesitation, he cast aside the radio and leaped into the driver's seat. Lin Feng and Zhao Hao scrambled back into the vehicle with lightning speed. The engine of Noah's Ark roared once more, smashing through the crude barricades and racing toward Pittsburgh. They had to put as much distance as possible between themselves and that checkpoint before the enemy caught on. The atmosphere inside the cabin was suffocatingly tense. "We've stirred up a hornet's nest," Lin Feng said as he methodically loaded the confiscated magazines. "They'll find out sooner or later." Zhao Hao gazed at the landscape blurring past the window. "It's only a matter of time." Chen Mo said nothing, his eyes were fixed unyieldingly on the road ahead. Pittsburgh, a city once renowned worldwide for its steel. Its towering smokestacks no longer belched smoke, its crisscrossing bridges were covered in rust, countless abandoned factories and warehouses formed a vast and intricate labyrinth of steel. Guided by the intel from the bell tower's USB drive, Chen Mo steered Noah's Ark away from the main thoroughfares, plunging into an industrial district of derelict factories and railway lines. He finally brought the battered behemoth to a halt in the shadow of a colossal steel mill. It was secluded enough the towering structures offered natural cover. "We need to know what's really going on at that military factory," Chen Mo said, killing the engine. He dragged a reinforced engineering plastic case from beneath the seat. With a sharp click, the case sprang open. Lin Feng leaned in curiously, only to find not weapons but a collection of precision electronic components, micromotors, camera modules, and several sheets of carbon fiber, all cushioned in foam. "When did you stash away such a treasure?" Chen Mo didn't answer. His fingers danced nimbly over the components. The electronic parts scavenged from the bell tower, combined with the bits and pieces he had gathered along the way, were now rapidly taking shape under his hands. In less than 40 minutes, a palm-sized, somewhat ugly, even crude, quadcopter drone materialized on the control panel. Chen Mo connected his phone to the remote and the screen lit up, displaying a real-time feed from the drone's camera. "Old Lin, get on the roof." "Be my eyes." "Roger that." Lin Feng hoisted his Barrett and climbed expertly to the rooftop perch. A faint hum filled the air. The ugly drone wobbled into the air, slipped through a broken factory window and vanished into the grey overcast sky. On the phone screen, the view rose steadily, revealing the entire steel jungle of Pittsburgh in panoramic glory. Chen Mo piloted the drone, following the map toward the edge of the city, the Allegheny Army logistics base nestled against the mountains. The target soon hove into view. This was no abandoned military factory, it was a heavily fortified military stronghold. Lofty walls were wrapped in coils of barbed wire. Every 50 meters stood a watchtower built from sandbags and steel plates, each mounted with a heavy machine gun. Squads of fully armed patrols moved back and forth inside and outside the base. Their gear was a motley assortment, yet all of it was well maintained. In the central square of the base, more than a dozen armed vehicles, converted from heavy trucks and pickup trucks, were parked, each bearing the emblem of a rusty gear. This was the stronghold of the Rust Knights. "Damn, their firepower is on a whole different level from the bell tower," Lin Feng's voice came from the rooftop perch. Chen Mo remained silent. He carefully maneuvered the drone, descending to hug the shadow of a building creeping toward the base's core area. Just then a stir rippled through the crowd in the square, as if they were welcoming some VIP. Chen Mo immediately zoomed in. A middle-aged man stepped out of the main building, dressed in a crisp officer's greatcoat, white gloves, and with his hair meticulously combed. He seemed utterly out of place in this wasteland, exuding an aura of old-world authority. With a single glance from him, the previously lackadaisical knight snapped to attention. "That's their leader," Lin Feng's voice came through the communicator. "They look like bandits, but their discipline is tight. More like mercenaries." The man called Colonel Braxton murmured something to his adjutant. Soon a squad of soldiers opened the door to a massive warehouse and began hauling out supplies. Chen Mo's heart leaped into his throat. He risked flying the drone closer, trying to glimpse inside the warehouse. The drone skimmed across the square and slipped precariously through a shattered high window. The interior of the warehouse materialized clearly on the phone screen for the three of them. In that instant, Lin Feng stopped his report. Zhao Hao, who had been silent, lifted his head and stared at Chen Mo's screen. The warehouse held no food or medicine as they had imagined. Instead, it housed three nearly pristine M113 armored personnel carriers painted in desert camouflage. Though covered in dust, their tracks and armor plates were perfectly intact. Beside the armored vehicles stood rows of shelves stacked high with olive-drab military ammunition crates. Judging by the calibers, they contained everything from rifle rounds to machine gun bullets and even several crates of mortar shells. That alone was enough to drive anyone mad. But Chen Mo's gaze swept past these, fixing on the deepest part of the warehouse. There lay stacks of special steel plates gleaming with a dull metallic luster. Those were genuine military-grade composite steel plates, meant for tank add-on armor. And beside the steel plates stood several massive machines, dusty yet seemingly intact, exuding an industrial aesthetic of raw power, fully automatic CNC machines, a plasma cutter and a heavy hydraulic press. Chen Mo's eyes turned bloodshot. He saw the hope of transforming his vehicle, of giving it a new lease on life. A frontal assault. That would be suicide. But if he could get his hands on those. Chen Mo's chest heaved violently. He stared fixedly at the steel on the screen, and involuntarily, in a voice almost like a dream, he uttered two words. Mine. My? Lin Feng jumped down from the throne, glancing at the arms depot displayed on his phone screen, then at Chen Mo's eyes, which seemed almost ablaze. Calm down, Lao Chen. Lin Feng's voice was somewhat hoarse. This is a dragon's den, a tiger's lair. It's just the three of us. If we charge in, we won't even make a sound. His attitude was already evident. Chen Mo slowly retracted the drone, the ugly contraption settling on the table. He did not refute Lin Feng, merely raised his head, his gaze sweeping over the two. The right main beam of the Noah's Ark has developed metal fatigue in the mountains. The next high-intensity impact will shatter it. We don't have enough ammunition, no medicine, and we don't even know where the next can of food is. Most importantly, Chen Mo paused, speaking deliberately, we have been targeted. The Rusted Knights are not a rabble like the Clock Tower, they are professional hunters. We can't hide for long. The harsh reality is more convincing than any persuasion. So we have no choice. Chen Mo illuminated his phone screen again, enlarging the footage captured by the drone, his finger pointing at an inconspicuous manhole cover on the periphery of the military factory. This is the sewage main pipeline in the old district of Pittsburgh, with a diameter of 3 meters leading directly to the inner side of the base's perimeter. All their defenses are laid out on the ground. They absolutely wouldn't expect someone to come up from beneath them. Lin Feng leaned closer to look at the small black dot on the screen. You want to dig them out of their lair? No, Chen Mo shook his head. I want to turn their lair into our munitions depot and repair shop. This is a bold plan. Infiltrate, destroy, and then amidst the chaos forcibly drag away the most valuable resources and equipment with the Noah's Ark. I'm in. Lin Feng grinned. Having been constrained for so long, it's time for a big score. Both of their gazes turned to Zhao Hao in the corner. Zhao Hao raised his head, a glimmer finally appearing in his hollow eyes. He looked at Chen Mo and slowly nodded. What do you need me to do? Meanwhile, inside the command center of the Rusted Knights, Colonel Braxton put down his binoculars, his normally authoritative face now clouded with gloom. When was the last communication from Team Anvil? He asked his aide without looking back. Report, Colonel, it was 40 minutes ago. They reported handling a few mice. Everything was normal. The aide's voice was somewhat tense. Normal. Braxton sneered coldly. My most elite scout team is equipped with heavy machine guns. Is it necessary to fire for over 20 seconds to deal with a few mice? Do you think I'm deaf? He suddenly turned, his sharp gaze locking onto the aide's face. They are missing. Sweat beaded on the aide's forehead. Braxton walked to a large military map of Pittsburgh, his finger forcefully tapping the location of checkpoint 76. I don't care who they are. If they dare to act on my territory, they must be prepared to be skinned alive. His voice carried no emotion. Order the Hound team to mobilize in 2 groups, searching the highway from the east and west. I want them alive. I want to know who has the audacity. Yes. Soon over a dozen modified high-powered motorcycles surged out of the base from 2 directions, kicking up long trails of smoke on the wasteland road. Chen Mo's premonition was correct. After formulating the preliminary plan, he immediately drove the Noah's Ark away from the abandoned steel mill. However, he did not go far. Instead, he circled several times in the nearby industrial area, deliberately leaving clear tire tracks on a few side roads before quietly returning the vehicle to the deepest part of the steel mill, hiding behind a row of rusty boilers. After doing all this, Lin Feng immediately got out of the vehicle with a toolbox and a few captured grenades. He moved like an experienced hunter, skillfully setting up simple traps at several key intersections around the steel mill. Using nearly invisible fishing lines as snares, connecting them to the grenade's pull rings and cleverly camouflaging them with discarded metal sheets and spare parts. These traps may have limited lethality, but they would provide the most valuable warning when enemies approached. Time ticked away. In the workshop, the three remained silent. The only sound echoing in the empty space was Zhao Hao's click as he loaded bullets into the rifle magazine. Suddenly, a deep and penetrating engine roar approached from afar. "They are coming." Lin Feng instantly leaped to the throne on the vehicle, extending the barrel of the Barrett out of the firing hole. Chen Mo and Zhao Hao immediately took their battle positions, one to the left and one to the right, using the body of the Noah's Ark as cover, aiming their guns at the two entrances of the workshop. Minutes later, 6 off-road motorcycles stopped outside the steel mill. "Boss, the tire tracks disappear from here." One knight jumped off the vehicle, inspecting the ground. Leading them was a man with a mohawk hairstyle, his face painted with war paint. He gestured and everyone turned off their engines, drawing their weapons in a fan shape, silently creeping into the steel mill. They were professional, moving in coordinated alternation without making a single unnecessary sound. Soon they discovered the massive figure hidden in the shadows of the boilers. "Found it," one knight whispered excitedly into his communicator. The mohawk man revealed a cruel smile as he raised his hand, preparing to issue the order for the assault. But he did not notice that less than half a meter from his feet, a fishing line almost blending with the dust of the ground was taut. From the throne on the roof, Lin Feng clearly saw that fishing line through the 12-fold scope. He chose not to detonate the trap. He was waiting. Waiting for them to get a little closer, waiting for them to enter that perfect kill zone. The mohawk man and his subordinates moved closer to the seemingly unguarded steel behemoth, their expressions shifting from vigilance to greed. 30 meters. 10 meters. Now. Lin Feng pulled the trigger without a moment's hesitation. But he did not aim at any enemy. Instead, he targeted an iron barrel filled with discarded bearings and steel balls which he had set up at the entrance of the workshop. Bang! The 12.7mm bullet instantly penetrated the iron barrel. Boom! A tremendous explosion. It was not a grenade explosion, but rather hundreds of pounds of steel debris propelled by the bullet's immense kinetic energy rained down upon the position of Team Hound like shrapnel. The two knights at the forefront were torn to shreds before they could even scream. The mohawk man was knocked to the ground by the massive shock wave, his ears ringing and his face cut by flying debris. "Enemy attack! Take cover!" he roared hoarsely. But it was too late. At the moment the explosion occurred, 2 deadly tongues of flame erupted from both directions of the steel mill. Tat 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 tat. Chen Mo and Zhao Hao opened fire simultaneously. The bullets accurately and efficiently harvested the lives that had lost direction in the explosion. The identities of predator and prey were instantaneously reversed in the blaze. The thunderous echo of the explosion still reverberated through the vast hollow workshop. Hundreds of pounds of steel components propelled by the immense kinetic energy of bullets instantly engulfed the two knights leading the charge. They did not even have time to cry out before their bodies were torn apart, reduced to tattered rags suspended from rusted pipes. Mohawk was hurled to the ground by the blast wave, his ears filled with a shrill piercing buzz. Steel fragments sliced deep gashes across his face and warm blood streamed into his eyes, staining his vision crimson. "Enemy attack! Take cover! Take cover!" He roared hoarsely, desperately trying to reorganize his squad, but it was already too late. The moment the explosion erupted, 2 shadowed corners of the steel mill simultaneously spat forth 2 lethal tongues of fire. Dak 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 dak. Chen Mo and Zhao Hao opened fire in unison. Their crisscrossing hail of bullets harvested lives with chilling precision and ruthless efficiency, each shot striking down those disoriented and directionless in the wake of the blast. A knight lunged toward the shelter of a concrete pillar, only for a burst of gunfire to strike the ground directly before him, sending shards of stone and ricocheting rounds, forcing him to halt mid-stride. The next second a single round screamed down from the throne atop the armored vehicle, blasting his skull clean off. It was Lin Feng. Every time his rifle cracked, an enemy fell. Return fire. Return fire. Mohawk scrambled frantically behind a derelict forklift, raising his rifle and unleashing frantic unaimed bursts toward the source of the muzzle flashes. The remaining 3 knights swiftly recovered. True elite of the Rust Knights, they overcame initial panic in seconds, finding cover and coordinating disciplined effective counterfire. A torrent of bullets hammered against the hull of the Ark, spitting forth dense showers of sparks. Damn it, these bastards are tough. Lin Feng cursed from his throne, momentarily pinned down by their overwhelming firepower. Chen Mo crouched behind the Ark's massive solid tire, calmly swapping magazines. Glancing sideways, he spotted a knight stealthily advancing toward Zhao Hao's position, using the labyrinthine network of pipes for concealment. He opened his mouth to warn him. Dak. Dak dak. Zhao Hao fired. No longer spraying blindly, he switched to short controlled bursts, pinning the flanking knight firmly behind a thick steam pipe. Bullets struck the pipe with sharp ringing clangs, showering sparks. Enraged, the knight leaned halfway out, attempting to suppress this persistent maddening fly with suppressing fire. He exposed himself. Lin Feng's barrel dipped slightly, steady, unwavering, then the trigger clicked. Bang! A single crisp report echoed sharply. The bullet struck true, shattering the knight's exposed thigh. Ah! A shriek of agony tore through the air. A crimson mist exploded from his leg, his body lurched sideways, lost balance entirely, and tumbled from the pipe onto open ground. Lin Feng atop the vehicle seized the opening. Bang! The roar of the Barrett shattered the silence once more. Mohawk watched horror hardening into raw terror as his men fell one by one. All will to fight evaporated. He dropped his rifle and sprinted blindly toward the steel mill's exit. Chen Mo did not pursue, merely whispered into his comm, "Old Lin, send him off." Copy that. Lin Feng rotated his scope. Through the 12-power crosshairs, the fleeing figure, dashing wildly across the ruins, was locked dead center. His finger settled gently on the trigger. Boom! In an instant, Mohawk's upper torso vanished into vapor. Gunfire ceased. Thick acrid smoke and the coppery stench of blood hung heavy in the workshop air. Secure the battlefield, now. Chen Mo's voice cut through the eerie stillness. No triumph colored their faces. Without hesitation, the 3 emerged from cover, scouring corpses with practiced speed for ammunition and usable gear. Zhao Hao, expressionless, unbuckled several fully loaded magazines from a corpse, then retrieved a well-maintained tactical axe, sliding it smoothly into his belt. Chen Mo strode swiftly to Mohawk's mangled remains, knelt, and began a meticulous search. Soon his fingers closed around a waterproof pouch tucked inside the inner pocket, a rigid folder sealed within. Inside lay no money, no secret letters, but an exquisitely detailed, professionally printed blueprint of the armory complex. Every watchtower's armament, every machine gun's field of fire was meticulously marked, and in bold red ink, patrol routes and precise shift change timetables were annotated with military-grade accuracy. Chen Mo's heart hammered violently. Lin Feng and Zhao Hao crowded close, their faces mirrored his own stunned disbelief upon seeing the map. This laid bare the entire base's defensive architecture, naked, complete, and terrifyingly precise. This can't possibly be meant for us, Lin Feng breathed, shaken. No, it's at least partially accurate. I've observed some patrol patterns myself. They match exactly. Chen Mo spoke calmly. As for why he carried it personally, I suspect he planned a coup. Such intelligence is safest kept on one's own person. He simply didn't anticipate dying first. Rust Knight's command center. Colonel Braxton's face was a mask of stormdark fury. Hound team has also gone silent, his adjutant whispered, voice trembling. Slam. Braxton's palm crashed onto the table, rattling spent shell casings like tiny bells. Useless fools. First Anvil, now Hound, 2 elite squads erased without so much as a ripple. He wasn't a fool. He knew Pittsburgh had just been invaded by something dangerous. Issue my order. His eyes burned with savage predatory light. Lock down the entire city. Recall all external units immediately. Seal the armory, tighter than a drum. Let's see which dragon dares to stir trouble on my territory. Yes, sir. The Rust Knight's war machine, jolted by this phantom squad, began roaring to life with terrifying speed. Back inside the steel mill, Chen Mo spread the blueprint across the pockmarked hood of the Ark, illuminating it with a flashlight beam. Our original plan is obsolete. His finger traced the map's marked sewage pipe exit. Eyes will be watching that spot now. Lin Feng frowned, studying the layout. Then what do we do? They've fortified their nest like a turtle's shell, charging in would be suicide. Their discipline is absolute, Chen Mo murmured, tapping the scheduled shift change times on the map. Daily at 0600 and 1800 guard rotations occur. For precisely 90 seconds, outer watchtowers divert full attention toward the main gate, leaving a blind gap in perimeter surveillance. 90 seconds. Lin Feng scoffed. What's that good for, stealing 2 crates of ammo? No, Chen Mo lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Lin Feng, then Zhao Hao. We won't steal. We'll execute a decapitation strike. Both men froze. Chen Mo's finger swept across the map, finally settling on the central structure marked Command Center. Rather than picking locks on their armories, we eliminate their head. Kill Braxton, and the Rust Knights fracture into chaos. Then the entire armory becomes our open buffet. It was a madman's plan, to assassinate a warlord entrenched within a hardened military fortress using only 3 men. Zhao Hao remained silent for a long moment, then slowly flicked the safety of his AK-47 on and off. Lin Feng's eyes gleamed brighter, sharper. He snatched the blueprint, fingers flying across its surface, calculating angles, distances, sightlines, until they halted on a towering, long-abandoned coke oven outside the factory walls. Its distance to Braxton's command office precisely 1300 meters, well within the effective range of his Barrett M82A1. Lin Feng looked up, wiping down his cannon-like rifle. Decapitation. His eyes burned, not with rage but with the fierce focused ecstasy of a hunter sighting perfect prey. I love this plan. Decapitation. Lin Feng gently wiped the icy barrel of his Barrett with his oil-stained fingers. I like that plan. The plan was straightforward. Lin Feng, the sharpest spear of the team, would infiltrate solo to the top of the abandoned coking tower 1700 meters from the military factory. That vantage point was the highest in the entire area, the only sniper position that could bring Braxton's command office within range. Meanwhile, Chen Mo and Zhao Hao would pilot the Ark of Noah, creating a commotion sizable enough to divert most of the attention before the decapitation strike began. This would create a fleeting window for Lin Feng's fatal shot. This is all I have. 50 caliber armor-piercing rounds. Lin Feng carefully retrieved 5 special bullets from his gear case, laying them neatly on the map. At 1700 meters, wind speed and humidity will affect the trajectory. I need absolute focus, no interference. Chen Mo nodded, then looked at Zhao Hao. Well, make a stir at the cannery to the southwest. It's far enough from the coking tower not to affect him, but close enough to the factory to draw their patrols. The operation commenced precisely at 2:00 a.m. Lin Feng disassembled the massive Barrett into parts, packed them into a long canvas bag and slung it over his back. He carried only the most essential gear, an M1911 pistol, a combat knife, and the 5 rounds that would decide their fate. He exchanged a glance with Chen Mo and Zhao Hao, then vanished silently into the darkness beyond the workshop. The night in Pittsburgh was a paradise for the dead. Lin Feng moved through the ruins, his steps light, his breathing steady. He avoided the main roads, choosing instead to weave through the shadows of buildings and abandoned alleyways. The air was thick with the stench of decay and death, distant mindless roars of infected echoed occasionally. At a crossroads he halted. A wandering juggernaut blocked his path on the empty street ahead. Its massive form resembled a moving mountain of flesh, its heavy footsteps carrying far into the silent night. Forcing his way through would attract more trouble with gunfire. Lin Feng pressed himself into the shadow of a wall, motionless, his breath nearly ceasing. He melded into his surroundings. The juggernaut wandered aimlessly in a circle, seemingly detecting nothing amiss, then staggered off in another direction. Only when the heavy footsteps faded completely did Lin Feng emerge from the shadows, continuing his advance toward the coking tower silhouetted against the night sky. The climb was more arduous than anticipated. The external maintenance ladder of the coking tower was corroded beyond recognition, many rungs missing, leaving only bare supports. Dozens of meters high, with an abyss of darkness below and the howling wind above. Lin Feng's fingers dug into the icy steel beams. With each upward step he meticulously checked every load-bearing point. Sweat beaded on his forehead, quickly evaporated by the chill wind. An hour later he finally reached the top platform of the coking tower. It was a space of about a dozen square meters made of steel beams and iron plates. He chose a wind-sheltered corner and swiftly reassembled the Barrett. He set up the rifle and pressed his eye to the 12-power scope. The entire military factory came into clear view. High walls, watchtowers, patrolling guards, everything matched the map exactly. He could even see the lit window on the second floor of the command building in the center. That was Braxton's office. Lin Feng lay prone on the icy iron plates covering the rifle and himself with a piece of tarp merging entirely with this steel ruin. He began to wait. He waited for dawn, for the shift change, for that opportunity that would decide everyone's fate. Time passed in utter stillness and cold. Lin Feng's body grew numb from the cold, but he maintained the same posture, barely blinking. His mind was hyper-focused, incorporating the sounds of the wind, the distant infected roars, and the patrol steps into his perception. 5:50 a.m. A pale light appeared on the horizon. 3 kilometers southwest of the military factory, at an abandoned cannery, the Ark of Noah's massive V-shaped ram mercilessly smashed through a fragile brick wall. Boom! The tremendous roar erupted like a thunderclap in the silent early morning. Chen Mo didn't pause. He floored the accelerator, driving the steel beast on a rampage through the cannery, sending huge empty cans flying with a clatter of metallic crashes. In the passenger seat, Zhao Hao lit a Molotov cocktail and hurled it at a pile of oil-soaked rags. Whoosh! Flames shot into the sky, thick black smoke billowing upward, forming a signal visible for kilometers. Nice one. Chen Mo jerked the wheel, the Ark of Noah crashing through another wall and exiting the cannery, disappearing into the depths of the industrial complex. The factory's alarm blared almost instantly after the commotion began. Southwest. The cannery. Something's happening. Second and third patrols investigate immediately. All watchtowers maintain alert. The base erupted into chaos. Numerous knights rushed from the barracks, several armed pickups roared to life and sped toward the cannery. Just as Chen Mo had predicted, everyone's attention was drawn to the sudden fire and turmoil. 6:00 a.m. sharp. The shift change whistle sounded on time. At the main gate, 2 patrols were exchanging duties. Gunners on the outer watchtowers instinctively turned their gaze toward the gate. A 90-second window had begun. Atop the coking tower, Lin Feng's eyes were locked on the scope. His breathing had slowed to an almost dormant state, his heartbeat steady and powerful. All external noise faded away, his world was reduced to the crosshairs and that lit window. A figure in a crisp officer's coat appeared at the window. Braxton. He held a cup of coffee, seemingly enjoying the morning calm, unperturbed by the commotion outside. Now. Lin Feng's finger gently rested on the trigger. Distance 1,020 meters. Wind northwest 3 meters per second. Humidity 75%. Target moving slowly. Countless data points flashed through Lin Feng's mind, converging into a precise lead. He raised the crosshairs, slightly shifted left by half a body length, and steadily locked onto where Braxton would step next. His index finger pressed down with steady force. Bang! A muffled thunderclap erupted from the top of the coking tower. A bullet tore across 1,700 meters, aimed at the figure, symbolizing the highest authority of the Rust Knights. But in the split second before impact, Braxton seemed to sense something, or perhaps it was an unconscious move. He turned slightly at that exact moment to say something to his adjutant. Thud. The bullet grazed past him, its immense kinetic energy tearing through the officer's coat on his left arm and the flesh beneath spraying a blinding mist of blood. Braxton let out a pained grunt, staggered by the bullet's force, and crashed heavily to the floor. The assassination had failed. Atop the coking tower. A miss. The bullet, carrying a glimmer of hope, grazed past Braxton's temple, leaving only a wound on his arm. The target did not fall. The figure within the command window merely stumbled before being dragged away by the aide beside him. In the next second, the entire military factory erupted into chaos. The alarm tore through the tranquility of the morning. Enemy attack. The colonel has been shot. Sniper. On the eastern coking tower. All guns. Turn that tower into a sieve. Braxton, clutching his blood-soaked left arm, was pinned to the ground by his personal guards. His face twisted in agony and rage roared into the communicator. Fire. Open fire. Raise that damned rat and that tower to the ground. Lin Feng's heart sank to the depths. Vroom, rat-a-tat-a-tat. On the factory walls and in the watchtowers, almost every gun simultaneously swiveled, spitting out a devastating hail of fire toward his position. Clang. 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 Due to the distance, most bullets did not strike Lin Feng's location. The dense storm of bullets crazily battered the steel beams and iron plates of the tower, sending sparks flying. Lin Feng lay flat on the ground, bullets whistling past less than half a meter above his head. The entire coking tower trembled violently. He was completely suppressed, unable to move. Retreat had become a luxury. Old Lin. Report your status. Chen Mo's voice came through the earpiece laced with urgency. Damn. I've overplayed my hand. Lin Feng gritted his teeth. I'm under fire suppression, I can't move. A second of silence filled the earpiece. Copy. Initiating Plan B. Chen Mo's voice was steady. Prepare for extraction. Just then a completely different engine roar came from the southwest of the factory. Roar? Noah's Ark burst out from the shadows of the industrial zone. Chen Mo had somehow found an old rock cassette tape. The screeching electric guitar solo and drum beats were amplified to the max through the external speakers. He floored the accelerator, not taking the main gate but charging straight at a relatively weak section of the barbed wire fence on the factory's side. Boom! The multi-ton V-shaped ram easily tore through the wire mesh, snapping the concrete posts behind it. Noah's Ark forcefully crashed into the factory's outer perimeter. This sudden turn of events stunned all the Iron Knights. A sniper in the east, but the main assault in the southwest. The southwest side gate has been breached. A heavy truck has charged in. Shift fire. Stop that truck. Braxton's orders rang out again, but this time his voice held a note of confusion. At least half of the guns swiveled, opening fire wildly at Noah's Ark. Bullets pelted the already battered body of Noah's Ark, creating a cacophony of clangs, but Chen Mo ignored it all. He drove the beast charging recklessly across the open ground of the base perimeter, drawing everyone's attention. This was exactly what he wanted. Just as everyone's focus was captivated by the frenzied steel beast, a dark figure using buildings for cover silently slipped away from Noah's Ark and crept toward an isolated power distribution room on the edge of the base. It was Zhao Hao. He held no gun but carried a heavy tool bag. His movements were no longer hesitant, every tactical evasion was executed with precision and efficiency. He quickly reached the outer wall of the power room, pulled out several simple remote bombs made of chewing gum, explosive and magnets from his bag, and precisely attached them to the junction boxes of the main power cables. Having done this, he turned and vanished into the deeper shadows. He retreated to a safe distance, looked at Noah's Ark still drawing fire in the distance, and pressed the red button on a crude remote control. Boom. 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 A few muffled explosions rang out. Dazzling sparks of electricity burst from the direction of the power room. In the next second, all the perimeter defense searchlights and high-voltage fences of the military factory went dark. The factory was plunged into darkness. Atop the coking tower, the suppressing fire on Lin Feng faltered and fell into chaos for a brief moment due to the sudden blackout. Now was the time. Lin Feng got up from the ground and descended the tower as fast as he could along the original route. Meanwhile, Chen Mo, seeing the lights go out, immediately yanked the steering wheel. Noah's Ark executed a beautiful drift, crashing through another wall and charged back out of the factory, disappearing into the complex maze of the industrial zone. The feint was over. So entrance rendezvous, Chen Mo said quietly into the communicator. He and Zhao Hao arrived at the nondescript manhole cover almost simultaneously. Without a word, the two worked together to lift the heavy cover. A stench mixing rust, rot and chemical waste rushed up to meet them. They put on simple gas masks and one after the other slid down the rusty ladder into this bottomless urban artery. The saw was pitch black and impenetrable darkness. Chen Mo switched on the tactical light on his helmet, a beam of light illuminating the path ahead. It was wider than expected. The sewage only reached their ankles, but it was thick and viscous, making every step arduous. A nauseating odor filled the air. They had walked less than 50 meters along the pipe. Chen Mo suddenly stopped and raised his hand. He directed the light beam at the murky water surface ahead. Several unnatural ripples were spreading across the water. Zhao Hao also stopped, raising his Type 97 short-barreled rifle, its muzzle aimed at the water. Splash! 3 dark figures burst out from the sewage. Their bodies resembled skinned crocodiles with sickly white skin, long and powerful limbs ending in razor-sharp claws. Their heads had no eyes, only a massive maw stretching from ear to ear, filled with dense fine teeth. Swamp stalkers again. One swamp stalker lunged at Chen Mo with astonishing speed. Chen Mo stepped forward instead of back, sidestepping the claws, and slammed the stock of his M4 into the monster's cheek. On the other side, Zhao Hao had already opened fire. Bang! 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 In the narrow saw the gunfire was amplified several times, piercing the eardrums. Bullets struck another swamp stalker but only kicked up a series of sparks. Beneath its slimy skin it had a layer of keratinized hard shell. Just as the two were locked in combat with the swamp stalkers. Above them in the military factory, Braxton had regained control. Clutching his arm, he listened to his subordinates' reports about the sniper's disappearance, the attacking truck's retreat, and the destroyed power system. A knowing smile slowly spread across his pale face. A feint to the east. A diversion. Destroying the power. He muttered, his gaze sweeping over the defense map on the table. They aren't trying to escape. They want to get in. He jerked his head up. Pass my orders. Seal off all ground exits. Send every available man down there. Search every sewage pipe. They might be right beneath our feet. Let's trap these rats. In a jar. The gunshots echoed multiple times in the narrow, so making the ears buzz painfully. Da. Dada. Zhao Hao's Type 97 submachine gun spat flames, with bullets striking one of the lurking monsters accurately. But the result was chilling. The bullets hit the creature's slick pale skin without bursting into a spray of blood, instead creating a shower of sparks with a crisp sound before being deflected. Keratinized hard shells. They have evolved again. This thing's outer skin is harder than inferior steel plates. Whoosh! Another lurker lunged at Chen Mo, its razor-sharp claws aimed straight at his face. Chen Mo did not retreat but advanced, tilting his body at an odd angle to the left, narrowly escaping this fatal strike. He did not waste this opportunity. He used his M4 carbine as a hammer, striking the creature's side face with all his might. Bang! A muffled sound. The enormous body crashed against the wall of the pipe, letting out an angry roar. The third lurker circled around Zhao Hao, its limbs propelling it through the viscous sewage, charging towards Zhao Hao's flank. Be careful! Chen Mo shouted. Zhao Hao reacted quickly, abandoning his shooting, rolling on the spot, getting splashed with sewage, which helped him evade the lurker's assault. The situation became extremely dangerous in an instant. In this narrow pipe, the advantages of firearms were diminished while the melee capabilities of these monsters were brought to their peak. Useless. Their mouths. Chen Mo yelled while blocking the monster's attack with the butt of his gun. The beam from his tactical flashlight swept over one of the lurker's gaping mouths amidst the chaos. Inside there was no hard shell, only a mass of blood-red tender flesh and dense fangs. Zhao Hao immediately understood. He ceased firing indiscriminately and switched to single-shot mode, aiming at the lurker that had just missed. The creature, missing its attack, twisted its slender body and opened its blood-filled mouth to bite again. Now is the moment. Bang! Zhao Hao calmly pulled the trigger. A bullet accurately drilled into the lurker's wide-open mouth, exploding from the back of its head and releasing a spray of black-green viscous liquid. The massive body fell to the ground, twitching a few times in the sewage before going still. One down. But the remaining two were thoroughly enraged by their companion's death. They abandoned their individual targets and charged towards the closer Chen Mo simultaneously. A pincer attack. Chen Mo's back was pressed tightly against the cold wall of the pipe with no retreat. He tossed aside his M4, swiftly drew a sharp military knife from his tactical vest while his other hand pulled out a metal lighter from his pocket. Click. A small cluster of orange flames flickered in the dark saw. He brought the flame close to a small spray can hanging at his waist. It was a bottle of high-pressure insecticide he had found at a convenience store, primarily composed of flammable alkanes. Whoosh! A crude yet deadly fire dragon erupted from the spray can's nozzle, instantly engulfing the lurker before him. Screeching. A shrill inhuman scream pierced the air. The creature turned into a torch, frantically rolling and crashing in the narrow pipe, causing the foul sewage to boil. The other lurker hesitated, frightened by the sudden flames. Chen Mo seized this opportunity, charging towards the monster, lowering his body and sweeping his knife in an upward arc. Pshht. The blade pierced cleanly through the relatively soft underside of the lurker's jaw, penetrating its entire head. The battle was over. The air was filled with the acrid smell of burnt protein and the strong scent of blood. Chen Mo gasped, shaking off the viscous fluids from his knife. Zhao Hao approached quietly, picking up the M4 from the ground and handing it to him, glancing at the still burning charred corpse and then at Chen Mo. Let's go. Zhao Hao's voice was hoarse. The two said nothing more, stepping over the viscous corpses and sewage as they continued deeper into the pipe. According to the defense map's markings, they quickly found an upward maintenance passage. Chen Mo in the front, Zhao Hao in the back. They climbed up the rusted ladder. Pushing aside the heavy iron plate above, a mix of machine oil and metallic rust filled the air as they emerged. They were in a corner of a large pump room inside the military factory. The entire factory outside was in a state of high alert. The rumble of backup generators echoed throughout the site, and beams from searchlights swept back and forth in the dark factory. Teams of knights armed and shouting moved through every intersection. Chen Mo and Zhao Hao used the massive machinery and pipes as cover, cautiously avoiding wave after wave of patrolling soldiers. The sound of boots crunching on gravel. A team of knights walked past the corner, their flashlights dancing erratically on the walls. The two pressed tightly against a rusty boiler. The beam swept less than half a meter from their hiding place before moving away. The footsteps faded. Chen Mo signaled. Continue. Just as they were about to reach the target warehouse, a shadow flashed out from behind a huge container, appearing silently before them. Zhao Hao's gun barrel instantly lifted, his finger already on the trigger. Damn, almost fired. The newcomer cursed in a low voice. It was Lin Feng. He still carried the scent of gunpowder and cold winds from high altitudes, along with a massive Barrett. The three finally regrouped. How's the situation? Chen Mo asked. That old bastard is lucky, Lin Feng replied with frustration, but he also lost an arm. Now the whole factory is going crazy like a disturbed hornet's nest. He pointed to the large warehouse not far away, illuminated only by a few lights. Is that our target? The warehouse's main door was tightly shut, with sandbags piled up as makeshift defenses and 2 machine guns mounted at the entrance. An armored vehicle modified from a pickup truck was parked at the entrance, the gunner on the roof scanning the surroundings vigilantly. A dozen elite knights surrounded the warehouse, making it impenetrable. Charging in headfirst would be suicide. Lin Feng frowned. Chen Mo said nothing, his gaze sweeping over the warehouse's outer wall, eventually resting on a square opening at the top with iron bars. That was the main duct of the warehouse's ventilation system. Old Lin Yu and Zhao Hao find a good position outside, ready to provide support. Chen Mo's voice was soft. He'll go in from above and open the door from the inside. You alone? Lin Feng's brows furrowed tightly. Only I can fit in. Chen Mo pointed to the narrow vent. Lin Feng and Zhao Hao indeed could not squeeze through. There was no further argument. Lin Feng and Zhao Hao exchanged glances, nodded, and quickly disappeared into the complex shadows after finding their sniper and support positions. Chen Mo took a deep breath, using the support of a nearby pipe to nimbly climb up the warehouse's outer wall. He pried open the rusted bars with his knife, took a deep breath, and squeezed into the dark, dust-laden ventilation duct. The duct was so narrow it was suffocating. He could only inch forward, using the strength of his elbows and knees. The sound of metal scraping filled his ears, making his heart race with every movement. The dust made him cough violently, but he could only cover his mouth tightly with his hand. He did not know how long he had been crawling. Finally he saw a downward exit, a headlight filtering through the grate below. He carefully inched forward, stopping above the grate and looking down. Below was not the open warehouse and sparse guards he had imagined. Inside the warehouse were dozens of the most elite guards of the Rust Knights, fully armed, spread out in combat formation with dark muzzles pointed at every corner of the warehouse. At the forefront of the group sat a man, Braxton, on a chair. His left arm was bandaged and hung in front of his chest, his face pale. It seemed he had been waiting for him all along. He seemed to have been waiting for him all along. Chen Mo's heart pounded in his chest, yet he forced himself to calm down, even slowing his breathing to the bare minimum. But a few drops of sweat broke free from Chen Mo's forehead and fell straight down under the pull of gravity. Thud. The faint sounds echoed clearly in the silent warehouse. Those drops of sweat landed perfectly on Braxton's polished military boots. Braxton slowly lowered his head, glanced at the water stains on his boots, then raised his gaze, precisely locking onto the ventilation duct where Chen Mo was hiding. Shoot him to pieces. His voice clearly reached everyone's ears. Braxton raised his uninjured right hand and waved it gently. The moment he heard Braxton's command, a fierce glint flashed in Chen Mo's eyes. Since there was no way out, he would carve a path. No longer avoiding, he suddenly gathered all his strength and kicked the grate beneath him. Clang! The grate was kicked open, and he first pulled out 2 dark objects from his tactical vest, pulled the pins, and threw them toward the densest crowd. Smoke bombs. Boom. Boom. The 2 smoke bombs exploded upon hitting the ground. Thick white smoke rapidly spread, instantly shrouding most of the warehouse. Then he descended from above. Bang. Chen Mo crashed heavily to the ground. The immense impact left him dizzy, but he didn't care about the pain, rolling away to hide behind a row of massive shelves. He's down. Find him. Don't let him escape. Chaos erupted in the warehouse as the knights coughed and randomly shot into the smoke. Outside the warehouse, the dense gunfire was the clearest signal. Damn it. Old Chen is exposed. Lin Feng, hiding in the shadows, cursed, his eyes instantly filled with bloodshot. He exchanged a glance with Zhao Hao without any hesitation. Launch a strong attack. Lin Feng suddenly stood up from behind cover, shouldering a Barrett. Through the 12-time scope, the driver's window of the modified pickup truck was instantly locked by the crosshairs. Bang! The roar of the Barrett ripped through the air. The 12.7mm armor-piercing round smashed into the bulletproof glass. The glass didn't shatter, but a spiderweb-like crack instantly appeared, and at the center of the crack a fist-sized hole emerged. The driver's head, along with the shock on his face, disappeared. The machine gunner on the roof hadn't even realized what had happened when Zhao Hao's Type 97 assault rifle fired. Da. A precise burst fire sent the machine gunner tumbling from the roof. The two greatest threats were eliminated in an instant. Go. Lin Feng grabbed a Remington 870 shotgun from behind and charged out of the shadows with a roar. Bang. 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 Amid the deafening sound of the shotgun, countless steel pellets swept toward the sandbag barricade at the door like a torrential storm. The knights guarding the entrance were instantly reduced to a bloody mess. Lin Feng charged like a tiger out of its cage, switching to an M4 carbine, accurately suppressing every enemy daring to show their head. Zhao Hao followed closely behind, calmly providing cover fire. The two advanced, one attacking and one defending relentlessly toward the warehouse entrance. The warehouse was filled with smoke. Visibility was less than 3 meters. Chen Mo darted between the shelves. His shooting skills weren't as good as Lin Feng's, and he was a novice in close combat. But he had a brain along with a heart that was calm and ruthless enough. Two knights, guns drawn cautiously, searched back to back in the smoke. Find that rat and the colonel will reward you handsomely. No sooner had he spoken than he stepped on a puddle of inconspicuous oil, slipping suddenly and losing his balance. In the instant he fell, a shadow darted out from behind the nearby shelf. Puff. The suppressed M1911 made a faint sound. The bullet accurately drilled through his jaw and into his brain. Another knight, hearing his companion fall, turned around in terror. What awaited him was Chen Mo kicking an entire shelf toward him. Crash! Hundreds of pounds of car engine parts and tools cascaded down like a waterfall, instantly burying the knight along with his weapon. Only a dull sound of cracking bones was heard. Chen Mo did not pause for a moment, turning and disappearing into the thicker smoke. He was like an efficient butcher, using the environment to create traps, systematically eliminating the isolated prey. Braxton, under the protection of his guards, listened with a pale face to the continuous screams and muffled sounds coming from the smoke. He had underestimated this rat. Boom! Just then the heavy iron door of the warehouse was blasted open by a tremendous force from the outside. Lin Feng and Zhao Hao's figures appeared at the entrance, backlit like two asuras emerging from hell. Old Chen. We're here. Lin Feng shouted loudly, the M4 in his hand spitting joyous flames. A pincer attack. The remaining knights in the warehouse completely collapsed. They were caught in the middle, surrounded on all sides and instantly overwhelmed by the crossfire of the three. Braxton watched as his elite guards were cut down like wheat, and his furious expression was finally replaced by fear. He knew the warehouse could no longer be held. Retreat. Fall back to the control room. No longer hesitating, he turned and fled awkwardly down a backup passage deep into the factory covered by the last few loyalists. Trying to run. Lin Feng raised his gun and attempted to chase. Don't chase. Chen Mo's voice sounded, don't pursue a desperate foe, there are still many of them outside. Our goal is here and we need to repair the Noah's Ark as quickly as possible. The gunfire gradually ceased. The strong smell of gunpowder and blood permeated the air. As the smoke slowly dissipated, revealing the scene inside the warehouse to the three, even the decisively ruthless Lin Feng couldn't help but gasp in shock. The three gazed over the ground littered with corpses and shell casings, their eyes falling deep into the warehouse. There lay 3 M113 armored personnel carriers draped in desert camouflage, their bodies covered in dust but with tracks and armor plates intact. Beside the armored vehicles were piles of olive-green military ammunition boxes ranging from rifle rounds to machine gun ammo and even a few boxes of mortar shells. At the furthest back were special steel plates shimmering with a dull metallic sheen. True military-grade composite armor. Beside the steel plates were several large automatic CNC machines, plasma cutters and a heavy hydraulic press, all covered in dust but still exuding the beauty of industrial power. Lin Feng could barely hold the M4 steady. Zhao Hao quietly approached a box of medical supplies marked with a red cross, opened it and looked at the rows of antibiotics, morphine and surgical instruments inside, his usually expressionless face betraying his excitement. Chen Mo said nothing. He walked step by step to the gigantic CNC machine. He reached out and stroked its cold metal shell, feeling the unique heaviness and power of steel. Braxton would not let this go easily. The battle was far from over. But so what? Now it was their turn to counterattack. It's time to upgrade. Time for an upgrade. Lin Feng and Zhao Hao exchanged a glance, both seeing the barely contained fervor in each other's eyes. Chen Mo walked up to the massive CNC machine tool, his fingers gently brushing over the control panel, wiping away the dust that had settled upon it, revealing the intricate buttons and screens beneath. "Old Lin, bring the arc in," Chen Mo said without turning his head. Zhao Hao used that forklift to block the door. "Use the heaviest steel plates." "Roger." The two snapped out of their reverie over their respective spoils and sprang into action. Braxton would not let this go easily. They had no time to celebrate. Soon the battered colossal form of the ark slowly rolled into the vast warehouse. Zhao Hao, driving a roaring diesel forklift, stacked several thick sheets of specialized steel and discarded shelving before the blasted open gate, forming a crude yet sturdy defensive line. Inside the command and control room, deep within the military factory. Worthless. A bunch of worthless fools. Braxton swept everything off the table, clutching his bleeding left arm, his pallid face twisted with savage fury. "The warehouse is lost. My elite guard driven back like dogs by 3 rats." He kicked the kneeling adjutant. "Colonel, there were smoke grenades everywhere back then. No one could see a thing, and we didn't know how many they were. Besides, it seemed they knew everything about us." The adjutant stammered. "I don't care who they are." Braxton's eyes were bloodshot. He walked to a massive surveillance wall where a dozen screens had gone dark due to the power outage, leaving only a few backup cameras operational, one of which was trained on the warehouse. "Rouse every man who can move. Everyone. Even the kitchen cooks." Braxton pointed at the screen showing the blocked warehouse entrance, his voice hoarse with rage. "I want them dead. You'll pull their bones out of that broken truck one by one. You'll skin them and make their hides into my banner." The last vestiges of the Rust Knight's frenzied strength began to converge on that warehouse. Inside the warehouse, Chen Mo had already connected the backup power supply and fired up the CNC machine. The slumbering industrial beast awakened with indicator lights blinking to life on the control panel. Chen Mo's fingers flew across the keyboard and lines of complex code and design blueprints appeared on the screen. He didn't consult any existing designs, all the blueprints were in his head. "Old Lin, Zhao Hao, tear off all that scrap on the ark's front. Use the plasma cutter." "You got it." Lin Feng and Zhao Hao donned their goggles and picked up the Siffy plasma cutting torch. Sizzle. A blue-white arc of high-temperature plasma shot out, and the makeshift armor welded from scrap steel was sliced through like paper before the might of industry clattering to the ground. The ark's cap and front end were stripped of their shell for the first time, revealing the twisted, warped frame beneath that had been battered in combat. Just then the CNC machine completed its work. A 15 centimeter thick sheet of specialized steel was delivered by the robotic arm onto the conveyor belt. "Zhao Hao. Use the hydraulic press. Bend it to a 30-degree angle." Chen Mo shouted. Zhao Hao immediately rushed over to operate the heavy-duty hydraulic press. Boom! With a thunderous roar, hundreds of tons of pressure slammed onto the steel plate, forcing the indestructible military armor into a perfect V-shape. This would be the ark's brand new ram. "Let's get to work." Chen Mo tossed aside the tablet in his hand and grabbed a high-power welding torch. The three divided the labor with seamless coordination. Chen Mo handled the core design and precision cutting of components. Lin Feng, with his great strength, used the forklift and crane to move the heavy armor plates. Zhao Hao, the most meticulous, took charge of the basic welding and fastening. Soon the entire warehouse was filled with the symphony of cutting arcs, welding sparks, and the roar of the hydraulic press. Just then, rat-a-tat-a-tat. Outside the warehouse a frantic burst of gunfire erupted. The Rust Knight's counterattack had begun. A hail of bullets pelted the steel plates at the entrance like a storm of ice, producing a deafening din. Damn, they are fast. Lin Feng cursed, dropping his welding torch and grabbing a captured AK. He took cover behind the barricade and returned fire. Ignore them. Keep going. Chen Mo roared without looking back, his entire being immersed in the modification of the Ark. Pieces of specialized steel precisely cut to match the vehicle's contours were welded onto the Ark's cap and sides, replacing the rusted iron sheets. The massive V-shaped breaching blade was also mounted on the front, exuding a brutal aesthetic. The fire from outside grew increasingly intense. A heavy machine gun was set up and large caliber rounds began to tear into the steel plates they used as cover, sending sparks flying. Old Chen. We can't hold out much longer. They've got a heavy machine gun. Lin Feng yelled, pinned down and unable to lift his head. Give me 5 more minutes. Chen Mo's eyes were bloodshot. Suddenly. Swoosh. A sharp whistle cut through the air. Holy shit. An RPG. Lin Feng's pupils constricted. Boom. A rocket-propelled grenade slammed into the warehouse gate. The massive explosion shattered the barricade at the entrance, blowing a huge hole in the heavy iron door, which buckled and deformed violently inward. A violent shockwave carrying smoke, dust and debris surged into the warehouse. Chen Mo was thrown to the ground by the blast, his ears ringing. He struggled to his feet and looked at the Ark, which stood before him, fully upgraded and reborn. Enough. He rushed into the cab and started the Ark. Roar! The Ark's engine let out an unprecedented bellow. At that very moment. Crash! The warehouse's already shattered gate was rammed open from the outside by a brutal force. An armed pickup truck fitted with a ram howled as it charged in, its rooftop gunner swiveling the weapon. The enemy was right on their doorstep. And the Ark's upgrade was complete. Chen Mo floored the accelerator. The entire body of the vehicle was covered with special steel plates, exuding a sharp-edged brutalist aesthetic. The front featured a massive V-shaped ram forged from 50cm military-grade armor. Open fire! Open fire! The gunner on the pickup truck roared in terror as he pulled the trigger. Rat-a-tat-a-tat. Bullets crazily hammered against the front of the Ark Noah. Yet this time there were no sparks flying nor any dented metal panels. The bullets struck the thick composite armor, producing only a series of crisp clinks before being easily deflected, failing to leave even a single scratch. The smiles on the faces of the riders in the armed pickup froze. Chen Mo's face remained expressionless. He merely stared at the pickup truck ahead, which he saw as nothing more than a toy. He did not swerve or evade. He charged head-on. Boom! A deafening metallic crash. The armed pickup in front of the Ark Noah was like an aluminum can struck by a high-speed train. Its crude ram instantly twisted and shattered. The Ark Noah's enormous V-shaped breaching blade plowed directly into the pickup's undercarriage. The next second the entire pickup was hurled into the air, tumbled twice and crashed heavily to the ground, transforming into a heap of scrap metal spewing black smoke. The riders on the truck didn't even have time to scream before they were reduced to pulp. The Ark Noah didn't pause for an instant as it rolled directly over the wreckage. Crunch! Amidst the sounds of snapping bones and grinding metal, this steel behemoth came to a halt in the center of the warehouse. At that moment the actions of the Rust Knights outside, who were still firing widely, all ceased. What were they witnessing? Their assault vehicle had been rammed into scrap metal. Monster! That's a monster, a knight shrieked. Old Lin. Zhao Hao. Get in the car. Chen Mo growled. Lin Feng and Zhao Hao quickly dashed out from behind cover and leaped into the still vibrating Ark Noah. Holy shit. Awesome. Lin Feng caressed the thick armor of the vehicle, feeling the surging power from the engine, his entire face flushed with excitement. Zhao Hao also climbed onto the turret seat on the roof. Together Zhao Hao and Lin Feng mounted a captured M2 heavy machine gun onto the firing port. Run them over. Chen Mo's voice was devoid of emotion. The Ark Noah started up again, turning its front toward the Rust Knights outside the warehouse and charging. The upgraded Ark Noah displayed a terrifying dominance on the battlefield. It ignored all the bullets fired at it, rampaging through the Rust Knights' positions. Boom! An armed pickup parked by the roadside was snapped in half. Bang! A machine gun nest built from sandbags was flattened directly. From the turret seat on the roof, Zhao Hao controlled the heavy machine gun, its muzzle spitting fire as it picked off the fleeing knights one by one. Lin Feng stood on the roof wielding his Remington shotgun, blasting away at any unfortunate souls who came too close, sending flesh and blood flying with each shot. The Rust Knights were utterly terrified by this invulnerable steel giant. Their once proud ferocity crumbled pathetically in the face of absolute power. Run! Devil! It's a devil! They began to rout, fleeing towards the depths of the military factory. Inside the command and control room, Braxton watched all this through a backup camera, his face ashen. He saw the force he had built single-handedly being chased and routed by a single truck. Retreat! Retreat! His lips trembled, all his former authority and cruelty gone as he turned to flee through the back door of the control room. Trying to run. From the roof of the Ark Noah, Lin Feng's eyes had never left the command building. He spotted the familiar figure. He pulled out a rifle from his back. He steadily placed the crosshairs on the fleeing figure's back. Bang! The gunshot rang out again. Braxton's body jolted violently as a mist of blood erupted from his right knee. He screamed and collapsed face first onto the ground. The Ark Noah slowly came to a halt in front of him. Chen Mo and Zhao Hao jumped out of the vehicle. Zhao Hao walked over expressionlessly, hastily tied a tourniquet around Braxton's spurting wound to stop the bleeding, then stepped on his good arm, dragging him in front of Chen Mo. Who the hell are you? Braxton lay on the ground convulsing from the excruciating pain and terror. Chen Mo crouched down, looking at the warlord who had been so arrogant moments before. I ask you answer. Chen Mo's voice was calm. Where is all the diesel ammunition and food stored in this base? I won't tell you. Braxton tried to be stubborn. Zhao Hao said nothing, simply pulling a tactical tomahawk from his belt and brandishing it before Braxton's eyes as if deciding which knuckle to start with. Braxton's psychological defenses completely collapsed. He'll talk. He'll tell you everything. Half an hour later, Chen Mo had squeezed every piece of valuable information from Braxton. This included not only the resource distribution of the military factory but also the locations and strength of several other survivor strongholds around Pittsburgh. Good. Chen Mo stood up and glanced at Lin Feng. Lin Feng understood immediately. He walked over to Braxton and raised his M1911. No. Don't kill me. I can work for you. I can. Phut. The gunshot, muffled by the silencer, was barely audible. Braxton's voice cut off abruptly. The Rust Knights, the formidable force that once ruled Pittsburgh and struck fear into the hearts of survivors, were completely annihilated. The three had successfully captured the military factory. They now had a safe, hidden and resource-rich base. Lin Feng let out an excited whistle and began to inventory the mountain of weapons and ammunition in the warehouse. Zhao Hao rushed straight into the medical room, his eyes unable to hide his excitement at the sight of the precious medicines and equipment. The joy of victory was so real. Chen Mo walked into the command and control room that had belonged to Braxton. He sat in the spacious chair looking at the vehicles destroyed by the Ark Noah and the bodies strewn across the ground on the surveillance wall, and let out a long sigh. They had survived and grown stronger. But this joy of victory did not last long. Chen Mo's gaze swept across the surveillance wall. He noticed something wrong with the feed from a camera pointing at the highway outside the factory. He zoomed in on that feed. On the distant horizon, a cloud of dust was rising. He pulled the camera's zoom to its maximum. The image on the screen became clear. It was a surging pitch-black tide composed of countless figures. Countless infected, densely packed like a swarm of ants, were crazily surging from the direction of Pittsburgh City toward their military factory. The earlier battle, the gunfire explosions and the thick smell of blood, had ultimately attracted the monsters in the city, which were extremely sensitive to sound and blood. A horde of unprecedented scale was coming. Old Lin. Zhao Hao. To the command room. Now. Chen Mo's voice echoed through every corner of the base via the broadcast system, cold and urgent. In the warehouse, Lin Feng had just cradled a crate of brand new .50 caliber bullets in his arms, the smile on his face yet to fade. In the medical room, Zhao Hao was meticulously wiping a set of German-made scalpels with alcohol swabs. Hearing the broadcast, they exchanged glances, both seeing the gravity in each other's eyes. They dropped what they were holding and sprinted toward the command building at top speed. Inside the command control room, Chen Mo pointed at the maximized image on the surveillance wall. Damn it. Lin Feng cursed as he stared at the screen, where a surging tide of countless black specks was expanding, visibly devouring everything on the horizon. Their target was unmistakable, the military factory they occupied still reeking of fresh blood and death. There are too many. Zhao Hao's brow furrowed deeply. At least 1,000. We just fought a hard battle. The gunfire and scent of blood have drawn half the town's undead here. Chen Mo's voice remained calm. It's too late to flee now. We'd be caught by this tide and torn apart. Plus we need the resources here, we can't leave. A desperate reality loomed before them. They were trapped. So. Lin Feng grinned, a mix of madness and excitement. He patted Chen Mo on the shoulder. Tell me, how do we do this? Chen Mo didn't answer immediately. His gaze swept across the surveillance wall as his mind raced, optimizing the entire factory map and available resources in his head. We have sturdy walls, plenty of ammo, and a big guy that just got an upgrade. His eyes finally settled on Noah's Ark parked at the warehouse entrance, its body still stained with enemy blood. We don't run. He turned to face them. We hold. Get to work. The orders were given. Without a moment's hesitation, the three of them sprang into action. Roar! The engine of Noah's Ark roared to life once more. Chen Mo drove the steel beast, using its massive V-shaped plow to push wrecked armored pickups, abandoned containers, and even heavy machine bases into the factory's main entrances and weak points in the walls. Clang! The heavy metallic crashes rang out incessantly as a solid defense line of scrap metal was rapidly erected. Lin Feng hauled the Barrett and a captured M2 heavy machine gun up to the factory's tallest building, where the view was best, covering the entire battlefield. He expertly set up both weapons, placing heavy ammunition boxes within reach with bullet belts stretching from the boxes to the machine gun's feed. Zhao Hao rushed into the warehouse, bypassing the guns to grab dozens of empty glass bottles. He mixed diesel fuel from the tanks with some captured chemicals, stuffing cloth strips into the bottles. Simple yet effective Molotov cocktails lined up along the inner side of the wall. After that, he moved several boxes of powerful mortar shells onto the wall, linking them with fuses and remote triggers to create several devastating remote bombs. In the shortest time, the three transformed the military factory into a steel fortress bristling with deadly traps. As they finished, the black tide had already surged to the factory walls. The collective roar of thousands of infected was enough to shatter the sanity of an ordinary person. They came. Countless rotting arms reached through gaps in the walls and barbed wire futilely clawing. The zombie horde began a frenzied assault on the gates blocked with debris. Bang! 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 Atop the coking tower, Lin Feng peered through a 12-power scope at the surging sea of undead below. His face bore no fear, only the focus of a hunter. Dinner time. He squeezed the trigger of the heavy machine gun. Rat-a-tat-a-tat. The M2 emitted a deep rhythmic roar. A whip of tracer rounds lashed into the densest part of the horde. The 12.7mm rounds carried terrifying kinetic energy, each shot easily tearing through 3 to 4 infected, reducing them to pulpy masses of flesh and bone. Where the fire tongue swept, it plowed bloody furrows through the horde. On the wall, Zhao Hao began his performance. He lit a Molotov cocktail and hurled it with all his strength. The glass bottle exploded among the horde, orange flames instantly spreading, turning a dozen infected into writhing, screaming torches. A sea of fire spread through the horde, the stench of burnt flesh mingling with the infected's roars to create an apocalyptic scene. The first wave was easily repelled. But the sheer number of the horde was overwhelming. They feared no death, climbing over their comrades' bodies to surge forward. Just then, several massive figures emerged in the horde. Riot suppressors. Their hulking bodies moved like living shields at the forefront, covering their heads with hands as they endured the heavy machine gun fire. Though bullets punched bloody holes in them, even when one fell, another riot suppressor took its place. They continued their slow advance. Under the riot suppressor's cover, several withered, infected with grotesquely swollen bellies, corroders, crawled to the front. Phut! They opened their mouths, spewing streams of green acid. The acid splashed onto the containers, blocking the gate, hissing and corroding, emitting acrid white smoke. The thick steel plates were visibly melting and thinning. Damn! These things have evolved again. Lin Feng cursed, immediately swinging the Barrett's crosshairs onto a corroder's head. Bang! The bullet precisely blew the corroder's head apart, green fluid splattering everywhere. But it was too late. Boom! The severely acid-damaged barrier at the gate could no longer withstand the impact of thousands of infected, and a breach was forced open. The black tide poured through the gap like a bursting dam. Roar! At that moment Noah's Ark's engine let out a thunderous bellow. Chen Mo drove the steel beast already waiting inside the breach. He floored the accelerator, the massive V-shaped ram crashing into the surging horde. Dozens of infected at the front were instantly shattered, flying backward like bowling pins. Chen Mo charged back and forth within the perimeter, using the vehicle and plow to crush and fling every infected that tried to enter, single-handedly plugging the entire line with one truck. The battle became a stalemate. Lin Feng and Zhao Hao rained fire from outside, clearing the outer horde. Chen Mo inside acted as a firefighter, sealing every breach that appeared. Just as they thought they could wear down the horde with their fortress and firepower, a strange sound pierced through all the battlefield's noise, reaching everyone's ears clearly. Ding, ling, the sound was crisp and ethereal. Atop the coking tower, Lin Feng swiftly turned his scope toward the source of the sound. At the rear of the horde, a special infected in tattered priest robes, its body thin and elongated like a bamboo pole, slowly shook a rusty copper bell. A bell ringer. They had encountered one before and it had nearly wiped them out. As the bell sound spread, the eyes of all nearby infected turned a bloodthirsty crimson. Their movements were no longer sluggish, their speed and strength instantly doubled. Roar. Their mindless howls transformed into roars of savage fury. Shit. Lin Feng's pupils contracted. This thing has damn well upgraded too. The ethereal eerie ringing was like a potent stimulant injected into the marrow of the zombie horde. A deafening roar erupted. All the infected's movements became swift and ferocious in an instant. The murkiness in their eyes was replaced by a bloodthirsty crimson, and the sounds from their throats were no longer mindless groans but roars brimming with the lust to kill. The pressure at the breach previously blocked by the Ark skyrocketed. Those frenzied infected no longer pushed forward mindlessly, instead they began climbing in a primitive yet efficient manner. They stepped on each other's shoulders, stacking one atop another, using their rotting flesh to build surging human ladders, madly rushing toward the top of the wall. Old Zhao. Hold the line. Lin Feng shouted through the communicator from atop the coking tower. Damn it, there are too many. On the wall, Zhao Hao's figure raced back and forth amidst the smoke. He just lit a Molotov cocktail and hurled it down, turning a forming human ladder into a torch, while a dozen more infected climbed up from another side. He kicked a head that had just popped up, then drew a tactical hatchet from his belt and swung it into another reaching claw. Foul black blood splattered across his face. He had no time to wipe it off, grabbing an AK-47 from the ground and firing widely at the horde that was nearly upon him. The bullets struck the frenzied infected but only slightly hindered their climbing speed. The defense line could collapse at any moment. Leave these grunts to me. Lin Feng's voice rang out again. He abandoned the M2 heavy machine gun for suppressing fire. Its effect was diminished against these adrenaline-fueled monsters. He grabbed the nearby Barrett rifle, lowered the muzzle, and the crosshairs of the 12x scope quickly locked onto a corroder with a swollen belly hiding behind a rioter. These high-threat units must be eliminated first. The Barrett's thunderous roar echoed again. The bullet crossed hundreds of meters, precisely piercing the corroder's bloated abdomen. Without an explosion, the monster's belly burst like a punctured water bag, spraying high-pressure acid in all directions. A dozen ordinary infected nearby were instantly melted into steaming, rotting flesh, and even the rioter shield was corroded, shrieking in agony. Two birds with one stone. Nice shot. Zhao Hao shouted, seizing the moment to press a button on a remote control in his hand. A mortar shell remote bomb he had buried beneath the wall detonated. The violent explosion sent an entire human ladder and the horde beneath it flying, the shockwave and shrapnel clearing nearly 20 meters of space. The pressure eased momentarily. But everyone knew it was only temporary. As long as that damned ringing continued, the monsters would keep coming until they exhausted their last bullet and tore their flesh apart. Inside the Ark's cockpit, Chen Mo's face was grim. He drove the steel beast back and forth at the breach, its massive V-shaped ram sweeping away infected with every swing. But the horde outside was like an endless sea, crushed one wave and another surged forward. He listened to Lin Feng and Zhao Hao's increasingly rapid breaths over the comms, watching the precarious wall defense on the monitor. He knew they couldn't hold like this anymore. Passive defense was suicide. We have to take out that bell ringer. Chen Mo's voice came clearly through the communicator to both of them. That bastard is hiding at the back of the horde, surrounded by rioters as bodyguards. The Barrett can't penetrate. Lin Feng shouted while quickly reloading a magazine. I can't see it. Then well ram through. Chen Mo's tone left no room for hesitation. Old Lin, old Zhao, give me 30 seconds of covering fire. I'm going to charge out and crush that thing into pulp. It was a mad plan, driving the Ark into a sea of thousands of frenzied infected to assassinate the commander at the rear. One misstep and the Ark would be swarmed, stalled and torn apart into scrap. Holy shit. Lin Feng froze for a second, then burst into wild laughter. I've been waiting for you to say that. Let's fuck him up. Zhao Hao said nothing, silently placing the last row of Molotov cocktails by the wall, showing his stance through action. Get ready. Chen Mo took a deep breath and shifted into reverse. The Ark slowly backed away, creating distance from the breach. Now. Open fire. All weapons on the coking tower and the wall roared in unison at that moment. Lin Feng operated the M2 heavy machine gun, lashing a destructive whip of fire at the left flank of the horde. Zhao Hao hurled all the Molotovs and grenades at the right flank. The horde's formation momentarily faltered and stalled. A passage about 10 meters wide was forcibly cleared. Chen Mo floored the accelerator. The Ark's massive body charged toward that gap. The 1-ton V-shaped ram on the front was raised to its highest by the hydraulic system, and then Chen Mo slammed a red button. The ruins and corpses blocking the entrance were instantly swept away by the immense force. The Ark burst through the gate. It charged headlong into that black ocean of flesh and bone, with countless infected being sent flying by the massive V-shaped ram. They were torn apart, then pulled under the vehicle, crushed into a blur of flesh by the solid tires. Chen Mo gripped the steering wheel tightly, his eyes bloodshot, fixed on the rear of the horde. The windshield was soon coated with a thick layer of black-red liquid, the wipers swinging frantically, each pass leaving a trail of shocking crimson. He could see nothing, relying only on memory and instinct to race toward the direction of the ringing. Left. 3 rioters on the left. Lin Feng's yell came through the earpiece. Chen Mo yanked the wheel, the Ark's massive body drifting, using its thick side armor to send the 3 meat mountains flying sideways. Right. Corroder. Chen Mo didn't even look, driving straight over it. The Ark tore a bloody path through the horde, charging straight toward the target. Closer. Even closer. Through the blood-smeared windshield, Chen Mo could already see the gaunt stick-like figure in a tattered priest's robe. It seemed to sense the steel beast's killing intent, shaking its bell faster, the infected swarming the Ark like mad, trying to block its advance with their bodies. A crazed grin spread across Chen Mo's face. He had locked onto it. He floored the accelerator again, ready to put a perfect end to this final sprint. But at that moment, a massive unimaginable shadow suddenly burst out from the side of the horde without warning. Its body was abnormally massive, one arm mutated into a giant battering ram of flesh. It was a charger. A deafening crash. The charger's mutated arm slammed solidly into the side of the Ark. The multi-ton Ark was actually knocked askew by this brute unreasonable force, shifting half a meter sideways. The wheels screeched against the ground, the front end losing control and veering off the intended charge path. Chen Mo's head hit the window, his vision spinning. He forced himself to look up despite the pain, turning to the side. The charger's massive head was staring at him through the bulletproof glass with its single eye. Damn it. Chen Mo straightened the steering wheel and floored the accelerator, attempting to crush the beast into pulp with the V-shaped ram at the front of the vehicle. However, the brute charger's reaction speed was utterly disproportionate to its massive size. Just as the Ark's front was about to collide with it, the creature's thick legs suddenly propelled its bulky frame backward with astonishing agility, evading the fatal impact. Without a pause, it rolled after landing and reached its massive hand toward the Ark's front wheel, intent on toppling the steel giant. Meanwhile, the bell ringer that had narrowly escaped took the opportunity to flee, its figure swiftly swallowed by the converging horde. That cursed bell chimed again from deep within the horde. The opportunity was slipping away. Atop the coking tower, Lin Feng observed everything with crystal clarity. Veins bulged on his forehead, his eyes bloodshot. Old Chen. Watch your tires, he roared through the communicator, his Barrett rapidly shifting between 2 critical targets. On one side was the brute charger attacking the Ark and threatening to flip it at any moment. On the other was the bell ringer hiding within the horde and continuously bestowing a berserk buff upon all the monsters. He had only one chance to fire. Targeting the brute charger would relieve Chen Mo, but if the bell ringer survived, Zhao Hao on the wall and the entire base would eventually be overwhelmed by the endless frenzied horde. Targeting the bell ringer meant Chen Mo and the Ark might be dismantled on the spot by the brute charger. It was a damn dilemma. On the wall, Zhao Hao also witnessed Chen Mo's peril. Without hesitation, he pulled out the last remote bomb from his belt. It was a modified mortar shell with magnets devastatingly powerful. He aimed at the brute charger's massive body and hurled the heavy bomb with all his might. The bomb arced through the air, landing precisely at the brute charger's feet. Boom! A violent explosion erupted. The ferocious shockwave and countless steel pellets slammed into the brute charger's lower body. Its colossal frame staggered, letting out a pained roar, and its assault on the Ark momentarily halted. Now, that pause of less than a second was a golden opportunity bought with lives. Atop the coking tower, Lin Feng seized this fleeting window. He made a decision. He didn't target the dazed brute charger. His crosshairs locked onto a spot behind the bell ringer's hiding place. There stood a rust-covered tanker truck. A gamble. Lin Feng's index finger pressed down steadily and firmly. Bang! The Barrett M82A1 let out its signature roar. A .50 caliber armor-piercing incendiary round crossed the sea of corpses and blood, then precisely pierced the rusted tank of the truck. The bullet tumbled inside the tank, friction releasing immense kinetic energy and heat. The next second, boom! An earth-shattering explosion occurred. The entire tanker was torn to shreds. A colossal fireball of orange it surged into the sky, forming a small mushroom cloud. The terrifying shockwave radiated wildly in all directions from the tanker's epicenter. The bell ringer, frantically shaking its bell along with hundreds of infected around it, didn't even have time to scream before being torn apart and incinerated by the heat and blast. The ethereal, eerie bell fell silent. All the berserk infected on the battlefield froze. The bloodlust in their eyes faded, reverting to a murky, dazed state. Their movements became sluggish and stiff again. The crisis was averted. But the immediate threat to the Ark persisted. Though the brute charger had been knocked over by the explosion's aftermath, its thick hide spared it from fatal injury. The death of its kin and the violent blast only further enraged it. Roar! Yet without the bell ringer it seemed less agile. Ignoring the now docile infected around it, its massive single eye locked onto the Ark once more, and it charged forward with great strides. Inside the cabin, Chen Mo watched the reckless beast rushing at him. He shifted into reverse and the Ark sped backward. Once enough distance was gained, he shifted gears again and floored the accelerator. Roar! The Ark's front, a 1-ton V-shaped plow caked with flesh and blood, aimed directly at the brute charger's massive head. No dodging. Force against force. Violence against violence. Do not dodge or evade. Hit hard. Use violence to counter violence. The military-grade turbocharger of the Noah's Ark crazily compressed air into the cylinders, causing the entire vehicle to tremble violently. On the other side, the gigantic brute charger also took a step forward, its distorted massive arms raised high like a battering ram, launching its final charge. At the top of the coking tower, Lin Feng's pupils reflected this apocalyptic duel. On the wall, Zhao Hao's breath also caught in his throat. Boom! A deafening sound indescribable by words erupted throughout the military factory. The V-shaped obstacle blade of Noah's Ark, made from 15 centimeters of special steel plate and weighing a ton, collided solidly with the brute charger's massive arm, capable of shattering concrete walls. There was no stalemate. The result had already been decided in a mere 0.01 seconds of collision. The brute charger's seemingly indestructible arm was as fragile as rotten wood before the creations of industrial civilization. Crack! The sound of shattering bones echoed. The brute charger's arm was forcibly broken in two, with stark white bone fragments piercing through the flesh exposed to the air. Yet Noah's Ark did not lose momentum. The enormous V-shaped obstacle blade effortlessly tore open the brute charger's chest, ripping apart its innate spine and flesh. That colossal body was pushed by Noah's Ark, carving a blood-soaked trench dozens of meters long in the ground, ultimately pinned against a crumbling wall. Noah's Ark slowly withdrew. The torn body of the brute charger slid down from the wall. The earth-shattering explosion of the fuel tanker completely ended the command of the bell ringer. The brutal collision between Noah's Ark and the brute charger utterly shattered the last spirit of the corpse tide. The remaining ordinary infected wandered aimlessly, having lost their targets and their frenzied desires, reverting back to mere walking corpses attracted only by sounds and the scent of blood. They no longer charged at the walls, even beginning to drift away in small groups. Victory! Chen Mo leaned against the driver's seat, his chest heaving violently, sweat mixed with blood stinging his eyes. He gazed at the scarred battlefield and the massive corpse nailed to the wall, exhaling a long breath filled with the scent of blood. Old Chen. Awesome. Damn. So cool. Lin Feng and Zhao Hao's voices echoed in the communicator, filled with the euphoric thrill of having survived. The cleanup of the battlefield lasted an entire day. Chen Mo drove Noah's Ark, pushing the mountain of infected corpses and vehicle wreckage into a massive waste pit outside the military factory, then dousing it with diesel and setting it ablaze until nothing remained. The towering black smoke and acrid stench of burnt flesh lingered for quite some time before dissipating. Lin Feng and Zhao Hao were responsible for reinforcing the defenses. Using forklifts and cranes, they sealed all entrances and exits with the heaviest steel plates and containers, welding them with impeccable strength this time. When all of this was complete, the three of them returned to the warehouse with their utterly exhausted bodies, finally having time to examine the spoils they had won at the cost of their lives. We hit the jackpot. Old Chen, old Zhao, we really hit the jackpot. Lin Feng stood in the center of the warehouse staring at the mountain of supplies in front of him, ecstatic like a 200-pound child dancing with joy. This is even more thrilling than robbing a bank. In front of him were neatly stacked rows of dark green military ammunition boxes. 5. 56mm rifle rounds, 7. 62mm machine gun rounds. 50 caliber Barrett armor-piercing incendiary rounds, 12-gauge buckshot, and even a few boxes of 40mm grenades and mortar shells. Beside the ammunition boxes were various models of firearms from M4 carbines to M249 squad automatic weapons. Everything was available. Lin Feng dug into a pile of firearm accessories as if shopping, picking up an 8-power scope one moment, then an infrared laser sight the next, unable to put them down as he imagined them on his M4. This one is good and this one too. Damn it, I'm having a hard time choosing. Zhao Hao meanwhile rushed into the independent medical room. Upon pushing the door open and seeing the spotless operating table, the neatly arranged surgical instruments, and an entire freezer filled with antibiotics, morphine and plasma, his face also revealed an uncontrollable excitement. He gently caressed the German-made shadowless lamp, his gaze tender as if looking at his lover. With these, the team's survival rate would see a qualitative leap. As for Chen Mo, his attention was entirely captivated by the several slumbering industrial giants. Fully automatic CNC machine tools, plasma cutters, heavy hydraulic presses, and the mountain of special steel plates glimmering with a dull metallic sheen beside them. In Braxton's hands these were merely scrap iron used to reinforce the walls. But in Chen Mo's hands these were the cornerstones of miracles. As night fell in the medical room, Zhao Hao carefully treated the wound on Chen Mo's forehead and some abrasions on Lin Feng's body. All right, it's just superficial injuries. Zhao Hao tossed the used gauze into the trash can, but both of you need to rest well. Mental exhaustion is more troublesome than physical injury. Lin Feng lay on the hospital bed, still hugging a freshly assembled M4 equipped with a grenade launcher and holographic sight, grinning stupidly. Old Chen, what are the plans next? Lin Feng looked at Chen Mo, who was sitting across from him. Chen Mo remained silent, picking up a piece of iron from the ground and scratching on it with a scalpel. Soon a rough yet clear sketch appeared on the iron piece. It was a truck, but its shape was even more ferocious and siffy than the current Noah's Ark. The current Noah's Ark is still too fragile. Chen Mo's voice was somewhat hoarse. Armor is passive defense while the ramming horn is active attack, but we lack a sustainable firepower platform and area denial capability. He pointed at the sketch on the iron piece. I want to install a remote weapon station on the roof integrating an M2 heavy machine gun and a grenade launcher. This way Lin Feng won't have to risk climbing onto the roof to operate it. He can sit in the driver's seat and, like playing a game, unleash devastating strikes on enemies from all directions. Lin Feng's eyes instantly lit up, his breathing quickening. I also want to install a set of high-voltage electric shock grids around the vehicle. Any infected that gets too close will be instantly turned to charcoal. Most importantly, I want to completely transform the interior of the cabin. Separate out independent rest areas, medical zones, and workspaces. What we want is not just a combat fortress but a movable home. Chen Mo lifted his head to look at the two. I want to turn it into a true Ark of the Apocalypse. Noah's Ark MKII. In the following days the entire military factory transformed into a massive modification workshop. The arcs of cutting electricity and sparks from welding continued day and night. Chen Mo almost slept beside the CNC machine, his brain running at high speed, turning countless blueprints and data into precisely machined parts through the cold machines. Lin Feng and Zhao Hao became his chief technicians, responsible for transporting, welding and assembling. The coordination of the three became increasingly seamless, achieving astonishing efficiency. Noah's Ark was gradually dismantled and then gradually reshaped. New composite armor was welded to the vehicle body, forming a more reasonable angle of inclination. The electric shock grids covered both sides of the vehicle. On the roof, a sci-fi-style remote weapon station replaced the previously crude throne. The interior of the cabin was also replanned, becoming neat and orderly. 5 days later, when the last screw was tightened, Chen Mo pressed the main power switch. Buzz, the deep hum of electricity sounded. In the warehouse, a transformed steel giant slowly illuminated its icy blue searchlights. It stood quietly there, its body lines filled with a sense of power and violent aesthetics, the dull composite armor reflecting a cold light beneath the illumination. Chen Mo leaned against the vehicle, exhaling a long breath, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. "Let's go." He patted the vehicle. "It's time to set off." Boom! As the last gate welded from shipping containers and steel plates slowly rose, a reborn steel beast bathed in the morning light of Pittsburgh officially drove out of the military factory they had conquered. Noah's Ark MKII. Its body was no longer the patchwork style of before. Precisely calculated and cut dark composite armor plates covered the entire vehicle at perfect oblique angles, forming a ricochet structure that could render any conventional bullet hopeless. The massive V-shaped obstacle-clearing shovel at the front exuded a brutal and unreasonable aesthetic. But the most eye-catching feature was the roof. The previous throne where Lin Feng had to lean out to operate was gone, replaced by a sci-fi remote weapon station. An M2 heavy machine gun and a 40mm grenade launcher were integrated into a turret capable of 360-degree rotation. Inside the cab, the space was much more spacious and tidy than before. They had also transformed Noah's Ark from a standard heavy truck into something resembling a motorhome. This allowed the front and rear to be connected, making movement more convenient. Lin Feng was not holding his beloved rifle as usual, instead he was comfortably reclining in a modified racing seat. Before him were a joystick and a high-definition display. The crosshairs on the screen moved smoothly with the slight movements of his wrist. "Holy shit, old Chen, this thing is freaking awesome!" Lin Feng exclaimed excitedly, rubbing his hands like a kid with a new game console. Feel the feedback, it's better than playing CS." He gently pushed the joystick and the image on the screen zoomed in rapidly. An infected wanderer on the highway 500 meters away was clearly visible through the 12 times optical zoom, its rotted face distinct. "Look at it wobbling when it walks." Lin Feng grinned, his thumb lightly pressing the red button on top of the joystick. Thud. A muffled gunshot greatly weakened by the vehicle's armor came from the roof. The infected's head exploded instantly on the screen and the headless body collapsed to the ground. "Headshot. Nice." Lin Feng let out a loud whistle and shook his head proudly. Chen Mo gripped the steering wheel, eyes fixed ahead, ignoring his fuss. His gaze swept over a military-grade tablet on the center console which displayed real-time data on Noah's Ark MKII's energy distribution, armor status and fuel consumption. In his mind he was calculating how to further optimize the engine's combustion efficiency for the long journey ahead. Behind the cab in the partitioned independent medical area, Zhao Hao, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, was carefully wiping a German-made scalpel with an alcohol swab. He placed the polished instruments one by one back into the sterile tray, looking at the complete set of equipment with unprecedented satisfaction and peace of mind. Roar. The engine's roar attracted a few wandering infected by the roadside. They hissed and staggered toward Noah's Ark. Lin Feng was about to rotate the turret for a triple kill, but Chen Mo stopped him. "Save the bullets. Try the new toy." As Chen Mo spoke, he pressed a switch on the center console. Hum. The metal grills covering both sides of Noah's Ark instantly lit up with dazzling blue electric arcs. The lead infected, its rotted hand just touching the vehicle's body. Crackle. A loud explosion. The infected was flung backward, turning into a smoldering blackened corpse midair, crashing heavily to the ground with a few twitches. The other infected were startled by the horrifying sight, but lacking brains, they still charged forward fearlessly. Crackle. Crackle. Electricity flashed and the stench of burning filled the air. In less than 3 seconds all the infected lay as charred corpses on the ground. Holy crap. An electric fence. Even Yang Yongxin would be impressed. Lin Feng's eyes widened. The formidable firepower brought an unprecedented sense of security. The tension that had been suppressed for so long was finally released completely. From the seized supplies, Lin Feng pulled out a portable Bluetooth speaker, connected it to his phone and started playing AC/DC's Highway to Hell. Wild rock music echoed across the empty highway, making their blood boil. Noah's Ark rolled over abandoned vehicles, speeding through the wasteland with the blasting music. Chen Mo looked in the rearview mirror at Lin Feng's silly head banging to the music, then through the soundproof glass at Zhao Hao quietly organizing medicine in the medical area. A relaxed smile finally appeared on his usually tense face. It was all worth it. Noah's Ark headed west along the interstate. Their next goal was to cross Ohio and reach Indiana. However, after about 2 hours of driving, the smile vanished from Chen Mo's face. An unnatural thick fog appeared on the horizon ahead. The fog was neither white nor grey but a strange viscous pale green. It didn't drift like ordinary fog, instead it stood like a living wall, thick, oppressive and silently stretching between heaven and earth. What's going on? Is it going to rain acid? Lin Feng noticed the anomaly, turned off the music and frowned. Doesn't seem like it. Chen Mo shook his head and slowed down. Just then. Shush. From the vehicle's radio, amidst the constant static noise, a strange sound suddenly mixed in. The sound was intermittent, ethereal and distant. It was like a woman weeping silently or the mournful cry of a deep-sea whale, carrying an indescribable sorrow and despair. Buzz. Wail. Sob. Is the radio broken? Zhao Hao poked his head out from the medical area. Let me check. Chen Mo frowned and began tuning the radio frequency. He turned the knob, trying to filter out the eerie noise, but no matter how he adjusted, the sound followed. And the closer Noah's Ark got to the strange fog, the clearer the sound became. Chen Mo stopped the car. Noah's Ark's massive engine rumbled low at idle. He stared at the green fog ahead, the crying from the radio seeming to sound right in his ears. It was as if the crying was inside the fog. The weeping came from within the mist. Should we take a detour? Zhao Hao's voice, tinged with tension, came from the medical area. Chen Mo stared at the thick green fog and shook his head. There's no time. His gaze fell upon the military tablet, which displayed a map clearly marking their route across a highway spanning a vast marshland. Both sides were dead ends. The only path to survival was to traverse this eerie dense fog. Then let's do it. Why the hesitation? Lin Feng toyed with the control stick, exuding a fearless demeanor. I want to see what's playing tricks on us. His words were light, but the rock music that had mysteriously ceased betrayed his inner gravity. Chen Mo said no more. He shifted gears and pressed the accelerator. The Noah's Ark MKII plunged into the viscous green fog. Boom, it felt as if they had crossed from one world into another. The outside world vanished instantly. The midday sun was completely blocked, leaving a suffocating grey-green hue. Visibility plummeted to less than 10 meters, with the fog churning beyond the windows. The cabin fell into a deathly silence. The only clear sound was the increasingly close wailing from the vehicle's radio. Buzz. Sob. Whimper. The sound was no longer intermittent but had become a continuous sorrowful lament. Damn it, this is driving me crazy. Lin Feng slapped his thigh, his face twisted with irritation. He felt a fire burning inside him with no outlet. To escape the sound's influence, he picked up his M4 from beside his seat and began his routine cleaning and maintenance. It was a habit he had cultivated over the years, one that helped him stay calm in any situation. But today the habit failed him. His fingers were stiff, losing their usual steady grace. Clatter. A brass cleaning rod slipped from his hand, hitting the metal floor with a sharp clang. Lin Feng's face turned grim. He cursed under his breath and bent down to retrieve it. This sound. In the medical area, Zhao Hao set down his surgical instruments. He removed his glasses and rubbed his brow. It reminds me of the hospital. The cries of families outside the emergency room. His words chilled the cabin further. Chen Mo forced himself to ignore the negative emotions stirred by the sound. Damn it, won't it ever stop? Lin Feng's irritation peaked. He suddenly grabbed the control stick, ready to spin the turret and blindly spray the surrounding fog. Stay calm. Chen Mo barked. He knew he had to do something to dispel the suffocating, maddening atmosphere. His fingers flew across the console, flicking a series of switches. All the searchlights on the Noah's Ark's roof front and rear blazed to life at once. Where the beams struck, the grey-green fog was forcibly dispelled, temporarily creating a bright, safe zone. The oppressive atmosphere in the cabin eased slightly. Lin Feng and Zhao Hao both let out an unconscious sigh of relief, their taut nerves momentarily soothed. Once again, technology brought a sense of security. Yet as one of the beams swept across a withered forest beside the highway, several twisted silhouettes flickered at the edge of the light. They moved with astonishing speed, their forms grotesque and inhuman. Something's out there. Lin Feng's reaction was lightning fast. His hand instantly gripped the control stick and the screen switched to the remote weapon station's infrared view. But in the thermal imaging world there was nothing but the cold trees and ground ahead. No heat sources. No life. A dead silence. Are you seeing things? Chen Mo stared at his own screen, his voice steady. There's nothing on thermal. I couldn't have been mistaken. Lin Feng turned, retorting with irritation. Just now. By the edge of the woods. At least 3 of them. They moved like ghosts. His pride and self-confidence wouldn't allow him to accept such a rookie mistake, especially in front of Chen Mo. Lin, you're too tense, Chen Mo said, still calm. This fog is strange, it might affect your mental state. Hallucinations are normal. He tried to soothe Lin Feng with rational analysis. But to Lin Feng it sounded like doubt. A challenge to his professional competence. I said I saw them. Lin Feng's voice rose an octave. My eyes are a ruler. They never make mistakes. Wail, screech, scream. At that moment the continuous wailing from the vehicle's radio suddenly escalated. It was no longer a mournful cry but a piercing, splitting shriek filled with endless agony and malevolence. The sound assaulted their nerves. Chen Mo and Lin Feng's argument ceased abruptly as both clapped their hands over their ears, their faces contorted in pain. At the same time, ahead of the Noah's Ark within the rolling fog, a massive pitch-black silhouette slowly materialized. The silhouette grew clearer. Mottled walls, shattered glass and a crooked sign with only a few neon letters still glowing. WLCO, it was an abandoned highway service area. And the piercing shriek came from deep within that place. Ah. Lin Feng clutched his head, letting out a pained growl. Zhao Hao's face also turned pale. He leaned against the wall of the medical area, fine beads of cold sweat oozing from his forehead. Chen Mo gritted his teeth, the veins on his neck bulging one by one. He slammed his fist onto the central console, shutting off that damn vehicle radio. The interior of the vehicle fell silent instantly. Yet the lingering echo of that piercing screech still reverberated wildly in everyone's mind. Check the vehicle. Rest for 10 minutes. Chen Mo's voice was very soft. In this eerie thick fog with that sound continuously interfering, everyone's spirit would break before their bodies did. They had to stop and recalibrate. All right. Zhao Hao's voice was somewhat weak. Lin Feng said nothing, only staring with red-rimmed eyes at the firing button on the joystick, his chest heaving violently. The Ark gradually decelerated, cautiously entering the service area shrouded in dense fog. The wheels crunched over gravel and broken glass on the ground, the sound crisp and stark in the silent environment. Everything around was enveloped in a grayish-green haze. Abandoned fuel pumps, overturned trash bins and the main building, a convenience store and fast food restaurant. Everything was terrifyingly quiet. The Ark came to a stop in front of the convenience store. The beam of the searchlight illuminated the shattered glass door at the store's entrance. Something's off. Inside the medical area, Zhao Hao adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, his brow deeply furrowed. It's too clean. His words drew Chen Mo and Lin Feng's gazes into the convenience store. Shelves were toppled haphazardly, merchandise scattered across the floor covered in a thick layer of dust. But on the ground, aside from dust, there was nothing. No bloodstains. No shell casings. Not even a single corpse of an infected. In an abandoned service area, this was absolutely abnormal. To hell with whatever monsters are out there. Lin Feng's suppressed rage finally found an outlet. You'll kill any that come, 1 or 100. His words had barely faded when dozens of twisted shadows burst from the dense fog on all sides, launching a silent assault on the Ark. Their speed was astonishing. They moved on all fours with coordinated precision, sealing off every possible escape route for the Ark from different angles. Bring it on. A bloodthirsty frenzy ignited in Lin Feng's eyes. The anger and agitation that had been pent up for so long now transformed entirely into killing intent. He gripped the joystick with both hands, his entire being seeming to merge with the remote weapon station. Die. He pressed the firing button with his thumb. Rat-a-tat-a-tat-tat. Above the vehicle, the M2 heavy machine gun let out its deep rhythmic roar. A whiplash of death swept toward the horde charging from the front. The 12.7mm rounds possessed unstoppable kinetic energy. In the face of that fiery lash, the swift infected were as fragile as paper. The bullets tore through their bodies with ease, blasting them into bursts of blood, mist and shredded flesh. Boom. Without pausing, Lin Feng's other fingers tapped lightly on the control panel. The 40mm grenade launcher let out a muffled thud. A grenade exploded at the densest part of the horde. The violent shockwave and steel pellets cleared a vast area in an instant. For a time the air was filled with the cacophony of gunfire and explosions. Lin Feng spun the turret wildly, weaving an impenetrable net of death around the ark. Any infected that tried to approach was torn to shreds in an instant. This was the terror of the ark MKII. Absolute firepower dominance. But Chen Mo's face grew increasingly grim. He was not deceived by Lin Feng's spectacular slaughter. His gaze was locked onto the surveillance footage on the central console. The infected fell in droves under the fire net. Yet the ones behind continued their charge with reckless abandon. Their target was very clear. Not the armored hull nor the bulletproof glass of the cockpit. Their target seemed to be the ark's massive solid engineering tires, as well as the exposed cooling grills and drive shafts under the chassis. They were attacking the ark's weak points. They seemed to be targeting our vulnerabilities. Chen Mo's voice cut through the roar of gunfire. Something's directing them. Old Zhao. Guard the tires. Before Chen Mo could even finish, Zhao Hao had already rushed to the firing port on the side of the carriage. He extended the muzzle of his Type 97 short-barrel rifle through the firing slit and calmly switched to semi-automatic mode. Tap. 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 With each shot, an infected frantically clawing at a tire was precisely hit in the head, black blood splattering onto the wheel hub. With precise shot placement alone, he single-handedly held the mobility of one side of the ark. The battle reached a fever pitch. Lin Feng poured a torrent of fire from the roof, suppressing the main body of the horde. Zhao Hao provided precise supplementary defense from the side, cleaning up any that slipped through. Chen Mo gripped the steering wheel, ready to move the vehicle at a moment's notice to handle any sudden situation. The three of them had clear roles and worked in perfect sync, stubbornly holding their ground against this bizarre siege. But just as everyone's attention was drawn to the battle ahead, an infected, abnormally small and thin like a child, slipped silently out of the dense fog during a lull in the fire. It made no sound, hugging the ground as it crawled under the ark's massive chassis. Its movements were not those of an infected, but rather of an agile predator. It precisely located its target, the massive cooling fan of the thermal system. It raised its arm, completely mutated, with finger bones sharp as blades. It thrust its arm into the high-speed rotating fan blades. Clang! A piercing screech of twisting metal. Under the terrifying firepower of the ark MKII, the wave of infected was soon repelled. The few survivors quickly retreated back into the thick fog, vanishing without a trace. The service area fell back into its silent stillness. It was as if the brutal battle had never occurred. Damn. Bastards. Lin Feng panted heavily, releasing the scorching joystick and slumping back in his seat, his clothes drenched in sweat. Zhao Hao also withdrew his rifle, leaning against the wall as he silently changed his magazine. They had repelled this attack. But not a single one of them felt relieved. Woo! Sob. The mournful wail sounded again from deep within the fog. Clearer than before, closer. Just then Chen Mo glanced at the dashboard. An indicator light representing the core temperature of the cooling system had left the normal green range and was beginning to flash a yellow warning. Damn. A bunch of scum. Lin Feng slumped against his seat, his chest heaving violently, his entire body drenched in sweat. He released the joystick, now scorching hot from prolonged high-intensity operation. Adrenaline still surged through his veins. The exhilaration of that thorough slaughter left him lightheaded. Awesome. Fucking awesome. He grinned, turning to look at the medical area. Old Zhao, did you see that? Your brother Lin here is a one-man army. Zhao Hao ignored his bragging. He leaned against the cold metal wall, unloading an empty magazine from his Type 97 short assault rifle, then retrieved a full one from his tactical vest and reloaded. Click. He calmly assessed the ammunition consumption from the skirmish, his brow slightly furrowed. The battle was over, but the joy of victory was as faint as the dense fog outside the window. An indescribable sense of oppression weighed on everyone's hearts. Lin Feng's smile gradually faded. He noticed Chen Mo remained silent. Chen Mo stared fixedly at the dashboard, his face illuminated by the screen's glow, devoid of any post-calamity relief, only a shadow of solemn gravity. Old Chen. What's wrong? Lin Feng sensed something amiss. At that moment a faint electronic beep sounded, beep. On the dashboard an indicator light representing the core temperature of the cooling system abruptly jumped from the normal green range to a glaring yellow. The yellow warning light blinked incessantly and the temperature needle continued to climb at a slow but steady pace. What's going on? Lin Feng leaned in, his fervor fading into grimness. Chen Mo didn't answer. His fingers flew across a military-grade tablet pulling up a hidden camera feed, the surveillance view installed on the chassis of Noah's Ark. Rewind. Chen Mo's voice was low. The black and white footage began to reverse, showing the most intense moments of the battle. From the chassis' perspective, countless twisted claws and rotting faces flashed by the wheels, accompanied by the heavy roar of the roof-mounted machine gun and the blaze of explosions. The scene was chaotic and frenzied. Suddenly Chen Mo hit pause. He zoomed in. Amid the firepower gaps when everyone's attention was drawn to the front lines, an abnormally thin infected creature slid silently out of the dense fog. It made no sound, moving on all fours, hugging the ground, and crawled under the massive chassis of Noah's Ark. Its movements were agile, unlike an infected, more like a trained assassin. It precisely located its target, the large cooling fan protected by a metal grill. The footage continued. That slender infected raised its arm, fully mutated with finger bones as sharp as blades. It aimed at the rapidly spinning fan blades and thrust its arm inside. Clang! The image jolted violently, accompanied by a piercing screech of twisting metal. Then the slender infected was instantly torn to shreds by the blades. But its mission was complete. The frame froze. Holy shit! Lin Feng's mouth hung wide open. His proud death net of fire had been exploited by such an insignificant little thing. Cooling fan blades are broken, at least 3. Chen Mo calmly announced the diagnosis. The high-speed metal fragments have likely punctured the main radiator line. Coolant is leaking rapidly. The engine is heading toward thermal failure. Speak. In plain English. Lin Feng's voice was dry. Zhao Hao adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and voiced the cruel conclusion for Chen Mo: it means we'll be dead in the water soon. Back at the military factory, since the compartment couldn't fit many spare parts, we only brought the essentials. Noah's Ark had lost its mobility. In this fog with visibility under 10 meters, they had become a massive immobile sitting duck. The atmosphere in the compartment was heavy. Zhao Hao tightened his grip on the tactical hatchet at his waist. The cold metal touch offered some reassurance. He scanned the surroundings warily, his ears straining to catch any sound in the dense fog. Just then the eerie, unsettling wail drifted again from the depths of the mist. Woo. Sob. This time the sound lacked its earlier sharpness and malice. It had become low, distant, carrying a tone of almost mocking satisfaction. As if proclaiming their victory. Fuck. Lin Feng slammed his fist onto the console, his eyes bloodshot. This sound was more unbearable to him than any claw or roar. Listen to me. Chen Mo's voice carried an authoritative edge. Lin Feng turned and met Chen Mo's eyes. They were cold eyes, all panic, fear, and despair compressed to the deepest depths, leaving only absolute rationality. Chen Mo broke the silence. He pointed at the outline of the service area's main building, shrouded in fog on the monitor. The only way out is inside. Lin Feng and Zhao Hao followed his gaze. Leave the sturdy Noah's Ark and enter that unknown building teeming with unknown enemies. But they had no choice. Staying meant death. Charging out might offer a glimmer of hope. The moment Chen Mo finished speaking. Beep, beep, beep. The flashing yellow warning light on the dashboard turned into a piercing red, signaling extreme danger. A sharp alarm blared wildly through the compartment. The engine emitted strained, clattering noises on the verge of stalling completely. Within the dense fog in the shadows of the service building, several twisted silhouettes that had been driven back by their firepower silently re-emerged. They did not attack. They did not roar. They simply stood in the distance, quietly observing the now mobile steel beast with their hollow eye sockets. Arm yourself and check your gear. Chen Mo began issuing orders, his mind already transitioning into a wartime mode. All emotions were compressed into the deepest recesses, leaving only absolute rationality. Lin Feng, you stay in the vehicle. Provide fire support with the remote weapon station and maintain high ground surveillance. Zhao Hao, grab the medical kit and prepare for immediate support. You'll go inside to find replacement parts. The plan was simple, the division of labor clear. Understood. Zhao Hao adjusted his glasses, retrieved a tactical backpack stuffed with first aid supplies from the medical area and slung the Type 97 short assault rifle across his chest. Old Chen, in going with you. Lin Feng suddenly stood up. 2 guns are better than 1. No? Chen Mo refused directly. The remote weapon station is our greatest deterrent. You must stay here and guard our escape route. That's an order. Lin Feng opened his mouth but ultimately swallowed his words. He looked into Chen Mo's icy eyes, nodded and sat back down in his seat, his hands gripping the control sticks tightly. Click. Chen Mo pulled the bolt of his M4 carbine, chambering around. Move out. Boom, the heavy hydraulic door of the Noah's Ark slowly opened. A thick grey-green fog mingled with the stench of damp rot and blood surged in. The service area was utterly silent. Not even the wind stirred. Only that faint mournful wail continuously probed the limits of sanity. Chen Mo was the first to jump out, with Zhao Hao right behind him. The two moved in a tactical formation, cautiously creeping toward a warehouse marked repair shop on the side of the main building. The distance was no more than 50 meters, yet it felt agonizingly long. Chen Mo's eyes scanned the surroundings, not a single rustle escaped his notice. Zhao Hao followed behind him, his muzzle always pointing in a different direction. The two formed a mutually supporting angle, maximizing their field of vigilance. Soon they reached the entrance of the repair shop. It was a heavy metal roll-up door covered in rust. On the door 2 large words were hastily spray-painted in red. Fuck off. Chen Mo's pupils contracted slightly. He didn't approach immediately but gestured for Zhao Hao to retreat with him behind a nearby cover. Old Lin, any thermal readings? Chen Mo asked quietly through the microphone. Nothing, Lin Feng's voice came through the earpiece. It's completely cold inside. I can't see a thing. Chen Mo frowned. He slowly peered out, just about to approach the door. Suddenly a hoarse, wary roar erupted from within. Get the fuck away. Don't try to steal my stuff. Come any closer and he'll blow us all up. The voice was filled with neurotic madness and terror. Chen Mo and Zhao Hao exchanged a glance, seeing the same gravity in each other's eyes. There was a survivor inside. A survivor in a highly unstable mental state. Chen Mo didn't raise his gun. He cleared his throat and attempted to communicate. We mean no harm. Our vehicle is broken, we need replacement parts. We can trade with you. Can food, water. What do you need? His answer was a torrent of even more frenzied curses. Liars. You robbers. You all want to steal my things. Everything here is mine. Mine. The voice echoed in the empty workshop. My name's Hank. I'm a truck driver. I've been here for over a month. You'll never drive me out. Amid the broken curses, the man revealed his identity. Listen, Hank, Chen Mo said patiently, we just need a cooling fan and a few pipes. Once we fix the truck, we'll be gone. We won't touch a thing of yours. I said get lost. Hank's roar carried a sobbing edge. Can you hear it? That crying. That damned crying. It never stops. It wants to drive me insane. You want to drive me insane too. Chen Mo fell silent. He understood. This truck driver named Hank had been tormented to the brink of a mental breakdown by the dense fog and the unending mournful wails. He had turned this repair shop into his only shell, viewing everything inside as his lifeline. Anyone who tried to approach was seen as a mortal enemy. Negotiation had failed. Chen Mo took a deep breath and made one final attempt. A whole crate of military-grade beef cans for 1 fan. That's our final offer. Fuck your cans. Hank completely broke down. I'm telling you. The whole workshop is rigged with traps. If you dare come in, we all die together. Inside the Noah's Ark's cab, Lin Feng saw and heard everything clearly through the high-powered camera and microphone. Hank's roars mingled with the distant eerie wail, grating on his nerves. His patience finally ran out. Old Chen. Stop wasting time with him. Lin Feng's voice crackled over the comms, filled with barely contained irritation and bloodlust. Just blow the door open with a grenade launcher. Let's see if he really blows it. Lin Feng. Chen Mo's voice dropped sharply. Calm down. I can't stay calm. Lin Feng growled. Either he dies or we all get trapped here and die. Pick one. Chen Mo stopped Lin Feng's impulse, knowing his mental state was at a dangerous tipping point. Just at this tense, explosive moment, Lin Feng's voice came through his earpiece. "Old Chen. Look at the monitor. What are those things doing? Old Chen. Check the surveillance." Lin Feng's voice exploded through the communication channel. "What are those things? What are they doing?" Outside the maintenance workshop, Chen Mo and Zhao Hao's nerves instantly tightened. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Mo gestured to Zhao Hao, and the two immediately abandoned their standoff, with the madman inside the workshop swiftly retreating into the Noah's Ark. Boom! The heavy hydraulic door closed behind them, sealing off the dead silence of the thick fog and Hank's intermittent curses. "What's going on?" Chen Mo strode quickly to the rear of the driver's seat. Lin Feng said nothing. He simply switched the remote weapon station's feed to the main screen. It was an infrared thermal imaging display. In the world of thermal vision, objects with high temperatures appeared as bright orange, while those with low temperatures were deep blue or black. The engine and exhaust pipes of the Noah's Ark were the two most dazzling heat sources in the frame. But at the edge of the service area, where the dense fog met the open ground, dozens of blurry humanoid silhouettes were silently lurking there. They were not oranged. They were black. "They aren't attacking." Lin Feng pointed at the screen. "They're observing." Those specters in the image did not charge in a frenzy like the previous infected, nor did they emit any howls. They lurked at the edge of the fog, maintaining an absolutely safe distance from the Noah's Ark. Some crouched in the shadows of abandoned vehicles, while others half hid behind building corners. They simply stood still, using their non-existent eyes to observe this stranded steel beast. A chilling sense of intelligence emanated from the cold screen, striking the viewers with dread. A cold sweat broke out on Chen Mo's back. In an instant he understood everything. The first attack, the emaciated infected's precise destruction of the cooling fan, was no coincidence. Their fearless charge was not mindless sacrifice, but a creation of opportunity and cover for that precise sabotage. They knew how to strike weaknesses. They knew how to use the environment. They even knew to retreat immediately after a failed assault, maintain observation, and wait for the next chance. That wailing sound. Zhao Hao suddenly spoke, his voice soft yet sending chills down Chen Mo and Lin Feng's spines. "That sound attracts and commands them. At the same time it weakens us with mental contamination. Despair, rage, suspicion." He gave this unheard-of new type of infected a code name. "The Mourner." "What do we do now?" Zhao Hao looked at Chen Mo as the team's medic. He felt he was the one most in need of treatment. "Perhaps." Lin Feng's voice suddenly cut in, his eyes fixed on the patiently lurking cold spots on the screen. "We should never have stopped in the first place. Just charge through. Even if the engine burns out, it's better than being trapped here to die." His tone was filled with regret. Suppression, irritation, fear, and the fury of being toyed with. For the first time, cracks appeared in the mindset of this confident ace marksman. "Talking about that now is useless." Chen Mo's tone remained calm, but his clenched fists betrayed his inner turmoil. "Old Chen.